Now on the question of the conditions of entry to the Communist International. The political events of the last year have brilliantly proved that the program and the tactical guidelines of the First Congress of the Communist International in Moscow were correct, those tactics of which the manifesto said, if the First International predicted the development of the future and tried to find the paths it would take, and if the Second International rallied and organized the proletariat, then the Communist International is the International of Open Mass Action, the International of Revolutionary Realization, of the deed. Comrades, this method of revolutionary propaganda, of appealing directly to the revolutionary working masses themselves, ignoring the official party channels and institutions, mercilessly criticizing every mistake the labor movement makes, has contributed enormously to the awakening and development of the subjective forces of the proletarian revolution in Western Europe. In my opinion, the success of the Communist International in the last year lies not so much in today's Congress as in the fact that, despite the pitiful organization of the communist parties in the last year, and despite the firm boundary drawn on the right, the line was not drawn, as it is today, at Turati, Koski, Longuet and Grimm, but at Domig and Knobs. Hundreds of thousands of workers in Germany, Hungary, and other states have, in the past year, fought and bled with weapons in their hands for the aims of the Communist International. That is the great practical success of revolutionary propaganda, and it is far more valuable for the proletarian revolution than the issue of 1,000 new party cards. The influence of the Communist International on the German workers was so strong that, even when they were called out onto the streets by the USPD, it did not demonstrate in favor of the ideological content of that party, but in favor of the Communist International. The cry constantly rang out, "Long live Soviet Russia, long live the Communist International, long live the proletarian revolution." The same thing is expressed in the attitude of the workers in England, France, and America. Even if it has not yet been possible to bring the masses to the point where, going over to the final revolutionary struggle, they have overthrown the bourgeoisie in these countries, they have nevertheless been morally so elevated that they will under any circumstances prevent a military invasion of Soviet Russia by their governments. The decisions recently taken by the most varied organizations who are striving for the rejection of the production and transport of munitions to Poland also testify to this. Admittedly, this is not all that the comrades there must demand, but it is the beginning of practical international solidarity. And it is important for that very reason, because the coming epoch of the proletarian revolution will be characterized by a series of revolutionary wars. The Polish War is only one link in the chain of military attacks that is being developed by the Entente and the nations that assisted on Soviet Russia. Comrades, if we look over the past year of the development of communism, we have no reason to change our tactics and to put a question mark against the winning of great masses for living revolutionary actions for the sake of possible gains of party groups. It has been said at a session of the executive that the foundation of the Communist International was premature. I do not share this view, but I think that its boundaries have been extended prematurely. Comrade Zinoviev has already referred in his report to the various opportunist manifestations in the Italian party, the Swedish, Norwegian, Danish and Yugoslav parties. There has been talk of the enemy within. There is in addition the fact that in England, America, and France there do not yet exist firm, strong and disciplined parties. The Socialist Party of Spain has now declared itself in favor of affiliation to the Communist International. Similarly, the Swiss party is trying to smuggle itself into the Communist International. If we take in addition the French Socialist Party and the USPD in their present composition, then I cannot get rid of the feeling that the Communist International faces a big danger, the danger that our revolutionary propaganda and action will run aground and be weakened. Lenin, who wants to accept the USPD? The negotiations in the executive show that. The fact that comrades who only a few weeks or even a few days ago were fighting the Communist International with every means at their disposal can today say that they are prepared to sign any conditions they are set is surely proof that the conditions are not severely and sharply enough formulated. At the present point in the revolutionary struggle, it cannot only be a question of making propaganda for communism and founding communist parties, but of directly initiating revolutionary mass actions, thus contributing a rapid politicization of the masses, their revolutionary education and the development of all the subjective revolutionary forces and, at the same time, piling up difficulties for moribund imperialism, sharpening the conflicts and thus working for a more rapid accomplishment of the proletarian revolution. It is this above all that must be demanded of those parties and organizations that want to become members of the Communist International. How important it is to follow the method of revolutionary mass action also emerges clearly from the report of the Executive Committee. It was the Executive Committee that stated in one of its manifestos that more thousands of Petrograd workers had to bleed because of the collapse of the international mass actions planned on July 21, 1919. The international actions planned for November 7, 1919 and on the anniversary of the death of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg failed in the same way. It is therefore absolutely necessary that strict conditions are laid down for all parties precisely in this respect. The demands that have been laid down in relation to military preparations are also completely unsatisfactory. It is not enough to carry out propaganda in the bourgeois armies and form agitational cells. On the contrary, the present situation of the bourgeoisie imperiously demands that everywhere, in every country, we go over to making the organizational and technical military arrangements for the last conflict with the bourgeoisie. I hand over to the Presidium two proposed amendments that correspond to this. Lazowski, the question of the acceptance of the centrist parties is one of the most serious questions facing the Congress. If we take the French Socialist Party as being typical of the parties that are at present developing towards communism, then we can see that this party is a very peculiar combination of different tendencies. When comrades Kakin and Frossard introduced themselves to the Executive Committee, a series of questions was put to them. In particular, they were asked what they would do with Albert Thomas, who is at present director of the Labor Office of the League of Nations, and whether they did not think it impossible to bring socialists of this kind into the Communist International. Comrade Frossard officially answered that the case of Albert Thomas would be dealt with at the next party conference of the French Socialist Party. The French Socialist Party includes centrist elements like Kakin and Frossard as well as bitter enemies of socialism, members of the League of Nations, in short, people who, in the course of the last few years, have fought every workers' movement, revolutionary or trade union. The French Socialist Party suffers from a disease that is not only opportunism, but which one can call unity at any price regardless of with whom. When in the Executive Committee Kakin and Frossard were posed the question of national defense, they avoided tying themselves down in the future. They would only give an ambiguous answer. This question is however essential. It is the pillar, the meaning of every communist movement, the foundation of the Communist International. It is obvious that even after the purge Goldenberg, they will not carry it out. That will be carried out at the next Congress. They will not join the Communist International. But it is on the French workers that the duty falls of coming to the Communist International on their own and leaving those leaders who cannot make up their minds to do what is necessary outside the door. I should like to direct your attention to another essential point. If you read the Humanite, you will see how they have fought, as Kakin says, against the Treaty of Versailles. It is a peculiar fight altogether and is all too reminiscent of a children's game. It is true that the socialist members of Parliament voted against the Treaty of Versailles. But you should know how. They confined themselves to protesting against certain articles in the treaty and not against the Treaty of Versailles in its entirety. There is another fact that we must establish. Here this morning Kakin read out a new declaration that bears no resemblance at all to the one he made a few days ago. Since he knows that this declaration will be published in France, he has chosen words that are much less clear than those in the declaration he made 8 days ago, when he was not faced with an immediate return to France. This declaration, which avoids all the awkward questions, openly proves that the majority of the French Socialist Party, from the standpoint of ideas as much as from the standpoint of action, is incapable of working inside the Communist International. In his declaration Kakin says not a word on the future tactics of the party. He passed over the question of the class struggle and the overthrow of capitalism in silence, a mere nothing, of course. Among the socialist parties that have affiliated to the Communist International there has been much said from this rostrum about the Italian Socialist Party. I must emphasize that in this party Bolshevism and Menshevism rub shoulders. If we were, however, to ask our Italian comrades whether Bolshevism and Menshevism can be united, they would surely answer in the negative. They would perhaps add that Italy has not yet entered its revolutionary period. But it was not the revolution that divided us from the Mensheviks in Russia. The abyss between us and them had been dug long before. And we, who have been through these experiences, can tell our Italian comrades, take good care. You will feel the blows of your opportunism during the revolutionary movement, at a vital moment, when the masses are already on the street. I remember on this occasion an unforgettable event that took place in Petrograd during the October Revolution. Negotiations were taking place between the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks, and the social revolutionaries with a view to common participation in the action. Do you know what the Mensheviks officially proposed to us? To disarm the workers and march the Cossacks into the workers' districts. I know all about this because I took part in the negotiations. At that time I myself was an eager compromiser, and I was raging about the implacability of our comrades on the Central Committee. They, the Mensheviks, said to us, if you disarm the workers we will guarantee that the workers will not be murdered. That is what our opportunists proposed. And comrades, on the basis of our revolutionary experience, we are afraid that one day, during the decisive struggle that you will have to withstand, the opportunists in your own country will propose something similar to you. Crispian, comrades, we would like to answer briefly the question of why we are in Moscow and what we want here. I must, to be sure, say that this question appears really somewhat strange to me. We did not, of course, come to Moscow to see the town but, as we informed the Executive Committee quite officially, as a result of an invitation in the course of the written correspondence that we had with the Executive Committee in order, in accordance with the decision of our party conference, to negotiate here in Moscow with the Communist International about unification with our party. I shall also explain in my remarks why, in my opinion, we had to choose the path of negotiations. Allow me first of all to say a few words about our party. From everything that has been said here I can hear that the comrades from abroad are informed neither about German conditions in general nor about party conditions in particular. It is known that the German social democracy too simply abdicated at the outbreak of the war. It may however be less well known that from that hour onwards there were also comrades present within the old social democracy who, unswervingly and unhesitatingly, immediately made a front against the old party and against the war, not only through protests, not only through resolutions, but also through very difficult practical work during the 4 war years. Please just imagine, a mighty party that for decades had drawn into its sphere of influence the most advanced part of the German working class. There were 1 million members in the old social democracy, 2.5 million members in the trades unions, and in addition the great mass of indifferent workers caught up in the war fever, in addition the military dictatorship. Then you can form a picture of what it meant, and how difficult it was, to hold high the flag of socialism in this situation. It was a small handful which then, by the distribution of illegal literature and Spartacus letters. Cry from Fuchs, who? The Spartacus letters were issued from December, 1914 by the left wing of German social democracy which opposed the war. At first duplicated, they were later printed and appeared regularly under the title Politisk Brief, Spartacus. Leo Jogi was in charge of production and the principal contributors were Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, Franz Mehring, and Julian Karski. On New Year's Day, 1916, the group formed its own organization, the Spartacus League, which was to become the basis for the German Communist Party, KPD, in 1919. Spartacus was the leader of a Roman slave revolt. We were there too. The comrades will confirm that I, for example, was also involved in that. Cry from Walcher, you were not in favor of the working group then. I am talking now about the start of the war, and ask whether you can deny that I did my duty as a revolutionary socialist. Walcher agrees. Even during the war we staged mass actions against the war. It was not only the masses that bled and made sacrifices, but also the notorious traitors, the rascals, the leaders, who are sitting among you today, who also took part in the mass actions and had to pay for it, like all the other proletarians, against whom all the well-known punishments to which capitalism condemns every revolutionary proletarian were used. An opposition rallied more and more around this little handful of social democrats who fought against the war, and it is understandable that in the process elements came into the opposition that did not fundamentally reject war in general and oppose national defense, but were opposed to the war for some other reason. This was natural and understandable, and in this difficult struggle we had neither the time nor the opportunity to show the workers the correct path in big meetings to clarify the issue. We were not even allowed to meet, we were persecuted, had to work underground and could not approach the masses. Those comrades in Parliament who had at first submitted to party discipline came out in writing in favor of the class struggle even during the war. Then came the collapse of the war. That gave us the opportunity to come out into the open. Fuchs, you came out against Liebknecht. Dittmann, I shall refute that. Comrade Dittmann, who was in Parliament, says that he will answer that. When the war was ended by the uprising of workers and soldiers, the German proletariat was suddenly faced with an enormous task. That it was not solved in a socialist sense by the proletariat is because, in the first place, it was not possible to shape and drive on the great action of the workers and soldiers to a conscious proletarian and revolutionary action. That is one of the main reasons. You should not make the question so simple and think that some leaders betrayed the cause, and that was why it collapsed. Interjection, you were against the dictatorship. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not some new discovery by the Communist International, it was already in the program of the old Socialist Party. It said there that the conquest of political power by the working class is the precondition for the realization of socialism. That is an old Marxist principle. Whether it was followed in practice by the social democracy is another matter. As social democrats, we too were in favor of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The fact that it could not be introduced immediately after the end of the war was because no force existed upon which it could be based. The soldiers' councils offered it no basis, the majority of them were not revolutionary socialists. They were not so far advanced, for it was only at the outbreak of the revolution that we were able to approach the masses. And then the process of clarification, of orientation, began, for our party as well. At the party conference in March we took up an attitude towards the situation, and even then we quite clearly articulated and formulated the dictatorship of the proletariat in our program. Interjection, institutionalization of the council system. During the German Revolution of 1918 to 19 councils of workers, soldiers, sailors, and in some areas peasants were set up. Taking over certain governmental functions in the post-war breakdown, they were embryonic organs of dual power. Owing to the lack of leadership and the betrayals of the Social Democrats, who fought to restore the bourgeois state in cooperation with the army, the councils became increasingly ineffective and in the course of 1919 they disappeared or were dissolved. However, in the discussions at Weimar, preceding the drawing up of the new constitution, there was talk of representation of producers through the institution of industrial workers and employees' councils, and in the final document provision was made for such bodies. In practice these councils proved to be harmless organs of class collaboration concerned mainly with social welfare. As early as then we too were emphasizing that Parliament does not bring us socialism, that it is only a weapon that the proletariat needs in its struggle. In the midst of the great confusion of historical development, no single party has ever stepped onto the stage as pure as an angel, and moved without guilt and error. I should like to say to you that he who stands in the middle of the white heat of the political struggle can always be criticized. It is very easy. The criticisms of the communists towards us are repeated towards the communists in Germany by the KAPD in full measure. In your eyes we are traitors, in the eyes of the KAPD you are traitors to the working class. You cannot deny that our party developed between March and Leipzig, and that at Leipzig it undertook a clearer formulation of our program, and I should like to draw your attention to the fact that this took place under the guidance of precisely those infamous leaders. These leaders put the program forward. It was not forced on us by the masses, but submitted to the conference and defended by the then party leadership. We in the party leadership acted honestly and honorably in accordance with the party's decisions. We have had mass actions in Germany, in many cases in common with the German communists. If we are accused of vacillation in our policies and tactics, I would like to say that we can direct the same accusation against the German communists, who once spoke out against parliamentarism and are now in favor of it. The KPD has vacillated on many questions, and if you were to look into your own eyes you would see beams enough there. It is said that the masses are different from the leaders, the traitors, that we have here. All we need now is for Wittgenkoop to call us police agents. You are making a big mistake if you think that the tactic of blackening the leaders here at the Congress in the hope of turning the masses from us is going to make any impression in Germany. You have to go to the masses with facts in Germany. The German comrades and workers have known us for decades, and they would not elect us to responsible positions again and again if we were traitors. In your opinion the masses of the independents are communist, and it was these communist USPD masses that elected themselves the leaders whom you are trying to tear down. Something must be wrong with your calculations. If you think you are going to play off the masses against the leaders of the party, your tactics will not lead to success. We discuss this in Germany, and we have no fear of coming off the worst in Germany. And now your excitement about our letter. Why are you suddenly as sensitive as a virgin? We received a sharp letter from the executive. We did not weep and say that we would turn the other cheek, but we answered it clearly and set down what we thought without beating around the bush. We did not say, as Comrade Zinoviev thinks, that only the right-wing leaders were in conflict with the masses. In its letter to us the executive says that the whole leadership stands in contradiction to the masses, and the politics of the masses are determined by the right-wing leaders of the USPD. To my surprise I find that here I am counted in with the right-wing leaders. You can say that here in Moscow, but you could not say so in Germany. The policies of our party are determined by the party conference and the decisions are taken by the party comrades. Those who do not want to carry out the decisions cannot join the party leadership, they are not elected. Radek says that in Lucerne I spoke in favor of the League of Nations. That is an error. I spoke against the League of Nations in Lucerne. Interjection from Radek. Comrade Radek, I do not know if you have a copy of the text of my speech. I spoke against the League of Nations there. As early as the winter of 1918 I wrote in our paper that the League of Nations was not a League of Nations but an instrument of the capitalist government for the oppression of nations. I said it then and I stand by this point of view now. I protested against the League of Nations. We went to Lucerne because we thought it important to unmask the right-wing German socialists in front of the international proletariat. It was surely not a crime for us to assume that German conditions were not sufficiently well known abroad, and that the right-wing socialists could easily have made capital out of it in order to capture other nations for their ideas. We declared that the Second International cannot be resurrected and that historically speaking it is finished. If I wrote in my pamphlet that the foundation of the Moscow International was premature, then I say that I am still convinced of this today. Comrade Radek should have read on to see why I said that the Moscow International had been founded too early. I explained in my pamphlet that the foundation of a new international must be preceded by a clarification of the workers in every country. The workers must be clear on the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat and on the international class struggle, and when they have become clear in their own country they can play an international role. Comrade Zinoviev's speech proves that that is not such a bad thing at all. Who, anyway, is called and chosen for the Communist International? The Russian communists are the only ones who were not criticized. Apart from them there was not a single affiliated party that escaped criticism. And the same leaders of those very parties that were criticized here are trying to outlaw the evil independence in Germany. They completely overlook the fact that we split from the right-wing socialists, that we did not balk at the split when it was historically inevitable. But splits are not something to undertake lightly. I can imagine a situation where a split is necessary. The proof of that is the USPD in Germany. But that is a bitter necessity. Before splitting, one should try to win the workers for a fundamentally clear attitude. For that one needs time and patience. It is much easier to split the workers than it is to win them and hold them together for the revolution in Germany. It is one of the greatest tragedies that in Germany the whole left wing of the workers is split into 3 or 4 parties, the USPD, the KPD, the KAPD, and the Workers' Union that there has been propaganda for recently. That is very damaging for the German movement, for the world proletarian revolution and particularly for the international. What we need is an international that is capable of acting, and that requires that we must organize the workers in a firmly united way. Otherwise we will not be able to carry out any international action at all. It all depends on holding the masses together and bringing them onto the basis of the proletarian revolution, if they do not stand on it already. It is true that at Leipzig I opposed immediate affiliation to Moscow. Why? Well, comrades, at the first Congress in Moscow it was decided to annihilate the USPD, to destroy it, to wear it down, to abolish it from the world. You will be able to understand that a representative of a party that is to be annihilated may wish first of all to have a discussion with the comrades that want to do that in the hope of bringing about a negotiated unification. We were not against unification, but we were in favor of first of all abolishing the hostile decisions against us. You cannot beat somebody and then expect him to say, "I am your friend because you have beat me." These are all things that you must understand and grasp. Interjections. As far as signing the peace treaty is concerned, the masses in Germany stood foursquare behind our party on this question. At that time it was the struggle against chauvinism in Germany, and we were glad that for once nationalism was forced back. The German nationalists wanted to turn the question of peace into a nationalist and chauvinist witches' Sabbath. Interjection from Walcher: you helped them out of their difficulty. That is nonsense. Germany had been so weakened by the war that if the blockade had been reimposed, the impoverishment of the masses in Germany would have been even more fearful. We thought that the question was to make the masses better able to fight, to bring them up to the highest possible standard of living in a continual fight against the tendency of capitalism towards impoverishment. It is not the completely impoverished layers down to the lumpen proletariat who stand in the front rank, they will not make the revolution, but those layers of workers who can keep their standard of living relatively high. Thus the accusations against us concerning the signing of the peace treaty are also unjustified. Now the question of force and terror. We are of the opinion that these are two different things. We cannot renounce force if we wish to fight for the dictatorship. Where force is applied, it will under some circumstances happen that here and there people are hurt who should have been spared if we had been able to examine carefully their guilt or their innocence. But to say now, before we have the power, that we must apply terror as a political principle, we must set up a reign of terror, is different from saying that we cannot renounce the use of force. Our standard for the use of force is what we are forced to do under the circumstances obtaining at the time. I can say that we have never slandered the Bolsheviks. Even more, I can say that I have always felt myself to be in solidarity with the Russian comrades. When the communists in Nuremberg were accused of taking money from the Russians, I stated that I would be proud to do so, as it would have been an act of international solidarity. We have always fought for the Bolsheviks and explained that they must carry out a hard fight, and we have no right to disparage them. Interjection: Koskai. Koskai, certainly, he criticized you, but he does not determine the party leadership. That is a big mistake. Interjection: Ledbuhr. Ledbuhr never disparaged the Bolsheviks either. You are wrong. Ledbour fought openly for the party without regard for his life. He thinks that you cannot establish terror as a political principle. I should just like to say here that our friends in Russia are also opportunist sinners, that accuse us of not supporting their demands in the agrarian question. On this question we said the following in our reply. As far as the agrarian question is concerned, we find that to our amazement the Executive Committee recommends to the revolutionary proletariat of Germany methods that signify a relapse into petty bourgeois ways of thinking that have long since been overtaken. Thus we are recommended to make it clear to the small peasants that the proletariat, immediately after the seizure of power, will improve their situation at the expense of the expropriated big landlords, liberate them from the yoke of the big landlords, give the big estates to them as a class, free them from debt, etc. This proposal means nothing other than the rejection of our Marxist conception according to which the big estates should immediately be socialized and worked en common. Instead of that, the small peasants are now to be told that they can keep the big estates, that they will be freed from debt, etc. That means the abandonment of the interests of the proletariat in favor of the peasants. It means willy-nilly transferring conditions in Russia, where the land has been given to the peasants, to Germany, whose social and economic development could be most seriously prejudiced by such a measure. Do you think that it would be revolutionary for Germany if we gave the land to the small peasants? Walcher, in order to bring the small peasants to our side. You will not bring them to our side by opportunist means. The big landowners must be expropriated and the estates must be farmed on a cooperative basis, and not divided among the rural laborers and small peasants. We must make them ripe for the cooperative farming of the land for society. Comrade Meyer has asked what we have done in order to bring about unification. I believe that Comrade Meyer has read our official report on this subject. What have we done? We have worked tirelessly to get together with Moscow. Finally, after 4 months, we received an answer when we were in the middle of preventing a military putsch, we were in an election campaign, and immediately afterwards went to Moscow. That we come together with other parties was the decision that the party conference gave us to take with us, and we have to carry out decisions the party has taken. We avoided holding an international conference with other parties. We wanted to give Moscow the first chance. It is not true that Coenen in Switzerland said that we are forming a new international. We said that if Moscow rejects us, then we must consider what is to happen next. Should we allow ourselves to be excluded from international politics? Do you think it possible for so big a movement as the USPD represents not to be active internationally? To be sure, you communists from Germany have called us dead ever since we were born as a party. Your hopes that we will soon be dead do not worry us anymore. I should like also to say that, in general, I feel the lack of any thinking about historical development in the discussions. Many comrades think that Marxism came into the world all of a sudden with the Communist International, and that now something quite new is present. That is not correct. The first international that was founded in the faith that the proletarian revolution would follow on immediately after the bourgeois revolution, that was attuned to the immediate realization of socialism, ceased to exist for the reasons that Comrade Zinoviev indicated. What emerged, and what Marx said, was that at that time the proletariat itself lacked the preconditions for the taking and the holding of political power, and that the first thing that came into question was to organize the proletariat and develop in the proletariat the abilities necessary for the fight for the conquest of political power. Those were the historical tasks of that epoch that was dominated by the Second International. Today, the preconditions for the fight for the conquest and maintenance of power are also present in the working class, just as today the conditions for socialism are present in capitalist society. We are now in the epoch when what counts is the seizure of political power. In Russia it has already been seized. I hope that it will very soon be possible to seize it in other countries also. Thus it is necessary to appreciate the development through which the working class has passed in order to see that the Communist International is building on where their predecessors in previous epochs have stopped. If then the parties that are still right-wing socialist today have not recognized their tasks, they will have to pay for that with their collapse and destruction. We have recognized that, we are acting in accordance with it, and in Germany we are carrying out revolutionary policies. I make this claim with complete emphasis, and we can also back it up at any time from the documents. Formulate your answer as you will. We are striving honestly, we desire honestly, to set up a common front with the Communist International. You cannot deny us our revolutionary convictions, conceptions, and activity. We still remain revolutionaries, however much we are suspected of being opportunists. Judge as you will, we will not cease to apply all the forces at our disposal in Germany in the future for the proletarian world revolution. But if you give us an answer that the German proletariat that stands in our ranks will receive with joy, then so much the better for the setting up of an international proletarian front. Did man, comrades, pure coincidence gives me the floor immediately after my friend Crispien. I beg you not to draw from that the conclusion, as has been insinuated by Comrade Wigenkoop, that we intend to act even more impudently here than we do in Germany. Amusement. It really is a pure coincidence that we follow one another on the list of speakers. We have been accused, particularly Crispien and myself, with not having fought for immediate, direct affiliation to the Communist International. The same people that have accused us of this have also recounted a whole register of sins that they think they have to reproach us with in order to prove that we are not worthy to be accepted into the Communist International. I think that there is a great contradiction here, and it does justify the decision our party took in Leipzig to negotiate with the Communist International in order to find out whether unification or a unified common front is possible or not. It was for this purpose that we have come here now, and we were given the action program on which our Leipzig Party Conference decided as the basis for our negotiations. This action program, I assume you are familiar with it, has taken as its basis the conquest of political power by the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the Soviet system, clearly and frankly, and I do not think that many of the parties whose representatives here have criticized us independents can show a program that is so clear and unambiguous on precisely these decisive points as ours is. Comrades, after what my friend Crispien has explained here, I do not want to go any further into these general questions. I asked for the right to speak above all in order to reject some of the accusations that have been made by some of the speakers in the course of the debate. I must concern myself particularly with Comrade Radek. He raised above all two accusations against the independents whose representatives belonged to Germany's first revolutionary government. He has accused the USPD that its representatives at that time rejected the symbolic action of the Russian proletariat in offering 2 trainloads of corn. And he further criticized the fact that the USPD at that time prevented diplomatic relations between the Germany of the first weeks of the Revolution of November 1918 and Soviet Russia from being restored. I know that Comrade Radek is among those foreign comrades who know conditions in Germany better than any other foreign comrades. But nevertheless it very often shows that he does not know conditions in Germany thoroughly enough to be able to give a really authoritative verdict. I do not say that as a reproach here, but in order to establish the facts. Nor do I know a single person in this room who has mastered conditions in every country with such a universal spirit that he would be able, in any given situation, to establish the necessary political guidelines according to which the proletariat has to march at each point in each country in order to serve the revolution best. That is beyond any human power. That is why I do not say what I say as a reproach. He who wants to judge the conditions that obtained in Germany in November and December 1918 cannot be satisfied with being given a variety of facts by some of the comrades when he comes to Germany. He cannot believe that he can reach an absolutely accurate verdict on the basis of these facts. What was it like? When Germany suffered a military collapse on the battlefield, there was also an economic collapse inside the country. The people had collapsed physically and morally. It was immediately faced with the acute danger of actual starvation. That was what the situation was like in Germany. Despite everything that had happened, the German militarists would not have given up the game for lost in October 1918 had it not been declared from a responsible source that our corn supplies would only last until the beginning of January 1919. That was the end, After that the people would starve. That was what it was like, and the government which at that time took the reins in its hands had to keep in mind that it had to take care to prevent the people from dying of acute starvation, and that, by the time all the supplies at hand had been consumed, corn would have to be obtained from no matter where, even the moon. Nobody could have assumed responsibility for carrying out a policy that would have exposed the whole people to starvation. It was in this situation that the telephone conversation between Radek and Hasse on the Hughes apparatus came. What was Comrade Hasse's reply? I could have wished that Radek had given Hasse's full answer. He declared, "We see in this offer an act of solidarity of the Russian with the German proletariat. We see international solidarity symbolized in it. But we know that Russia is also suffering from starvation, and insofar as the supplying of Germany comes into question, America has already agreed to supply enough corn to Germany to make it possible to continue the present level of rations until the new harvest." This is what Comrade Hasse stated at the time to Comrade Radek on the telegraph. And I would like to ask, where is the abandonment of the international solidarity of the proletariat here? Comrade Hasse acted completely correctly when he stated that we knew that you needed corn yourselves and that, on the other hand, we knew that we would be supplied with corn. So you could keep the corn for yourselves. Did the value of the offer lie in the fact that the trains actually set out? The offer's value lay in the fact that it was made. That was enough to prove solidarity, and if Hasse said that we saw in that an act of solidarity and that we were grateful for it, then that was appropriate in the given situation, and I do not see how Comrade Radek can accuse us for this action of having fallen victim to Wilsonism because we as a government accepted corn from America. From whom else then should we in Germany have received corn in order to protect our people from starvation, if not from the only country in the world that was then in a position to supply corn to our half-starved people? We can think what we like about America, but America supplied the corn, and not only corn, but other food as well. And now the expulsion of the Russian embassy. I think it was on November 4 or 5, 1918 that the government of Prince Max of Baden, the last imperial chancellor of the Wilhelmine regime, decided to expel the Russian embassy from Berlin, allegedly because Joff was abusing his position as ambassador by carrying out revolutionary propaganda in Germany. That is why the German imperial government expelled him. When the German Revolution broke out, Comrade Joff was waiting on the German-Russian frontier. There were still some formalities to be finalized in relation to crossing the frontier, that is why he was waiting there. In this situation, telegrams were sent to Berlin by Comrade Joff as soon as he knew that the revolution had broken out in Germany and that there were independents in the government. He sent a telegram to Comrade Hasse, and Hasse immediately stated in the Council of People's Commissaries, that was the name of the government of the day, whose member I was together with Hasse and Barth, that we independents were all three of the opinion that Joff should be called back immediately. That was the position that we adopted straight away, but the right-wing socialists, supported by the foreign minister, Solf, told us there could be no question of it. Interjection from Walcher, the minutes tell a different story. I am coming to the minutes. Just let me explain things. I know more about it than anyone else here because I was one of those involved. Then Solf, and with him Landsberg, Scheidemann, and Ebert, declared that it was immaterial whether Joff had tried to support the revolution in Germany or whether he had carried out reactionary propaganda. As an ambassador, they said, he had to avoid interference in the internal relations of the country under all circumstances. In vain we emphasized that this was a formalistic point of view, which we as revolutionaries, could not support, that Joff had acted in the interests of the German and the world revolution, and that we felt ourselves to be in solidarity with him, and had to insist that he return as ambassador. We fought this question out not just once but a number of times. Interjection from Wolfstein, vote. The Council of People's Commissars was composed of 3 right-wing socialists and 3 independents. Thus we could have prevented the right-wingers from getting a decision through to expel Joff from Berlin had that not already happened, but we lacked the majority to get through the positive motion to bring Joff back. It was 3 against 3, and it was impossible for us to have Joff brought back to Germany. You clapping there behind me on the platform doesn't prove a thing. You can't ask anybody to do more than fight for what he can get through. If you want to interrupt me in this way, I shall wait, since it is difficult for me to make myself understood. What could they ask of us in a situation like that? Only what we could achieve, and we went as far as was possible. We declared, however, that we would return to the matter, that it had not been settled as far as we were concerned, and we took it up again at every suitable opportunity. But this was rendered very difficult for us precisely by Comrade Radek's behavior. One day Comrade Hasse said to me in great excitement, "You know, Comrade Radek, can you imagine that such a clever man could do something so stupid? I have just had a call from Moscow on the Hughes apparatus, that is an apparatus that writes out the message simultaneously, so that it is impossible to hold a conversation free from eavesdropping on such an apparatus, a fact that Comrade Radek also doubtless knows, and ought to have made him be careful about what he was saying." And Radek said that a delegation would come to Germany to the First Congress of Soviets, and that at the same time the delegation would bring with it people with foreign language skills who would have the job of going to the prisoner of war camps in Germany to carry on propaganda among the English and French prisoners. Cries of bravo. Interjection from Radek, terrible. I greet that as a revolutionary socialist, but it is a different matter to inform a government officially, and at the same time officials that are opposed to the revolution, that the intention exists to send agents into the prisoner of war camps to carry on revolutionary propaganda there. That means, in other words, informing the entire bourgeois world in Germany of the fact, and also taking care to inform the Entente, the same Entente with which the German government was forced to conclude a 4-week armistice. If the German government had approved of it, the Entente would obviously have interpreted this propaganda as a breach of the armistice. Therefore there was nothing else for Hasse to do but to answer Radek on the machine that there could be no question of us agreeing to this offer. Radek thereupon stated that he renounced it. Interjection from Levi and Radek, and so. Your and so proves nothing, since the offer had been made, it was known in the foreign ministry, and it was known to Solf and the bourgeois officials we had to reckon with. Interjection from Radek, why did you not throw them out? I am the last person to condemn the carrying out of revolutionary propaganda, but we must take some account of the circumstances and understand the situation as it existed. We do not need to fall out over what we want. As a result of this, a situation was created for us independents in the cabinet that made extraordinarily difficult our efforts to have relations with Soviet Russia resumed, for Landsberg, Scheidemann and Ebert, not forgetting Solf, immediately told us, "There you can see what we are to expect if this embassy comes back. They will create the greatest complications with the Entente, they will create a breach of the armistice now, when our troops are being brought back from the left bank of the Rhine. The Entente will march in after them, and Germany will be occupied." That was a situation that nobody could conjure up at that time if he did not want to turn the whole mood of the country in Germany against himself, even among working class circles, you should be clear about that. And when Solf and the others repeated that there could be no question of Joff returning, there was nothing left for us to do but to shelve the matter for the time being. We did not want to let it drop. We still hoped we would have an opportunity to get it through despite everything, and it was from this situation that arose the minutes that Vorwärts published once. But the paper avoided publishing the other minutes, from which everything that I have explained here would have emerged very clearly. Interjection from Walcher and Radek, Barth has confirmed it? I was not so discourteous as to quote Barth. He expresses himself in very discourteous terms about you, my dear comrade Radek. I assume you have seen an extract that was printed in Vorwärts. In his book, on the other hand, Barth says, the right-wing socialists came with a cable from Radek in which he proclaimed a joint fight on the Rhine against the capitalist Entente. This stupid phrase was a great piece of stupidity and did the worst possible damage to the world revolution. That is how Barth expressed himself. You would have done better not to have quoted Barth. I can also read out the piece about Joff, who is supposed to have given Hasse and Barth money for the revolution. The book says about this, I must say that Joff's cable was worse than stupid. If I too had named names, those comrades would now surely no longer be alive, the counter-revolution would have murdered them. With the greatest efforts on my part, I have been unable to find a single place in Barth's entire pamphlet that has anything good to say about you, Comrade Radek. I only found the 2 extracts which I would not have quoted if you had not interrupted me. Meanwhile we left the government and we are not responsible for what happened afterwards. We always came out publicly in favor of resumption not only of diplomatic but also of economic relations with Soviet Russia. Just recently we proposed another motion of that kind in the Reichstag. Comrades Stocker and Crispien have been entrusted with the task of proposing this motion in Parliament. In it we adopt the point of view that of course relations between Soviet Russia and Germany have to be resumed. Quite recently, when the Polish imperialists began their campaign of robbery against Soviet Russia, our party staged a mighty demonstration under the slogan, "Hands off Russia. Restore peaceful relations with Russia." I do not know whether those comrades who are always receiving reports and information about the independence, according to which we are hostile towards Soviet Russia, know all these things. I should like to think that they do not know these things. Otherwise they could not have reached the verdict on the independence that has been expressed here. A word in conclusion. A whole series of speakers have expressed the opinion that in their view, apart from some other parties, our party too should not be let into the Communist International as it is not revolutionary. My friend Crispien has shown in broad outline how false this accusation is, and if we had the opportunity to unfold the whole history of our party since the German Revolution before you, many of you would surely change your verdict on our party. An honorable man would have to change it. Convince yourselves, 5 million people do not vote for a party against which the papers of the Communist Party raise the accusations that have been raised here and 100 others unless they themselves have been able to form a judgment on whether these accusations are justified. We won our positions in the hardest fight against the majority socialists and the bourgeoisie. We can claim on our behalf that the masses of the revolutionary proletariat in Germany stand behind the Independent Party, and we have come to Moscow because we know that the world revolution is advancing and that it is necessary for the proletariat of every country to march in a unified common front and to try to defeat capitalism, and not, as you say, in response to the pressure of the masses. We ourselves are workers and proletarians, we are workers in our origins and our upbringing. We have been in the labor movement for more than a quarter of a century. Our whole existence is absorbed in the movement and we stood our ground in the darkest days of the war, flinched from no sacrifice, and even stood up against the executioners of the capitalist class state. If here one is put down as somebody who lacks all revolutionary feeling, one has a right to point out the scars one has received in the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. And if you want the same thing as us, to bring together the proletariat of Russia and of Germany, and beyond them the proletariat of the whole world, united and in closed ranks, then endeavor as seriously as we have endeavored to find in the negotiations that are to come a way that will enable us to come together soon and carry on the common fight against capitalism to the benefit of the entire world proletariat. Rosmer, it is 1:00 a.m. The session is closed. 7th session. July 30th. Sarity opens the session. Zinoviev, I should like to inform you that a discussion on the trade union question has been planned for tomorrow, not only for the Commission but for all those comrades who are interested in the trade union question. Details can be obtained from Comrade Steinhardt. The meeting has been planned for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although we have already asked you on several occasions to hand in written reports to us as quickly as possible, we have as yet only received a small number of reports. We urgently ask every delegation to do this by Monday at the latest. We have to send them to be printed. Those who have not handed in their reports by Monday must accept the fact that their reports will not be printed. Radek, this arrangement on Comrade Steinhardt's part means a disruption of the Commission. We have been sitting there discussing for 3 days. The discussion should reach a conclusion. If we meet as a body tomorrow we will be starting the general discussion of the full session of the Congress anew, and the Trade Union Commission will never be able to come forward with a report that reflects its conceptions. If Comrade Steinhardt and other comrades feel the need to talk about the trade union question, not in a full session of the Congress but in an enlarged group, then they should choose a day when the work of the Trade Union Commission has been completed. Steinhardt, a big misunderstanding exists on Comrade Rodek's part. What we wanted was for the comrades in Russia to give us information on the role of the trades unions in the process of production and on the changes that have taken place in the process of production in the last 3 years so that we can form an accurate picture of the movement in those 3 years. Interjection from Walcher: that is what the full session is for. No, that is not true. Not all of the comrades are interested in this particular question. It is not a question that is linked to any particular part of the agenda. We must choose a day when there is no full session of the Congress. We could take the Saturday when the Women's Conference is being held. We need not fear that the work of the Trade Union Commission will be disrupted in this way. Interjection from Walcher: you have no authorization. We are not in Germany now, Comrade Walcher, and I do not need any authorization, least of all from Comrade Walcher. It is my sense of duty that gives me authorization and not the Prussian authorities. I shall discuss it with Comrade Lozovsky, and if a number of comrades show interest we will set a date. If Comrade Walcher is not interested in this, he does not need to be there. Perhaps he is only interested in political questions. Zinoviev, I would like to propose a procedural motion that we close this discussion. Comrade Steinhardt can get together with some comrades and set a date. The motion is carried. Rakovsky, I shall take the liberty of spending some time on the French comrade's declaration that Comrade Kakin read out. But first I should like to say a few words about the question that Comrade Dittmann raised yesterday, that is to say on the Russian embassy in Berlin. I shall confine myself to an evaluation of the facts. The attitude of the so-called revolutionary movement in Germany was much more serious than has been depicted. It was not merely a question of expelling the Russian embassy from Berlin. On the contrary, the government of Hesse and of Koskai, who was then in charge of foreign affairs, intended to bring about a complete breach with Russia. They did not even have the power and the authority to allow the Russian embassy that was arrested in Berlin and wanted to go to Austria to travel to Vienna. While the Russian mission to Berlin was held up for 10 days in Borisov under the surveillance of German soldiers and officers and diplomatic emissaries of the imperial government, some petty count usurped our functions until the end of our imprisonment. None of the telegrams we sent to Berlin was answered. Yesterday we heard Comrade Dittmann's declaration. He said that if they refused the Russian corn, the corn that had already reached the frontier of Germany, then this only happened because they could not accept this great responsibility, but for all that they did not disparage this display of solidarity by the Russians. He said that they had been unable to bring about the return of the Russian embassy to Berlin despite all their efforts. Comrade Dittmann could well have added that they were not even able to let the Russian embassy through to Vienna, an embassy that was already recognized by Victor Adler's Austrian government, for the very simple reason that the independents formed a minority in the government. The majority consisted of the bourgeoisie or right-wing socialists. None of the demands of the independent socialists was satisfied. But that is not the question. Basically, all I can see in what Comrade Dittmann said is a historic repetition of what all of us already know. The question is to know whether they have drawn the logical conclusions from this ministerial collaboration, to know that socialists can never impose their will in a bourgeois government. This is well known and has been of old, and that is also one of the reasons why we are against ministerial collaboration and class collaboration. Moreover, I failed to perceive in Comrade Dittmann's speeches a single word of regret over the fact that the independents participated in the government of Scheidemann and Ebert and thus betrayed the interests of the German working class and the Russian Revolution. Comrade Dittmann took a certain pleasure in reading out a document that contains the text of a telegram from Comrade Rodek. I do not know whether the content was accurately reproduced. Rakovsky. Rodek, it does not exist. Rakovsky, even if this telegram does exist. Whether or not it ever had a material existence, every revolutionary was conscious of the fact that the Germany that had just thrown off the yoke of Wilhelm II, the Germany that had undergone a proletarian revolution, this new Germany would fight together with Soviet Russia against the Entente. Yes, that is a fact which to this very day the independents have not understood, tell us as they may that they found themselves in an extraordinarily difficult situation in Germany, conditioned by the famine and the high mortality rate in the country. In order to save Germany they joined a government in which, as they should have known in advance, they had, like the majority socialists, to be the servants of the German bourgeoisie and the capitalist Entente. And in order to justify themselves they keep saying the same thing, we had no bread. But if this is a serious justification it should also have served as a means of proving the majority party and the bourgeoisie wrong. They should have told the bourgeoisie, we do not want to take power, but unless you want to accept responsibility for leaving Germany without bread you should hand over power to the German workers. A proletarian government must be created in Germany. But the way you accept the validity of the bourgeoisie's arguments when bread is short leads you to approving the old theory of ministerial collaboration. Until now we have heard almost the same arguments in Britain, France, Russia, and everywhere. At a given moment the bourgeoisie finds itself in a difficult position. Then it turns to the working class and says, share the responsibilities of power with us. But it seems to me that when the bourgeoisie is in a difficult position then the precise moment has come to back the bourgeoisie against the wall and overthrow it and not to start collaborating with it. I have not spent time on this question in order to answer Comrade Dittmann's speech but purely and simply in order to establish the fact, and to draw the general conclusion from it, that unfortunately the German independents as represented here by Comrades Dittmann and Crispien seem, in the course of the last 2 or 3 years, to have forgotten nothing but also to have learnt nothing. This is the central point of the debate. The mistakes of the past have 2 different meanings. One can and must, and the proletariat also does so necessarily, draw from them the lessons they bring with them, and not make long speeches here that are more self-justification than professions of revolutionary feeling. It is wrong to try to use every possible means and argument to justify the behavior of the USPD. The question we are dealing with is the following: if the International has shown the independent socialists to have made a single main mistake in relation to the proletariat, to the German workers, then it is this, that at the crucial moment, I mean at the time of Borisov, they were unable to choose between revolution and imperialism and in the end chose imperialism. They did not save Germany. That is a mistake. They lost it. They bear the responsibilities for all the consequences of the collaboration they declared themselves to be ready to carry out from the very first moment. They bear the responsibility for the collapse of the proletarian revolutionary movement that followed this collaboration. Yes, the German proletariat slept and, deceived by the collaboration of the independents and the majority socialists, it hoped to find the salvation of Germany with the Entente, it expected it from Wilson and Versailles. And now that it is clear that from all this has sprung only misery for Germany, the responsibility for this must fall on the independents and the right-wing socialists. I come now to the declaration by the French section. Unlike the German independent socialists, the declarations of the French socialists, both public and private, and indeed, even their silence, show that in a certain sense their conscience has been awakened. It looks as if they regret their past and can draw a balance sheet of the mistakes they have committed. I too shared this common impression. A careful reading of their declaration however proved that I had deceived myself somewhat. I have the declaration in front of me. When Comrade Kakin read it out there was much that astonished me. In reading the text I am amazed not only at the careful way in which the declaration expresses itself but also at the reservations, the things that are passed over in silence and what I think are the mental limitations that emerge in it. In the first place the declaration was completely silent about the past and, even more disquieting than the silence in and of itself, it was not, as one might assume, that they were ashamed of confessing their mistakes to the comrades, but that they had reservations for the future, as the declaration that was read to us testifies. Talking about class collaboration, the declaration starts with the following words: under the present historical conditions those who still seek to collaborate with bourgeois society at a time when the decisive social fight is bursting out everywhere do not belong in the ranks of the party of the working class. That is to say that there are times and historical conditions when class collaboration is permitted, and if this collaboration existed in the past, it happened because historical conditions demanded it. Since historical relations are now favorable for a revolution, we will renounce this collaboration. But should the bourgeoisie's strength be restored, let us say tomorrow, should it succeed in overcoming certain difficulties, then the historical circumstances of French socialism, which has only just become revolutionary, could also change, and there exists no reason why it should not fall back into its old errors. I further read the following: should the World War break out again one day, then the present criminal imperialist policy of the French bourgeoisie will bear the main responsibility. In the French parliamentary debates and the French press, the word present will be the password for the French Socialist Party's delegation. It is a hint that gives them the opportunity to say, in the past things were different. Responsibility for the war does not fall on our bourgeoisie alone but also on German imperialism, and our whole policy of national defense is, as far as the past is concerned, completely justified. Further, we will refuse to support this policy in the slightest, be it in the form of approving credits or of participating in ministries. We will be able to remember that, under conditions where national interests coincide with the interests of the plutocracy, the highest duty of the proletariat is to its own class. I repeat, under conditions where the national interests coincide with the interests of the plutocracy, as if in bourgeois society there could be moments when the interests of the plutocracy and the bourgeoisie did not coincide with the national interests. That is once more a justification of the tactics of the pact, leaving a door open to sneak through secretly. Comrades, what we see here is a means of justifying every treachery in the future. We must meanwhile say that if we have a lively interest in the proletariat of any particular country being revolutionary, then that country is France. France is today the fortress of the counter-revolutionary army. The question is therefore to know what difficulties we still have to overcome. As opportunists, the French socialists resemble all other opportunists, and we must combat the particular views through which this opportunism expresses itself in each country in case it supports class collaboration. As far as France is concerned, there is one thing that we must say. Before the war, the French Socialist Party was influenced by the democratic socialism of the French Revolution and not by Marxism. At the given moment, the Allemandists and the Possibilists were against the Constant Cabinet, not in order to go with General Boulanger, but in order to make the revolution. They had already decided that it was necessary to seize power. Allemandists was the name given to the followers of Jean Allemagne, 1843 to 1935. Worker and communard who broke with the Possibilists in 1891 to form the Parti ouvrier Socialiste Révolutionnaire, which joined with other parties to form the Socialist Party, SFIO, in 1905. The following of the POSR came mainly from workers in small enterprises, especially in Paris. Its program was eclectic, owing something to Marx but looked back to the Babeuf tradition of action by revolutionary minorities, mainly through the general strike. The French Socialist Workers' Party made arrangements to use the war and to start an uprising. See how great is the difference between then and now, how low, one might say, French socialism has fallen, which in 1889, despite its weakness, thought that it was the duty of the working class to seize the power at certain moments where there was a danger of counter-revolution. Founded in 1882 on a Marxist program, it failed to provide revolutionary leadership and lapsed into dogmatism, which it combined with opportunist practice. Its main leader was Jules Guesde, who became a patriot in 1914, and its only theorist was Paul Lafargue. It gained ground during the 1890s, mainly in the industrial and mining areas, but then stagnated. Joined with the Blanquists in 1901 to form the Parti Socialiste de France. Some former Guestists supported the Russian Revolution and were among the founders of the Communist Party, others opposed affiliation and ended up in the right wing of the Socialist Party. But this revolutionary socialism was buried at Amsterdam in 1904, and Jules Guesde killed Guestism when he agreed to unification. All that was left was reformism, that is to say, Jours. Jours had adopted the revolutionary program when he joined the party, but he died a reformist. It is superfluous to follow the discussions that took place between the Jours method and the Ferry method. Comrades, this point must be insisted on energetically in France. It is not merely a question of subjecting the program to examination, of putting everything we want into it. What matters above all is examining the methods and the tactics. Before I finish, I should like to say something further in relation to Comrade Bordiga's speech. I do not think that his methods will produce good results, but much rather that through them false ideas about the revolution will take root. Bordiga has told us that we do not prepare for the revolution, but that we prepare the working class for the revolution. I am afraid that such formulae on the question of the revolution will only revive and strengthen outside the party those mistakes that are making themselves felt at present in the workers' movement, in the socialist movement, and even in certain communist movements, particularly in Italy. A correction is absolutely necessary here. Comrades, it is not the conditions of entry into the Communist International that offer us guarantees. They must be regarded as a minimum, and if necessary they must be sharpened. I believe, however, that the Communist International will find another guarantee. Charity. Only by building a real center of the international movement, by creating a true general staff of the revolution armed with full powers to lead the movement all over the world, will we be able to convince people to carry out the conditions of entry into the Communist International. It is in any case extremely important for the center to possess far-reaching powers. Charity, I agree with Comrade Bordiga when he says that the discussion on the conditions of entry into the Communist International should not take place until we have discussed the general program of the Communist International and the other theses, for we cannot allow or refuse entry into the Communist International until we have a general overall view of what it is supposed to be. This is all the truer, comrades, for the fact that we are in a highly peculiar position. The people who assembled at the Congress of the Second International had known each other for a icing time. One knew beforehand that this comrade was an excellent orator, the other a good one, and so forth. It was in general an assembly of barristers. That is not the case here. We do not know one another sufficiently, perhaps because we are far too unclear about the present historical conditions of the different countries for us to be able to carry the conditions of one country over into others and form a definite and clear judgment of every country. It is sufficient, my dear comrades, to recall that we were divided for 5 or 6 years not only by the battlefronts but also by the bourgeois press, which spread lies and slanders and so forth unhindered in every country, in order to see that our way of thinking must have been greatly influenced by this exceptionally serious and difficult situation. I do not want to quote any examples of how little we know one another. I only want to quote one of very slight significance, which is however not without value. Comrade Zinoviev thought he could draw conclusions here on my state of mind and my way of thinking from the circumstance that I use the familiar second-person singular thou when talking to Prampolini. But my dear friend Zinoviev, our ancestors the Romans called the emperor thou. We Italian socialists all call each other thou. Calling each other thou is an old custom among socialists, who are all supposed to be brothers. I do not think that this is a matter in which we can be criticized. On the contrary, it is rather a merit. We do not like serving idols, we have always taken pains never to call our factions after their leaders, and those who claim that there is in Italy a Sarati faction, a Bombassi faction and a Turati faction are mistaken, for we do everything in our power to make sure that the factions are named after ideas and not men. Let us not repeat the errors of the Second International. As you know, the anarchists were first of all allowed in only to be thrown out later on. One went too far to the left and later too far to the right. We keep to a quite definite guideline and we must follow it to the end. All the more so, dear comrades, for the fact that this Congress is really an extraordinary one. I have never felt so weak and powerless at a national Congress as is the case here in Moscow. I have never seen such disparity at a Congress. I am not speaking of the epoch and the culture of the people, but of their power. What am I compared with Comrade Lenin? He is the leader of the Russian Revolution. And I represent a very small communist socialist party. I keep saying socialist since I know no socialism other than communism. But what are the others like if our party is one of the best? And despite this, you British comrades have the same voting rights as Comrade Lenin. Wichkoop weighs very little in comparison with Lenin, whose weight is enormous. If this is our position, then it is obvious that we must take it into account. After these general comments on the composition of the Congress, I would like to say a few words on the position of the individual countries. Above all, we must say whether we are for the revolution, whether we want the international revolution. In Basel we said that the socialists must use the economic, political, and moral situation created by the war to carry out the revolution. You, my dear Russian comrades, were able to carry out your task. You did well. It is the duty of the whole industrial proletariat to follow you, for everywhere the economic, political, and moral conditions allow us to declare war on the bourgeoisie and speed up the revolution. All means must serve to this purpose. But let us take care at this Congress not to be teachers giving their pupils good marks and bad marks. We have come here in order to be able to assess the revolutionary forces of the international proletariat. I shall not argue whether the French have a greater right to enter the Communist International than the Germans. I say that we must open the doors of the Communist International to all parties that are able to carry out a revolution with us, and we should discuss afterwards. Wichkoop, and the anarchists? Saradi, if you will permit me, my dear Wichkoop, I shall come not only to the anarchists but also the Dutch. It is not necessary to discuss the behavior of Crispien or Ditman. It is sufficient to inquire what the situation is in France and Germany, what is the position of the French Socialist Party and the USPD. I tell you openly, although I am a Roman myself, I have not the slightest confidence in revolutionary action on the part of the French Socialist Party since the situation in France is not revolutionary. One fine day the French Socialists told us, yes, dear Italian and Russian comrades, we want to call a general strike in support of the Russian Revolution. I do not deny I thought they were sincere when they made this promise. Goldenberg, they were not. Saradi, but my friend, we do not have a sincerometer in our pocket. Lenin, we will find this sincerometer. Saradi, I can only hope so, as it will support my argument. I repeat, I thought that they were sincere when they made us this promise. But what did they do at the decisive moment? The general strike was not proclaimed. They betrayed us during the elections. Comrade Sadul was used. It was said that he was a man who had been condemned to death and that he would have to be placed in the front line. The elections should have been fought on the basis of support for the Soviet Republic, but the elections were a disappointment for the French socialists. They took fright and said that their success would have been bigger if they had spurned Bolshevism and relied on the reformists. This is what it is always like. The situation brings obscure and ambiguous behavior with it, a nod to the left and a nod to the right, without knowing what is really wanted. I say that we cannot accept people who are in such a state. A party that does not want to fulfill its tasks cannot be accepted. In Germany and France we must have a very strong vanguard that marches firmly forward and does everything in its power to draw the proletariat behind it. France was the victor in the war. The small peasants have stuffed their pockets with money. Here the economic situation is better than perhaps anywhere else in the world. In Germany matters are completely different. I have no information on the facts with which comrades Dittmann and Crispien are being reproached. But I do know that the situation in Germany is revolutionary, and I know that the USPD represents a major force in the working class. The historical situation in Germany is, I repeat, revolutionary. Therefore we must be close to the proletariat in that country. That goes without saying. We must separate the wheat from the chaff. 1 am of the opinion that we can go further with the USPD than we can with the French socialists. Our Congress should not pass judgment on individuals but only on the revolutionary situation in each country. It must be convinced that the general situation makes men, and not the other way around. Permit me, having said this, to return to conditions in Italy. Despite your criticism, my dear Russian friends, we like each other very much. You like, it is true, to give us a dig in the ribs from time to time, but that is the sort of thing you only do to somebody you like. Laughter. What is at stake is not talking about Turati and Modigliani all the time but organizing the revolution in Italy. The revolutionary situation in Italy is more favorable than in the other victorious countries. The economic position is dismal. The state is collapsing before our eyes and the peasants are dissatisfied. They have, it is true, more money than they did before the war, but nobody wants to work for the landlord anymore. I want to work in my factory, in my field, says the worker. The situation really is revolutionary, not only from the economic but also the psychological standpoint. We are carrying out zealous propaganda in the countryside. It is true that aimless people let themselves be drawn into the Turati current. You still read Critica Sociale, people tell us. It is a long time since we read it. I know their circulation exactly. It is 953 copies. Bordiga, which the bourgeois press reproduces. Serity, it is a magazine of scientific socialism which for 30 years educated the young socialists in the Marxist socialism that has defeated Bakuninism in Italy. Today the magazine does not have the slightest influence anymore. Just like Turati, it does not play a role in the party anymore. When we discussed the question of the attitude of our party in Bologna and looked through our old program of 1892, Turati had to hide behind Constantino Lazzari in order to keep a few supporters. He adopted a resolution that expressed itself very ambiguously about the dictatorship of the proletariat, the seizure of power, etc. At the National Congress in Florence, the reformists did not even dare to propose a motion after they had made their speeches. They felt that their speeches had made no impact on the Congress. There is a certain movement among the workers that we will have to reckon with. It is not our fault, and not to our merit, that we are Italians and that you are Russians. The Italians have always felt sympathy for those who have constantly spoken their thoughts straight out and have not betrayed the party. Those people are honored in Italy who promise little and give a lot. For years and years we have had there the Labriolas and the Ambers who preached to the masses that they should split from the leaders who betrayed them. But they are the very ones who carried out a betrayal. Turati has always kept his promises and has kept party discipline. And while we are demanding the expulsion of such people, we are preparing to accept parties into the Communist Party in whose midst are people who filled their pockets with banknotes during the war and traveled all over Europe to ruin the working class. We are told we should drive out Turati who voted against the war, not merely as a pacifist, but also as a socialist and an enemy of bourgeois opportunism. There is an obvious contradiction here. At the Rome Congress, Comrade Bombassi made a great speech in his praise and against his expulsion. He correctly stated that Turati would never fire on the people. As for myself, I am not concerned with the question of personalities. Only the question of utility comes into consideration. If Turati is useful to us, we will keep him. If he is dangerous, we will throw him out. I cherish no personal feelings for anybody. Lenin, no sentimentality, please. Serity, you know very well that my attitude is not that of a sentimentalist. I have said, then, that we must free ourselves of these people without in the process losing contact with the masses. We must try to draw conclusions from certain circumstances. I have already tried to do this on several occasions. Comrade Zinoviev has mentioned the Chemical Workers' Congress where Turati supported class collaboration. I carried out a fierce fight against him on that occasion. And it was the workers who defended him and said, yes, he is wrong, but he is a brave man. We must wait until it is no longer possible to say that of him, but that will not be so easy. Turati's latest speech in Parliament, about which Comrade Zinoviev has spoken, did not have the meaning that the latter read into it. On the contrary, it was a very skillful speech. Listen to what he said about the bourgeoisie: I tell you, you are no longer capable of maintaining power, you can no longer rule the people. Stand down. It is our turn now. We will take the power for ourselves and use the bourgeois experts as technical specialists and set them to work for us as we see fit. This thought is very different from the one Comrade Zinoviev ascribes to him. I have already said on many occasions that I am for a purge of the party, from which Turati should resign, but he must not be expelled. I have discussed this with Comrade Lenin and written about it in Avanti and Il Comunismo. One must understand how to tackle the matter correctly to keep the masses of the workers and even to avoid losing those of their leaders whose significance is purely decorative. The theses moreover demand the same thing. And I accept them by reason of the following considerations. We are told that all the parties that still contain social democratic elements must undertake a revision of their forces and form new communist parties on the basis of the new conditions. I believe, however, although I am a decided supporter of centralization, to the extent that, in Italy, people say that I am too dogmatic and too brutal in the eyes of those comrades who do not completely fulfill their communist duty, that the particular conditions in every individual country must be taken into account. This thought, moreover, is confirmed in another part of the theses: the Communist International and its executive committee must take account of the different conditions under which the parties have to fight and work, and only take generally valid decisions in such questions where such decisions are possible. I ask you, comrades, if for example today we return to Italy and find reaction up in arms against us, which is very possible, if we found imperialism directed against us, could you then advise us, you comrades of the executive committee, to undertake a split in such a situation? No, dear friends. Give the Socialist Party of Italy the chance to decide for itself the moment for the purge. We all assure you, and I do not think that anybody can say that we have ever broken our word, that the purge will be carried out, but give us the chance to do it in a way that will be of use to the party and to the revolution that we are preparing in Italy. Lenin, comrades, Sarati has said that we have not yet invented a sincerometer, that is a new French word that means an instrument for measuring sincerity. Such an instrument has not yet been invented. We do not need such an instrument, but we already have an instrument for judging trends. Comrade Sarati's mistake, of which I shall speak later, is that he did not use this instrument, which has been known for a long time. I would like to say only a few words about Comrade Crispien. I am very sorry that he is not present. Interjection from Ditman: he is ill. I am sorry to hear it. His speech is a most important document, and contains precisely the political line of the right wing of the USPD. I am not speaking about personal matters or individual cases, but the ideas clearly expressed in Crispien's speech. I think I shall be able to prove that on the whole it was a thoroughly Koskiet speech and that Comrade Crispien has a Koskiet conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Replying to an interjection, Crispien said, "Dictatorship is nothing new, it was already mentioned in the Erfurt program. The Erfurt program says nothing about the dictatorship of the proletariat, and history has proved that that is no accident. When we were working out our party's first program in 1902-03, we always had the example of the Erfurt program before us. Plekhanov, the same Plekhanov who calmly said at the time, either Bernstein will bury social democracy or social democracy will bury Bernstein, laid special emphasis on the fact that the Erfurt program's failure to mention the dictatorship of the proletariat was theoretically wrong and in practice a cowardly concession to the opportunists. And the dictatorship of the proletariat has been in our program since 1903. When Comrade Crispien now says that the dictatorship of the proletariat is nothing new, and goes on to say, we were always in favor of the conquest of political power, then he is evading the essence of the matter. Conquest of political power is recognized, but not the dictatorship. The entire socialist literature, not only German but also English and French, proves that the leaders of the opportunist parties, like for example MacDonald in Britain, are in favor of the conquest of political power. They are all sincere socialists, joking apart, but they are against the dictatorship of the proletariat. As soon as we have a good revolutionary communist party worthy of the name, we should conduct propaganda for the dictatorship of the proletariat against the conceptions of the Second International. Comrade Crispian glossed over this and obscured it, and that is the basic error common to all Koskiat positions. We are leaders elected by the masses, Comrade Crispian continues. That is a formal standpoint and incorrect, because at the last conference of the German independence we quite clearly saw the struggle of the tendencies. One does not need to look for a sincerometer and make jokes about it like Comrade Sarity in order to know the simple fact that there is and must be a struggle of tendencies. One tendency is the revolutionaries, the workers who have just come to us, the enemies of the labor aristocracy. The other tendency is the labor aristocracy, which in all the civilized countries is represented by the old leaders. Does Crispian stand with the tendency of the old leaders and the labor aristocracy, or with the tendency of the new, revolutionary mass of workers, who are opposed to the labor aristocracy? That is precisely what Comrade Crispian glossed over. In what terms does Comrade Crispian speak of the split? He said that the split was a bitter necessity and he deplored it at length. That was Koskian. Split from whom? From Shademan? Yes indeed. Crispian said, we made the split. First of all, you did it too late. While we are talking about it, we must say this. And in the second place, the independents must not weep about it, but say, the international working class is still under the yoke of the labor aristocracy and the opportunists. That is a fact in Britain and France too. Comrade Crispian does not think about the split in a communist way, but completely in the spirit of Koski, who is not supposed to have any more influence. Then Crispian went on to talk about high wages. He said that conditions in Germany were such that, in comparison with workers in Russia and Eastern Europe in general, workers there had a reasonably good standard of living. He says that a revolution can only be carried out if the workers do not suffer excessive impoverishment. I ask myself whether it is permissible to talk in such terms in a communist party. It is counter-revolutionary. We in Russia certainly have a living standard that is lower than in Germany, and when we set up the dictatorship, the result was that the workers were even hungrier and their living standard dropped still further. The victory of the workers is impossible without sacrifice, without the temporary worsening of their conditions. We must tell the workers the opposite of what Crispian says. To wish to prepare workers for the dictatorship and to talk to them about not excessive impoverishment is to forget what is most important, that is that the labor aristocracy arose by helping their own bourgeoisie to conquer and strangle the whole world by imperialist means, and by thus being able to secure better wages. If the German working class want to do revolutionary work now, they must make sacrifices and not shrink from it. In the general historical sense, it is correct that a Chinese coolie in a backward country cannot carry out the revolution. But to tell the workers in the few rich countries where the standard of living is better thanks to imperialist robbery that they should shrink from excessive impoverishment is counter-revolutionary. The opposite must be said. A labor aristocracy that fears sacrifice and excessive impoverishment during the revolutionary struggle cannot belong to the party. Otherwise no dictatorship is possible, especially in the countries of Western Europe. What did Crispian say about terror and force? Those are two different things, he said. One can make such a distinction in a handbook of sociology perhaps, but not in practical politics, and particularly not in relation to conditions in Germany. Against people who behave like the German officers who murdered Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, against people like Stins and Krupp who buy up the press, against such people one is forced to use force and terror. Of course it is not necessary to declare in advance that we will positively resort to terror, but if the German officers, the Kappists, Krupp and Stins remain as they are, we will have to employ terror. Not only Koski but also Ledbour and Crispian speak about terror in a completely counter-revolutionary sense. A party guided by such ideas cannot carry out the dictatorship, that is clear. And then the agrarian question. Crispien was particularly vehement on this, and felt himself able to accuse us of being petty bourgeois. He says we have to expropriate the big landlords and hand the land over to cooperatives. This is a pedantic conception. Even in highly developed countries such as Germany there is a sufficient number of latifundia, of landed estates that are worked in a semi-feudal and not a large-scale capitalist way, parts of which areas could be given to the small peasants without dislocating the economy. Large-scale production can be kept and the small peasants can still be given something that is very important to them. No thought is given to this unfortunately, but it must be done in practice, otherwise mistakes are made. This is proved for example by the book by Varga, the former People's Commissar for the National Economy in the Hungarian Soviet Republic, who says that scarcely any changes took place in the Hungarian village after the proletarian dictatorship and that the laborers saw nothing and the small peasants gained nothing. There are big latifundia in Hungary. Large stretches of land are farmed there in a semi-feudal manner. It is always possible and necessary to find parts of the big landed estates which can be given to the peasants, perhaps not in outright possession but on lease, so that even the smallest peasant may gain something from the confiscated estates. Otherwise the small peasant will see no difference between the old order and the Soviet dictatorship. If the proletarian state authority does not act in this way it will be unable to retain power. If Crispien has said, "You cannot deny our revolutionary convictions," then I reply, I deny them most emphatically. I do not deny them in the sense that you do not want to act in a revolutionary manner, but in the sense that you do not understand how to think in a revolutionary manner. I wager that if we choose any commission you like of educated people and give them Crispien's speech, the commission would say, "This speech is Koskian through and through. It is thoroughly dominated by the Koskian mode of thought. All Crispien's methods of arguing are Koskian through and through," and then Crispien comes along and says, "Koski no longer has any influence in our party. Perhaps not over the revolutionary workers who have just joined. But it is an absolutely proven fact that Koski has had and still has an enormous influence on Comrade Crispien and on Comrade Crispien's whole way of thinking and all his ideas. Comrade Crispien's speech proved this. That is why one can say, without inventing any sincerometers, any instruments for measuring sincerity, that Crispien's tendency does not correspond with that of the Communist International. If we say that, then it will be a guideline for the whole Communist International. I think comrades Wichkoop and Munzenberg are wrong and they say they are dissatisfied with us for inviting the USPI, and talking to its representatives. When Koski comes out against us and writes books we polemics against him as the class enemy. But when the USPD, which has grown large because revolutionary workers are streaming to it, comes here to negotiate, we must discuss with its representatives because they represent part of the revolutionary workers. We cannot reach immediate agreement on the international with the German independents, the French and the English. Every one of Comrade Wichkoop's speeches shows that he shares almost all of Comrade Panikkok's mistakes. Wichkoop has, it is true, declared that he does not share Panikkok's ideas, but his speeches prove the opposite. That is the basic error of this left group. It is in general an error of the proletarian movement in the process of growing. The speeches of comrades Crispien and Dittmann are thoroughly bourgeois speeches with which one cannot prepare the dictatorship of the proletariat. But when comrades Wichkoop and Munzenberg go even further on the question of the USPI, we do not agree with them. Certainly we have no sincerometer, as Sarity calls it, to test people's good faith, and we agree completely that it is not a question of judging men but of assessing the situation. I am sorry that Sarity spoke without saying anything new. His speech was the kind of speech we used to hear in the Second International. Sarity was wrong when he said, in France the situation is not revolutionary. In Germany and Italy it is revolutionary. But even if the situation is counter-revolutionary, the Second International is wrong and shoulders a great burden of guilt if it refuses to organize revolutionary propaganda and agitation, for even if the situation is not revolutionary, revolutionary propaganda can and must be carried out. The whole history of the Bolshevik Party proves this. The difference between the socialists and the communists lies precisely here in the fact that the former refuse to do what we do in any given situation, that is conduct revolutionary work. Saradi only repeats what Crispian said. We do not mean to say that Turati must definitely be expelled on such and such a date. This question has already been touched on by the executive committee, and Saradi told us, a party purge but no expulsions. We will simply have to tell the Italian comrades that it is the line of the members of Ordine Nuovo that corresponds to the line of the Communist International, and not that of the present majority of the Socialist Party leaders and their parliamentary faction. The latter wish, it is claimed, to defend the working class against reaction. Chernov, the Mensheviks and many others in Russia similarly defended the proletariat against reaction, but that was certainly no reason to take them into our ranks. Ordine Nuovo, the paper published by the Communist group in Turin led by Antonio Gramsci, Palmiro Togliatti, Angelo Tosca and Umberto Terracini, and thus known as the Ordinovisti. There were serious differences within the group which was heavily criticized by Amadeo Bordiga, then leader of the dominant tendency in Italian communism. The paper carried Gramsci's renowned articles on factory councils. During the strikes and occupations it attained the peak of its influence. The paper's offices were destroyed by fascists in December 1922. Therefore we must tell the Italian comrades and all those parties that have a right wing that these reformist tendencies have nothing in common with communism. We ask you Italian comrades to call a congress and submit these theses and resolutions of ours to it. I am convinced that the Italian workers will want to remain in the Communist International. Saradi, you are always confusing me with Turati. Does that perhaps happen on purpose? Paul Levi. Lenin, nobody confuses Saradi with Turati, unless Saradi himself does so by defending him. Levi, comrades, first of all I must thank Comrade Wijnkoop for his forbearance in dealing with the KPD and for stating that he is not able to say everything he wanted to say about the German party in the present company because there are not only communists here. I am all the more grateful to Comrade Wijnkoop for his forbearance for the fact that I do not approve of the grounds on which he conceded us mitigating circumstances. On the contrary, these grounds show us why he was earlier so opposed to the four independents being allowed to stay in the hall. Wijnkoop seems to have had good reason to fear that he would be the first to succumb to infection by the independents. The reasons that Wijnkoop has given for not wanting to criticize us here show that this fear is justified. It is typical of the reasons that the USPI give and with which they try to cover all their sins. He takes up the argument of the left wing of the USPD, which we have continually fought. This wing is also always saying, we do not want to lay bare our differences, we do not want to say anything about them when others are present. We say that this position involves a fatal misunderstanding of the significance of the controversies and the German proletariat. If mistakes have been committed they have to be laid bare, whether enemies are present or not. Comrade Wijnkoop's ideology is so typical of the independents that this formula explains the whole behavior of the independent delegation at this Congress and the whole politics of the independents during the German Revolution. What really is the deep meaning of the controversies with Dittmann and Crispian that took place yesterday? It is the fact that was repeated until we were tired of it. We had a relationship with the masses, we stood where the masses stood, our attitude was approved by the masses. This is a fundamental error concerning the role of the party towards the masses. For, true as it is that the party cannot wage the revolutionary struggle without the masses, it is just as fatal for a party to confine itself all the time to asking what are the masses doing, and at every point to say only what will flatter the masses. That has anyway up till now been the political method of the USPD, which has even boasted about the fact that at every point it has only represented what the masses want. Thus its history is a history of mistakes and failures, the history of the failure of the German masses in general. Where the masses failed the German independents also failed. Where the masses were not conscious of their strength the independents did not call on them to be strong but became weak with the masses. Interjection. Behind the masses. They never understood the leading role of a revolutionary party. Thus even today they still fall back on demonstrating that they were right in all their mistakes, while the important thing would be to say what their mistakes were, to establish what was, not in order to give us the pleasure of seeing contrite sinners. We are not concerned about Crispien and Dittman doing penance, but and in my opinion this must be the most important part of the controversy between the independents and the Communist International, about the masses of German workers who are today in the USPD recognizing their whole weakness and their mistakes in the past. For this reason and for the sake of these worker masses our controversy must take place under the motto, let there be truth between us. I am of the opinion that, for all the subjective truthfulness that comrades Dittman and Crispien have shown here, what they have said here is false, every line of it. It is a bit much, I must say, for Crispien, who once knew better, to use his earlier connection with the Spartakusbund to identify the Spartakusbund opposition with the origins of the USPD when he knows only too well that the organization of the USPD has a different origin, that it consisted in the main not of the members of the Spartakusbund but of the confused, indistinct opposition of 1914, of Bernstein, Ledbuhr, Koskai and others, who were not clear about a single question and were not united among themselves on any question. I remember the position Ledbuhr took up in October 1914 when he declared that if the Russians reached Frankfurt under Oder he would vote for credits. It would be misleading the German masses to tell them that the USPD grew out of a small, well thought out and consistent opposition to the war. And what is more, just as what Comrade Crispien said about the early history of the USPD was unclear, what Dittman and Crispien said about the attitude of the USPD during the war was false. It is not true that the USPD carried out propaganda against militarism and circulated illegal literature. Quite the opposite. Comrade Dittman, one of the most shattering moments in the war for me was that session of the Reichstag when the Imperial Chancellor Michaelis remonstrated with the independents about their anti-militarist propaganda in the fleet, and the USPD disowned Reichsbech and other comrades, the first swallows of the German Revolution, the first people to give their lives for the revolution, even when they were in the grave. Interjection from Dittman, the opposite is true. No, it is true that at the time the independents used the excuse that they had not carried out any anti-militarist propaganda, that they had only handed out the program of the USPD. They did not say, these are our comrades. They did not say, thousands must follow the path that our fallen heroes took. Interjection from Dittman, lies. Be careful who you call a liar, I shall read the shorthand report to you. Exactly the same untruths that were told here about the attitude of the USPD during the war, exactly the same untruths are being told about the attitude of the USPD after the war. Dittman has given a detailed account of the circumstances that led to the final rupture of relations with Russia. He appeals to the fact that the actual expulsion of Comrade Joff was ordered by Prince Max. But it is well established, and can be proved at any time from the documents, that Joff was still on territory controlled by the German government when the socialist government took the helm. It was this socialist government that actually carried out the expulsion order. I shall briefly quote the facts. In its session of November 10 the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council decided the following: the Workers' and Soldiers' Council decides that the government will immediately resume relations with the Russian government and awaits the representative of this government in Berlin. The Council of People's Commissars, however, had already unanimously decided not to carry out this decision. On November 19 there took place a meeting of the cabinet, the minutes of which were published. Comrade Radek read from these minutes yesterday. Apart from the People's Commissars, those who took part in the meeting were Dr. David, Koskai and Privy Councillor Nadalny. The minutes say, and I quote, continuation of the discussion on Germany's relations with the Soviet Union. Hasse advises that we proceed in a dilatory, hesitant, fashion. Koskai supports Hasse. He says that a decision must be postponed, that the Soviet government would not be able to hold out for long, but that it would be finished in a matter of weeks. According to Vauarts this Hasse-Koskai-Barth position was unanimously adopted by the cabinet, Vorwärts of December 18, 1918. Comrade Dittmann has had the bad luck to prove more than he set out to prove. For if what Comrade Dittmann said was true, that in fact the independents were in favor of resuming relations with Russia all the time, then it would not have been necessary to prove that the non-resumption of relations was excused by the difficult situation Germany was in at the time. And further, we know that the Berlin Executive Council decided to invite delegates from the Russian Soviet Republic to the First Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils. Moscow accepted the invitation and the Soviet delegation set off under the leadership of Radek. The Central Council at Kaunas now asked the cabinet by telegraph for information about how it was to behave towards the delegation. The Council of People's Commissars decided, with Barth voting against, but Hasse and Wilhelm Dittmann voting in favor, to send the following telegram: "We beg to convey to the Russian delegation that, in view of the situation in Germany, they should desist from coming here. They are therefore refused entry." At a Reichstag session of February 15, 1919, Niski said that he would like to say to the comrades of the USPI, that even if, at the Leipzig Congress, Ledbuhr had said that entry into the Communist International would rob the USPI of the moral right to polemics against Niski, Ledbuhr, and the others would nonetheless see that there were still other things that gave him, Niski, occasion to attack the independents. During the session of February 15, then, Niski said the following: "Herr Hasse has complained about the relations with Russia that the government has set up. A colleague informs me that during a cabinet meeting in November 1918, in which Herr Hasse took part, Koski proposed that relations with Bolshevik Russia should not be resumed because to do so would make the Entente more unfriendly. Herr Hasse agreed with this. When the Berlin Executive Council issued an invitation to Radek and the ambassador, Joff, who had previously been expelled from Berlin, the cabinet, to which Herr Hasse and Herr Dittmann belonged, and of which all the members were present, decided by 5 votes to 1 to refuse them entry as undesirables. There is documentary proof that the independents were by no means outvoted, for their own press justified their attitude. A press cutting from Freiheit number 57 of December 10, 1918, reads as follows. In appealing to the Russian comrades to desist from their journey to Germany, the Council of People's Commissars was acting only under the most extreme pressure of circumstances. In view of the greatly superior position of the Entente, it could not assume responsibility for any deterioration of the peace prospects as a result of the visit by the Russian comrades. And now you still say there was no Wilsonism in the party. Here the world historical question, Wilson or the Russian Revolution, was opened up in all its greatness. And you were for Wilson. You say, then, perhaps, yes, but meanwhile we have overcome all the Wilsonism in our party. I have more to tell you. On June 4, 1920, the Freiheit, which you cannot deny has some authority in the USPD, printed the following. A questionnaire from the German Pacifist Association, which was sent to all the election candidates and the leaders of all the parties, contained among others the questions whether Germany should enter the League of Nations, whether a revision of the Versailles Treaty could only be striven for by peaceful means, and whether education was to be carried out in all the schools, in accordance with the Constitution, in the spirit of international reconciliation. The leaders of the Centre Party, Zentrum, and the National Democratic People's Party, NDVP, answered with an unconditional affirmative, as did the central committees of the right-wing Socialists and the Independents. Numerous candidates of the parties named answered in the same way. No answer was received from the 2 right-wing parties. But there is still more. Even today the struggle in Germany between the West and the East, between Wilson and the Russian Revolution, has not been fought out to a conclusion. The situation will become difficult and tragic for Germany. Once more there will be a moment of time when the fate of the world revolution will be placed for months, perhaps for years, in the hands of the German proletariat. If the conflict between the Entente and Russia becomes even sharper, and it comes to clashes, the attitude of the German proletariat will be decisive. And what do we read in the face of this prospect in the latest issue of Freiheit? I have just received the Berliner Tageblatt of July 23, 1920, which quotes what Breitschied has to say about Russo-German relations. In the present partition of forces, Germany can, it must be recognized, get into a very difficult situation by pursuing these policies. Armed resistance is as good as impossible. There is no hope of imitating the example of Belgium in 1914. We must not permit it to come to a new war against Britain and France. However, we have to emphasize our rights to the extreme, and to make an infringement of our neutrality as difficult as possible for the Allied governments. And do you know, comrades of the USPD, what these lines contain? It is nothing but an offer to the Entente to haggle over the neutrality of the German proletariat, no, over the will of the German proletariat to take up the fight hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder with the Russian proletariat, in the same way that the German proletariat has already been sold out to the Entente. I shall not quote the parts of Hilferding's speech in Leipzig that have already been quoted several times here, where he justifies his refusal to collaborate with Russia on the basis that Russia is faced with almost immediate bankruptcy, and where he declares with full confidence in victory, we in Germany are not faced with defeat. What was Ledbuer's position? He spoke against terrorism and in favor of higher political morals, and in order to explain what he meant by terrorism he said the following. The acts I have in mind here are not what is said about the Bolsheviks by their opponents, but what the latter themselves admit. That is the suppression of the free expression of opinions, the suppression of the whole hostile press and of the whole right of assembly, and the setting up of extraordinary commissions which are armed with full juridical powers, without the accused being given any legal guarantee in the face of the exercise of these juridical functions. It is this, Comrade Stocker, that we must disapprove of, although we must admit that the Bolsheviks have mitigating circumstances in the highest degree. But in his speech Hilferding said the following, it is this that we cannot approve of, terror, and where this is concerned we can recognize no mitigating circumstances. He went on to say that on this point there could be no reconciliation. Ledbuer stuck to the same line. On top of all this came the ominous Leipzig action program. It is more or less like a lump of clay that one can make into a face or a gargoyle at will. The only thing I know about the action program decided on at Leipzig is that the most varied trends existed at Leipzig. When tendencies existed in our party we said so openly, and we did not do what we are accusing you of doing. The only thing that I can see clearly about the action program is that Koskai and Hilferding agreed to it on one side and Domig and Stocker agreed to it on the other. That was what you were so proud about. Interjection, Koskai didn't agree to it. But Hilferding agreed to it. And if Koskai didn't agree to it, why do you have people in your party who don't agree with your action program? What did you do with the people who did not agree with it? And you come to Moscow with this action program that is neither fish nor fowl and you say, if the Moscow program agrees with our program we will join. This action program of yours is so broad that you can make anything agree with it. That is why we demand precise answers on this point. In the French press, in El Humanite, there is a report by Comrade Frossard on his discussions with Crispien in Switzerland, where Crispien also adopted the same standpoint. We have our action program, and we will not enter the Communist International ni sans conditions ni sans concessions, either unconditionally or without concessions. Just tell us what your action program is, put the whole business just for once on a political basis, and then Crispien can tell us what conditions and concessions he means. Just for once, instead of an action program that can stretch to include Hilferding and Stocker and consists only of phrases, give us a real political program so that we can see what you mean. Then you will have what the independents so badly need just now. And I am not talking about the split you try to scare us with. I am talking about the fact that you will be forced to tell the masses what you want and what the others want. And this development of the political line, which in my opinion is decisive and significant, is the point at which the Communist International must apply itself. I myself am too much of a barrister-did man, very true, not to know the limitations of a barrister's work. And that is why I must admit that I am very skeptical about the formulation of the H paragraphs. This is not the way to achieve the thing that is most important within the life of the USPD today, for the masses to grasp what it is all about. This is not the way to achieve what the masses are looking for and what the independents as yet have failed to give them, a clear political program. And I think that that will be the main task of the Congress, to talk in clear and comprehensible words to the German workers who are in sympathy with us and to tell them what, where and how the right wing is that up to now has been hiding itself so skillfully by finding revolutionary phrases as the masses needed them. It is in this framework that I have, up until now, conceived the struggle against the German independence. We must express in clear words the criticism that people in the ranks of the USPD have not yet found the courage and the strength to utter, the feeling of gloomy dissatisfaction, of striving beyond the framework that the USPD has provided up to now. This is how we must serve our party and the USPD masses and continue our criticism. We must tell the masses what they have not yet heard from their own leaders, even the lefts. We know quite well that the attempt will be made to disparage this criticism of ours by saying that we are only concerned about the KPD and have our eyes only on our own party interests. We will, however, nevertheless win the understanding of the masses and more quickly force the right wing finally to show its true colors. We will carry on our criticism in this sense, not for our own sakes, but for the sake of the masses of the USPD, to whom we must say, every time we aim a critical blow at them: Cupid, who loves and tortures you wants you blissful and purified. Amor, der dich liet und peinigt, will dich selig und gereinigt. Zinoviev, in order to close the discussion today, I propose to refuse all those who wish to speak a second time and to allow the speakers to speak for no more than 10 minutes. The proposal is rejected. Humbert draws. The main question in the present discussion seems to me to be the question of the affiliation of the USPD and the French Socialist Party to the Communist International. The general theses on entry into the Communist International are not being discussed. There are, meanwhile, two completely different questions before us. On the one hand, we have to establish the general conditions for all the parties that wish to affiliate to the Communist International, including the USPD and the French Socialist Party. The affiliation of the USPD and the French Party is a different question. We cannot talk about that until later, when the parties have discussed our general conditions and have expressed a definite request for affiliation. That is not the case today, and we must widen the scope of our debate, since there are other, less important, parties in the same position as the USPD and the French Party, like for example the Spanish Party, the Swiss Party and others. If the left wing of the Swiss Party had not sent its own delegation, then the Central Committee would have sent a delegation that would have been similar to the French delegation or that of the USPD, and we would perhaps have seen Nain or Grabe, who have up until now been the most determined opponents of the proletarian dictatorship, taking part in the conference with an advisory vote. The Swiss Party is known for its centrist, vacillating tendency, which inclines first to the right and then to the left, according to the dominant influence. At the Congress that took place in the August of last year, the Swiss Party unanimously disaffiliated from the Second International and by a great majority of the votes affiliated to the Communist International. But it elected as secretaries two representatives who, at the Congress, had been opponents of the Communist International, Hegler and Grabe. In the ballot, which stood under the influence of the elections, affiliation was rejected by 15,000 votes to about 8,000. Thereupon the leadership of the party itself took the initiative for the reconstruction of the International. At first, what they intended in this reconstruction was the creation of a centrist international excluding the right socialist elements and the anarchist agitators of the Communist International. After the USPD Congress, this concept was taken up in the theses of the independents, who wanted to enter the Communist International, in that they posed their conditions and tried to extend the theoretical basis. On several occasions negotiations took place in Bern between the representatives of the French Party, the USPD, and the Swiss Party. We reproached the independents with the fact that, although they told us that their negotiations would have to be based on their Leipzig program, they nevertheless started negotiations with the Central Committee of our party, which has fought the general theses of the Leipzig program, the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the Soviet system. The party's Central Committee did not sanction this tactic of reconstruction. In April, an objection from Grimm was adopted which protested against Graves' resolution on reconstruction. This resolution of Grimm's declared affiliation to the Communist International, since the Communist International permitted the work of democracy in the pre-revolutionary period. The next day the party's Central Committee assured the French Reconstructionists in a telegram to the Populaire that this resolution was only a tactical operation on Grimm's part to avoid a split with the left. Negotiations were continued. While the delegations of the USPD and the French Socialist Party came to Russia, Paul IV, a representative of the USPD and the Swiss Party, continued their negotiations over reconstruction in Bern. The party's Central Committee had decided to send a delegation to Russia so that it could do there the same work of reconstruction that the independents were doing. It gave up the idea when the left sent its own delegation. One thing is clear now: reconstruction is impossible. This attempt was a failure from the start, since it had all the weaknesses of the Second International, whose convictions and tendencies it represented. The lack of a program and theoretical basis, the absence of any international centralization, the poverty of principles, the many splits, these formed the weaknesses of the Second International and made reconstruction impossible. Recognizing the impossibility of breathing new life into the corpse of the Second International and of reconstructing the Second International, the old socialist parties approached the Communist International without sharing its convictions and principles and without possessing its firm discipline and control. In order not to remain isolated, however, these centrist parties will accept all the conditions in the hope that they will be able to transform the Communist International from the inside. Graves declared at a party conference that the party was forced to join the Communist International but that it reserved the right to work on the extension of its basis within it. The International is defenseless in the face of the danger menacing it from the centrist and opportunist parties that threaten to submerge and stifle it. These elements will endorse every condition they are set. We must not allow even 20 theses to mislead us into accepting these opportunist elements in our midst. At the same time, I think that Bordiga's proposal to force these parties to expel those who vote against the program of the Communist International is thoroughly useful in order to undertake the first purge of the extreme right. The word split terrifies all opportunists, who place unity before all else. This first purge will of course be incomplete, but it is the first step in the creation of a truly communist party. A second important condition seems to me to be a strict and lasting supervision by the Executive Committee of the Communist International over the parties that affiliate. The reconstructionists and opportunists of every country have one thing in common, and that is the demand for the independence of the National Party in relation to the international executive. We demand guarantees, they chorus in every key. They want to have the same freedom in the Communist International, the freedom to betray, that they enjoyed in the Second International. The executive must have the right to dictate, according to circumstance, to certain parties special conditions corresponding to their situation in addition to the general conditions accepted by the Congress. The executive must exercise control over the activities of the parties and undertake the necessary purges in those parties that still stand under the influence of opportunists or accept them into their ranks. Domig, I have followed the debates on this point on the agenda attentively and with goodwill because I attach to the outcome of these deliberations great importance not only for the sake of the party that sent me here but for the sake of the whole international. When I review the speeches made in the discussion yesterday and today, and above all the speeches made by the representatives of small groups, I could easily form the conviction that the Communist International is and is to remain an international of sects and groups, an international of propaganda societies which can very easily be brought among themselves to a common theory and a common line. I know definitely that our Russian comrades do not share this conception. I do not think that there is any desire to present Koskai with any cheap reputation as a prophet. Starting from his well-known democratic, social reformist, anti-Bolshevik convictions, Koski writes in his new pamphlet on the past and future of the International that the Communist International is prevented in advance from managing to unite all the mass socialist parties in its midst by its exclusive character as the organization of a mere sect. It will remain confined to Eastern Europe and a few splinter groups in Western Europe. I do not think that the Russian comrades are of the opinion that that is to be the future of the Communist International. If not, then the Congress will have to get used to the idea that other big parties will also have to be attracted into the Communist International, if the Communist International is not to remain a propaganda society but is to become a powerful organization of the world proletariat. And it is quite natural, when one is involved in controversy with parties that are numerically large, that have behind them a past, a political activity of decades, that with these parties one can find far more points of attack, far more grounds for criticism, than one can with parties that have not had to swim in the stream of political life. It is not my intention to plead here any particular mitigating circumstances for my party. But I should like to say one thing, that one cannot criticize my party simply on the basis of general factors, of the theoretical utterances, the newspaper statements that have until now formed the basis of the criticism of the USPD here. One cannot generalize in the way that, for the most part, has been done here. One cannot say, the USPD has done this and that. It has sinned in this and that area. The situation at home in Germany is very special, and in the same way it is true of Germany that, since the war, all the parties are in a state of ferment and flux. A lot could be said in answer to many of the things that have been brought up here. I want to establish just one thing. Since the November Revolution of 1918, two sharply opposed tendencies have emerged within the USPD. The one was still caught up in the old democratic reformist outlook that had been inherited from the right-wing Socialist Party, and the other placed itself, from the very first day of the revolution, from the very first day of the formation of the coalition government, on the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat, on the basis of the Soviet system. The part that followed the creed of the dictatorship of the proletariat was at first a minority. But nevertheless, from that very day to the present day, that minority has done everything in its power to bring the USPD more and more onto the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat. You know that the last word has not yet been spoken, that it requires hard struggles to achieve the ultimate. But nevertheless we have already gone a pretty long way along that road. If, for example, there has been controversy between various speakers, Radek etc., and Dittmann and Crispien, and there has been not unjustified criticism of the attitude at that time of the government of People's Commissars, I should still like to emphasize that besides the People's Commissars there was also a Berlin Executive Council which, although it consisted in its overwhelming majority of right-wing socialists and soldiers, constantly fought with all its energy for the abolition of the sole type of diplomacy, for the assumption of relations with Russia and for the acceptance of the delegation from Russia. If we were unable to get our way, if our efforts were not crowned with success, then you must take into account that the phrase that Trotsky coined was very applicable for us in Germany, that we had to struggle hard against the resistance of matter. One must therefore draw distinctions. Nowhere, except in England, is the proletariat so deeply split as it is in Germany. We have to fight with not inconsiderable stratum of workers who run along behind the right-wing Socialist Party, who are still spellbound by clericalism, and who hang onto our legs like a ball and chain. Then we still have a number of workers who stand on the basis of the bourgeoisie, and an amorphous mass that is not yet politically organized, that is still politically indifferent and can only be driven forwards by the revolutionary workers. In the face of these facts we have left no stone unturned in order to clarify for the workers, who for decades have been trained in parliamentary ideology, the idea of the practical application of the dictatorship. That the Soviet system can be the only system on which the dictatorship of the proletariat can be built, on that point there has been a very sharp difference of opinion in our party. We must establish that in this struggle success has been and remained more and more on the side of the champions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this struggle against the outlook of democratic opportunism, which was undoubtedly present and still is partly, the outlook of the left wing has won through more and more. Beside that, there has also been very sharp revolutionary action in Germany. I should just like to say by way of an indication that since 1918 we have not confined ourselves to reciting our conceptions merely theoretically at meetings and on public occasions, but that to this very day, so far as our forces and our means permitted, we have done our duty in every area and will continue to do so. That we have not found uniform support in the party is understandable from the point of view of the development of the party and its fundamental outlook. The attitude that it is necessary to use illegal methods, and the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, have now, as I can say with a good conscience, won the day throughout our entire party, and we have gone over to turning this recognition into practical deeds. At our March party conference the democratic tendencies and ideas were still very strong, but on the other hand the propaganda for the idea of Soviets had become so strong that it could not be kept down, and thus the formulation about the anchoring of the Soviet system in the constitution came into being. The whole subsequent development has brought about a situation where our party has, in its actions, been driven unconditionally along the path of revolution, and is to be regarded as thoroughly revolutionary. Even if this clarification has not yet been completely carried out on the theoretical level, it must still be said that, in comparison with the March conference in Berlin, the Leipzig Party Conference represented a historical step forward in development. But even the Leipzig Party Conference is not something eternal. I am convinced that in a few months, stimulated precisely by what we have seen here, we will create a program that will look a lot more concrete than the present Leipzig Action Program. And since on the other hand the Communist International, I repeat, is, in its entirety, not an association for propaganda but an association for action, I am convinced, and I will do everything to bring it about, that the organization and the action of my party will be transformed in the sense of the demands that the Communist International of the deed is making of it. That will not be so easy, since our organization, in order to counterbalance the democratic reformist centralization of the old Social Democratic Party, has been decentralist. When we were still in opposition in the old party we experienced how the party leadership of Scheidemann and Ebert acted with dictatorial powers, had party funds at their disposal, seized newspapers and adopted every conceivable violent measure. For that reason there arose among the advanced workers of Germany a powerful dislike of the central leadership, of the structure of the leadership. The result of this dislike was that the party was to a large extent decentralist. We do not have the authority that the Russian Central Committee has, and must have, in the revolutionary epoch in which we find ourselves. The harsh constraint of the revolutionary development in Germany would doubtless also have driven us to the point of adapting our organization to revolutionary necessity. Now comes the stimulus to Germany from Russia, and we can and must overcome the decentralist mode of organization. For the state of affairs is that the theoretical difficulties that do exist in our party, which can be shown in any party including my own, have a strong corrective, the example of our Russian comrades, whom I am not trying to flatter, but at whom one can take a calm and sober look and say that here a clear and determined will has taken an entire people in hand, a will which, through the channels radiating out from the International, cannot fail to have an effect in Germany too. The second stimulus is this, that every kilometer the Red Army advances is a spur to the revolution, is a step towards the revolution in Germany. Applause, and this fact forces us to prepare for the necessities of the moment. Things do not always go as one would like, but I am convinced, when we now hear that the Berlin workers staged a big demonstration over the arrest of Bela Kun, that it was not least the activity of the USPD that called on the workers to struggle for Soviet Russia, to struggle for the German Revolution, and that the USPD itself will continue to work and to act in order to become a valuable part of the Communist International. It is not true that our party is a government party. One should, I do not think that this is a very important argument, one should also judge a party according to the judgment passed on it by its opponents. Follow the press, not only the Vorwärts but also the whole right-wing press in the provinces, and you will get some idea of the desperate struggle that is being waged against the USPD, and you will see that the USPD is regarded, alongside the Communist Party, as an enemy of the state. I should like to say something about the KPD. It was founded at a time which, as I am convinced and as many others are convinced, was not exactly favorable to the communist camp. Interjection, but at that time you wanted to found a joint party. We wanted to do that, and why did nothing come of it? Because the first conference of the communists placed itself in principle on a basis which it later rejected, and because at the founding conference of the party there were a number of elements whom the Communist Party later had to expel. And it was these elements under whose influence the conditions were formulated, under whose influence the Communist Party was founded. But by setting up an organization for these purposes, it became an end in itself, and a lot has been done this last year that must be characterized as lack of clear tactics or as unjustified attacks on the USPD. I can say this in relation to the question of Soviets and also in relation to other questions. There can be no twisting and getting off the hook on this question. It is very easy from the height of your theoretical wisdom to look down on the people who have to do the petty work. Revolutionary work also demands a lot of petty work. I spoke to Comrade Levi about it once, and said that in Germany the Communist Party was the schoolmaster of the revolution and the USPD the whipping boy of the revolution. I think that the historical moment we are now in is so important that the most important thing is before us. I am firmly convinced that all the unfortunate obstacles that block the progress of the revolution in Germany can and must be removed by the stimulus that goes out from this Congress, in which we are participating. I believe it will be possible to bring the USPD onto the same basis as the Communist International. If we pursue the theoretical controversy to the end, the result will be that there will no longer be any difference between the independents and the communists. And then, with goodwill on both sides, the other, organizational question, will be solved without any further ado. We have to furnish proof in the form of deeds, which will come in the immediate future, and which I picture to myself in the following way: insofar as I can speak for myself, we will take all the stimuli and theses of the Communist International back to Germany with us and harness all our strength to make sure that no organization is excluded from learning about, discussing, carrying out and practically applying these necessities. When we have informed our party apparatus, our whole party apparatus is to participate in this direction, what the Communist International wants. We will convene our party conference, and then it will emerge whether the majority of the party adopts the standpoint of the Communist International. If that happens, then straight away there will be no room anymore for people like Koski, who ought to be honest enough to say a public farewell to the party, and you will always be in a position, on the basis of the centralization, of the gathering together of all our forces, to supervise our press, our party leadership, etc. We will exclude all those elements that do not adopt the standpoint of the Communist International. We were not entrusted with the mission of affiliating, but only of listening to the conditions and saying that we have the firm intention of taking the Communist International far beyond the inadequacies of earlier internationals to be a strong, powerful, regular international of the whole international proletariat. Dahlstrom, if I asked for the right to speak, it was not in order to reply to the insignificant comments that Comrade Zinoviev made against my party, but in order to give the Congress a little insight into conditions in our party. When the Socialist Left Party was formed in Sweden, this happened because of the attempt by the Social Patriot, Branting, to expel our comrades L. Hoagland, Kilbaum, and others, who were the most radical forces in the Youth League, from the Social Democratic Party. From the old party Karl Lindhagen, Ivar Wennerström, and Karl Einberg, among others, took part in the formation of the new party. The Social Democratic Youth League formed the nucleus of the new party. In order not to be immediately crushed by the old, powerful party, we were forced to place the party upon as broad a basis as possible. Karl Lindhagen never submitted to the decisions of the party and still does not. He calls himself wild and has not the slightest conception of party discipline. Recently he has formed a humanist league. This league very often fights our party. The position Lindhagen takes up in relation to the League of Nations is absurd. The Socialist Left Party has nothing to do with this bourgeois, imperialist institution. Karl Leinberg's attitude on the disarmament question is as follows: we must, he says, work for disarmament in Parliament and refuse war credits. At the same time he recognizes the arming of the working class as a necessary result of the revolutionary epoch in which we live, in which class fights against class. The same attitude is adopted by Ivar Vennerstrom, who has not, as Comrade Zinoviev said, undergone a spiritual marriage with Branting and his party. We have nothing further to do with this Branting party. The Swedish Left Socialist Party, whose foundation is the Social Democratic Youth League, forms the nucleus of the party, and this youth league was the occasion of the breach with the old party and the formation of the new. Höglund has been the leading force for many long years, and together with Fredrik Strom he has led the party through the manifold difficulties it has had to undergo. I agree completely with Comrade Zinoviev that such comrades as Karl Lindhagen do not belong in our party or even any party at all. We have placed ourselves unreservedly on the basis of the Communist International, and we recognize unreservedly the Communist Manifesto of Karl Marx. The dictatorship of the proletariat and the arming of the working class is for us the precondition of the successful carrying out of the social revolution. Comrade Zinoviev went on to say that it is characteristic that we call our theoretical magazine Zimmerwald. For us in Sweden, Zimmerwald had the significance of a turning point in the movement. In this sense the name Dollartill lives on as the symbol of this turning point as a mere name, which has no other meaning for us. Stocker, comrades, Comrade Ernst Meyer of the KPD yesterday publicly demanded that the USPD should split. To my great amazement this statement stands in open contradiction to the whole tactics of the KPD since our Leipzig party conference. Meyer has told me privately that it was a slip of the tongue, but such an important statement must be taken back publicly. At the time, in December 1918, I considered the splitting of the KPD from our party to be a fatal mistake. That split has exacted a bitter revenge. A split in the USPD now would be a similar serious mistake. We left no one in doubt of the fact that we very much regretted the communists splitting off from us. We have further also declared here that, should we affiliate to the Communist International, the first thing we would want would be a rapprochement with the KPD with the aim of a complete reconciliation. If the relationship between the Communists and ourselves in the last 18 months has at times been very troubled, then the cause was not least the many mistakes and errors from which your party has suffered as much as ours. They have undergone a process of clarification in bitter internal struggles, and we too have undergone a process of development. It is no secret that sharp differences of opinion were represented in our party. Thus we had different opinions during the war on the pacifist ideas and utterances that many of our comrades stood for, and later on the question of entering the first revolutionary government, on ways and means of collaborating with the right-wing socialists and on many of that government's measures. Later came the struggles on the questions, National Assembly or Soviet system and democracy or proletarian dictatorship. No one will be able to deny that all these questions were resolved in our party in a way that lay in the interest of the further development of the revolution. Today our whole party stands on the standpoint of the social revolution and the proletarian dictatorship and rejects the fraudulent democracy of the bourgeoisie, even if not always with all the necessary clarity on the nature and methods of the proletarian dictatorship. I could wish that many of our comrades had a stronger revolutionary will and sharper theoretical clarity. But our party has undergone an enormous process of development to the left, and it will develop further. At Leipzig we gave ourselves a communist program that has had a powerful effect on the revolutionary thought of the German proletariat. Nobody will be able to dispute that it is our party that has borne the brunt of all the revolutionary mass actions in Germany in the last 18 months in Germany. The Executive Committee of the Communist International itself said that the major part of the best elements of the German proletariat is in our party. That would certainly not be the case if our party did not have a thoroughly revolutionary practice and strong fundamental development to the left behind it. Who can today distinguish us from the communists, since the latter have placed themselves upon a clear Marxist foundation? Interjections. Certainly there are still differences of opinion within our party today. In this way Comrade Levi has reproached us with Ledbuer's remarks on terrorism. Ledbuhr stands more or less in isolation with his somewhat peculiar remarks. On the question of the use of force we are completely united, with perhaps one or two exceptions which are unavoidable in a mass party. And as far as terrorism is concerned, I myself declared to Comrade Ledbuhr in Leipzig that I could very well imagine revolutionary situations in which terrorist measures would be unavoidable. And you can be sure that if the German Revolution has a knife at its throat, as you had with Denikin at Orel, Yudenich at Petrograd and Kalkak on the Volga, then the German Revolution will without a doubt adopt the same revolutionary measures that were applied here in Russia. But to be clear on the necessity of doing this and to propagate terrorism openly as a programmatic tactic are two different things. I am firmly convinced that not a single communist party affiliated to the Communist International has accepted in its program terrorism as a tactical measure. Let us take for example the KPD. In the program of the party written by Comrade Luxemburg it says, in the bourgeois revolution bloodshed, terror and fury were an indispensable weapon in the hands of the rising classes. The proletarian revolution does not need terror to achieve its ends, it hates and curses murder. Interjection from Radek, read on, just wait, Comrade Radek, I shall read on. Since terrorism is clearly rejected here, the use of force is recommended. On this it says, the proletarian revolution is not the desperate attempt of a minority to mold the world according to their ideal, but the action of the great masses of millions of people. The force of the proletariat must be counterposed to the force of the bourgeois counter-revolution. The fight for socialism is the most violent civil war that world history has ever seen, and the social revolution must prepare itself the necessary armaments for this civil war and must learn to use them, to struggle and to win. These propositions are self-evident for us. The civil war in Germany is there, we are in the middle of it, and we will do everything in our power to prepare the working class for the coming decisive struggles. Just a few words more on two of the questions in our letter that have excited criticism. First of all, the continuity of economic life during the revolution. Obviously the process of production will suffer serious disruption during the coming revolutionary struggles, first of all because of the serious consequences of the civil war and its military occurrences, secondly as a result of the transformation that we must immediately undertake of capitalist production into socialist production, and the resistance and sabotage of the employers that this will call into being. Whoever wants the social revolution will have to accept the disruption of the process of production as well. In an industrial country like Germany, we will have to place more emphasis upon maintaining economic life than is the case in an agricultural country like Russia. And thus I come to our statement that Russian methods cannot be applied mechanically to the countries of Western Europe. We do not have an army of millions of revolutionary peasants in Germany, as you do in Russia, but a counter-revolutionary peasantry that will probably place the greatest difficulties in our path. Moreover, we do have an army of millions of intellectual workers, commercial clerks, bank employees, technicians, engineers, petty officials, etc., a considerable part of whom must join us as the conscious exponents of the proletarian dictatorship if the latter is not to be doomed to failure from the very start. Thus in Germany we have other preconditions for the achievement of the dictatorship of the proletariat and perhaps in detail other forms for the exercise of the dictatorship. In general, of course, the lessons of the proletarian revolution in Russia are also valid for us in Germany. If our party has been slower than we could have wished in coming to the Communist International, then one reason for this, and by no means the least, is that in Germany we have a communist party by which the masses judge the Communist International, and we cannot and must not pass over in silence the fact that, with the exception of its Central Committee, all the local and area organizations of this party have for a long time pursued the policies of elements of what is now the KAPD. If I mention the greater difficulties the social revolution faces in Germany, this was not at all because I look into the future in any sense pessimistically. On the contrary, capitalism in our country is approaching its end more and more. Economically, financially, and in relation to food policy we are coming ever closer to the catastrophe of capitalism. We will soon be in the middle of new revolutionary struggles in Germany, perhaps in only a few months. We will do everything to sharpen the contradictions. We will beat the bourgeoisie and set up the German Soviet Republic. Hand in hand with Soviet Russia and the Communist International we will fight for the world revolution. Jorgensen, I had not intended to take the floor in this discussion, but some remarks that Comrade Zinoviev made on the program of the Danish Left Socialist Party force me to say a few words on the activity and the program of that party. It is obviously impossible to deal with the conditions in the Danish party in every detail in a comparatively short discussion. I should only like to point out that our party was formed by the fusion of three different parties. 1. The Socialist Workers' Party of Denmark, which has a pure communist program and affiliated to the Communist International as early as the beginning of 1919. 2. The Independent Social Democracy of Denmark, which was formed simultaneously with the Socialist Workers' Party in April 1918 and had a petty bourgeois character. 3. The Social Democratic Youth League, which, until the time the Unified Party was formed, had thought it possible to remain in the social democracy. These facts alone show that our party is composed of the most disparate elements. But developments both economic and political have driven our party more and more to the left, and our program is the result of this rapid development. At our founding Congress on February 29 and March 1 of this year, not only was it unanimously decided to affiliate to the Communist International, but there was also almost unanimous acceptance of a program that must be described as communist. Comrade Zinoviev has found a weak point in this program. And Comrade Zinoviev has good reason to wax ironical over the sentence he quoted. But I must draw your attention to the facts. 1. That the translation in which the sentence in question was read was very bad. 2. That the context in which the sentence occurs proves that we Danish communists do not claim that the revolution can at all events be peaceful, but that we only claim that it could perhaps take place peacefully. You will perhaps permit me to read out the part of the program that lays down our position on the revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Reads. As can be seen from our program, there is not a single word there about the necessity for a peaceful, bloodless revolution. It is only said that it is possible that the revolution in Denmark will be bloodless. In this conception of ours we are in complete agreement with Comrade Lenin, who has often stated and written that a bloodless revolution is possible in certain economically backward countries. The important question anyway is not whether the revolution will be bloody or bloodless. The main thing is that the working class takes the power. What means it uses is immaterial. I personally have the conception that the revolution in the economically developed countries will everywhere be bloody, probably much bloodier than the Russian Revolution, since the European bourgeoisie is much stronger and better armed than the Russian bourgeoisie was. Denmark is an economically backward country, and the Danish people are small peasants and petty bourgeois. A revolution in Denmark is unthinkable until a revolution has taken place in Germany. We are totally and utterly dependent on the development in the great states. I admit that our program is not complete. And yet in the paragraph concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat it is much clearer and sharper than for example the program of the Swedish Left Socialist Party. There would be many more grounds for criticizing our activities than for criticizing our program. We have, however, in our short life carried out work that we do not at all need to be ashamed of. In the comparatively short time from December 9 to June 1 we founded and developed 45 sections of the party. We have also carried out propaganda work, particularly with our daily paper, Arbejdet. We have to struggle against great difficulties, and all those who have the slightest knowledge of conditions in Denmark will confirm that Denmark has relatively the largest and most corrupt social democratic party. Precisely because of our conception of the necessity of the proletarian dictatorship we have to fight not only against the social democrats but also against the syndicalists, who are thoroughgoing opponents of any dictatorship. But I will admit that we Danish communists must be driven more and more to the left, and we can be thankful when we get from the Communist International the stimulus to ever more revolutionary agitation and action. Development has completely and utterly proved that all belief in a gradual, imperceptible growing over into socialism must be regarded as a utopia. The socialization of the means of production can only come about through ever more violent class struggles culminating in the social revolution. Underscore whether this is concluded quickly and bloodlessly depends on whether the bourgeoisie itself realizes that its role has been played out. How long the subsequent dictatorship of the proletariat, which is necessary to transform production and distribution, will last, is also indirectly dependent on the behavior of the bourgeoisie. The takeover of all means of production and all property, as well as the cultivation of the land, is to be carried out by town and country Soviets, which at the same time take over political power and replace the bourgeois parliament. Denmark's Left Socialist Party considers it to be its duty to rally the working class on this basis and to prepare them for the great decisive fight between the upper and lower classes. The party does not strive only for the dictatorship of one social class, but considers it to be a necessary transitional state. This dictatorship can never be achieved by unplanned attempts at putsch or revolution. What the party strives for as a final goal is harmonious social relations under which the system of exploitation and violence is abolished, and it therefore opposes militarism with all its might. In its fight the party will ascribe the greatest value to the socialist enlightenment of the masses and extra-parliamentary action, but it will at the same time use parliamentarism, participation in parliamentary and local elections, until the revolutionary moment in time has come when, through the town and country Soviets, it can create a form of government for the political and economic equality of all, the democracy of labor. Frias reads the following declaration. The Norwegian delegation draws your attention to the fact that in the conditions for entry into the Communist International, the special form of organization of the Norwegian Labour Party, the collective affiliation of the trades unions to the party, is not taken into account. Referring to its report on party activity, the delegation proposes that negotiations should be started between the executive committee and the parties in question that permit collective membership. Zinoviev, on this I can only say that we will take the opportunity to examine the situation thoroughly, and we advise the Norwegian party to introduce a new party structure, so that individual membership replaces collective membership. The Swedish party has also confirmed what has been said here. The Yugoslav party is not an opportunist party, and I did not mean that, but a revolutionary party. But it should not tolerate opportunists in its ranks. I should like moreover to propose the following motion. The motion is read out. It would be very good for the parties of every county if they were a little afraid of the Communist International. We should always have a mirror in which the parties can see their reflections. The Executive Committee was asked yesterday why the KAPD is not represented. The representatives of the KAPD, Rule and Merges, declared at the last minute that they did not want to attend the Congress. We had at the outset granted them an advisory vote, but at the last minute we proposed they should have a full vote because we wanted to force them to a discussion. They nevertheless refused to attend the Congress with the declaration that they had read our theses and were convinced that we were too opportunist for them. They ran away from the Congress. They did not have enough confidence in themselves to represent their views before a forum like the Communist International. They are therefore not here because they did not want to be here. I agree with those comrades who said that the last declaration of Kakin and Frossard was a sort of retreat. After I received their declaration I wrote them the following letter. The letter is read out. They wrote me a letter in answer. The letter is read out. So now we must wait and see what follows. Now I come to the group of speakers who have criticized the Executive Committee from the left. Wijnkoop and others said that it was wrong of the Executive Committee to allow such people as the Independents and the French in at all. I asked the Congress, have we lost anything by negotiating so clearly and so exhaustively with these representatives? Will it be bad if yesterday's and today's minutes are published and workers read them? On the contrary. It is good that these opinions will now be clear to the whole world. Comrade Goldenberg made a whole long speech about how impossible it would be to accept such elements into the Communist International. Well, we are not proposing to do that. We are only asking you to give the executive a mandate to check after the Congress whether the conditions have been followed. We have, in the name of the Presidium of the Congress, given the French delegation a letter which you have perhaps read today in the Russian press. We told them that Longuet was a social pacifist and not a revolutionary, that his past and that of his friends was a shameful one. Unity with Renaudel and Thomas means the same as unity with the Dognesky. We told them straight out what we had to tell them. This letter will be published in France by the Communists and perhaps by Humanite, and the French will be able to read it and judge it. In this way we will talk to the workers who still have confidence in the centrists. What would we have told them if we had not negotiated with Kakin and Froissart? We have nothing to fear from Crispiensko-Skyanism. We have not proposed to the Congress that these elements should be accepted into the Communist International, so you do not need to slam any open doors. We will not accept the USPD and the French Socialist Party as they are now. We demand a purge and a transformation of the entire politics of these parties. And we will get it. It will be a step forward if these theses are read out everywhere in the factories and at meetings. Let the centrists write counter-theses and present them to the masses. The action has started to move now. That is why I say that this so-called opposition from the left is groundless and is limping with both feet. That is precisely the futurism that Gilbos spoke about. I repeat, the only thing that we have proposed is this, that first of all the executive should be convinced that all the conditions are really being fulfilled, and afterwards the executive must have the mandate to accept these parties and also, in accordance with the statutes of the Communist International, the right to expel them at any time. We are sufficiently armed and need have nothing to fear. To Comrade Sarati I should like to say the following: the position in Italy is intolerable for the Communist International. The whole trades union movement in Italy is in the hands of reformists. For that the party is to blame. Comrades, I must inform you that the Italian trades unions have now failed to convene a congress for the 7th year in succession, and this is tolerated by a party that belongs to the Communist International. The people of D'Aragona's stamp know that the workers will throw them out as soon as they convene a congress. Such concessions are a scandal. How can you carry out a proletarian revolution when the leaders of the trades unions are dyed-in-the-wool reformists? So, comrades, you can see that matters are not so harmless and friendly as Sarati described them in his speech. The Communist International cannot tolerate that. If the leaders of the Italian party want to continue to tolerate it, we will appeal over their heads to the Italian workers. One more word, comrades, on the left in the USPD. We know very well that the USPD is a formless block of two tendencies. When one listens to Crispien, one has to say that he says the same as Koski. The representatives of the left USPD comforted us. The comrades said, but things are moving forwards. Don't be so impatient. Everything will sort itself out. Just wait. I ask, is that all you have to tell us, Comrade Domig? I think it is very unsatisfactory, comrade. Are the difficulties that place themselves in our path really a reason for us to bring our actions to a standstill? But things are moving forwards nonetheless, says the left in the USPD comfortingly, instead of acting. We used to be proud of the fact that our party is a factor in history, that we accelerated the course of history. The comfort offered by the USPD is no good. You signed a statement of the USPD Central Committee, Comrade Domig, which is really no brilliant chapter in the history of the USPD. How was that possible? Because the left in the USPD is not organized, because it does not know what it wants, because it cannot liberate itself from the embrace of the moribund right-wing opportunists. The proletariat had to show you the way. We passed a resolution on the role of the party. Why have you not said anything on this point? We have shown how the Bolsheviks were able, at the beginning of the war, in the stream of chauvinism, to swim against the stream when it was necessary. It is our historical task to lead the way for the working class, and not to wait until we are dragged forward. We have waited long enough. The working class has waited long enough, now the decisive struggles have come. It is possible that even in the next few months the working class in Germany will be faced with decisive struggles. How can you still waver on the question of terror? I think we have taken enough punches in Russia. You should learn from our mistakes too. We experienced how, after we released him, General Krasnov organized the civil war. You are forgetting the lessons of your own German Revolution, of the murder of Liebknecht. There is scarcely a single street in the working-class districts of the big German towns where workers' blood has not flowed. We must take these lessons to heart. I ask the Congress that we should now adopt the conditions, hand them over to the Commission for final editing, and then vote on them. But whoever signs these 21 points is not being baptized a communist. We must follow whether the parties are really carrying out these conditions, and I hope that the Executive Committee will do this. We do not need people to genuflect before the Russian Revolution and the Communist International. All we need is for people in other countries to do their duty and carry out their obligations. We do not only feel ourselves to be a party that rules a great country, but also, and that is our pride, a communist party which, together with other parties, has founded the Communist International. It is, indeed, not for nothing that we talk about a world revolution, and the Communist International is not a Russian but a world organization. We are proud that the Congress can take place on our territory. Naturally, we are also proud when we hear many of you say that something has been achieved here in Russia. But we must demand that you do not come at us with phrases, but that you tell us openly and clearly when the Italian trades union movement, the magnificent Italian working class, is at last going to be liberated, when really communist parties are finally going to be built everywhere. That is why, comrades, I ask you to accept the following theses. Theses on the conditions of admission to the Communist International. The first Congress of the Communist International did not draw up precise conditions for admission to the Communist International. Until the time the first Congress was convened, there were in most countries only communist trends and groups. The second Congress of the Communist International meets under different conditions. At the present time there are in most countries not only communist trends and tendencies, but communist parties and organizations. Now parties and groups often turn to the Communist International, which quite recently belonged to the Second International, which wish to join the Communist International but which have not, in fact, become communist. The Second International has been finally smashed to pieces. The parties in between and the center groups, which realize the hopelessness of the Second International, now try to lean upon the Communist International, which is becoming more and more powerful. In the process, however, they hope to retain an autonomy that will permit them to continue their previous opportunist or centrist policies. To a certain extent, the Communist International is becoming fashionable. The desire of certain leading centrist groups to join the Communist International is an indirect confirmation of the fact that the Communist International has gained the sympathy of the overwhelming majority of class-conscious workers all over the world, and that it is becoming a force that grows more powerful each day. The Communist International is threatened by the danger of being watered down by elements characterized by vacillation and half measures, which have not yet finally discarded the ideology of the Second International. Moreover, to this very day there remains in some big parties, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Yugoslavia, among others, whose majorities have adopted the standpoint of communism, a significant reformist and social pacifist wing which is only waiting for the opportunity to raise its head again, to start active sabotage of the proletarian revolution and thus to help the bourgeoisie and the Second International. Not a single communist may forget the lessons of the Hungarian Soviet Republic. The fusion of the Hungarian communists with the so-called left social democrats cost the Hungarian proletariat dear. Consequently, the Second Congress of the Communist International considers it necessary to establish quite precisely the conditions for the admittance of new parties and to point out to those parties that have been admitted to the Communist International the duties incumbent on them. The Second Congress of the Communist International lays down the following conditions of membership of the Communist International. 1. All propaganda and agitation must bear a really communist character and correspond to the program and decisions of the Communist International. All the party's press organs must be run by reliable communists who have proved their devotion to the cause of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat must not be treated simply as a current formula learned off by heart. Propaganda for it must be carried out in such a way that its necessity is comprehensible to every simple worker, every woman worker, every soldier and peasant from the facts of their daily lives, which must be observed systematically by our press and used day by day. The periodical and other press and all the party's publishing institutions must be subordinated to the party leadership, regardless of whether, at any given moment, the party as a whole is legal or illegal. The publishing houses must not be allowed to abuse their independence and pursue policies that do not entirely correspond to the policies of the party. In the columns of the press, at public meetings, in the trades unions, in the cooperatives, wherever the members of the Communist International can gain admittance, it is necessary to brand not only the bourgeoisie but also its helpers, the reformists of every shade, systematically and pitilessly. To every organization that wishes to affiliate to the Communist International must regularly and methodically remove reformists and centrists from every responsible post in the labor movement, party organizations, editorial boards, trades unions, parliamentary factions, cooperatives, local government, and replace them with tested communists, without worrying unduly about the fact that, particularly at first, ordinary workers from the masses will be replacing experienced opportunists. 3. In almost every country in Europe and America the class struggle is entering the phase of civil war. Under such conditions the communists can place no trust in bourgeois legality. They have the obligation of setting up a parallel organizational apparatus which, at the decisive moment, can assist the party to do its duty to the revolution. In every country where a state of siege or emergency laws deprive the communists of the opportunity of carrying on all their work legally, it is absolutely necessary to combine legal and illegal activity. For the duty of propagating communist ideas includes the special obligation of forceful and systematic propaganda in the army. Where this agitation is interrupted by emergency laws it must be continued illegally. Refusal to carry out such work would be tantamount to a betrayal of revolutionary duty and would be incompatible with membership of the Communist International. 5. Systematic and methodical agitation is necessary in the countryside. The working class will not be able to win if it does not have the backing of the rural proletariat and at least a part of the poorest peasants, and if it does not secure the neutrality of at least a part of the rest of the rural population through its policies. Communist work in the countryside is taking on enormous importance at the moment. It must be carried out principally with the help of revolutionary communist workers of the town and country who have connections with the countryside. To refuse to carry this work out, or to entrust it to unreliable, semi-reformist hands, is tantamount to renouncing the proletarian revolution. 6. Every party that wishes to belong to the Communist International has the obligation to unmask not only open social patriotism but also the insincerity and hypocrisy of social pacificism, to show the workers systematically that, without the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism, no international court of arbitration, no agreement on the limitation of armaments, no democratic reorganization of the League of Nations will be able to prevent new imperialist wars. 7. The parties that wish to belong to the Communist International have the obligation of recognizing the necessity of a complete break with reformism and centrist politics and of spreading this break among the widest possible circles of their party members. Consistent communist politics are impossible without this. The Communist International unconditionally and categorically demands the carrying out of this break in the shortest possible time. The Communist International cannot tolerate a situation where notorious opportunists, as represented by Turati, Modigliani, Koskai, Hilferting, Hillquit, Longuet, MacDonald, etc., have the right to pass as members of the Communist International. This could only lead to the Communist International becoming something very similar to the wreck of the Second International. 8. A particularly marked and clear attitude on the question of the colonies and oppressed nations is necessary on the part of the communist parties of those countries whose bourgeoisies are in possession of colonies and oppress other nations. Every party that wishes to belong to the Communist International has the obligation of exposing the dodges of its own imperialists in the colonies, of supporting every liberation movement in the colonies not only in words but in deeds, of demanding that their imperialist compatriots should be thrown out of the colonies, of cultivating in the hearts of the workers in their own country a truly fraternal relationship to the working population in the colonies and to the oppressed nations, and of carrying out systematic propaganda among their own country's troops against any oppression of colonial peoples. 9. Every party that wishes to belong to the Communist International must systematically and persistently develop communist activities within the trades unions, workers and works councils, the consumer cooperatives and other mass workers' organizations. Within these organizations it is necessary to organize communist cells which are to win the trades unions etc. for the cause of communism by incessant and persistent work. In their daily work the cells have the obligation to expose everywhere the treachery of the social patriots and the vacillations of the centrists. The communist cells must be completely subordinated to the party as a whole. 10. Every party belonging to the Communist International has the obligation to wage a stubborn struggle against the Amsterdam International of Yellow Trade Union organizations. It must expound as forcefully as possible among trades unionists the idea of the necessity of the break with the Yellow Amsterdam International. It must support the International Association of Red Trades Unions affiliated to the Communist International, at present in the process of formation, with every means at its disposal. 11. Parties that wish to belong to the Communist International have the obligation to subject the personal composition of their parliamentary factions to review, to remove all unreliable elements from them and to subordinate these factions to the party leadership, not only in words but also in deeds, by calling on every individual communist member of parliament to subordinate the whole of his activity to the interests of really revolutionary propaganda and agitation. 12. The parties belonging to the Communist International must be built on the basis of the principle of democratic centralism. In the present epoch of acute civil war the Communist Party will only be able to fulfill its duty if it is organized in as centralist a manner as possible, if iron discipline reigns within it and if the party center, sustained by the confidence of the party membership, is endowed with the fullest rights and authority and the most far-reaching powers. 13. The communist parties of those countries in which the communists can carry out their work legally must from time to time undertake purges, re-registration, of the membership of their party organizations in order to cleanse the party systematically of the petty bourgeois elements within it. 14. Every party that wishes to belong to the Communist International has the obligation to give unconditional support to every Soviet republic in its struggle against the forces of counter-revolution. The communist parties must carry out clear propaganda to prevent the transport of war material to the enemies of the Soviet republics. They must also carry out legal or illegal propaganda, etc., with every means at their disposal among troops sent to stifle workers' republics. 15. Parties that have still retained their old social democratic programs have the obligation of changing those programs as quickly as possible and working out a new communist program corresponding to the particular conditions in the country and in accordance with the decisions of the Communist International. As a rule, the program of every party belonging to the Communist International must be ratified by a regular Congress of the Communist International or by the Executive Committee. Should the Executive Committee of the Communist International reject a party's program, the party in question has the right of appeal to the Congress of the Communist International. 16. All decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International and decisions of its Executive Committee are binding on all parties belonging to the Communist International. The Communist International, acting under conditions of the most acute civil war, must be built in a far more centralist manner than was the case with the Second International. In the process the Communist International and its Executive Committee must, of course, in the whole of its activity, take into account the differing conditions under which the individual parties have to fight and work, and only take generally binding decisions in cases where such decisions are possible. 17. In this connection all those parties that wish to belong to the Communist International must change their names. Every party that wishes to belong to the Communist International must bear the name Communist Party of this or that country, section of the Communist International. The question of the name is not formal, but a highly political question of great importance. The Communist International has declared war on the whole bourgeois world and on all yellow social democratic parties. The difference between the communist parties and the old official social democratic or socialist parties that have betrayed the banner of the working class must be clear to every simple toiler. 18. All the leading press organs of the parties in every country have the duty of printing all the important official documents of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 19. All parties that belong to the Communist International or have submitted an application for membership have the duty of calling a special Congress as soon as possible, and in no case later than 4 months after the Second Congress of the Communist International, in order to check all these conditions. In this connection, all party centers must see that the decisions of the Second Congress are known to all their local organizations. 20. Those parties that now wish to enter the Communist International but have not yet radically altered their previous tactics must, before they join the Communist International, see to it that no less than 2/3 of the Central Committee and of all their most important central institutions consist of comrades who even before the Second Congress of the Communist International spoke out unambiguously in public in favor of the entry of the party into the Communist International. Exceptions may be permitted with the agreement of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The Executive Committee of the Communist International also has the right to make exceptions in relation to the representatives of the centrist tendency mentioned in paragraph 7. 21. Those party members who fundamentally reject the conditions and theses laid down by the Communist International are to be expelled from the party. The same will apply particularly to delegates to the Special Party Congress. Zinoviev, the general discussion is over. Some comrades have asked for the right to speak in order to make personal declarations. Sarity, it is possible that the short declaration I made in my speech on the theses that were being discussed was not understood. What I said here was that I am in complete agreement with them and that I shall vote for them because I think that the Executive Committee of the Communist International conceives them in a broad sense, in accordance with paragraph 16 and 17. I would also like to say that Zinoviev is right to regret the fact that the Italian CGT has not called a Congress in the last 6 or 7 years. I am not replying to Comrade Zinoviev for personal or political reasons, but simply for the sake of order. The Congress of the Italian CGT is being prepared. I would like to make a short remark with reference to Dugoni. I alone was opposed to the parliamentary group being sent to Russia. Yesterday I sent off a telegram demanding that Dugoni, if he really made the declaration that has been ascribed to him, should be immediately expelled from the party. Wijnkoop, Comrade Levi understood my remarks to mean that I did not wish to criticize the KPD because the USPD was present. He is mistaken. I only want to establish the fact that, since the USPD was present, the KPD was not subjected to any criticism. I regretted that and I said that the conclusions drawn from that fact were mistaken. Dittman, when this morning Comrade Levi accused us of having disavowed the sailors murdered at Kiel and Wilhelmshaven, he forgot that I declared from the rostrum that these sailors died as heroes and martyrs of the German Revolution, a declaration that the reactionary press was not slow to emphasize. The role of these sailors and of their deeds is anyway known only through its consequences. Levi has therefore stated a false fact from the rostrum. Levi, I did not blame the USPD, but 3 men, 3 leaders of that party, who disavowed our revolutionary sailors. They did not disavow them in the literal sense of the word, they confined themselves to disavowing this deed from the political standpoint. Otherwise they would have had to call upon the proletariat and the army to follow them, which they prudently avoided doing. Applause. Dittman, I do not think that a distinction can be drawn here. You will appreciate that I do not carry all the minutes of all the Reichstag debates I have ever spoken in around in my pocket. What I said about the facts of the case itself in the Reichstag was the literal truth. We only exchanged a few words in passing with the sailors and gave them our party's agitational pamphlet. We did not know at that time what the sailors intended to do. Levi, Comrade Wijnkoop misunderstood me. I accused him of having fallen victim to the ideology of the USPD since he did not want to talk openly about the KPD in the presence of the USPD. Comrade Dittman is right to emphasize here that the 3 USPD representatives did not forget themselves so far as to rob the sailors of their personal honor too. They let the executed sailors keep their personal honor. But the question is whether at that moment the USPD stood up for the sailors politically and declared its solidarity with them. The USPD disavowed the fallen sailors. It did not seize the opportunity to carry out propaganda for the end of the war. It distanced itself from these people and has remained at a distance to this very day. Didman, I think that drawing distinctions between personal and political defense is a barrister's method. Levi, I would like to remind the comrade that we have often drawn a distinction between the personal and the political standpoint. I could point to the Russian anarchists whose political methods we reject but whose personalities on the other hand we respect. Didman, unfortunately, comrades, the whole affair has been misrepresented. The leadership turned against the representatives of the USPD to rob them of their parliamentary immunity. This is the basis of the whole affair. In our speeches in Parliament we always fought for the ending of the terrible slaughter. And I can really see no difference between my personal evaluation of what the sailors did, which I expressed in the Reichstag, and our political evaluation. Levi, I am forced to remind you once again that it is normal to draw a distinction between a political and an individual action. The Russian anarchists' terror filled us with personal sympathy for those who carried it out, but we certainly refuse to approve of it politically. Didman, I firmly maintain the opinion I expressed before. Goldenberg, I shall vote against the theses proposed to us by the Executive Committee. I ask you to allow me to read out a declaration or to hand it over to the Bureau to be included in the minutes. Sarity, if it is a question of a personal declaration you have a right to read it out. Goldenberg, it is a personal declaration. It reads: the normal process of development of the capitalist order, which has been accelerated by the imperialist war of 1914 to 1918, has divided the proletariat of every country into two mutually opposed camps, the faction of the reformists and the faction of the revolutionaries. The Communist Party expresses the revolutionary tendency. The Communist International, which embraces all the communist parties of every country, is the international organization of the revolutionary proletariat. Since it has set itself the goal of violently overthrowing the capitalist order and setting up communism with the help of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is very important that it contains no elements which can betray the interests of revolution at the decisive moment. Consequently, all non-communist elements must be expelled from the Communist International. There can therefore be no question of any possibility of admitting so-called centrist parties to the Communist International. As representatives of the labor aristocracy who have adopted bourgeois ideology, they in no way fulfill any of the preconditions for entry into it. They are its most determined opponents. It is purely and simply the failure of the attempt to gather the parties and factions hostile to the Communist International around themselves that has forced them to knock on our door. Under these conditions, the adoption of communist principles can only be enormous hypocrisy. The tactic that the Communist International must adopt towards these centrist parties, in which the split between the reformists and the revolutionaries has not yet taken place, must consist in supporting that split and the formation of a purely communist party that is the expression of the revolutionary faction of the proletariat. But this split cannot be called forth from outside in an artificial manner. It must be the result of a profound movement of the masses. Oral acceptance of the principles of communist tactics on the part of the opportunist leaders, who are very far from carrying out this transformation in deeds, can on the contrary only damage it by increasing the confusion reigning in people's heads. It can have no other result than to discredit communism and thus to render the creation of a real party of the working class more difficult. The Communist International will therefore reply to these centrist parties' applications for admission with open and inexorable criticism of these parties. It will have to show the masses that follow them that they must break with the petty bourgeois ideology of their opportunist leaders and adopt the standpoint of the communist minority completely and without reservation. They must in any case work in close agreement with this minority and make their activity in their narrow circle easier. Finally, everywhere that a split has become possible, this must be encouraged as the only means to unite the working class on a purely revolutionary program. To abandon this standpoint to make it easier for the centrist parties to enter the Communist International would mean bringing gangrene into a healthy body and accepting into its midst enemies who will stab it in the back at the decisive moment. Sarity, Comrade Zinoviev informs me that he does not accept Comrade Goldenberg's theses. Gilbos, the Bureau has several motions which are, I believe, to be referred back to the Commission. But I propose we should vote on the motion from Sarity and Graziadei that forbids communists to belong to the Freemasons. Sarity, we will take a vote on Gilbos's proposal. Unanimously accepted. Sarity, I propose that we vote on the theses as a whole and refer the proposals back to the Commission. Accepted. Wijnkoop, I propose that we discuss at least one motion here and not in the Commission. I mean the proposal that in every party that wishes to join the Communist International at least 2/3 of the membership of the Central Committee must have been in favor of entry into the Communist International before this Congress. Radek, I propose that we refer this motion to the Commission. We must discuss seriously whether we can see the situation in the USPD saved by having specifically 9/10 or 3/4 of the Central Committee. Personally, after the performance of Comrades Domig and Stocker, I have lost any hope that they will be able to carry out any real changes in the party's tactics, even if they have 9/10 of the Central Committee. I propose that we leave this motion to the Commission. Sarity, I shall now take a vote on Comrade Wijnkoop's motion. A vote is taken. The motion is rejected. It will be referred to the Commission for amendment. I shall now take a vote on Comrade Zinoviev's theses in the form in which they are presented here. The vote follows. The theses are passed with 2 votes against. We must now establish the agenda for our work. The Bureau proposes to close the discussion at 5 o'clock. It is now 6 o'clock. Today's work is finished. Tomorrow there will be a women's conference. All the commissions must work on Sunday. On Monday at 11 o'clock in the morning there will be a full session on parliamentarism. The Commission on the Agrarian Question will meet at 8 o'clock in the evening in the small hall. Wijnkoop, we must take a vote on whether we wish to give the executive a mandate to continue the negotiations with the USPD and the French party in the same way that it started them and carried them out. Sarity, since this motion has been introduced at the last minute, I ask Comrade Wijnkoop to withdraw his motion and raise it again tomorrow. Wijnkoop, gladly. Radek demands the floor. Sarity refuses him, as the session has already been closed. The session is closed at 6 o'clock. 8th session. August 2nd. Zinoviev, the session is open. It was precisely a year ago today that the Hungarian Soviet Republic fell. During this year we have, as you know, lost thousands and thousands of our best comrades in Hungary. It was also a year ago that one of our best friends, Comrade Tibor Samuli, fell as the first victim of the Hungarian counter-revolution. I ask the Congress to rise in this comrade's honor, and I express the hope that the time is no longer far off when we will once more have a Soviet Republic in Hungary. The Soviet Republic fell last year. Long live the Soviet Republic of Hungary. Didman, on behalf of Comrade Crispian, who cannot attend the Congress because of illness, I have read the following declaration. In the session of the Congress of July 30, 1920, in which I unfortunately could not take part because of illness, the reporter in his winding up described me as a social pacifist, that is, he represented me as a man who dreams of the reconciliation of the classes or believes that class contradictions can be abolished peacefully. In my more than 25 years of activity in the workers' movement I have never represented social pacifist ideas. I reject them decisively. I am convinced that capitalist class society can only be overcome by the ruthless independent class struggle of the proletariat, by the conquest of political power by the working class and by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Wijnkoop, I already said during the last session that a further vote must take place. The chairman Sarity did not carry this out then. I therefore propose that a vote now take place on the question of whether the executive be given a mandate to continue to negotiate with the USPD and the French Socialist Party in the way that is happening now or not. This mandate must be voted on, and I propose that we take this vote now. But I also propose, together with the delegates from Bulgaria and Mexico, that we do not take this vote in the way that has been done up until now, but that every country casts a vote here. Radek, one could have hoped that, having had time on Saturday and Sunday to sleep on this question, Comrade Wijnkoop would not have put it, as it has already been decided. That is to say that we have passed a resolution calling on the Executive Committee to decide, after the parties in question have accepted our conditions at their congresses and it has been shown in practice whether or not they are going to carry them out, whether the parties will be accepted into the Communist International or not. If we give the executive the right to decide whether or not a party will be accepted, then we cannot deny it the right to continue negotiations with that party. The motion cannot be discussed, it has already been decided, and I propose that we carry on with the agenda without any further discussion. Zinoviev, it is proposed to close the debate. I shall first of all take a vote on this question. Vote. The Bureau's proposal is accepted. Now we come to the material vote. All those in favor of Comrade Wijnkoop's proposal please raise their hands. Vote. The motion is rejected. I propose to use the English language now instead of the French language for the following reasons. 6 or 7 more comrades have come who do not understand French. We have held half of the Congress in French. We must now save time, and since the question of the trades unions and of Parliament is now particularly being discussed, we must speak English. The next point on the agenda is Comrade Bukharin's report. Bukharin, comrades. First of all, I ask your forgiveness for my German. It will not be the German language at all, but a substitute language. We have shared the work in the following way. First of all, I shall report on the principal questions raised and the appropriate solution of these questions. Secondly, Comrade Wolfstein will report on the work of our commission, and then comes the report by Comrade Bordiga, who believes that in this epoch of the destruction of the world capitalist system in general we cannot take part in any parliaments at all. And now to the matter in hand. We must, whenever we pose any problem, always start from the concrete epoch. And here we have a principal difference between the previous epoch of peaceful development and the present one, which is the epoch of the collapse of the capitalist system, the epoch of the class war, civil war, and the proletarian dictatorship. The peaceful epoch, and even this epoch, it must be said, was not peaceful if we take the colonies into account, can be characterized as the epoch of a certain community of interest between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This community of interest rested, particularly with the proletariat of the highly developed capitalist countries, on the fact that the big capitalist countries followed terrible imperialist policies. For that reason the capitalist classes of the countries in question were in a position to make super profits, and from these super profits to pay out higher wages to the proletariat of their own countries. What in his day Kosky said, that imperialist policies were of no advantage at all to the working class, is in principle incorrect. If we were to regard the matter from the standpoint of the temporary interests of the working class, one could claim that imperialist policies brought a certain advantage, and that was the higher wages of the workers which could be paid out of the capitalist super profits. If we can regard this epoch as the epoch of a certain community of interest between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, then we are thus given a second characteristic of this epoch, that is to say that it was also the epoch of the growing over of the workers' organizations into the bourgeois state apparatus. What the reformists described as the growth of socialism was the growing over of the working class and also of the workers' organizations into the bourgeois state apparatus. This phenomenon emerged particularly blatantly in the period of state capitalism, when in fact practically all the workers' organizations and quite large workers' organizations appeared as components of the state capitalist state apparatus. If we consider the great political parties of the working class, the Yellow Social Democracy and the trades unions during the war, we can find that all these mass organizations at that time became components of the capitalist state. They were nationalist in a bourgeois way. The starting point of this development lay already in the period before the war. It was implicit in the process of growing over into capitalism. Just as before the war almost all the organizations of the working class were in this process of growing over. Thus we can also claim that the parliamentary representatives of the working class and the factions of the workers' parties grew over into the bourgeois parliament. Instead of being something that was directed against the system as a whole in general and against the bourgeois parliament, they became a component of the parliamentary apparatus as such. That was the earlier epoch of peaceful capitalism. We also see such phenomena at the beginning of the war. Then came the new epoch of the collapse of capitalism and the Civil War. As far as the working class as a class is concerned, it has, in this process, lost its earlier, rather imperialist ideology. This ideology, which reached its highest point in the slogan of national defense, collapsed, and all the phenomena consequent upon it collapsed with it. Instead of being components of the capitalist system, the workers' organizations gradually became instruments of the class struggle. Thus, from being tools upon which the capitalist system rested, they became instruments of its destruction. Parallel with this occurred the transformation of the parliamentary factions which, from being a component of the whole parliamentary apparatus, became instruments of its destruction. And thus the new parliamentarism arose, whose supporters we communists can and must be. Comrades, I shall not by any means comment on all the paragraphs of our theses, which are very detailed. I shall select a few main points and speak about them. And then we can solve the disputed questions. If we have before us these two epochs of completely different character, then we can already say a priori that the process of transition from one epoch to the other, from the old parliamentarism to the new, must be regarded as a process which will bring with it at every concrete moment various remnants of earlier conceptions among the working class. The more this process develops, the more these remnants will disappear. But now we can see these leftovers of earlier conceptions in many parties very clearly, even in those that are already to be found in the Communist International. In general, opportunism and the vacillating parties are still present in the working class. The ideology of collaboration with the bourgeoisie still exists in part, and that is reflected in the presence of the earlier parliamentarism. Let us consider first the whole picture of the parliamentary activity of the working class. Let us take the composition of the various parliamentary factions, and we will gain a peculiar picture. For example, the USPD, this party now has 82 members in parliament. But if, in the framework of this party, which of itself is already rather moderate and opportunist, we were to consider the composition of its parliamentary faction, we would obtain more or less the following figures. Of these 82 members of the parliamentary faction, 20 belong more or less directly to the right, about 40 to the swamp, and more or less 20 to the left USPD. Let us take the Italian party and its parliamentary faction. This party belongs to us and is in the Communist International. If we were to divide the members of this parliamentary faction into three, that is to say into the supporters of Turati and Lazzari, those of Serrati, and the so-called bombassists, then we would have the following figures: 30% of the whole faction belong to the Turati tendency, 55% to the center and 15% to the left. In the struggles inside the Italian Socialist Party, Turati and Treves led the right-wing reformists, Serrati represented the maximalist majority, Bombassi favored adhesion to the Communist International and became a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Later moved to the right, was expelled in 1928 and became a leading supporter of Mussolini, shot by partisans in 1945. Comrade Serrati has given me a few other figures. In his opinion, the reformists count 41 seats. That is an official figure given by Comrade Serrati and represents a very big percentage within the Communist Party. If we consider the French party, we have the following figures: 68 parliamentarians, among them 40 explicit reformists within a party which is already opportunist, and 26 in the center, not in our sense of the word. Here the word means the center of the French party, which means the center to the power 4. As for the communists, they have perhaps 2 seats. In the Norwegian party, which is quite a good party, the parliamentary faction has 19 members. Of these, approximately 11 are right-wingers, 6 centrists and 2 are communists. The Swedish parliamentary faction has quite a few comrades who cannot be called communists in any sense. To sum up then, a rather sad picture. The composition of the parliamentary factions is below any criticism. And if we consider the cause of this phenomenon, then it is given in the fact that these parties even as parties are not sufficiently clearly communist, because quite a large number of opportunists are to be found within them. I shall now proceed from the composition of the parties to the politics, that is to say their parliamentary policies, and here we can justifiably claim that these policies are as far from revolutionary parliamentarism as heaven is from earth. I shall take the USPD as a model. During the war, when the thing to do was to call on the peoples to subdue the war, they appealed to the government. I remember a conversation with Comrade Hasse. He wanted to prove to us, when we were in Berlin, that he was carrying out a really revolutionary parliamentarism. As the best proof of this, he quoted one of his speeches in which he claimed that the German government had committed an abuse in sending German troops to Finland. These troops could be misused. Thus, if these troops are sent to the French front, that is not an abuse, only sending them to Finland is an abuse. That is a proof not of revolutionary but of opportunist parliamentarism. Let us take everything that has been written and said in the German parliament about the question of nationalization. It is laughable. If we look at these speeches, we see no trace of a revolutionary point of view. And as late as 1920, as I know, Comrade Domig represented this opportunist way of posing the question in writing on the plans for nationalization. Or, for example, the speech on the Constitution by Oskar Collin, the USPI representative. This speech is rather long, but it contains not a trace of the revolutionary way of posing the question. Here we hear that the Constitution is sick. Not a word on Niski. That is the method of Koski. For when he discusses the question of bourgeois democracy, he talks about apes and wild men. The speech by Comrade Oskar Kohn is just the same. Here our principled point of view could be developed in quite a revolutionary way. Let us take for example the story of the Commission of Inquiry into those who were responsible for the war. The independents want to investigate the question of guilt in a parliamentary way through this pure farce, which was carried out on the basis of the material supplied by the German Foreign Office. In this, however, there is not the slightest trace of any sort of revolutionary activity at all. Let us take Comrade Oskar Kohn's motion in the German parliament on the abolition of the law of protective custody. This law applied only to political prisoners. We have everything possible here except the revolutionary standpoint of the revolutionary communist. Let us take what we have heard here in this room from the comrades of the USPD. When they were excusing themselves for not having sent us an answer in time, Comrade Dittman, or another representative, if I am not mistaken, said, "We had elections at the time, and because we had such a big thing as the elections, we could not immediately compose an answer." That is a crying example that kills the comrades who quote it. If they have the elections on the one hand and the cause of the whole international on the other, then it is clear to every revolutionary that he must fight the elections under the watchword of the international. To set up a contradiction between the international and the elections is anything you like, but nothing that has anything to do with membership of the Communist International. We can follow through the whole parliamentary activity of the USPD comrades without ever finding clear, conscious activity in the sense that we mean. If we look at the French Socialist Party or other parties, we will find the same sad picture. I shall not draw your attention to this, since it suffices to quote one example in order to reconstruct the whole position. In all these phenomena, not only in the composition of the parliamentary factions but also in their tactics, remnants of the earlier parliamentarism show themselves, which we must literally root out, for as long as we have this practice and these methods and such a composition of the parliamentary factions, we will not be able to develop revolutionary activity. To go into revolutionary struggle with such rubbish is absolutely out of the question. Now we come to another question, that is to say the question of anti-parliamentarism in principle. This anti-parliamentarism is the legitimate child of the opportunism described above and the earlier parliamentary activity with all its sins. We much prefer this anti-parliamentarism on principle to opportunist parliamentarism. We can, I think, distinguish two main groups among the supporters of anti-parliamentarism, one group which really denies any participation in parliamentary activity, and the second group, which is against parliamentarism because of a special and specific assessment of the possibilities of parliamentary activity. In our epoch we can characterize the American IWW as the representatives of the first tendency. Comrade Bordiga will speak here today as the representative of the second tendency. As far as anti-parliamentarism on principle is concerned, it can be claimed of the first group that these theories or these tactics, if they are followed theoretically, are based on a complete confusion of the basic concepts of political life. The IWW, for example, has no clear concept at all of what the political struggle really is. They do not think that to have a general strike of an economic nature, which in fact is directed against the bourgeois state, is a political struggle, if it is not led by the political party but by the trades unions. Thus they absolutely do not understand what political struggle really means. They confuse the political struggle with parliamentary activity. They think that by the political struggle can be understood only parliamentary activity or the activity of parliamentary parties. It is quite clear that this negative attitude towards parliamentarism rests on various errors of a principled nature, above all on the false concept of what political struggle really is. Looked at historically, American parliamentarism displays so much vileness and corruption that many honest elements pass over to the camp of anti-parliamentarism in principle. The worker does not think abstractly at all, he is a rather crude empiricist, and if it cannot be proved to him empirically that revolutionary parliamentarism is possible, he simply rejects the whole thing. Such elements who have only seen the vileness go over to the camp of anti-parliamentarism on principle on a very large scale. I come now to the second group, which is represented here in this room by Bordiga. He tells us that his standpoint is on no account to be confused with the standpoint of anti-parliamentarism on principle, and I must say that, looked at formally, his standpoint has all the theoretical starting points, but that's all. Comrade Bordiga claims that precisely from the standpoint of the present epoch of the mass struggles of the proletariat, from the standpoint of the assessment of this epoch as an epoch of civil wars, only from this specific historical standpoint, one cannot enter parliament. That is what he thinks. But I think that there is a bridge in principle between the tactics of Comrade Bordiga and the tactics of those who are against it in principle. Comrade Bordiga has worked out his own theses, and in them we read, for example, it is necessary to break with the bourgeois lie once and for all, the lie that tries to make people believe that every clash of the hostile parties, every struggle for the conquest of power, must be played out in the framework of the democratic mechanism, in election campaigns and parliamentary debates. It will not be possible to achieve this goal without renouncing completely the traditional method of calling on the workers to participate in the elections, where they work side by side with the bourgeois class, without putting an end to the spectacle of the delegates of the proletariat appearing on the same parliamentary ground as its exploiters. Here Comrade Bordiga says that if the delegate of the working class is to be found physically in the same room as a bourgeois, he is, ipso facto, working side by side with the bourgeois class. That is a naive idea that is typical of the IWW. At the end of the ninth thesis we read, therefore the communist parties will never achieve any great success with the propaganda of the revolutionary Marxist method if they do not base their work directly on the dictatorship of the proletariat and the workers' councils and abandon any contact with bourgeois democracy. So physical contact in a room is in itself original sin, and then the whole thing goes wrong. I think, however, that this mistake will become even bigger because we do not always have the workers' councils. Comrade Bordiga agrees with us that we cannot organize the workers' councils straight away in every country. The councils are fighting organizations of the proletariat. If no conditions exist to carry out this direct struggle, there is no sense in setting up these councils. Then they are transformed into cultural appendages of other institutions which become absolutely reformist, and the great danger exists that the workers' councils will then, so to speak, be organized after the French pattern, where a couple of people come together and a humanitarian pacifist organization is formed. And none of these organizations yet exists at all, they are not yet given realities. But the bourgeois parliament is a given reality. We say in our theses that we must have our revolutionary agents here in these institutions, here our proletarian scouts must work side by side with the bourgeois class. Here a completely negative notion is given which is not logically worked out, but which is comprehensible from the emotional point of view. From the standpoint of revolutionary logic and expediency, the decisive factor in the whole question is that we communists claim that there is a possibility of going into the bourgeois parliaments to try to blow them up from inside. Earlier, when the parliamentary factions grew over into parliamentary institutions, they became parts of the system as such. We, however, want to develop our activity in such a way that an ever sharper contradiction arises between the parliamentary system and our faction. We do not need to say that what is primary for us is that our parliamentary activity must be coordinated with the masses of the working class. Let us follow Comrade Bordiga's theses further. First of all, a small comment. I claim that anti-parliamentarism on principle exists in some comrades because they are afraid to emerge as revolutionary parliamentarians, as this ground is too dangerous for their liking, and because they try in every possible way to run away from this most difficult revolutionary task. Big parties are quoted in order to prove that this activity is completely impossible. I do not say this of Comrade Bordiga, but in his faction there are such elements, and when he comes to us and says in his 12th thesis, the actual character of the debates that take place in Parliament and in other democratic organs excludes any possibility of moving on from a criticism of the opposing parties to propaganda against the principle of parliamentarism, to action that exceeds the limits of the parliamentary constitution. Comrade Bordiga says that it is technically impossible to exploit Parliament, but that has to be proved. Nobody would say that we had better conditions under Tsarism in our Duma than today in the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Nobody has tried to talk like that, as you know. Why have you already claimed a priori that it is impossible? Try it first, have a few scandals, get yourselves arrested, have a political trial in the grand style. You have done none of this. This tactic must be developed to an increasing degree. And I claim that this is possible. French comrades, for example Comrade Lefebvre, claim that it is impossible to say a sharp word against Clemenceau in the French chamber. Nobody has tried it, nobody has made the attempt. I think there is simple fear here. People say, yes, that is too dangerous. We can only carry out purely legal work in propaganda. You have unmasked yourselves here. Because this ground is too dangerous, you want to run away from this difficult task. Comrade Bordiga, in paragraph 10, as an argument against parliamentary election, says the following. The excessively great importance ascribed in practice to the election campaigns and their results, the fact that the party dedicates all its forces and human, press and economic resources to them for quite a long period of time, means on the one hand that, despite all the speeches at meetings and all the theoretical statements to the contrary, the conviction is strengthened that this really is the main action for the achievement of communist goals. On the other hand, it leads to an almost complete renunciation of any work of revolutionary organization and preparation by giving the party organization a technical character that stands in complete contradiction to the requirements of legal and illegal revolutionary work. Perhaps something like that exists in Italy, but you must prove to us why that is logically necessary. If you adopt Comrade Dittmann's point of view and say, the election campaign is an opposite to the question of the international, then you are right. But our standpoint consists in developing the whole election campaign from the revolutionary point of view. Then there can be no such opposite. It is not a logical contradiction when we say that we must develop the whole election campaign under the sharpest revolutionary slogans in order to go to the villages and to work where there is no political interest, and in order to weld the people together as a mass organization, to keep all these campaigns of various kinds in contact. Yes, you say, that is precisely to kill off revolutionary work. Comrade Bordiga wrote that because he has seen very little of really revolutionary election campaigning, just as the comrades of the IWW have never seen revolutionary parliamentarism. That is why Comrade Bordiga raises such claims, but he at least ought to substantiate them. Nevertheless, I think that there are many empirical proofs of revolutionary parliamentarism. I shall repeat them, the names are known to us. There was the activity of Liebknecht, the activity of Hoagland, then there were the Bulgarian comrades and ourselves. We had revolutionary parliamentarism under the most varied historical conditions, for example during the Second Duma, during Kerensky's pre-parliament and during the Constituent Assembly. We were not afraid to put ourselves alongside the bourgeoisie, the socialist revolutionaries or the cadets because we had a firm revolutionary tactic and completely clear tactical lines. For that reason this whole question, that is to say the question of the party, is now the cardinal question. If you have a really communist party then you need not be afraid of sending one of your people into the bourgeois parliament, for he will act as a revolutionary must act. But if you have in the party a mishmash where 40% are pure opportunists, then of course precisely these gentlemen will sneak into the parliamentary faction, to the places that suit them best. That is why they are almost all members of the parliamentary factions. Then they cannot carry out their parliamentary duties as revolutionary communists. That is a party question. I repeat, if we have among the parties of the Communist International really communist parties that do not shelter any opportunists or reformists in their bosoms, if we have already carried out this purge, then we have the guarantee that we will not have the old parliamentarism but a really revolutionary parliamentarism and a reliable method of destroying the bourgeoisie, the whole bourgeois state apparatus and the bourgeois system. Wolfstein, comrades, let me briefly say the following on the work of the Commission on Parliament, instead of paragraph 1 on page 60 an exhaustive historical introduction to the question of parliamentarism, written by Comrade Trotsky, has been decided upon. The main heading of the theses now reads the Communist Parties and Parliamentarism. The first paragraph, in place of the former paragraph 1, the new epoch and the new parliamentarism, reads: The attitude of the socialist parties towards parliamentarism was in the beginning, in the period of the First International, that of using bourgeois parliaments for the purpose of agitation. Participation in parliament was considered from the point of view of the development of class consciousness, i.e. of awakening the class hostility of the proletariat to the ruling class. This relationship was transformed, not through the influence of theory, but under the influence of political development. Through the uninterrupted increase of the productive forces and the constant extension of the area of capitalist exploitation, capitalism, and with it the parliamentary states, became firmer and more permanent. Hence there arose the adaptation of the parliamentary tactics of the socialist parties to the organic legislative work of the bourgeois parliament, and hence was derived the ever greater importance of the struggle for reforms within the framework of capitalism. The result was the dominance of the so-called minimum program of social democracy and the transformation of the maximum program into a debating formula for an exceedingly distant final goal. On this basis then developed the phenomena of parliamentary careerism, of corruption, and of the open and concealed betrayal of the most elementary interests of the working class. The attitude of the Communist International towards parliamentarism is determined, not by a new doctrine, but by the change in the role of parliamentarism itself. In the previous epoch Parliament performed to a certain degree a historically progressive task as a tool of developing capitalism. Under the present conditions of unbridled imperialism, however, Parliament has turned into a tool for lies, deception, violence, and enervating chatter. In the face of imperialist devastation, plundering, rape, banditry and destruction, parliamentary reforms, robbed of any system, permanence, and method, lose any practical significance for the toiling masses. Like the whole of bourgeois society, parliamentarism too is losing its stability. The sudden transition from the organic epoch to the critical creates the basis for a new tactic of the proletariat in the field of parliamentarism. Thus the Russian Labour Party, the Bolsheviks, had already worked out the nature of revolutionary parliamentarism in the previous period, because since 1905 capitalist Russia had been shaken from its political and social equilibrium and had entered the period of storms and shocks. To the extent that some socialists, who tend towards communism, point out that the moment for the revolution has not yet come in their countries and refuse to split from the parliamentary opportunists, they proceed, in the essence of the matter, from the conscious estimate that their country is still in an epoch of the relative stability of imperialist society, and assume that on this basis a coalition with the Durratis and Longuets can bear practical results in the struggle for reforms. Theoretically clear communism, on the other hand, will correctly estimate the character of the present epoch. Highest point of capitalism, imperialist self-negation and self-destruction, uninterrupted growth of civil war, etc. The forms of political relations and groupings can be different in different countries. The essence, however, remains everywhere one and the same. What is at stake for us is the immediate political and technical preparations for the insurrection of the proletariat, the destruction of the bourgeois power and the establishment of the new proletarian power. At present, Parliament, for communists, cannot at all become the arena for the struggle for reforms, for the amelioration of the position of the working class within the capitalist economic mode, as was the case at certain times in the previous period. The center of gravity of political life has at present been removed finally and completely beyond the bounds of Parliament. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie is forced, not only by reason of its relations to the toiling masses, but also by reason of the complex mutual relations within the bourgeois class, to carry out part of its measures one way or another in Parliament, where the various cliques haggle for power, reveal their strong sides, betray their weak sides, expose themselves, etc. Therefore it is the historical task of the working class to wrest this apparatus from the hands of the ruling class, to smash it, to destroy it and replace it with new proletarian organs of power. At the same time, however, the revolutionary general staff of the working class has a strong interest in having its scouts in the parliamentary institutions of the bourgeoisie in order to make this task of destruction easier. Thus is demonstrated quite clearly the basic difference between the tactics of the communist, who enters parliament with revolutionary aims, and the tactics of the socialist parliamentarian. The latter proceeds from the assumption of the relative stability and the indeterminate duration of the existing rule. He makes it his task to achieve reforms by every means, and he is interested in seeing to it that every achievement is suitably assessed by the masses as a merit of parliamentary socialism. Turati, Longuet, and Co. In the place of the old adaptation to parliamentarism, the new parliamentarism emerges as a tool for the annihilation of parliamentarism in general. The disgusting traditions of the old parliamentary tactics have, however, repelled a few revolutionary elements into the camp of the opponents of parliamentarianism on principle, IWW, and of the revolutionary syndicalists, KAPD. The Second Congress therefore adopts the following theses. Thereafter various things are changed in all the paragraphs. After amendment by the Commission, paragraph 1 reads: Parliamentarism as a state system has become a democratic form of the rule of the bourgeoisie, which at a certain stage of development requires the fiction of popular representation, which appears externally to be the organization of a popular will that stands outside of the classes, but which, in reality, is a machine for oppression and subjugation in the hands of the rule of capital. In paragraph 4 line 3 is added, can as such not be conquered in the long run. Further, paragraph 9 line 4, mass actions will be organized and led by the revolutionary mass organizations, trades unions, party, workers' councils, of the proletariat under the general leadership of a unified, disciplined, centralist communist party. Paragraph 11 line 8 now says, but from inside Parliament to help the masses to smash the state machine and Parliament itself by action. In paragraph 12 there must be added to line 5, caught up in democratic illusions, look towards the parliamentary tribunal. Then paragraph 13 has been completely taken out in its previous form and replaced with a new paragraph on behavior in local government institutions, should a majority be won there. Should the communists have the majority in local government institutions, They should, a. carry out revolutionary opposition to the bourgeois central power, b. do everything to be of service to the poorer population, economic measures, introduction or attempted introduction of an armed workers' militia, etc., c. at every opportunity show the limitations placed on really big changes by the bourgeois state power, d. on this basis develop the sharpest revolutionary propaganda without fearing the conflict with the power of the state, e. under certain circumstances replace the local administration by local workers' councils. The whole activity of the communists in the local administration must therefore be part of the general work of disrupting the capitalist system. In the last sentence of paragraph 15 Hoagland's name has been deleted because Hoagland only developed this revolutionary activity in Parliament for a certain time. Today he is no longer active in this sense. Section 3 is now called Revolutionary Parliamentarism. Only unimportant, more editorial alterations have been undertaken in it. The main work of the Commission, which, with 2 votes against, was in agreement with the contents of the theses, consisted mainly in producing a good German, French and English text. That was definitely a more difficult task than disposing of Bordiga's theses, for which only 2 votes were cast in the Commission. The results of the other votes were, Trotsky's introduction adopted with 2 votes against, paragraphs 1 to 6 unanimous, paragraphs 7 and 10 with 2 votes against, 8 to 9 unanimous, 11 to 18 with 1 vote against, 19 unanimous. Section 3 paragraphs 1 to 4 with 1 vote against, paragraph 5 with 2 votes against, paragraph 6 to 7 unanimous, the remaining paragraphs with 1 abstention. The 2 votes cast against the theses in principle were the representatives of Switzerland and of the IWW. The representative of the IWW was not present at the last session of the Commission as a result of illness. Bordiga, the left faction of the Italian Socialist Party, is anti-parliamentarian in its views, and that for reasons which are not valid for Italy alone but which have a general character. Are we dealing here only with a question of principle? Certainly not. In principle we are all, after all, opponents of parliamentarism, because we reject it as a means of liberating the proletariat and as a political form of the proletarian state. The anarchists are anti-parliamentarian on principle since they declare themselves to be against any agency of power. The syndicalist opponents of the political action of the party, who have a completely different conception of the process of the liberation of the proletariat, are also against it. As far as we are concerned, our anti-parliamentarism is based on the Marxist critique of bourgeois democracy. I shall not repeat here the arguments of critical communism, which unmask the bourgeois lie of political equality as a means to blur economic inequality and the class struggle. This conception is based on the idea of a historic process in which the liberation of the proletariat is achieved after a violent class struggle which is supported by the dictatorship of the proletariat. This theoretical conception, which is elucidated in the Communist Manifesto, found its first historical realization in the Russian Revolution. Between these 2 facts there is a long time span. During this the development of the capitalist world has advanced a long way. The Marxist movement has been debased into a social democratic one, and has created a field of common work for the petty interests of the collaboration of individual groups of workers and bourgeois democracy. The same phenomenon is to be observed in the trades unions and in the socialist parties. The Marxist task of the Marxist Party, which ought to have spoken on behalf of the whole working class and remembered its old historical tasks, has therefore been almost completely forgotten. A new ideology has been fabricated which has nothing in common with Marxism, which rejects violent measures and ignores the dictatorship of the proletariat in order to put in its place the illusion of a social development on peaceful and democratic paths. The Russian Revolution has realized Marxist theory in an admirable manner by proving the necessity of a violent struggle and the introduction of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the historical conditions under which the Russian Revolution developed are different from the conditions for the proletarian revolution in the countries of Western Europe and America. The position in Russia could perhaps be compared with the position in Germany in 1848, where 2 revolutions broke out one after the other, one bourgeois democratic and one proletarian. The tactical experiences of the Russian Revolution cannot be transferred to other countries where bourgeois democracy has already long since been introduced and where the revolutionary crisis will consist of a direct transition from this order to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Marxist significance of the Russian Revolution lies in this, that in its final phase, the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly and the seizure of power by the Soviets, it was built up on a Marxist basis and prepared the ground for the development of every new movement, the development of the Communist International, which has finally broken with the Social Democrats who, be it said to their shame, completely failed during the war. The revolutionary problem demands, above all in Western Europe, an abandonment of the ground of bourgeois democracy. The proof that the bourgeoisies demand that every political struggle should only be carried out through the mechanism of parliament is false, and that the struggle for the conquest of power must be carried out in a new way, through direct revolutionary activity. The party needs a new technical organization, that is to say a new historical formation. This is realized through the Communist Party which, as the Executive Committee's theses on the question of the role of the party say, was born in the epoch of the direct struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thesis 4. The first mechanism of the bourgeoisie that must be destroyed before one can move on to the economic construction of communism and create the new mechanism of the proletarian state that is to represent the government apparatus, is parliament. Bourgeois democracy works among the masses with indirect means of defense, while the state apparatus stands ready to apply direct means of violence which are set into activity as soon as the last attempts to draw the proletariat onto the ground of legal democratic politics have failed. It is therefore of extreme importance to unmask this ploy of the bourgeoisie and to show the masses the whole deception of bourgeois parliamentarism. Even before the World War, the practice of the traditional socialist parties had brought about an anti-parliamentarian reaction in the ranks of the proletariat, the anarcho-syndicalist reaction that denied the value of any political activity in order to concentrate the activity of the proletariat in the field of economic organization, and which thus spread the false idea that there is no political activity outside of electoral and parliamentary activity. This idea must be fought, as must social democratic illusions. This conception is far removed from the true revolutionary method and leads the proletariat on a false road in its struggle for liberation. Great clarity is needed in propaganda. The masses need a clear and simple mode of expression. Starting from Marxist principles, we propose that, in countries where the democratic order has long since developed, the agitation for the dictatorship of the proletariat should be built up on the spreading of the boycott of the elections and of the bourgeois democratic organs. The great importance that is ascribed to electoral activity in practice contains a double danger. On the one hand, it gives the impression that that is the main activity, and on the other it absorbs all the party's forces, which paralyzes the work of all the other branches of the party. The Social Democrats are not the only ones who ascribe a great importance to the elections. Even the theses proposed by the executive say that it is important to use all means of agitation in the election campaigns. Thesis 15. The organization of the party which carries out electoral activity develops a quite special technical character which is sharply different from the character of the organization which corresponds to legal or illegal revolutionary needs. The party divides into a number of election committees which are solely concerned with the preparation and mobilization of the electors. If the party in question is an old social democratic party that has affiliated to the communist movement, there is a great danger in the carrying out of parliamentary action as it was previously practiced. We have numerous proofs of this. As far as the theses proposed and defended by the speakers are concerned, they are preceded by a historical introduction with the first part of which I am in almost complete agreement. It says there that the First International used parliamentarism for the purposes of agitation, criticism, and propaganda. Later, in the Second International, there emerged the harmful effects of parliamentarism, which led to reformism and class collaboration, the Bergfrieden. In the introduction, the conclusion is drawn from this that the Communist International should return to the parliamentary tactic for the purpose of destroying parliament from the inside. The Communist International must, however, if it adopts the same doctrine as the First International, take the completely different historical circumstances into account and develop a completely different activity, that is to say, not collaborate with bourgeois democracy. The first part of the theses that follow do not stand in any way in contradiction to the ideas I support either. The difference only begins where it is a question of the use of the election campaign and the parliamentary tribune for mass actions. But they cannot be used in the same way as the press, the freedom of association, etc. Here it is a question of a means of action, there of a bourgeois institution which must be replaced by proletarian institutions, by workers' soviets. We are not thinking of giving up the use of the press, of propaganda, etc. after the revolution, but we do strive before all else to destroy the democratic apparatus and to set up the dictatorship of the proletariat in its place. We do not put forward that argument any more than we do the one about the leaders of the movement. There can be no question at all that leaders can be abolished. We know very well, and we have told the anarchists since the beginning of the war, that it is not correct to reject parliamentarism in order to abolish leaders. We will always need them as propagandists, journalists, etc. Certainly in a revolution a centralist party that leads the activity of the working class is necessary. Naturally this party also needs leaders. But the role of the party, the role of the leaders, is completely different from what it was with the Social Democrats. The party leads the activity of the proletariat in the sense that it carries out the most dangerous work which demands the greatest sacrifice. The leaders of the party are not only the leaders of the victorious revolution, they are also the first to fall under the enemy's blows in a defeat. Their position is quite different from the position of the parliamentary leaders, who occupy the most advantageous posts in bourgeois society. We are told, one can also carry out propaganda from the rostrum of parliament. I would like to answer that with a somewhat childish argument: what one says on the rostrum of parliament is repeated in the press. If it is the bourgeois press, everything will be distorted, and if it is our press, then it is a waste of time to say from the rostrum what will later be printed. The evidence quoted by the speaker will not harm our theses. Liebknecht worked in the Reichstag at a time when we recognized the possibility of parliamentary activity, all the more so for the fact that it was not then a matter of sanctioning parliamentarism itself, but of criticizing bourgeois power. But if we weigh Liebknecht, Hoagland, and the few other cases of revolutionary activity in Parliament, against the whole mass of the treachery of the Social Democrats, then the result will be thoroughly unfavorable to revolutionary parliamentarism. The parliamentary activities of the Bolsheviks in the Duma, in Kerensky's pre-parliament and in the Constituent Assembly were carried out under conditions completely different from those under which we propose to abandon the parliamentary tactic. I shall not come back to the difference there is between the development of the revolution and the revolution in the other bourgeois countries. I am also not in favor of the idea that elections for bourgeois local government institutions must be used. But I cannot pass over a very important problem in silence. I mean using the election campaign for the purposes of agitation and propaganda for the communist revolution. But this agitation will be all the more effective, the more powerfully we preach the boycott of bourgeois elections to the masses. It is moreover impossible to foresee what the disruptive activity that the communists could carry out in Parliament is to consist of. The reporter proposed to us the draft of a rule concerning the activity of communists in bourgeois parliaments. That is, so to speak, the purest utopia. It will never develop a parliamentary activity that contradicts the principles of parliamentarism and goes beyond the bounds of parliamentary rules. Now a few words on the arguments quoted by Comrade Lenin in his pamphlet on left communism. I do not think that one can take our anti-parliamentary tendency to be one that demands withdrawal from the trades unions. However rotten, the trade union is still a workers' milieu. To withdraw from the social democratic trades unions would be to share the conception of the syndicalists, who wish to unite themselves in revolutionary fighting organs of a different economic type. From the Marxist standpoint, that is a mistake that has nothing to do with the argument on which our anti-parliamentarism rests. The theses, however, say that the question of parliamentarism is only secondary for the communist revolution, but with the question of the trades unions, matters stand differently. I do not think that one can pass a final judgment on individual comrades or communist parties on the basis of opposition to parliamentary activity. In his interesting work, Comrade Lenin describes a communist tactic, by deciding his very broad activity, on the basis of a very attentive analysis of the situation in the bourgeois world, and he proposes that the experience of the Russian Revolution should be applied in this analysis in the capitalist countries. He also emphasizes the necessity of taking account of the differences between the various countries. I shall not here undertake a discussion of this method. I would only like to note that a Marxist movement in the democratic Western countries requires a much more direct tactic than the tactic that was applied during the Russian Revolution. Comrade Lenin accuses us of trying to avoid the problem of communist action in parliament because his slogan seems too difficult to us and because the anti-parliamentarian tactic costs the least effort. We completely agree that the tasks of the proletarian revolution are very great and difficult. We are convinced that if, after dealing with the problem of parliamentary action, we go on to discuss and decide on the other, far more important, problems, we will still not have made any progress, and that their solution will not be as simple as we think. Therefore we intend to use the main forces of the communist movement in fields that are more important than parliament. We do not flinch in the face of any difficulties. We only note that the opportunist parliamentarians, who also chose an easy tactic, are not for that reason any the less burdened with work by their parliamentary activity. From that we conclude that we will need enormous effort and tireless activity for the solution of the problems of communist parliamentarism according to the proposed theses, if we adopt this solution, and that then little energy and few resources will remain for really revolutionary activity. In the bourgeois world, one cannot go through those stages in the political field that will have to be fought out only after the revolution, through the economic transformation of capitalism into communism. The transfer of power from the exploiters to the exploited brings behind it a change in the apparatus of representation. Bourgeois parliamentarism must be replaced by the Soviet system. The old democratic mask of the class struggle must be torn up so that direct revolutionary action can be introduced. That is our standpoint on parliamentarism, a standpoint that is in complete harmony with the revolutionary Marxist method. I can close with a view that we share with Comrade Bukharin. This question can and must not lead to a split in the Marxist movement. If the Communist International wishes to take on itself the creation of a communist parliamentarism, we will submit to its decision. We do not think that this plan will succeed, but we declare that we will do nothing to disrupt this work. I hope that the next Congress of the Communist International will not need to debate the results of parliamentary action, but will much rather examine the victory of the communist revolution in a great number of countries. Should that not be possible, then I wish for Comrade Bukharin's sake that he will be able to present us with a less dreary picture of communist parliamentarism than that with which he had to begin his introduction this time. Comrade Bordiga thereupon reads the following theses. Theses on parliamentarism, drawn up by Comrade Bordiga on behalf of the communist abstentionist faction of the Socialist Party of Italy. 1. Parliamentarism is the form of political representation peculiar to the capitalist order. The principled criticism by revolutionary Marxists of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy leads in general to the conclusion that the franchise granted to all citizens of all social classes in the elections to the representative bodies of the state cannot prevent every government apparatus of the state from becoming the committee for the defense of the interests of the ruling capitalist class, and the state from organizing itself as the historical organ of the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the proletarian revolution. 2. Communists deny the possibility that the working class will ever conquer power through a majority of parliamentary seats. The armed revolutionary struggle alone will take it to its goal. The conquest of power by the proletariat, which forms the starting point of communist economic construction, leads to the violent and careful abolition of the democratic organs and their replacement by organs of proletarian power, by workers' councils. The exploiting class is in this way robbed of all political rights and the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. a government system with class representation, is set up. The abolition of parliamentarism becomes a historical task of the communist movement. Even more, representative democracy is precisely the first form of bourgeois society that must be brought down, and moreover even before capitalist property, even before the bureaucratic state machinery. 3. The same must happen with local government institutions, which should not be theoretically posed as an opposite to the state organs. In reality their apparatus is identical with the state mechanism of the bourgeoisie. They must similarly be destroyed by the revolutionary proletariat and replaced by local Soviets of workers' deputies. 4. At the present moment, the task of the communists in mentally and materially driving forward the revolution is to free the proletariat above all from the illusions and prejudices that were spread in the muses by the treachery of the old social democratic leaders. In those countries which have been ruled for a longer time by a democratic order which is rooted in the habits and thoughts of the masses, and also in the old socialist parties, this task is of special importance, and assumes the first place among the problems of the preparation of the revolution. 5. Participation in elections and in parliamentary activity at a time when the thought of the conquest of power by the proletariat was still far distant and when there was not yet any question of direct preparations for the revolution and of the realization of the dictatorship of the proletariat could offer great possibilities for propaganda, agitation, and criticism. On the other hand, in those countries where a bourgeois revolution has as yet only started and is creating new institutions, the entry of communists into the representative bodies, which are still in the formative stage, can have a big influence on the development of events in order to bring about a favorable outcome of the revolution and the final victory of the proletariat. 6. In the present historical epoch, which has opened with the end of the World War and its consequences for the social organization of the bourgeoisie, with the Russian Revolution as the first realization of the idea of the conquest of power by the working class, and the formation of the new international in opposition to the traitors of the social democracy, and in the countries where the democratic order was introduced a long time ago, there is no possibility of exploiting parliamentarism for the revolutionary cause of communism. Clarity of propaganda no less than preparation of the final struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat demand that communists carry out propaganda for a boycott of the elections on the part of the workers. 7. Under these historical conditions, under which the revolutionary conquest of power by the proletariat has become the main problem of the movement, every political activity of the party must be dedicated to this goal. It is necessary to break with the bourgeois lie once and for all, with the lie that tries to make people believe that every clash of the hostile parties, every struggle for the conquest of power, must be played out in the framework of the democratic mechanism, in election campaigns and parliamentary debates. It will not be possible to achieve this goal without renouncing completely the traditional method of calling on workers to participate in the elections, where they work side by side with the bourgeois class, without putting an end to the spectacle of the delegates of the proletariat appearing on the same parliamentary ground as its exploiters. 8. The ultra-parliamentary practice of the old socialist parties spread the dangerous conception that all political action consists only of election campaigns and parliamentary activity. On the other hand, the proletariat's aversion for this treachery has created a fertile soil for syndicalist and anarchist tendencies which deny that the political action and activity of the party have any value. Therefore the communist parties will never achieve great success in propagating the revolutionary Marxist method if they do not base their work directly on the dictatorship of the proletariat and on the workers' councils, and abandon any contact with bourgeois democracy. 9. The excessively great importance ascribed in practice to the election campaigns and their results, the fact that the party dedicates to them all its forces and human, press and economic resources for quite a long period of time means on the one hand that despite all the speeches at meetings and all the theoretical statements to the contrary, the conviction is strengthened that this really is the main action for the achievement of communist goals. On the other hand, it leads to an almost complete renunciation of any work of revolutionary organization and preparation by giving the party organization a technical character that stands in complete contradiction to the requirements of legal and illegal revolutionary work. 10. As far as those parties are concerned that have affiliated to the Communist International by a majority decision, further participation in election campaigns prevents the required sifting out of the social democratic elements, without whose removal the Communist International will not be able to carry out its historic role. 11. The actual character of the debates that take place in Parliament and in other democratic organs excludes any possibility of moving on from a criticism of the opposing parties to propaganda against the principle of parliamentarism, to action that exceeds the limits of the parliamentary constitution. In exactly the same way it is impossible to obtain a mandate that gives the right to speak if one refuses to submit to all the formalities of the electoral process. Success in the parliamentary fight can be achieved merely by skill in the use of the common weapon of the principles on which the institution bases itself and by using the nuances in the rules, just as success in the election campaign will be judged more and more according to the number of votes and seats obtained. Every attempt by the communist parties to lend the practice of parliamentarism a totally different character will simply lead to a bankruptcy of the energies that will have to be sacrificed to this labor of Sisyphus. The cause of the communist revolution calls summarily for direct action against the capitalist system of the exploiters. Zinoviev, I have the following proposal to submit to you on behalf of the Bureau. 19 speakers have asked for permission to speak. We think, however, that from today we should work somewhat more quickly, so that we can finish on Thursday. There are now 2 draft theses, and therefore we propose to nominate general speakers, for example 3 speakers for Bukharin's theses and 3 for Bordiga's theses, and to make do with that on this question. Radek, I propose to let 1 speaker speak for and 1 against participation in Parliament. People are sick and tired of this parliamentary business. The general arguments have already been sufficiently dilated upon. I propose that on this question we give the floor to 1 speaker in favor and 1 against, and then the 2 reporters. Both proposals are voted upon. Zinoviev's proposal is adopted. Zinoviev, we must now carry out a little research. I shall ask who is in favor of Bordiga's theses and who is in favor of Bukharin's theses. Both groups should gather together and nominate their general speakers. Gallagher, I am very sorry to have to say that the Communist International too is on the road to becoming opportunist. Instead of finding ways and means to bring the spirit of revolt into the masses, people here are thinking of how they are to participate in parliamentary elections. It is naive to think that, if unreliable elements come into Parliament, they will fight in the direction of the Communist International and the revolution. There are many examples of this in Britain. What is done there? The main consideration is how to participate legally in the elections. It has often been said that if one goes into Parliament one can make speeches there and thus agitate. The result is, however, that the proletariat becomes accustomed to believing in the democratic institutions. One cannot demand agitation from those who enter Parliament. The communist parties all over the world have now something other to do than wasting time on parliamentary elections. What is important now is to study revolutionary ways and means and tactics under the leadership of the executive. And now instead of that you wish to divert attention from this goal. The Communist Party that is forming in Britain swears by its membership of the Communist International. But that is a fashion, just as it is also a fashion to speak out in favor of the dictatorship of the proletariat. What are we to say? Are people prepared to work for the dictatorship of the proletariat? I say no. Liebknecht certainly did great things, but only in so far as he also worked among the masses outside Parliament. If he had merely spoken in Parliament, he would have stayed alive like MacDonald and many others too. As far as the Russian example is concerned, it has its own history, from which one cannot, however, generalize. The struggle and the experience of the Russian revolutionaries was forged by tears and blood. The attitude of the Bolsheviks in the Russian Duma is the result of many years of hard struggle by the mass of workers. There is now an alternative in front of the Communist International, as there is in front of the people of every country. There are 2 tactics, one that, through all kinds of democratic phrases, develops the feeling of submission in the people, and the other that consists in developing the revolutionary spirit in the masses. The example of the Member of Parliament, Maclean, who, in big election meetings, said he was a Bolshevik and would overthrow Parliament, is typical. Since Maclean has been in parliament, he has been a petty bourgeois socialist who states that he is not a Bolshevik. Our energies must now be applied to sharpening the revolutionary struggle in the masses. The Communist International finds itself now faced with the alternative of taking either the road of submission or that of struggle. Shablin, comrades, the Bulgarian Communist Party has already had experiences in relation to parliamentarism which show that, where there still is a bourgeois parliament, communist parties can and must carry on the struggle of the revolutionary masses of workers hand in hand with the struggle in parliament. Even if the theses Comrade Bordiga proposes to us proclaim a Marxist phraseology, it must be said that they have nothing in common with the really Marxist idea according to which the Communist Party must use every opportunity offered us by the bourgeoisie to come into contact with the oppressed masses and to help communist ideas to be victorious among them. These theses only contain the remnants of the petty bourgeois prejudices that still exist in the labor movements of many countries. I think that the Bulgarian experiences are the best answer to Comrade Bordiga's theses, and I therefore ask you to pay some attention to my short introduction to this question, all the more so for the fact that it contains no empty, so-called Marxist phrases, but facts drawn from life itself. The Bulgarian Communist Party fought energetically against the Balkan War of 1912-13, and, when this war ended with a defeat and a deep-going economic crisis for the country, the influence of the party in the masses had grown so far that in the elections for the legislative bodies in 1914 it won 45,000 votes and 11 seats in parliament on the basis of a strictly principled agitation. The parliamentary group protested violently on several occasions against the decision of the Bulgarian government to participate in the European war, and voted each time demonstratively against war loans. With the help of pamphlets and illegal leaflets, through zealous agitation and propaganda, the party carried out a violent struggle against the imperialist war once it had been declared, not only inside the country but also at the front. This revolutionary activity brought about the persecution of the parliamentary group and the whole party. 3 communist deputies, Lakhanov, Dimitrov, and Zaporinov, were condemned to 3 to 5 years in prison by field court-martial during the war, imprisoned for a few months and then set free. Hundreds of comrades were condemned to the most varied punishments, and a number of communists were shot. The Army General Staff had forbidden the soldiers to read our party organ, Rabojnitsky Vestnik, and the soldiers who broke the ban were arrested, persecuted and shot. This bitter struggle against the war, the complete bankruptcy of the bourgeoisie's policy of conquest and the serious crisis caused by the war gave the Communist Party the opportunity to extend its field of work and its influence among the masses and to become the strongest political party in our country. In the parliamentary elections of 1919 the Communist Party received 120,000 votes and entered parliament with 47 communist deputies. The Social Patriots, the Socialists, could only muster 34 representatives, although the Ministry of the Interior was in the hands of one of the leaders of this party, in the hands of the Bulgarian Niski of sad memory, Pastuchov. The success of the Communist Party and its exploitation of the parliamentary rostrum for revolutionary purposes caused the alarmed bourgeoisie to dissolve the chamber. New elections were called which took place in March 1920. These elections, too, yielded a brilliant victory for the Communist Party. Despite the terror directed exclusively against us by the government, thousands of comrades were arrested, hundreds maltreated and beaten in the prisons, and many killed. Courts-martial, the censorship, the gendarmerie, the regular army, the White Army and the whole government machine of annihilation and oppression was directed against us. The party not only maintained the position it had won, but greatly strengthened it. It obtained 187,000 votes and 50 deputies, and the number of socialist seats fell from 39 to 9. The government now found itself in the minority. In order to make a majority, 9 communist deputies were then deprived of their seats and thrown out of parliament. In this way the communist parliamentary group was reduced to 41 deputies by the government. By this fact the bourgeoisie had to take off the mask of hypocritical loyalty. The basis of the legality of the democratic bourgeois parliament was thus destroyed in the eyes of the masses, and its influence on the toiling masses of the country impaired. The workers and peasants of the two constituencies of Philippopol, Plovdiv, and Vratsa, whose representatives had been driven out of parliament, gathered in great protest meetings, at which they struggled for the destruction of the bourgeois parliament to which the real representatives of the people have no access, and at which they declared themselves in favor of the creation of workers' and peasants' soviets. The Communist Party carried out the election campaign on the basis of the communist program adopted at the Congress of May 1919. It openly declared that it did not defend any illusions with regard to parliament and that the conquest of power by the proletariat is only possible through the revolutionary action of the masses, which has to be taken as far as the armed uprising of the workers and peasants and the destruction of parliament and the bourgeois state itself. The Communist Party is carrying out an unrelenting struggle in parliament against the left as against the right bourgeois parties. It subjects all the government's draft laws to strict criticism and uses every opportunity to develop its principled standpoint and its slogans. In this way the Communist Party exploits the parliamentary rostrum in order to develop its agitation on the broadest basis among the masses. It shows the toilers the necessity of fighting for workers' and peasants' soviets, destroys the authority of and belief in the importance of parliament, and calls on the masses to put the dictatorship of the proletariat in the place of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The Bulgarian Communist Party fights simultaneously in parliament and among the masses. The parliamentary group participated in the most energetic way in the great strike of the transport workers, which lasted 53 days from December 1919 until February 1920. For this revolutionary activity the communist deputies were robbed of their legal protection by the government, and several deputies were arrested. Comrade Stefan Dimitrov, the representative from Dubnitsa, and Temechnenkov, the representative from Pernik, were sentenced, the first to 12, the second to 5 years imprisonment, because they had opposed the state power arms in hand. Both comrades are today languishing in jail. A third communist deputy, Comrade Kesta Zaporinov, is being prosecuted by the military authorities for high treason. The members of the Central Committee, 3 members of parliament, were prosecuted because in parliament and in the masses they carried out an energetic struggle against the government, which was supporting Russian counter-revolutionaries. They were provisionally released from custody on a bail of 300,000 leu, which was guaranteed and paid in the course of 2 days by the proletariat of Sofia. All the communist members' speeches in the chamber against the bourgeoisie are of such violence that they frequently end in a great scandal, and the government majority and the communist group come to blows. The communist parliamentary group is under the direct supervision of the Central Committee. The deputies work constantly among the masses and use their privileged position to play the most active part in all the struggles of the proletariat. At the beginning of 1919 a weak current that was opposed to participation in the parliamentary elections arose in the party. The representatives of this tendency demanded a boycott of the bourgeois parliament. But the National Party Congress that met in May 1919 in Sofia unanimously rejected this standpoint and adopted the standpoint of the Central Committee. It decided to exploit the elections for the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeois parliamentary system and for the workers' and peasants' soviets. After a short time this standpoint was confirmed by a circular of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, as well as by the results that we had achieved for the development of our political and trade union organization in the elections for parliament and for local government bodies. The election campaign, like the struggle in parliament, and in local government, have contributed greatly to developing and consolidating the communist organizations and awakening the communist self-consciousness of the proletarian masses. Today the party numbers 40,000 members, the trade union federation 35,000 workers, and the party's daily organ prints 30,000 copies. The Communist Party has also participated in the elections for the provincial and local government bodies. In the local government elections in December 1919 and in the provincial elections of January 1920 the party received 140,000 votes and won the majority in local government in almost all the towns and in about 100 villages. In many other town and village councils the party is represented by large minorities. For local and provincial government bodies, the party possesses a program for the organizing of workers' and peasants' soviets in the towns and villages, the particular sections of which will substitute themselves for and take over the functions of the local and provincial government bodies at the moment of the revolution. So far, in the councils in which it has possessed a majority, the Communist Party has fought for their autonomy. It calls on the workers and poorer peasants to support by mass action the budgets adopted by the Communist councils, by which the bourgeoisie is to be burdened with a progressive tax, which can be extended as far as the confiscation of their capital, and frees the working class from all taxes. Big sums can then be spent for public works, elementary schools, and other purposes that serve the interests solely of the working class and the poor, and the special interests of the minority of the bourgeoisie and of the capitalists go completely unheeded. We use the struggle carried out in the communist local government to make it comprehensible to the masses that their organization of the central power alone is the way to inculcate respect for the decisions taken by the communist councils on the question of food, housing, and price increases, and on all the other immediate needs of the working population. All the proposals of the communist local government bodies are put before the local party committee and then submitted to a general discussion in the meetings, in which the whole working population take part and can express their opinions. Disputed questions are then submitted to a vote. Communist members of the local government bodies in every district are led by a central commission which is based on Sofia and is under the supervision of the central committee of the party. It is understandable that the bourgeois central power cannot tolerate such activity by communist local governments. It used ridiculous excuses to persecute the communist assemblies in order to paralyze the revolutionary activity of our party in these local governments. The government arrested the communist majority in Philippopol and dissolved the town council. The government has persecuted and murdered several comrades from various communist local councils. But through all these persecutions the mass of the workers and of the dissatisfied group themselves all the closer around the Communist Party. In order to defend our communes we call on the masses to support us with every means. We show them the necessity of extending the struggle to the conquest of the central power, which frustrates all the workers' attempts to defend their interests in local government by decisions adopted by the majority. Through the struggle carried out by the masses for the defense of the communist local councils, they themselves come to be convinced that the bourgeois state must be directly attacked, and that not simply with the ballot form, but above all through direct mass actions and armed insurrections. In this way parliamentarism in the local councils is, in the hands of the Communist Party, transformed into a powerful means of setting the masses into motion, of organizing them, of deepening their class consciousness and uniting all their forces into one common revolutionary fighting front for the conquest of the central stronghold of bourgeois power, the capitalist state. The experiences of our party have shown that it is possible to unite revolutionary mass actions on the streets with the revolutionary struggle in parliament and in bourgeois local government. Our delegation therefore supports the theses proposed to the Congress by the Executive Committee. The session is closed at 5:15. Evening session of August 2nd. The session is opened at 9:30. The debate on parliamentarism is continued. Herzog, dear comrades, the attempt is being made here to force through a decision that the communist parties must apply revolutionary parliamentarism in all those countries of which Comrade Bukharin said that, up to now, no revolutionary activity at all on the Russian pattern has yet been practiced in their parliaments, although the economic developments in those countries, like, for example, France, England and Switzerland, have long been ripe for a proletarian revolution. Why is the proletariat in these countries so backward in revolutionary tactics? Precisely because, in these republics and democracies, the possibility of improving the life of the proletariat existed. It was possible there, with the help of parliamentarism, to achieve many good reforms for the proletariat, and because that was possible it is understandable why no revolutionary activity could develop there. That is the reason why the workers in these countries are so slow to arrive at revolution and find it so difficult to take on the revolutionary strength to act that is present in the Russians. In Russia it was quite different. The proletariat could not work legally. It could not force through reforms there and improve its conditions. It had to go onto the streets and carry out revolutionary actions. And therefore no parliamentarism could develop here in Russia as it did in the Western European countries. Now our Russian comrades come to us and say, things in Western Europe will now be different from what they were previously. Previously it was impossible to act in a revolutionary way in parliament, but now we are in a different situation and now such a possibility does exist, even in Western Europe and America. We will give all the communist parties certain guidelines. We will tell the factions how they must work, and then revolutionary work will be done there as well. But I do not think that that is possible. For one thing, simply because these rules themselves leave open the possibility that the communist parties too can work in an opportunist way. We had a long discussion in the Commission on how communist representatives on local councils should behave, what communist local councillors must do if they are in a majority. Comrade Bukharin said there, if you are in the majority you must try to improve the conditions of the workers in order to sharpen the contradiction between the communist local council and the state. That is precisely what the opportunists too tell us when they go into parliament. They say, we go in order to sharpen from here outwards the conflicts between the proletariat and the state. We want to fight for improvements, but all that has the purpose merely of sharpening the conflict between capital and labor. Here the possibility is left open for precisely these opportunist elements, which are here already inside the Communist International, to work in an opportunist way even as communist parties, and to bring all parliamentarism to this slippery path. Another possibility is also provided by the course the Communist International has taken in order to accept all revolutionary parties into the Communist International. It will not be long before the majority of the USPD and of the French Socialist Party are in the Communist International. Naturally the majority of the small social democratic parties must also come to Moscow. Platon has already been sent to Switzerland on this mission. Thus still more opportunist elements will manage to enter the Communist International, who will not become revolutionary communists overnight. They will carry out exactly the same policies in the Communist International as they carried out previously in the Second International. That is the danger that we see and that makes us recognize that, in the form that is proposed here, parliamentarism cannot in fact be applied in the Western countries. We have a practical example of that. We have been told today that the Bulgarian Communist Party is a model example of revolutionary parliamentarism, that its parliamentary faction works splendidly. I recently read an article which said precisely the opposite. Further, I had the opportunity to talk to a Bulgarian comrade who went from Moscow to Bulgaria, a parliamentarian, and who, when he saw how the Bulgarian Communist parliamentary faction worked, became a supporter of anti-parliamentarism, and returned as such. That is proof that parliamentarism cannot be developed in every country in the same way that it was carried out earlier in Russia by the communists. The Social Democrats in Germany too, old Wilhelm Liebknecht and Babel, declared, we only go into parliament in order to exploit this rostrum in a revolutionary way. This revolutionary activity, however, was soon transformed into opportunism and reformism, because the possibility for it existed, and now the Social Democratic Party is an open party of social traders. Naturally you can decide that parliamentarism must be carried out by the communist parties. We are not anti-parliamentarian in such a doctrinaire way as to say, we shall not submit to the decision of the Communist International. We can try the experiment for a period, but we are convinced that it will not succeed, and that after a year or two, at the next Congress, on the basis of practice and experience, it will be said, it would have been better if we had kept our hand off that and concentrated all our forces in the factories, in the army and among the peasants. That would have been much more advantageous for the development of the revolution and for the Communist International. Murphy, on the question of parliamentarism I do not agree with my colleague from the shop stewards who spoke this afternoon. I believe that all the attacks that have been made against parliamentarism today, and all the criticism that has been directed against it, referred to bourgeois parliamentarism and not revolutionary parliamentarism. It is true that many representatives of the socialist movement who have entered parliament have become traitors. But that is not sufficient reason to condemn any activity at all within parliamentary institutions. I have never yet heard anyone claim that the tactics that Comrade Liebknecht followed in the German Reichstag and the Bolshevik representatives in the Russian Duma produced anything other than good results for the revolutionary movement. It is senseless to claim that we must remain outside an institution simply because the people inside look bourgeois, or that one is forced to remain outside the trades unions and similar organizations because, although its members belong to the working class, no one can deny that their ideology is, in the main, petty bourgeois. The problem before us is not one of keeping ourselves pure before the world, but of taking the revolutionary fight not only into the institutions of the working class but also into the enemy's camp. Many arguments have been brought forward which deal with the propagandist and agitational value of revolutionary parliamentarism, arguments that I shall not repeat. In my view there are other, very important prospects which show that revolutionary parliamentarism can be of great value and is of great value even where the industrial organizations of the workers are highly developed. No important struggle of the workers against the exploiting class can take place outside Parliament without having a mighty echo inside Parliament. That was especially confirmed in the experience of the shop stewards movement. From time to time, when the workers were driven into a big industrial struggle, the state machine operated against them, and even those who had declared themselves to be anti-parliamentarians invariably saw themselves forced to collaborate with the labor representatives in Parliament, and thus became part of the agitation within the parliamentary institution. From time to time the members of the industrial movement, including the anti-parliamentarians, visited the labor representatives and other members of parliament in order to secure their help in the form of a protest or agitation within that institution. This tactic is forced on the militant movement precisely through the changing situation in which the workers find themselves from time to time. It is not always possible to undertake strike action, and strike movements cannot always be maintained by the enthusiasm of the workers. There are moments when it is possible to cast down the gauntlet to the enemy and refuse negotiations, that is to say when a frontal attack proves to be possible. But there are also times when enthusiasm wanes and the enemy proves to be stronger than we are. Then it is necessary to unite all possible forces, to make flanking attacks, to stage protest meetings here and there, briefly, to do everything to hold our forces together. It is especially on such occasions that we recognize the value of agitational forces inside Parliament, and on such occasions our movement is forced to exploit them. It must also not be forgotten that crises have their origins in centers other than in those of the industrial organizations. We have repeatedly seen that proposals and measures have been laid before Parliament which, if they came into force, would have a vital effect on the movement outside Parliament. We have seen such proposals and measures become law without the slightest agitation in the industrial and social life of the masses being carried out before their acceptance. Had there been revolutionaries in Parliament who stood in living contact with the movement outside Parliament, then the proposal of these measures would have been the signal not only for a protest inside Parliament but also for a rising of the masses and the mobilization of their forces for the fight outside Parliament. These situations and these experiences force us to recognize the many-sided nature of our struggle. To renounce the weapon of parliamentary representation by the communists on the one hand, and to be in the shameful position of having to appeal to the liberal and reformist people of the Labour Party for help on the other, would be the summit of stupidity. We must fight inside Parliament as revolutionaries who know how to confront the changing necessities of the struggle, and who are not afraid to go amongst the enemy when the occasion demands such a measure. Revolutionary parliamentarism is not an end but a means, and wherever we turn our Communist Party into a really revolutionary fighting organ, parliamentarism is a very effective means of contributing to the mobilization of the masses for the conquest of power. For these reasons I support the theses of the Executive Committee of the Communist International on Parliamentarism. Sushi, comrades, first of all it gives me a certain satisfaction to see that, here at the Congress, where fundamentally radical social democrats are gathered, the standpoint of anti-parliamentarism is represented not only by the anarcho-syndicalists but also by the communists. That is a concession to the standpoint of the anarchists as adopted 40 years ago. When today one heard Comrade Bukharin defending his standpoint, one had the feeling that he was defending something that he himself does not rightly believe in. And I do not believe that I am the only one to have had this feeling. Comrade Bukharin defended parliamentarism as a means that cannot lead to socialism. All are agreed that parliamentarism is not a means to lead to communism. Nevertheless, this means is recommended to revolutionary workers. That is a remarkable standpoint. To recommend a means which one admits cannot lead to the end is senseless. The Executive Committee of the Communist International is committing precisely this stupidity by recommending this standpoint. We must be agreed that it is precisely parliamentarism that has contributed most of all to lulling the masses, and that it is precisely parliamentarism that prevented them from adopting really revolutionary means and applying direct action. That is an old argument. But the standpoint that one is trying to represent here as the new parliamentarism is just as old and threadbare, and one is trying to reintroduce it here as new. Does one then not know that precisely now in Germany, Finland, and Russia parliamentarism has gone most strikingly bankrupt? Is it not half-baked to recommend this bankrupt parliamentarism once more to the workers? Of course, gentlemen like the independents, who are professional politicians, will try to recommend it to the workers, but the workers, and also a large part of the communists, are turning away from it more and more. Those who defend parliamentarism here are those gentlemen who tried to call off the general strike during the Cap Week in Germany. This refers to the army putsch headed by General von Luttwitz, which on March 13, 1920 ousted the government of Gustav Bauer and Gustav Nitzky and proclaimed Wolfgang Kapp, a reactionary politician from East Prussia, as chancellor. The trades unions declared a general strike and Kapp fell after only 4 days. However, the KPD, German Communist Party, was unable to gain any advantage from the situation, one in which the working class had power in its grasp. The attitude of the Communist International towards parliamentarism is dished up as new, revolutionary parliamentarism. This new parliamentarism, however, reveals itself to be the old error of social democracy in its infancy, for social democracy adopted precisely the same standpoint in its early days. It is the same error into which one is falling here. New arguments are being sought for the old, worn-out parliamentarism. One is Marxist, and that means a lot. One is theoretically prejudiced and dogmatic. Marxists have taken the idea of parliamentarism in with their mother's milk as children. Parliamentarism has entered the flesh and blood of these dogmatists, and has grown together organically not only with their thinking but also with their emotions and their desires. With these dogmatists parliamentarism is anchored, not in the realm of logic, but in the subconscious, in the realm of the psyche. If, then, even today revolutionaries talk about the applicability of parliamentarism, then we are not dealing with a logically based means of fighting, but with a psychological phenomenon. The attempt is made to prove by logic what is regarded as the best from the very start. This is where we must seek the roots of the new, revolutionary parliamentarism, not in any logical argumentation. One is simply dogmatic from the very start. Thus parliamentarism is an opportunist illusion, but not a means of struggle of the revolutionary workers for communism. We must regard this so-called means of struggle as such an illusion, and not as a new revolutionary parliamentarism, as Comrade Murphy has just said. It is said that it is, admittedly, impossible to achieve communism in this way, but that the wish is to use parliament as a rostrum to reach circles that one could not otherwise reach. I tell you that this argument is very difficult to justify logically. If there was no other means, then one would have, admittedly, to adopt this one. But it is not true. There are other means. If we occupy ourselves with it in an unprejudiced way we will find them. Let us be conscious of the fact that, precisely by recommending parliamentarism, we repel the revolutionary elements of the working class who do not recognize parliamentarism. If the elements on the one hand that are repelled are weighed against those on the other that could possibly be reached, I think that the former would prove to be far more important for the social revolution than the latter. For this reason this standpoint has very weak foundations. Apart from that, if one adopts the standpoint of parliamentarism in order to carry out agitation, then it can be done without becoming a parliamentarian. Thus, for example, an anti-militarist in Vienna threw anti-militarist leaflets down from the public gallery of Parliament. Here you have an example of how you can use Parliament as a rostrum for agitation without participating in the election swindle and without wasting so much strength, energy, and money on the elections. This action is much more important for the workers. Write about it in your papers and you have what you want: agitation from Parliament. Lenin, Comrade Bordiga supposedly wanted to defend the point of view of the Italian Marxists here, but he has nevertheless not answered any of the arguments advanced here by other Marxists in favor of parliamentary action. Comrade Bordiga has admitted that historical experiences do not arise in an artificial way. He simply tells us that the struggle must be transferred to a different field. Does he then not know that every revolutionary crisis has been accompanied by a parliamentary crisis? He has, it is true, mentioned the fact that the struggle should be transferred to a different field, for example the Soviets. But Comrade Bordiga has himself admitted that one cannot set up Soviets artificially. The example of Russia proves that Soviets can only be set up either during the revolution or immediately before it. Even in Kerensky's days the Soviets were composed in such a way, that is to say, Menshevik, that they could not form themselves into a proletarian power. Parliament is a product of historical development which one cannot abolish from the world until one is strong enough to scatter the bourgeois parliament. Only if one is a member of parliament can one combat bourgeois society and parliamentarism from the given historical standpoint. The same means that is applied by the bourgeoisie in smuggle must also be applied by the proletariat, naturally with quite different ends. You can surely not deny that it is so, and if you deny it, then you cross out the experience of all the revolutionary events in the world. You have said that the trades unions too are opportunist, that they too represent a danger. On the other hand, however, you have said that one should make an exception for the trades unions because they represent a workers' organization. But that is only true to a certain degree. In the trades unions too there are very backward elements. A part of the proletarian petty bourgeoisie, the backward workers and small peasants, all these elements really think that their interests are represented in parliament, and one must combat that through work in parliament and teach the masses the truth through facts. The backward masses cannot be taught by theory, they need experiences. That has been seen in Russia, too. Even after the victory of the proletariat we were forced to call the Constituent Assembly in order to prove to the backward proletariat that it can achieve nothing that way. The Soviets had to be contrasted concretely to Parliament for the comparison of one experience against the other, and the Soviets had to be presented to it as the only weapon. Comrade Sushi, the revolutionary syndicalist, defended the same theory, but logic is not on his side. He said he was not a Marxist, so that is understandable. But when you, Comrade Bordiga, say you are a Marxist, we must demand more logic of you. You must know how Parliament can be smashed. If you can do it by an armed insurrection in every country, then that is very good. You know that in Russia we showed our determination to destroy the bourgeois parliament not only in theory but also in practice. But you have lost sight of the fact that that is impossible without quite lengthy preparations, and that in most countries it is not yet possible to smash parliament at a single blow. We are forced to use the parliamentary struggle for the smashing of parliament. You are substituting your revolutionary determination for the conditions that determine the political line followed by every class of modern society. Therefore you forget that, in order to destroy the bourgeois parliament in Russia, we first had to call the Constituent Assembly, and that even after our victory. You have said, it is true that the Russian Revolution is an example that cannot be applied to conditions in Western Europe. But you have not advanced a single watertight argument to prove that to us. We went through the period of bourgeois democracy. We went through it quickly at a time when we were forced to call for elections to the Constituent Assembly. And even later, when the proletarian class was able to seize power, the peasants still believed that the bourgeois parliament was necessary. Taking account of these backward masses, we had to call the elections and show the masses, by example and by facts, that this Constituent Assembly, which was elected at a time of the greatest general need, did not express the aspirations and demands of the exploited classes. Thus the conflict between Soviet power and bourgeois power became completely clear, and that not just for us, for the vanguard of the working class, but also for the overwhelming majority of the peasant class, for the petty clerks, the petty bourgeoisie, etc. In every capitalist country there are backward elements of the working class who are convinced that parliament is the true representative of the people, and do not see that dirty methods are used here. It is, you say, the instrument with which the bourgeoisie deceives the masses. But this should be turned against you, and it does turn against your theses. How will you reveal the true nature of parliament to the really backward masses deceived by the bourgeoisie if you do not enter it? How will you expose this or that parliamentary manoeuvre, the attitude of this or that party, if you are not in parliament? If you are Marxists, you must recognize that the relation between the classes in a bourgeois society and the relationship between the parties are closely connected. I repeat, how will you show all that if you are not members of parliament, if you reject parliamentary action? The history of the Russian Revolution has clearly proved that the great masses of the working class, of the peasant class and of the petty clerks would not have been convinced by any arguments if they had not made their own experiences. It has been said here that much time is wasted by participating in parliamentary struggles. Can one think of any other institution in which all classes participate to the same extent that they do in parliament? That cannot be created artificially. If all classes are drawn to participate in the parliamentary struggle, then it is because class interests and conflicts have their reflection in parliament. If it were possible everywhere to stage, let us say, immediately decisive general strikes to make a clean sweep all at one go, then the revolution would already have taken place in various countries. One must, however, take account of the facts, and parliament represents the arena of the class struggle. Comrade Bordiga and those that adopt his standpoint should tell the masses the truth. Germany is the best proof of the fact that a communist faction is possible in parliament, and therefore you should tell the masses openly, we are too weak to create a party with a rigid organization. That would be the truth, which you should speak openly. But if you were to admit this weakness to the masses, they would not become your supporters, but your opponents, supporters of parliamentarism. If you said, comrades, workers, we are so weak that we cannot create such a disciplined party that forces its members of parliament to obey it, then the workers would desert you. They would say to themselves, how shall we set up the dictatorship of the proletariat with such weak people? If you believe that on the day of the victory of the proletariat the intellectuals, the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie will become communist, then you are very naive. If you do not have this illusion, then starting today you must prepare the working class to impose its will. There is not a single exception to this rule in any field of state work. The day after the revolution we find everywhere opportunist lawyers who call themselves communists, petty bourgeois who recognize the discipline neither of the Communist Party nor of the proletarian state. If you do not prepare the workers to found a really disciplined party that will force all its members to subordinate themselves to its discipline, then you will never prepare the dictatorship of the proletariat. I think that is why you do not admit that it is the weakness of very many new communist parties that forces them to deny parliamentary action. I am convinced that the great majority of really revolutionary workers will follow us and speak out against your anti-parliamentarian theses. Bordiga, Comrade Lenin's objections to the theses I have proposed and against my arguments have opened up some very interesting questions which I do not wish to touch upon myself here and which reflect the problem of Marxist tactics in its entirety. Without any doubt parliamentary events and ministerial crises stand in a close relation to the development of the revolution and the crisis of bourgeois organization. However, for proletarian political action to have any influence on events, we must take into account the considerations of method which caused the Marxist left of the international socialist movement, even before the war, to reject participation in ministries and the parliamentary support of bourgeois ministries, although these were indubitably means of gaining influence on the development of events. It is the necessity of uniting the revolutionary forces of the working class into an organization for the final struggle of communism that leads to a tactic that rests on certain general rules of action, even if these can be regarded as being too simple and insufficiently flexible. I believe that the present historical mission leads us to a new tactic laid down by circumstances, i.e. the rejection of participation in parliaments. That is, indeed, merely a means of influencing events in a revolutionary sense. The argument that the practical problem of communist parliamentary action, subordinated to party discipline, must be solved because, even in the post-revolutionary period, people from bourgeois and semi-bourgeois milieus will have to be organized and put in line. This argument could just as well be used to justify the appropriateness of socialist ministers under bourgeois domination. But this is not the moment to go deeper into this problem, and I shall confine myself to stating that I shall keep my views on the argument that is occupying us to myself. I am more than ever convinced that the Communist International will never succeed in bringing about action that is parliamentary and at the same time truly revolutionary. Finally, since it has been recognized that the theses that I have proposed are based on purely Marxist principles and have nothing to do with anarchist and syndicalist arguments against parliamentarism, I hope that they will be voted for by the comrades whose views are anti-parliamentarian and who accept them as a whole and in their spirit, since they share the Marxist propositions that represent the content of the theses. Bukharin, first, comrades, a small preliminary comment. In my first speech I did not think it necessary to repeat various things that had already been explained in the theses. Meanwhile the comrades who have opposed me have mentioned many things in their remarks that do not need to be discussed at all. In his first speech Comrade Bordiga spoke of the difference between bourgeois democracy and Soviet power and about various characteristics of bourgeois democracy, all undeniable things with which we are in absolute agreement and against which we were the first to speak. Thus 9/10 of Comrade Bordiga's first speech, like those of the others, were things that are above discussion, since we all agree with them. I shall not repeat these things in my closing speech either. Of course, when Comrade Gallagher comes and says, we are in favor of direct action, that is not a secondary matter, but one of the greatest importance. But I shall not talk about it because we are all in agreement with it, and do not need to spend any time on it. Comrade Lenin has spoken about the weaknesses of the communists, and has aptly remarked that those communist parties that are weakest are anti-parliamentarian on principle. He has, so to speak, deduced this conclusion. I have proved that empirically for some. I have spoken with an anti-parliamentarian, with Comrade Herzog, and he told me, of course, if we had such a strong party as you had, then it would be a different matter. Comrade Marie Nielsen, who is also an anti-parliamentarian, told me, if the executive and the Communist International give us the people for parliamentary activity, then it would be a different matter. Those are two proofs, and these two anti-parliamentarians, that is to say, 40% of all the anti-parliamentarians present, support Comrade Lenin's argument that they have anti-parliamentarian views because of weakness. That is perhaps the best proof of the inner untenability of the allegedly fundamental anti-parliamentarian position. We can also prove that on a larger scale. Russia, which has the strongest communist party, is in favor of the exploitation of parliament, Germany similarly, and Italy too, to a great extent. But Switzerland and Denmark, where only small groups exist, are anti-parliamentarian. Now a few of the arguments against us. We claim that the possibility of revolutionary parliamentarism is empirically proved, and quote the example of Liebknecht and others. How are we answered? Comrade Bordiga tells us, we had a Liebknecht but we also had yellow social democracy, and the total balance sheet of this parliamentary activity is very bad. The base activity of the Social Democratic Party weighs more in scales for the assessment of parliamentarism than the activity of Liebknecht. But it is clear to everybody that this argument is absolutely false. We are talking about communist parliamentarism. One cannot take things that are different in principle into consideration. That is hocus pocus to swindle us. Now to be sure, Comrade Gallagher tells us, Liebknecht did great things, but only insofar as he also worked among the masses on the streets. But we are precisely the representatives of the opinion that parliamentary work must be linked with work on the streets. And certainly Comrade Gallagher too knows that Liebknecht called for the insurrection from the parliamentary rostrum. Nobody will dare to claim that that was damaging. Comrades faced with this reality flee from the argument. The third opponent, the syndicalist Comrade Sushi, said, at the time when parliamentarism has gone so bankrupt in Russia and Finland, you preach parliamentarism. But on the one hand parliamentarism went completely broke in Russia, and on the other we also in part accelerated this bankruptcy by fighting in parliament. That is a fact. Moreover, this whole way of posing the problem for Russia at present is false. There certainly cannot be any question of parliamentarism in Russia anymore. What you had to prove was that our earlier tactic was wrong, when we practiced parliamentarism, but you were not able to advance a single argument for that. Because we followed the correct tactics, we won the victory. Comrade Bordiga has tried to invent several very artificial arguments. He says, for example, it is true that we can use various means, but parliamentarism is not a means, but an institution, and he thinks that with that he has discovered such a weighty argument that our arguments collapse. But tell us, Comrade Bordiga, how and when a difference in principle can exist between a means and an institution? Let us take an example. The imperialist government mobilizes for war. The question now arises for us whether we should boycott the army or, on the contrary, enter the army. From the beginning of the war we were for entry into the army. Even at the beginning of the war we said, the people can win victory most easily if it is armed. Therefore it must use the opportunity to get the rifle in its hands. Is the army an institution? Of course, it is a bourgeois institution in the hands of finance capital. Will someone now say that we did not use this army as a means? Naturally, as a means. Comrade Bordiga can easily see from this example that there is no contradiction between a means and an institution. I have quoted this example to show that even this most important instrument of oppression by capital can become a weapon against capital in our hands. We have proved that empirically. I emphasize again and again that what we are dealing with here are not personalities and forms of thought, not phrases, but real facts. In general, Comrade Bordiga is vacillating between two standpoints. First of all, he defended the standpoint of which I said that it was different from the standpoint of the anarchists and syndicalists. And then there is his thesis which says that if we sit in parliament we work side by side with the bourgeoisie. That is an anarchist argument. And when he further says that one must not use parliament because of the specific conditions of today, then that is yet another kind of argument. But with him the kinds of argument are all tangled and grown together. And naturally it is rather difficult to disentangle these knots. Now an argument from Gallagher. He says, we have already repeatedly had the experience that as soon as a man enters parliament he becomes a traitor there. The other comrade, I believe it was Herzog, claimed in his speech that in general parliament offers big opportunities for corruption. Of course we take into account the fact that such opportunities exist, but I ask Comrade Gallagher whether he does not know that such opportunities also exist within the trades unions. There is a classical example of the corruption of a trade union secretary. Or have we not experienced cases where the editor of a previously revolutionary newspaper became a rascal? We know of very many such cases from our practice. For example, we have had the illegal party, and after the 1st February revolution, it often happened that half the people in our party organizations were nothing but police spies. All the opportunists said against us, do you see where the illegal party leads to? Illegality is always bound up with police spying. We must be against illegal work, because an illegal party is always a nest for the most varied police spies on the party. In every country the opportunists come forward with this argument. Every opportunist always says, with great pride, of those that stand to the left, he is an anarchist, an agent provocateur. That is supposed to be an argument against illegal work. It has been analogous with this matter of parliamentarism. From the fact that in Italy and France the parliamentary factions are very opportunistic and by no means carry out communist policies, some people draw the conclusion that the whole matter is such that all parliamentarism, the revolutionary kind too, is bound up with treachery to the working class. But one cannot claim that at all, for the facts prove something else. Two ways of looking at things are possible: either we assess the present epoch as a really revolutionary epoch or we do not. The comrades who are anti-parliamentarian on principle hold the present epoch to be highly revolutionary. And if they start from this premise, then they must also say that precisely the revolutionary character of the epoch offers the best guarantee against corruption and against the opportunism of the parliamentary faction, and the basis for the building of truly communist, centralist parties. These two premises are the most important, and there are no others that can give us any better guarantee. The rapid revolutionary development of the working class on the one hand and the supervision of the centralist communist party that is being built on the other is the best guarantee against opportunism in the parliamentary faction. From my standpoint that is also an argument against Comrade Herzog. He says, Bebel was an opportunist. Why he also said that about Wilhelm Liebknecht I cannot grasp. I can confirm that Bebel was a great opportunist. There is no doubt about that as far as I am concerned, any more than I doubt that Georges would have become a social patriot in all the traditions of the French Revolution. But Bebel is a personification of the earlier epoch. How can one therefore quote him as an example of today's conditions? The example is somewhat unfortunately chosen. One further small remark on the speech of the German syndicalist. He said of me that in the innermost part of my soul I was against parliamentarism, but that I was forced to defend this unjust cause. And he says that he was unable to get rid of this feeling throughout my whole speech. I too had a feeling when he was speaking, the feeling that he was weeping over somebody. And I do not think that he advanced a single factual argument at all. I at least was unable to discover one in his speech. What Comrade Bordiga said in his last speech was a testimony against his own standpoint. In that we see a further proof of the correctness of our tactics, and we call on all comrades to enter Parliament with the cry, "Down with parliamentarism." Murphy, the other representatives of the shop stewards present assure me that on no occasion have they ever done any work in Parliament or the House of Commons. As I would not like to slander anybody, I ask permission to read their statement out and to strike from my speech any personal comments I made. I accept the statement. That does not, however, change the course of our factual discussion. Schablin, comrades, in his speech Comrade Herzog had the audacity to deny the truth of facts that I laid before you concerning the parliamentary activity of the Bulgarian Communist Party. We are amazed at the audacity of this comrade who, without checking with our delegation, permits himself to slander and to insult our party on the basis of information he has drawn from dubious sources with a vested interest. On behalf of the Bulgarian delegation I protest against this attitude and this mode of behavior on Comrade Herzog's part, which is by no means an appropriate attitude for a party comrade. The revolutionary activity of the Bulgarian Communist Party is public and known to all. In order to lay before you the details of this activity, which might interest the comrades at the Congress, I quoted dozens of noteworthy facts, the names of our members of Parliament who have been sentenced, and dates. A slander such as that uttered by Herzog cannot touch our party. Goldenberg, I propose the following addendum to Comrade Bordiga's theses. At a time of revolutionary crisis, which is suitable for the armed insurrection for the conquest of power, the boycott of elections is an urgent necessity. At such a moment, in which the struggle between Parliament, the organ of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and the Soviet regime, the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, is unleashed, to call for participation in parliamentary elections is to confuse the heads of the workers and to betray the cause of the proletariat. Such an action can only consolidate the position of the bourgeoisie, as it gives them time to rally their forces to the detriment of the proletariat, whose revolutionary action is thus paralyzed. One must not forget that parliamentary action is subordinate to extra-parliamentary action, and that the struggle for power that is carried out outside parliament is the center of gravity of the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. That explains the slight importance of the question of parliamentarism in comparison with the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat and that of the struggle of the masses for the conquest of power. Polano, being personally in agreement with the theses on parliamentarism proposed by the Executive Committee, I cast my vote for them, but must state that this vote on my part does not correspond to the attitude adopted on this question by the Italian Socialist Youth Federation, whose representative at this Congress I am. In anticipation of a division between the supporters of participation in elections and its opponents, the Italian Socialist Youth Federation decided at its last Congress not to deal with the question of elections and to give its individual members complete freedom, without giving up membership of the Italian Socialist Party, of joining that communist faction, supporters or opponents of elections, which most corresponded to their individual convictions. I declare that, when I return to Italy, I shall fight with all my strength to lead the Italian Socialist Federation of Youth out of this ambiguous position and to place it on the platform of the guidelines for which I am now voting. I further declare that my vote also has the significance of a protest against the attitude, little compatible with communist activity, of a group of Italian socialist politicians, and hope that the leadership of the Italian party will subject this activity to strict discipline and place it on a communist basis. Saradi, permit me, first of all, to thank Comrade Bukharin, who has made me the leader of a political group. I am only the editor-in-chief of Avanti and a member of the party leadership. Bordiga laughs and asks to be allowed to say a few words. You do not have the right to laugh. I have never claimed to be the leader of a group. There is no Saradi tendency. There is only a fighter who has always carried out his duty as a communist. I declare that I shall vote for the theses that have been proposed by the majority of the Commission, since they agree with what was decided at the Bologna Congress, 1919, and what we are in the process of doing in Italy thanks to the efforts of the party leadership, wherein of course the given conditions must be taken into account. I am particularly of the opinion that it is absolutely necessary to unite the forces of the party, to prevent any autonomy on the part of the parliamentary faction and to place it under the strictest supervision of the party leadership. At the same time I declare that the classification of the Italian socialist parliamentary faction that Comrade Bukharin has made here is somewhat arbitrary, and that it agrees only distantly with the real conditions in this faction. It is true that anti-communist manifestations have become audible within the Italian parliamentary faction. But there are others, much more numerous, that have a revolutionary character. For example, during the first session of the Italian Parliament our parliamentary faction applied Comrade Bukharin's principles on communist parliamentary activity. Our members of parliament unfolded the red flag in front of the king and left the hall singing the Internationale. Bordiga, that is not yet the revolution. It is sabotage of the bourgeois parliamentary regime. We do it unceasingly and systematically. That is indeed revolutionary action in parliament. We are also in favor of introducing draft laws in the bourgeois parliament. It is not a question of proposing laws so that they will be accepted, but of showing the proletariat what the bourgeoisie cannot do and what the proletariat must do. I shall therefore vote unreservedly for the theses of the Executive Committee. Herzog, in my remarks on the activities of the communist parliamentary faction in Bulgaria, the Bulgarian delegation saw a slander. This accusation will not stand up. I believe that the source from which I obtained the material for my remarks is thoroughly reliable, and I do not need to take back anything I said. All the less so for the fact that the Bulgarian delegation accused me of slander without even trying to prove the real or alleged dubiousness of the source. Zinoviev, I propose that we close the discussion. The proposal is accepted. Zinoviev, we are today in a position to hear a report on the checking of credentials, and after we have heard it we will vote by delegations. A vote is taken on Bukharin's theses, which read as follows. Theses on the Communist Parties and Parliamentarism. 1. The New Epoch and the New Parliamentarism. The attitude of the socialist parties towards parliamentarism was in the beginning, in the period of the First International, that of using bourgeois parliaments for the purpose of agitation. Participation in parliament was considered from the point of view of the development of class consciousness, i.e. of awakening the class hostility of the proletariat to the ruling class. This relationship was transformed, not through the influence of theory, but through the influence of political development. Through the uninterrupted increase of the productive forces and the extension of the area of capitalist exploitation, capitalism, and with it the parliamentary state, gained continually increasing stability. Hence there arose, the adaptation of the parliamentary tactics of the socialist parties to the organic legislative work of the bourgeois parliament and the ever greater importance of the struggle for reforms in the framework of capitalism, the domination of the so-called minimum program of social democracy, the transformation of the maximum program into a debating formula for an exceedingly distant final goal. On this basis then developed the phenomena of parliamentary careerism, of corruption, and of the open or concealed betrayal of the most elementary interests of the working class. The attitude of the Communist International towards parliamentarism is determined, not by a new doctrine, but by the change in the role of Parliament itself. In the previous epoch Parliament performed to a certain degree a historically progressive task as a tool of developing capitalism. Under the present conditions of unbridled imperialism, however, Parliament has been transformed into a tool for lies, deception, violence, and enervating chatter. In the face of imperialist devastation, plundering, rape, banditry and destruction, parliamentary reforms, robbed of any system, permanence, and method, lose any practical significance for the toiling masses. Like the whole of bourgeois society, parliamentarism too is losing its stability. The sudden transition from the organic epoch to the critical creates the basis for a new tactic of the proletariat in the field of parliamentarism. Thus the Russian Labour Party, the Bolsheviks, had already worked out the nature of revolutionary parliamentarism in the previous period because since 1905 Russia had been shaken from its political and social equilibrium and had entered the period of storms and shocks. To the extent that some socialists, who tend towards communism, point out that the moment for the revolution has not yet come in their countries, and refuse to split from parliamentary opportunists, they proceed, in the essence of the matter, from the conscious assessment of the coming epoch as an epoch of the relative stability of imperialist society, and assume that on this basis a coalition with the Touratis and the Longuets can bring practical results in the struggle for reforms. Theoretically clear communism, on the other hand, will correctly estimate the character of the present epoch, highest stage of capitalism, imperialist self-negation and self-destruction, uninterrupted growth of civil war, etc. The forms of political relations and groupings can be different in different countries. The essence, however, remains everywhere one and the same. What is at stake for us is the immediate political and technical preparations for the insurrection of the proletariat, the destruction of bourgeois power and the establishment of the new proletarian power. At present, Parliament, for communists, can in no way become the arena for the struggle for reforms, for the amelioration of the position of the working class, as was the case at certain times in the previous period. The center of gravity of political life has at present been removed finally and completely beyond the bounds of Parliament. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie is forced, not only by reason of its relations to the toiling masses, but also by reason of the complex mutual relations within the bourgeois class, to carry out part of its measures one way or another in Parliament, where the various cliques haggle for power, reveal their strong sides, betray their weak sides, expose themselves, etc. Therefore it is the historical task of the working class to wrest this apparatus from the hands of the ruling class, to smash it, to destroy it, and replace it with new proletarian organs of power. At the same time, however, the Revolutionary General Staff of the class has a strong interest in having its scouts in the parliamentary institutions of the bourgeoisie in order to make this task of destruction easier. Thus is demonstrated quite clearly the basic difference between the tactic of the communist, who enters parliament with revolutionary aims, and the tactics of the socialist parliamentarian. The latter proceeds from the assumption of the relative stability and the indeterminate duration of the existing rule. He makes it his task to achieve reform by every means, and he is interested in seeing to it that every achievement is suitably assessed by the masses as a merit of parliamentary socialism. Turati, Longuet, and Co. In the place of the old adaptation to parliamentarism, the new parliamentarism emerges as a tool for the annihilation of parliamentarism in general. The disgusting traditions of the old parliamentary tactics have, however, repelled a few revolutionary elements into the camp of the opponents of parliamentarism on principle, IWW, and of the revolutionary syndicalists, KAPD. The Second Congress therefore adopts the following theses. 2. Communism, the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the utilization of bourgeois parliaments. 1. Parliamentarism as a state system has become a democratic form of the rule of the bourgeoisie, which at a certain stage of development requires the fiction of popular representation, which outwardly appears to be an organization of a popular will that stands outside the classes, but in essence is a machine for oppression and subjugation in the hands of ruling capital. 2. Parliament is a definite form of state order, therefore it cannot at all be the form of communist society, which knows neither classes nor class struggle nor any state power. 3. Nor can parliamentarism be a form of proletarian state administration in the period of transition from the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the moment of sharpened class struggle, in the Civil War, the proletariat must inevitably build up its state organization as a fighting organization, into which the representatives of the previous ruling classes are not permitted. In this stage any fiction of the popular will is directly harmful to the working class. The proletariat does not need any parliamentary sharing of power, it is harmful to it. The form of the proletarian dictatorship is the Soviet Republic. For the bourgeois parliaments, one of the most important apparatuses of the bourgeois state machine, cannot as such in the long run be taken over, just as the proletariat cannot at all take over the proletarian state. The task of the proletariat consists in breaking up the bourgeois state machine, destroying it, and with it the parliamentary institutions, be they republican or a constitutional monarchy. 5. It is no different with the local government institutions of the bourgeoisie, which it is theoretically incorrect to counterpose to the state organs. In reality they are similar apparatuses of the state machine of the bourgeoisie, which must be destroyed by the revolutionary proletariat and replaced by local Soviets of workers' deputies. 6. Consequently communism denies parliamentarism as a form of the society of the future. It denies it as a form of the class dictatorship of the proletariat. It denies the possibility of taking over parliament in the long run, it sets itself the aim of destroying parliamentarism. Therefore there can only be a question of utilizing the bourgeois state institutions for the purpose of their destruction. The question can be posed in this, and only in this, way. 2. 7. Every class struggle is a political struggle, for in the final analysis it is a struggle for power. Any strike at all that spreads over the whole country becomes a threat to the bourgeois state and thus takes on a political character. Every attempt to overthrow the bourgeoisie and to destroy its state means carrying out a political fight. Creating a proletarian state apparatus for administration and for the oppression of the resisting bourgeoisie, of whatever type that apparatus will be, means conquering political power. 8. Consequently the question of political power is not at all identical with the question of the attitude towards parliamentarism. The former is a general question of the proletarian class struggle, which is characterized by the intensification of small and partial struggles to the general struggle for the overthrow of the capitalist order as a whole. 9. The most important method of struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, i.e. against its state power, is above all mass action. Mass actions are organized and led by the revolutionary mass organizations, trades unions, parties, Soviets, of the proletariat under the general leadership of a unified, disciplined, centralist communist party. Civil war is war. In this war the proletariat must have its bold officer corps and its strong general staff, who direct all operations in all theaters of the struggle. 10. The mass struggle is a whole system of developing actions sharpening in their form and logically leading to the insurrection against the capitalist state. In this mass struggle, which develops into civil war, the leading party of the proletariat must as a rule consolidate all its legal positions by making them into auxiliary bases of its revolutionary activity and subordinating these positions to the plan of the main campaign, the campaign of the mass struggle. 11. The rostrum of the bourgeois parliament is such an auxiliary base. The argument that parliament is a bourgeois state institution cannot at all be used against participation in the parliamentary struggle. The Communist Party does not enter these institutions in order to carry out organic work there, but in order to help the masses from inside parliament to break up the state machine and parliament itself through action, for example the activity of Liebknecht in Germany, of the Bolsheviks in the Tsarist Duma, in the Democratic Conference, in Kerensky's pre-parliament, in the Constituent Assembly and in the Town Dumas, and finally the activity of the Bulgarian Communists. 12. This activity in Parliament, which consists mainly in revolutionary agitation from the parliamentary rostrum, in unmasking opponents, in the ideological unification of the masses who still, particularly in backward areas, are captivated by democratic ideas, look towards the parliamentary rostrum, etc., should be totally and completely subordinated to the aims and tasks of the mass struggle outside Parliament. Participation in election campaigns and revolutionary propaganda from the parliamentary rostrum is of particular importance for winning over those layers of the workers who previously, like, say, the rural toiling masses, stood far away from political life. 13. Should the Communists have the majority in local government institutions, they should a. Carry out revolutionary opposition to the bourgeois central power, b. Do everything to be of service to the poorer population, economic measures, introduction or attempted introduction of an armed workers' militia, etc., c. At every opportunity show the limitations placed on really big changes by the bourgeois state power, d. On this basis develop the sharpest revolutionary propaganda without fearing the conflict with the power of the state, e. Under certain circumstances replace the local administration by local workers' councils. The whole activity of the Communists in the local administration must therefore be part of the general work of disrupting the capitalist system. 14. Election campaigns should not be carried out in the spirit of the hunt for the maximum number of parliamentary seats, but in the spirit of the revolutionary mobilization of the masses for the slogans of the proletarian revolution. Election campaigns should be carried out by the whole mass of the party members and not only by an elite of the party. It is necessary to utilize all mass actions, strikes, demonstrations, ferment among the soldiers and sailors, etc., that are taking place at the time, and to come into close touch with them. It is necessary to draw all the proletarian mass organizations into active work. 15. In observing all these conditions, as well as those in a special instruction, parliamentary activity is the direct opposite of that petty politicking done by the social democratic parties of every country, who go into parliament in order to support this democratic institution or at best to take it over. The Communist Party can only be exclusively in favor of the revolutionary utilization of parliament in the spirit of Karl Liebknecht and of the Bolsheviks. 3. 16. Anti-parliamentarism on principle, in the sense of absolute and categorical rejection of participation in elections and revolutionary parliamentary activity, is therefore a naive, childish doctrine below any criticism, a doctrine which occasionally has a basis in healthy nausea at politicking parliamentarians, but which does not see at the same time the possibility of a revolutionary parliamentarism. Moreover, this doctrine is often linked with a completely incorrect conception of the role of the party, which sees in the Communist Party not the centralist shock troops of the workers, but a decentralist system of loosely allied groups. 17. On the other hand, an absolute recognition of the necessity of actual elections and of actual participation in parliamentary sessions under all circumstances by no means flows from the recognition in principle of parliamentary activity. That is dependent upon a whole series of specific conditions. Withdrawal from parliament can be necessary given a specific combination of these conditions. This is what the Bolsheviks did when they withdrew from the pre-parliament in order to break it up, to rob it of any strength and boldly to counterpose to it the St. Petersburg Soviet on the eve of the insurrection. They did the same in the Constituent Assembly on the day of its dissolution, raising the Third Congress of Soviets to the high point of political events. According to circumstances, a boycott of the elections and the immediate violent removal of not only the whole bourgeois state apparatus but also the bourgeois parliamentary clique, or on the other hand participation in the elections while parliament itself is boycotted, etc., can be necessary. 18. In this way the Communist Party, which recognizes the necessity of participating in the elections not only to the central parliament, but also to the organs of local self-government and work in these institutions as a general role, must resolve this problem concretely, starting from the specific peculiarities of any given moment. A boycott of elections or of parliament and withdrawal from the latter is mainly permissible when the preconditions for the immediate transition to the armed struggle and the seizure of power are already present. 19. In the process, one should always bear in mind the relative unimportance of this question. Since the center of gravity lies in the struggle for state power carried out outside parliament, it goes without saying that the question of the proletarian dictatorship and the mass struggle for it cannot be placed on the same level as the particular question of the utilization of parliament. 20. The Communist International therefore emphasizes decisively that it holds every split or attempted split within the communist parties in this direction and only for this reason to be a serious error. The Congress calls on all elements who base themselves on the recognition of the mass struggle for the proletarian dictatorship under the leadership of the Centralist Party of the Revolutionary Proletariat exerting its influence on all the mass organizations of the workers, to strive for the complete unity of the communist elements despite possible differences of opinion over the question of the utilization of bourgeois parliaments. 3. Revolutionary parliamentarism. In order to secure the actual carrying out of revolutionary parliamentary tactics, it is necessary that 1. The Communist Party as a whole and its Central Committee, already in the preparatory stage, that is to say before the parliamentary election, must take care of the high quality of the personal composition of the parliamentary faction. The Central Committee of the Communist Party must be responsible for the whole work of the parliamentary faction. The Central Committee of the Communist Party must have the undeniable right to raise objections to any candidate whatever of any organization whatever, if there is no guarantee that if he gets into parliament, he will pursue really communist policies. The Communist Party must break the old social democratic habit of putting up exclusively so-called experienced parliamentarians, predominantly lawyers and similar people, as members of parliament. As a rule it is necessary to put up workers as candidates, without balking at the fact that these are mainly simple party members without any great parliamentary experience. The Communist Party must ruthlessly stigmatize those careerist elements that come around the communist parties in order to get into parliament. The central committees of the communist parties must only ratify the candidatures of those comrades who have shown their unconditional devotion to the working class by long years of work. 2. When the elections are over, the organization of the parliamentary faction must be completely in the hands of the Central Committee of the Communist Parties, irrespective of whether the whole party is legal or illegal at the time in question. The chairman and the committee of the Communist parliamentary faction must be ratified by the Central Committee of the party. The Central Committee of the party must have a permanent representative in the parliamentary faction with the right of veto, and on all important political questions the parliamentary faction shall ask the Central Committee of the party in advance for instructions concerning its behavior. Before any big forthcoming action by the Communists in Parliament, the Central Committee has the right and the duty to appoint or to reject the Speaker for the faction, and to demand of him that he previously submit the main points of his speech or the speech itself for approval by the Central Committee. A written undertaking must be officially obtained from every candidate on the proposed communist list that, as soon as he is called upon to do so by the party, he is prepared to resign his seat, so that in a given situation the action of withdrawing from parliament can be carried out in a united way. 3. In those countries where reformist, Semi-reformist or merely careerist elements have managed to penetrate into the communist parliamentary faction, as has already happened in some countries. The central committees of the communist parties have the obligation of carrying out a thorough purge of the personal composition of the faction, proceeding on the principle that it is much more useful for the cause of the working class to have a small, but truly communist faction, than a large faction without consistent communist policies. For on the decision of the Central Committee, the communist member of parliament has the obligation to combine legal with illegal work. In those countries where the communist members of parliament enjoy immunity from bourgeois law, this immunity must be utilized to support the party in its illegal work of organization and propaganda. 5. Communist members of parliament must subordinate all parliamentary action to the activity of their party outside parliament. The regular introduction of demonstrative draft laws, which are not intended to be accepted by the bourgeois majority, but for the purposes of propaganda, agitation, and organization, must take place on the instructions of the party and its central committee. 6. In the event of demonstrations by workers in the streets and other revolutionary actions, the communist members of parliament have the duty to place themselves in the most conspicuous leading place at the head of the masses of workers. 7. Communist members of parliament must use every means at their disposal, under the supervision of the party, to create written and any other kind of links with the revolutionary workers, peasants, and other toilers. Under no circumstances can they act like social democratic members of parliament, who pursue business connections with their voters. They must be constantly at the disposal of the party for any propaganda work in the country. 8. Every communist member of parliament must bear in mind that he is not a legislator seeking an understanding with other legislators, but a party agitator who has been sent into the enemy camp in order to carry out party decisions there. The communist member of parliament is responsible, not to the scattered mass of voters, but to his party, be it legal or illegal. 9. Communist members of parliament must speak a language that can be understood by every simple worker, every peasant, every washerwoman, and every shepherd, so that the party is able to publish the speeches as leaflets and distribute them to the most distant corners of the country. 10. Simple communist workers must appear in the bourgeois parliament without leaving precedence to so-called experienced parliamentarians, even in cases where the workers are only newcomers to the parliamentary arena. If need be, the members of parliament from the ranks of the working class can read their speeches from notes, so that the speeches can be printed in the press and as leaflets. 11. Communist members of parliament must use the parliamentary rostrum for the unmasking not only of the bourgeoisie and its hacks, but also of the social patriots, and the reformists, of the vacillations of the politicians of the center and of other opponents of communism, and for broad propaganda for the ideas of the Communist International. 12. Even in cases where there are only a few of them in the whole parliament, communist members of parliament have to show a challenging attitude towards capitalism in their whole behavior. They must never forget that only he is worthy of the name of a communist who is an arch-enemy of bourgeois society and its social democratic hacks not only in words but also in deeds. Bukharin's theses are accepted. All amendments are handed over to the Commission. Radek, I think that it is necessary for me to read out the list of delegates, it will be classified. The composition of the Congress is then the following, country by country. He reads the list out. We cannot reach any agreement on what we are to do with East Galicia. At the moment it has not yet been liberated, it belongs neither to Poland nor to Hungary, nor is it independent. We have admitted it as an independent country with 2 votes. The credentials of the Swiss comrade, Bergsdorf, were challenged in the commission with the claim that the delegate in question had recently been the editor of a bourgeois newspaper. It emerged that the comrade was the editor of such a paper a long time ago, but then he became a socialist and gave up the editing of the paper. The question was investigated in Switzerland and the case was resolved. As far as the question of apportioning votes is concerned, very little was changed in the executive's proposals. By and large we accepted the method of apportioning that was adopted by the executive. The number of votes was reduced in only one case that I shall talk about shortly. It was decided to grant Germany, France, England, Russia, America, and Italy 10 votes each, Austria and Holland 7 votes each, Mexico, Persia, India, Switzerland, Turkey and Bulgaria, and possibly Ireland, Estonia and Korea 4 votes each, and Lithuania 2 votes. The Commission decided to propose to the Congress to give Holland only 4 votes instead of 7. The decision was taken by a majority of the executive. Holland's higher number of votes is in contradiction to the actual conditions. Neither the country nor the party is big enough for it to march as a power of the second rank in the international. We have received a protest against the granting of credentials to Palestine, with the argument that it does not do to drive the Jewish proletariat to Palestine. The Commission will still have to concern itself with that. The Congress has to reach a decision on 2 further questions, the question of the division of the American and British votes. As far as Britain is concerned, they fall into 2 parts, the BSP and the shop stewards. I personally am of the opinion that they should share the votes. The Congress will have to decide on this. As far as America is concerned, the situation is as follows: we have received the report on the unification of the American parties, the American Communist Party and the American Communist Transaction Labor Party. But the unification is not complete. Part of one of the parties does not want to participate. And now the question arises, how are we to share the votes? The Unified Communist Party declares that it wants to have all the votes. But the part that has not entered the new party demands a share of the votes for itself. The Congress will have to decide on this question. Zinoviev, the question arises, should we sanction the report of the Credentials Commission or open a discussion? I shall take a vote. Who is in favor of sanctioning all the proposals of the Credentials Commission on behalf of the Congress? A vote is taken. The proposal is carried. The session is closed at 11:30. 9th session. August 3rd. Zinoviev declares the session open and reads out the following telegram of greetings from the Working Group of Revolutionary Social Democrats of Austria. To the Congress of the Communist International. The Working Group of Revolutionary Social Democrats of Austria, the majority at the last Congress of Workers' Councils, is fighting as the extreme left wing in the party for the dictatorship of the Workers' Councils and for affiliation to the Communist International. Closely linked to you in spirit, we hope to be with you at the next Congress. We enthusiastically greet the fighting proletariat of Soviet Russia and look forward longingly to the moment when, united, we will achieve the final victory of the world revolution. We wish all success to your conference. Revolutionary greetings on behalf of the Working Group of Revolutionary Social Democrats of Austria, Franz Roth, Joseph Ben-Sis, Ernst Fabry. Reads out the reply: Dear comrades, the Congress of the Communist International is pleased to acknowledge your greetings. The parties of all countries affiliated to the Communist International have at this conference decided to realize the idea of the Soviets in every country through absolute discipline and solidarity in action. In German Austria this struggle is led by the Communist Party. If you are serious in your longing for the final victory of the world revolution, then you have the most serious and sacred duty to fulfill in German Austria, a war of extermination against that part of the social democracy of German Austria that is represented by the reformist leaders and social traders Renner, Bauer, Fritz Adler, Huber, Tomachik, and Domes, to name only the best known, an unconditional break with the Social Democratic Party of German Austria and a struggle in the Workers' Council for the realization of communist demands. Not lip service, but ruthless revolutionary action will bring about the victory of the world revolution in a short period of time. A vote is taken on the text of the reply proposed by the Bureau. It is adopted. Zinoviev, we will now proceed with the agenda, which is the trade union question. The reporter, Comrade Radek, has the floor. Radek, comrades, the question of the relationship between the Communist International and the trades unions is the most serious, most important question facing our movement. The trades unions are the biggest mass organizations of the working class, they play a decisive role in the economic struggles, the chief elements in the disintegration of capital, and after the victory of the revolution the trades unions will be in the forefront of those organizations called on to work at the economic construction of socialism. The very importance of the trades unions in the increasingly acute economic struggles and the construction of socialism forbids us to approach this problem other than by the most exact examination of the conditions within them, if what we want is to be guided, not by our own desires, but by an evaluation of the possibilities of objective development. At the beginning of the war many of us thought that the trade union movement was finished. Many were of the opinion that the unions, which previously had fought capitalism in the main by using their funds, would have to collapse at the end of the war in the face of the great tasks that would be posed in front of them. No less a comrade than Rosa Luxemburg was, at the outbreak of the German Revolution, of the opinion that the trades unions were played out. It is typical that this question itself played no role in the debates at the founding conference of the KPD. If we review the development of the unions in the most important countries for the period before and during the war and during the revolution, we obtain approximately the following figures. In Germany the trades unions were 2¼ million strong before the outbreak of war. During the war the graph fell considerably and the number was lower. Since the end of the war, since December 1918, when the unions had less than 2 million members, the number has risen to 8 million. In Britain they have grown from 41.5 million at the beginning of the war to 6.2 million. In France the number of organized workers has grown from 400,000 to 2 million, in Italy from 450,000 to 2 million. Even in America the trades unions have grown from about 2 million at the outbreak of the war to 4 million. One of the leaders of the KAPD, Schroeder, said about these figures in his pamphlet on the factory committees that they express not a healthy process of growth but an unhealthy tumor. If it were simply a matter of rejecting on the grounds of ill health all the historical phenomena that do not suit us, then one could be satisfied with regarding the trades unions as a tumor on the corpse of capitalism. But since it is a different matter altogether we must take the following facts into account. It is true that in the war the mass of workers saw the betrayal of the union leaders, and to a great extent they are full of bitterness against the union bureaucracy. But at the same time they learned during the war to proceed in an organized manner, in battalions, in army corps. Now that they are faced by the greatest economic struggles, when they are under attack from enormous price increases, all the difficulties of the housing question, and economic chaos, they seek to extend and strengthen their power in struggle. In this they have nowhere to go but the trades unions, to turn them into a great mass formation. And that is where the masses go. It is a characteristic sign that in all those countries where we see no particular increase in the revolutionary trades unions, the masses are going directly into the big trades unions. For example, the IWW in America or the syndicalists in Germany, who have, it is true, grown in number, but only very little proportionately. Naturally this does not solve the question of what the trades unions are and what their functions are, and in assessing our attitude towards the unions we must start from an analysis of the ways and means of communist struggle. We have to answer the question, is there any other path to the liberation of the working class than that which the trades unions are taking by the intensification of their previous methods of fighting? Rewarding this as a political formula, one could pose the question in this way: what can the tasks of revolutionary trades unions consist of? We often hear a contrast drawn between revolutionary trades unions and trades unions in general. Let us ask ourselves, what does the decay of capitalism consist of? What are the means of struggle of the working class and what can the trades unions accomplish if they want to carry out this fight? First of all we know that the trade union bureaucracy, in line with its counter-revolutionary outlook, always seeks to do away with any economic struggle at all, as a way out of the situation. After the victory of the revolution, the German trades unions began extending the working parties, that is to say organizations for lasting agreements with the capitalists in which, of course, the working class is the subordinate part. In Britain the Whitley Councils grew into the Joint Industrial Councils, which thoroughly correspond to the idea of the Working Party, the attempt to create a permanent agreement between workers and capitalists as an organization for the purpose of settling disputes. These tactics of the trade union leaders are tactics of demolishing the class struggle, and I need not dwell on this any longer, since we can have nothing in common with it, but must be in the sharpest struggle against these attempts. But this fight does not need to be carried out under the slogan of a new trade union tactic, for on the contrary what is new here is on the side of the trade union leaders. As far as new trade union tactics and the possibility of the existence of specifically revolutionary trade union tactics are concerned, we have the following to say. The process of capitalist decay consists in the disruption of the continuity of the economic process. Anglo-Saxon capital attempts to exclude one half of the European continent from the economic process, at the same time throwing the greatest mass of industrial products onto the world market. Turning these countries into its slaves, it leads to an interruption of the process of the division of labor of the whole world economy. This is an undertaking that can have no other end result than the collapse of the capitalist system in America and Britain too. The disruption of production and high unemployment leave us in no doubt that these countries are in a big economic crisis. In America there are now studies, like Sparge's book, which present Russia as the American affair, and which try to prove that America is faced with a crisis. This interruption of the economic process on a world scale is accompanied by a quite insane increase in prices. We have experienced the colossal growth of all prices on the world market, which is made more acute by the difference between the exchange rates of the defeated and victor nations. Now we are beginning to experience the fall in prices, and while the growth in prices meant on the one hand a kind of false boom and on the other hand the squeezing dry of the central powers, the fall in prices now means a new crisis in production. The general condition of the working class is such that any thought of reformist tactics, of a gradual increase in the real wages of the working class, in their standard of living, is a completely opportunist illusion. The possibility of a gradual improvement in the condition of the working class is a reactionary utopia. If one looks at Kozinski's statistical data, he comes to the conclusion that a family of 4 in Germany, to achieve the absolute minimum standard of living, lower than before the war, needs 16,000 marks a year. At the same time he calculates that only about 10% of the population earn such wages. If, on the other hand, you take the figures for America, on the one hand, therefore, taking the most highly developed of the defeated capitalist nations, and on the other the victor in the war, then this statement is absolutely confirmed. In an article carried by the Washington Nation, of June 19, 1920, entitled The High Cost of Labor, the following figures are quoted. According to the statistical tables for the year 1919, the minimum level of subsistence for a family of husband, wife, and 3 children was $2,500 per annum, and it is noted that this is not the American standard of living, but a level below which the family is considered to be in danger of physical and moral degeneration. Other statistics quoted in the article arrive at a figure of $2,180, and the paper then calculates the wages for 103 occupations and comes to the conclusion that a daily wage of between $6.50 and $8.50, which would correspond to this annual budget, is being drawn by only 10% of all metal workers. So according at least to the calculations of the nation, 90% live under conditions which, according to American statisticians, expose them to the danger of physical and moral degeneration. This bourgeois newspaper goes on to say that a quarter of the working class is already suffering from actual malnutrition and lack of adequate clothing. That was the situation in America before the crisis began. It is clear in this situation that the tactics of the trades unions, the objectives of communist struggle, cannot consist in repairing the capitalist edifice, but in working consciously for the overthrow of capital. In what way can we lead this struggle? This is where we so often meet, on our left wing, the following conception: since it is impossible to improve the condition of the working class by increasing wages, it is useless to fight for this. Economic struggles are futile. We must wait until resentment has piled up so much that the working class will finish off capitalism in one blow. On the other hand, we hear the propaganda for sabotage, of labor, of industry, as the way that will lead to the speedy collapse of capital. One conception is as false as the other. Even though the working class is not able to save itself by means of improving wages, there are still valid reasons why it must not remain indifferent to the struggle to improve wages. Thus there is no doubt that if, for example, the Berlin metal workers are not able to improve their wages in line with price increases, they will be worse off in March than they are in January. So even if increasing wages is not a means to solve the question, it is a means of maintaining the fighting fitness of the workers. Moreover, an immediate collapse of capitalism is as inconceivable, for mechanical reasons, as the immediate collapse of a house whose foundations have been removed. Capitalism could survive the greatest poverty in the world for years if its decay did not release forces opposed to it. The working class can only be convinced that the capitalist situation is beyond hope when, driven by necessity, they enter into struggle and convince themselves in the course of this struggle that there is no salvation for them on the basis of capitalism. Wages struggles, whose results are only momentary, have great importance in mobilizing the great masses of workers for revolutionary struggle. On the other hand, the slogan of sabotage, so far as the sabotage of technical resources is concerned, is a downright counter-revolutionary slogan. We will inherit little enough as it is, since civil war brings in its wake the destruction of the values and means of production. So it is the task of the working class only to destroy these technical resources in the case of absolute necessity. Sabotage is no slogan in the fight. There is of course no doubt that it is not our duty to tell the worker to exert himself particularly for the capitalist, but passive resistance is not a method that can lead to the collapse of capital. The methods of struggle of the working class are active methods, the extension of the fighting front by enlisting millions of fighting workers, the sharpening and prolonging of the fight and the unification of the fighting masses. The problem is this: partial struggles will finally lead the masses of workers to a general onslaught on capitalism. There is no new method in this struggle. If we wipe out the counter-revolutionary tendencies of the bureaucracy in the great mass formations, the trades unions, if we depose them, then these mass organizations of the working class are the organs best able to lead the struggle of the working class on a broad front. Now we come to the question of the practical possibility of transforming the reactionary trades unions into institutions of the revolution. In our theses submitted to the Congress we issue the following slogan as a general rule for communists: join the trades unions and struggle in the big trades unions to win them. But if we lay down this general rule, we should not close our eyes to the difficulties that became clear to us particularly in the long deliberations on our commission. The difficulties arise from the fact that in drawing up the theses we perhaps had the Russian and German experience too much in mind. The German unions with their 8 million organized workers encompass the great mass of German workers, a good half of the German proletariat, and for this reason they are no longer simply organs of the labor aristocracy. We have over 600,000 agricultural workers in the trades unions, and the very fact that the great masses belong to the trades unions opens up the best perspectives. But when we take into account that in America we have only 4 million workers organized into trades unions and that they are split into craft associations, then we have to face the fact that in America firstly the organized labor movement represents the labor aristocracy, secondly it is cut off from the great mass of the workers, and thirdly this labor aristocracy is dispersed among a large number of small organizations of the old type. In America and Britain there are trade union organizations where the trade union bureaucracy is elected for life. So while preserving the general line of our theses we must call on the communists in America and Britain to take into account the possibility and necessity of the formation of new trades unions in all the great organizations of America. In this we have a wide field open to us in those occupations where the aristocracy of labor has voluntarily renounced the role of organizer, that is the many occupations of the unskilled, undeveloped workers. Where in our theses we only gave one example of the oppression of members of an organization by the trade union bureaucracy, we have to say clearly to the communists in relation to America, you have the duty to take upon yourselves the foundation of new organizations. We have there in the IWW an organization which is setting to work on this task. Not for nothing is it the most persecuted organization, which has borne the brunt of all the attacks of American capitalism. So we do not wish to take offense at the revolutionary romanticism of the IWW, but we say to our comrades, you should support these organizations with all your might in order to organize the masses. The only possibility of unified tactics is to harmonize our endeavors for the organization of the broad masses of unskilled workers with those of the IWW. In the interests of the British and American labor movement, we must avoid the isolation of the revolutionary trades unions. We must not only attack capitalism through the new organizations, we must also go into the Federation of Labor. The American comrades answer that they have been trying to transform the AFL for decades, but this argument is scarcely convincing. As far as the AFL is concerned, people went into the trades unions with the good intention of taking up arms immediately, but not only revolutionary elements were involved here, and we must not forget that all these efforts were made during a period of peaceful development. Now the AFL is itself in a process of change. I have reliable witnesses for this, such as the London Times, which writes in its Jubilee issue of last year. During the war, and presumably as its result, unionism greatly increased, strikes became far more numerous than in normal times, and dissatisfaction with Mr. Gompers, if not formally and publicly expressed, was at least loudly proclaimed in private. The existence of a strong socialist group in the Federation has manifested itself for a considerable period, and has found expression in repeated efforts to replace Mr. Gompers as president. Furthermore, it is the opinion of expert observers that this group is far stronger than the acts of the conventions, its resolutions, and the votes for president and executive council would indicate. Furthermore, there have occurred a number of instances of able and experienced presidents of craft unions being defeated for re-election and their places filled with men of the extreme socialist type. This was written on July 4 last year. I have a report of the last Congress of the AFL which took place in January of this year. In this report, which appeared in Sydney Webb's Organ New Statesman, it is said that a proposal was carried by 29,000 votes to 8,000 calling not only for the nationalization of the American railways but also for them to be placed under the control of a mixed commission, a proposal of revolutionary significance, which, however reformist it is in itself, represents a breakthrough in the American trade union movement. The New Statesman writes about the outcome of the discussion as follows: M.R. Gompers was elected president for a further period. For the first time in his career he expressed the wish to lay down the scepter. He feels that his throne is shaking and that his day is past. The radicals departed rejoicing. They had gained their first decisive victory at a conference of the AFL and, as a delegate remarked, have shown how to throw a spanner in the works. I by no means wish to identify myself with this optimistic verdict. It is quite possible that development will take a different course, but in any case these things show that the AFL is no longer a uniform bloc. There are cracks in it, and it is the duty of the American communists to widen them. When the American communists ask me by what means it will be possible to transform the bureaucracy in the AFL or to render it harmless, I reply that if the communists go into the AFL from the very start with the slogan of destroying it, they will destroy their own work. However, if it emerges from their struggle that it is necessary to destroy the AFL, they should do so. But there is no tactical interest that requires us to be obstinate and refuse to go into the AFL. The task is to work there and to operate as the factor that unifies all those forces that operate from outside, with the forces of the American workers who are organized in the AFL and whose aristocratic arrogance will be broken by all the suffering that the collapse of capitalism will bring to them too in America. We are therefore laying down the fight to conquer the trades unions as a general rule. The other problem that faces us is the question of the spontaneous organizations that begin to form in the process of the struggle both during the war and now. They come from various origins, but, as new phenomena, they require the greatest attention on our part. These are organizations like the shop stewards and the factory committees in Britain and in Germany. In their first stages they represented chaos as far as their composition was concerned, but a chaos from which new life arises, and one would have to be the most wooden-headed German trade unionist not to see new life in this movement. We saw how the shop stewards arose when the trade union bureaucracy renounced even the strike weapon during the war. The workers themselves formed the committees that led the strikes. We further saw how after the war these shop committees became the center of the most active part of the British working class, which once more gets on with the organization of strikes without the help of the union bureaucracy, and how it now sets itself the task of working consciously to make the trade union bureaucracy harmless and to drive them back, so that in this way the shop stewards are an organization for renewing British trade union life. The more the struggle develops and this movement becomes a consciously revolutionary one, the more the shop stewards see themselves as leaders of political revolutionary activity too. They become the center of direct action in Britain. If we move to Germany, we see that the rise of the factory committees is to be ascribed in the main to disappointment with the unions. While new, unorganized masses are streaming into the trades unions, we see how the main body of thinking workers feels that the unions are not enough because they are dominated by a counter-revolutionary bureaucracy, because they are craft organizations, because they cut up and divide the masses. In many cases this recognition leads the workers to turn away completely from these trades unions. We see how, under the yoke of capitalism, under the rule of Niski, the factory committee movement tries to create the foundations of the future socialist economic order. We are now faced with the principled question of how to judge and evaluate the possibilities of work in the trades unions in the capitalist countries. We do not need to emphasize particularly that we are obliged to support every emergent factory organization of the proletariat which has the purpose of breaking the omnipotence of the trade union bureaucracy, not only in Britain but also in Germany and France and in every other country. When we consider the question of the relationship of the factory committees to the trades unions in Germany, and when we see that not only the Legions, but also right-wing independents like Disman etc., try to box these organizations up in the trade union apparatus and justify this by the economy of the revolution, we must lead the struggles in a more unified way, then we know these twisters too well not to see through their plans. If it really was the case that the Legions and the Dismans were going to be the leaders of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, we would tell the factory committees to join their ranks. But that is not the case. The Legions are the leaders of the German counter-revolution, and if one considers the practice of the right-wing independents, if one takes a look at Disman's policies in the Metal Workers' Union, one cannot find the slightest valid difference between his policies and those of the Legions. Under these conditions, the attempt to incorporate the factory committees in the trade union apparatus means an attempt to destroy these revolutionary organizations which can, at the moment of the struggle, emerge as organs of the revolution. As to the endeavor to make a systematic organization out of these factory committees which would be able to facilitate the transition to socialism, and the endeavor belongs to a transitional period, it was an illusion. I think that the comrades who worked for this must also see that it is impossible under the lash of capitalism and of the state of emergency to build an organization capable of representing the apparatus of the future socialist economic order. The thing is that the movement is growing, and for a variety of reasons. It embraces the most active sections of the proletariat, it fights against the lead weight of the trade union bureaucracy, and the further it goes the more it will become the organization of struggle and of control over production. As the process of the decay of the capitalist mode of production proceeds, not only the conscious workers, but every last worker in the factory will be faced with the question, where are coal, raw materials, etc., to be obtained? From all these surmises a fight develops which grows into the factory and which is carried out by the masses. The trades unions alone cannot carry it out, they do not embrace the whole mass of workers in the plant, they are still craft organizations. Here a revolutionary organization is necessary that emerges as a revolutionary force, which, in such a question, makes it the main task to set the masses in motion, to lead them into struggle. If we said that it is the task of the communists to march at the head of the trades unions, not to be satisfied with communist propaganda, but to try to be the leading section of the movement, then it goes without saying that, on the question of the factory committees and the shop stewards, the initiative falls to the communists. When the question is posed as to whether new organizations should be created alongside the trades unions, and what their mutual relations should be, we reply that as long as the unions are dominated by the bureaucracy, these new organizations are our basis of support against the trade union bureaucracy. But when communists have become the leaders of the movement, the time has come to let the two streams flow together and to turn the factory committees into trade union organs. Every attempt to hand the committees over to the trades unions now, however, is reactionary. There is one more question on which we must take up a position, and that is the question of industrialism and industrial unions. When we hear how the question of industrialism is propagated on various sides, we feel that what we are dealing with is a new fetish. It is claimed that the old craft unions can no longer serve the revolution, that industrial unions are the highest and most perfect thing. That is a completely metaphysical position. It has already been proved in practice that reactionary industrialism is possible. If the workers organize themselves in industrial unions in order to reach agreements with the capitalists, then there is nothing revolutionary in that, while it is on the other hand possible that trade union organizations that are even more backward than the craft trades unions will unite in revolutionary struggles if they are filled by revolutionary spirit. The ideology of these industrial unions can really be reduced to one quite simple fact, that is to say that it is better to organize workers by industry than by trade. Our attitude towards industrial unions is progressive. We want to support them, but we cannot make a shibboleth out of them, for otherwise we would not be preventing splits, but we would be setting up, alongside 20 craft unions, the 21st Industrial Union, which in its turn would box up 1/100th of the mass. The path to industrial unionism should be followed through our fight in the trades unions. Should we carry out a split in the trades unions in order to found a union, the result would not at all be what we desired. We can see that in the example of America, after the rise of the workers' industrial unions, which were supposed to unite all workers, the trades unions remained exactly as split as they had been previously. The question of industrialism is connected with the question of syndicalism. If many of our comrades are constantly talking about it, I see in this a tendency to try to lean towards a syndicalist movement that is opposed to the proletarian state and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The fight against this current is very difficult in the Anglo-Saxon countries where the workers have neither had a really revolutionary party nor seen a revolutionary struggle. We should not make it even more difficult for them by adopting the syndicalist ideology. The attitude of the Communist International towards the syndicalist currents is shown by the decision of the Congress admitting syndicalist organizations into the Communist International. By this the Communist International has shown that it is a complete stranger to the spirit of the old social democracy. Because we see in syndicalism a transitional disease of the revolutionary workers' movement, we try to come close to the syndicalists, in order to form a bloc with them and to fight shoulder to shoulder with them whenever possible. But at the same time we must show them all that is confused about the road as they see it. Remember that the great mass of workers in the trade union movement are not in the camp of syndicalism. We must take that into account and our organizational efforts must be aimed at getting close to the masses. We are coming to the end. The task of communism in relation to the trades unions is very difficult and very thankless. Here in the trades unions we see the flowing together of millions of workers who are called upon by history to become the main army of the revolution. They come with all their prejudices, all their ponderousness, all their changing moods. Nevertheless, it is these masses that will carry out the decisive struggle, and for this reason the task of the communists is not only to look at the legions in the leadership but also to keep the masses themselves in mind, and to work in the trades unions for as long as is necessary. Comrades say, yes, if we only had time to work in the unions for a few years we could win these organizations. Nobody can determine how long it will take until the social revolution places its victorious foot on the neck of capitalism. To win the masses for the idea of communism takes no less time than is needed for the winning of the trades unions. One thing is necessary, not to flinch from any difficulties and to go into the organizations and carry out the fight. I say to my German party comrades, to this day you have not even founded a weekly trade union paper that can lead the fight systematically. Where are there united factions of communists and independents in the unions? Where has the attempt been made to breach the organizations of the trades union bureaucracy from below? We are only at the beginning of our systematic struggle, and have no right to complain at the small results. As far as conditions in the Anglo-Saxon countries are concerned, we must say that less despair and more communist optimism would be of service to you. The USPD press, finally, took up the same position towards the trade union bureaucracy as we now adopt. Here we come to the final question on the trade union movement, which is, of course, the question of communism. The abyss that lies between us and the theory and practice of the USPD on this question is not so much one of form as of deeds. It is not simply a question of whether we go into the trades unions or not, but of what we do in these trades unions. The USPD's entry into the trades unions merely meant Skulik being replaced by Disman. It is not a question of going into the trades unions, but, at the risk of a split, which we do not fear if it comes as the result of a fight, of taking up a fight against the old trade union bureaucracy and its spirit. If the USPD people rest content with the victory at the Metal Workers' Congress and immediately weigh themselves down with a lead weighty by leaving the old bureaucracy in the leadership, if as members of the Allgemeine Deutsche Gewerkschaftsbund, they are in practice tied to the Arbeitergemeinschaft, if they always look over their shoulders at every step, then that is of course not winning over the trades unions. It means nothing other than taking the place of the legions in the trades unions, and carrying on legions policies. The Allgemeine Deutsche Gewerkschaftsbund was the German trade union federation, the Arbeitsgemeinschaft was the corporatist, class collaboration body linking this federation with the employers' organizations and the state. We are in favor of going into parliament, the independents too are in favor of it. We, however, go into parliament in order to carry out revolutionary agitation and propaganda there, to bring about confrontations. If it comes to that, we will even go into the parliamentary committees, since that is the best place to gather information. The independents, however, act differently. I can give you an example. During the war, Comrade Hasse was on the Foreign Affairs Committee. But he avoided revealing this committee's secrets in Parliament even when they were directed against the German people. For him the protection of government secrets was very important. I think that if our members join the committees they will arrange their behavior very differently. It is the same question with the trades unions. We go into the trades unions in order to overthrow the bureaucracy there and, if necessary, to split the trades unions. We go into the trades unions in order to turn them into a fighting instrument. The outcome of the work of the USPD in the first few years in the trades unions was to try and bring the factory committees, the revolutionary organizations of the proletariat, under the rod of the trade union bureaucracy. The difference is a difference of spirit, of the will to act and to fight, the will to make the trades unions into an instrument of the revolution. The Communist Party bases its policies on the elements that are left out by bourgeois society. We will attempt to transform the trades unions into fighting organizations. Should the resistance of the bureaucracy prove to be stronger than we assume, we shall not be afraid to smash it, for we know that what is important is not the form, but the workers' ability to organize and their will to organize the revolutionary struggle. We shall go into the trades unions and attempt to win them with all our strength, without tying ourselves to them. We shall not permit ourselves to be beaten down by the trade union bureaucracy, and where they struggle to limit the possibility of our revolutionary fight, we shall, at the head of the masses, drive them out of these trades unions. We go into the unions, not to preserve them, but to create cohesion among the workers, on which alone the great industrial unions of the social revolution can be formed. The most important thing is to unite two things, to be with the masses and go with the masses, but also not to fall behind the masses. That is the line of communist policy in the trades unions. In the factory committees it sees the spontaneous organization of the proletariat, and as long as the trades unions fail, as long as the trade union bureaucracy is a wall against the revolution, We want to preserve the independence of the committees, help them, in order, together with them, to lead the masses in struggle. That is what I have to say. Just a couple more formal things. The commission that was elected by the Congress had big difficulties to overcome. They lay precisely in the fact that the resolutions had been conceived too narrowly. Our theses did not take conditions in Britain and America sufficiently into account, and I admit that for a long time I found it very difficult to discover what the comrades wanted. We finally managed to see that there were no differences in principle between our positions. All were agreed that they had the duty of working in the trades unions. Only one American comrade proposed in his theses that the communists should remain outside the AFL. Then came the question of establishing in what cases they must work outside the trades unions. One case was already mentioned in our theses, that is to say if revolutionary agitation was suppressed by the trade union bureaucracy. We established the second case when we discovered that 80% of the workers in America are not organized and that the AFL consciously abandons the organization of big masses by demanding high membership subscriptions. Here it is clear that the communists have the task of organizing these masses. The final difficulty, which we could not resolve in the commission, consisted in this, that the American comrades claim that a whole number of trade union statutes make it impossible for them to work in the trades unions, that the bureaucracy there was unassailable, that congresses are not convened for years on end, etc. We accept the possibility of such cases theoretically, but I told the comrades openly that I feel they have a tendency to make it too easy for themselves and to run away from the trades unions. So I take no responsibility for this motion. The American comrades should specify this case here. Should conditions really be as comrades report them, then we cannot deny that in such cases they should form separate trades unions. The other question concerned the factory committees. The resolution shows the factory committees in their last phase, when they go into the fight on the task of the control of production. This passage gives the impression of a perspective that has yet to come. Therefore we agreed also to take the previous stages in the development of the factory committees into account in the resolution. The last point refers to the question of the international organization of the trades unions. We have two versions. The Russian Trade Union Commission proposed one version in which it takes its starting point from the declaration of the British, Italian, Russian, and Bulgarian trades unions, who have called a conference. The Russian resolution points out that the trades unions must become a part of the Communist International. The American comrades are opposed to the appeal of the Italian, Russian, and British trades unions. They have raised a great number of objections to it. The comrades will put forward these difficulties themselves here, and we will leave it to the Congress to decide on them. I shall not read out the individual amendments for the simple reason that they must first be edited in the Commission. I shall therefore merely repeat that they deal with the cases where separate organizations are to be built, that is to say the cases where the revolutionary organization of the trades unions is suppressed. Then they state the necessity of supporting the shop stewards and the factory committees as fighting organizations which must remain independent as long as the counter-revolutionary trade union bureaucracy dominates the trades unions, and, finally, of concerning themselves with the still undecided question of the Trade Union International. Frena, after our discussion in the Trade Union Commission it turned out that we are in agreement beyond all expectation. The questions that are still at issue relate to the importance of the individual points and how to carry them out, but not to principles. The differences first emerged in the declaration on the calling of a conference for the organization of revolutionary workers' unions. Some of the most essential stipulations of this declaration were completely unacceptable to us. For example, the condemnation of revolutionaries who left the unions was worded in such a form that the formation of a new workers' organization would have been excluded, which would have paralyzed the American movements, for in our country, where 80% of the workers are not organized, and the trades unions are dominated by the labor aristocracy, a new revolutionary workers' movement absolutely must be created. Further, the participation of individual separate industrial unions in the conference is made dependent on the agreement of the central workers' organization of the country in question. and furthermore we find no stipulation there on the admission of one representative each of the organizing committees of the IWW and of the shop stewards, two organizations that are of exceptional importance for the revolutionary mass struggle. Our objections to Comrade Rodek's theses, some of which have been settled by the acceptance of several of our amendments, concern above all his conception of the nature of unions. Rodek deals with the problem exclusively from the standpoint that the masses in the unions must be won for communism. It goes without saying that this must be the main point. But it is just as important to consider the unions as organs for our task of the revolutionary struggle and as factors in the economic construction of society after the conquest of political power. The conditions, too, under which new workers' unions can be formed are conceived of all too narrowly and artificially by Rodek. Finally, one could draw the conclusion from Rodek's theses that what we have to do is capture the trade union bureaucracy. We do not find there any indication or instructions on the formation of special organizations, for example trade committees, shop stewards, etc., as instruments in the struggle against the bureaucracy and to mobilize the masses for action. In the United States, revolutionary ideas were spread by the revolutionary trade union movement. These ideas were the necessity of extra-parliamentary action for the purpose of conquering political power, and the necessity of destroying the bourgeois state machine and the organization of the proletarian state, not on a geographical basis, but on the basis of the industrial factory organization. These demands made it easy for us to understand the fundamental tactic of the Russian Revolution. At the same time, however, we were obliged to wage a sharp theoretical fight against the conception of the IWW, who were of the opinion that it is possible to fight capitalism merely through the industrial unions without Soviets and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Communist Party of America has fulfilled a great task by bringing the old revolutionary conceptions of industrial unionism into harmony with the new conceptions of Bolshevism. It is a necessary part of our work to secure the revolutionary functions of the workers' unions. The IWW in the United States was a really revolutionary force, not because they agitated for industrial unionism, nor because they tried to boycott and destroy the AFL. They had no great success in either of these things, but the IWW was an enormous force because in it was expressed the growth of class consciousness and the strength to act of the unorganized and unskilled workers excluded from the AFL. None of the movements that fought the AFL by leaving the old unions had any success. During the war, when the old unions went into partnership with the government, the members of the IWW were forced to unite with the old unions, and the members of the IWW developed a mighty revolutionary movement through their agitation within these unions. The necessity of work, in a revolutionary sense, within the old unions is therefore emphasized by experiences in America. But these experiences also confirm the necessity of forming new unions, in correspondence with the objective conditions, in order to combine revolutionary work in the old unions with work from outside. There is no division of opinion between us on the necessity of work in the unions. We all agree on that. If the American Communist movement rejected work in the old unions and adopted the slogan "Destroy the AFL," it would be the communist movement that would thus be destroyed, and not the old, reactionary labor unions. Our objections refer to the methods and aims of work in the old unions. We are of the opinion that it is not the tying down of the bureaucracy that must be emphasized but the liberation of the masses to proceed independently of the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is practically unassailable in the old unions. It is based on the masses and is an obstacle to all action. In the United States the bureaucracy uses, apart from constitutional means, long terms of office, parliamentary tricks and armed soldiers to break resistance in the unions. I do not quote this as an argument against work in the unions but as an argument against the idea of tying down the bureaucracy. We must fight this bureaucracy in the unions. It will only be possible to tie them down or finish them off during the revolution or after it. Really revolutionary activity in the trades unions pursues the following important aims. 1. The organization of communist groups, which must be present in every workers' organization. 2. The formation of special trade union organizations, shop stewards, shop committees, etc. That is to say the workers' organizations inside the unions, which express the demands of the direct economic struggle of the workers and also take up the struggle against the bureaucracy and against the limitations of the trades unions' organizational form. If we form these special union organizations, it does not mean that the workers should leave the old unions. On the contrary, the workers remain in the unions, but they organize their opposition in a different way. These special union organizations operate inside and outside the unions, and if they cannot move the union to act in a crisis, these special union organizations proceed independently of the union and the bureaucracy. They are the most appropriate organs for developing revolutionary activity and for mobilizing the masses for the fight against capitalism. In Britain and the United States these special union organizations grew from the practice itself, from the experience of the workers in struggle. The communists have become the leaders in the immediate economic struggle of the working class through the creation of these special union organizations. We do not demand withdrawal from the old unions, but the organization of an energetic and decisive struggle within the unions against the bureaucracy. It is just as necessary to continue the fight outside the old unions. That is made possible by the organization of new, independent unions. It is absolutely necessary for the organization of such unions and continued work in the old unions to be based on objective conditions and to express the mass struggle itself. But it is just as necessary not to be afraid of these new organizations. It is just as harmful to be opposed in general to splits and new unions as it is to insist on splits and new unions as theoretical demands. A split is, after all, a decisive offensive act that means more revolutionary agitation than years of peaceful work in the unions. But if we unify the industrial unions we will win a force that will work from outside and inside and which, influenced and led by the communists, will form a mighty factor in mobilizing the masses for action. We live in an epoch of revolution, and our basic task consists of liberating the masses for action. We cannot be dependent on the peaceful, protracted process of taking the bureaucracy prisoner. Besides this problem of the special union organizations there is the problem of the industrial unions as an obstacle to the guild form of trades associations. This problem has a threefold form. 1. Industrial unionism is the organizational expression of the unorganized, unskilled workers who form the majority of the industrial proletariat in the United States. The formation of new unions usually means adaptation to industrial unionism. Industrial unionism is the basis of revolutionary unionism. 2. Agitation for industrial unionism is a necessary part of our work in the old unions. These unions, which in the main are based on the old guilds, are incapable, under the pressure of concentrated industry, of really uniting the workers in the unions and continuing the offensive fight. The workers in the old unions oppose the limitations of the craft forms and also the instructions of the unions, and we must bring them to accept the organizational form of industrial unions, an inevitable phase in our fight to transform and revolutionize the old unions. 3. After the conquest of political power, the unions will become organs for the administration of industry of the proletarian state. Craft organizations are not in a position to do this because of their organizational form. Industrial unions are necessary, as the Russian experience proves. The greater the industrial unions are, and the greater is the understanding of industrial unionism, the easier will be the task of economic construction after the revolutionary conquest of power. That is the conception of unionism developed and formulated by the American movement, and we are convinced that this unionism is an inevitable phase in communist tactics. Tanner, after Comrade Rodek's speech, it is quite clear that there can be no question of differences on principle. The main thing is to establish the relations between the communists and the shop stewards and the newly arising revolutionary organizations. It has been mentioned that there must be relations between the communists and all revolutionary organizations. During the war, after the rise of the shop stewards, many people claimed that their role would be played out at the end of the war. But that does not correspond to the truth. They are called upon to play a revolutionary role now, too. As far as the aims of all such organizations are concerned, One of their most difficult tasks is to fight the terrible bureaucratism in the trades unions. Although this is very difficult, one must strive to make progress in this respect. What, then, is the attitude of the shop stewards to the question raised here? The structure of the trades unions is not democratic, and yet we are very far from saying that one cannot, under any circumstances, belong to them. Comrades, you are in favor of the point of view that one should withdraw from them. But you understand that this position must be decided in every individual case. We place the main emphasis on the revolutionary class struggle, which must also be waged against the bureaucracy of the old trades unions. It has been said that we should emphasize once more our position and tactics towards the Soviet movement. The aim of our fight is to overcome capitalism and exterminate the wages system. In view of the fact that the revolution can only be realized by the mass action of the workers, I must emphasize that the attitude of the shop stewards towards the already existing organizations is not hostile, but one can say that the shop steward and factory committee movement wishes to transform the trades unions in a revolutionary manner and change their form of organization. The realization of this revolutionary aim can only be brought about if forceful propaganda is carried on within the old trades unions, and through much livelier participation in the inner life of these organizations. What I mean by this is that the shop stewards by no means adopt the position that one absolutely cannot work in the trades unions. But they are opposed to participating in the Red Trade Union International. The attitude expressed in the appeal in question is unacceptable to the shop stewards, since it is established there that one may not leave the old trades unions. The shop stewards cannot accept the proposal under these conditions. The fact that such a passage has been adopted proves that no account has been taken of the conditions in the individual countries. I am of the view that this appeal must be subjected to criticism by the Congress and handed over to the Commission. The comrades who have worked in the Commission have proved that they do not share the point of view of this appeal. End of the session. 10th session. August 4th. Zinoviev, the session is open. Comrade Balabanova has the floor to make an announcement. Balabanova, comrades, unfortunately we are in the sad position of having to make an announcement that is as distressing for you as it is for us. The day before yesterday, when one of our best and most active comrades, Comrade Augusta Asen, who comes from Norway, and who has been active in the movement for 20 years, visited the aerodrome to see our Red Air Force, an accident occurred to which she fell victim. We do not need to tell you how terribly and how deeply we feel this great loss. We ask you to rise to honor this comrade's memory. The assembly rises from its seats. I thank you. We ask all comrades to take home with them the assurance that the Russian proletariat will not forget the comrade who has died, and even if her death was due to an accident, then it is still true that she came here and died in the struggle for the proletariat and out of love for the Communist International. Zinoviev, the Bureau proposes, on behalf of the Congress, to express our deepest sympathy for our sister party in Norway. We will now proceed with the agenda. The agrarian question will be dealt with. The reporter, Comrade Meyer, has the floor. Meyer, comrades, since the real reporter on this question, Comrade Marchlowski, is prevented from speaking here in connection with the gratifying advances of the Red Army, I must make a substitute report in his place, bringing together briefly Comrade Lenin's theses and the work of the Commission. The agrarian question has been placed on the agenda by the revolution in Eastern and Central Europe, and demands not only theoretical but also practical solution. The preparatory work for this has up until now been very slight, and the Second International has done as good as nothing in this area. In general, one was satisfied with sketching beautiful pictures of the agricultural production of the future after the introduction of socialism. But how the rural population can be won for the proletarian revolution, and what struggles must be carried out to achieve this ideal goal, on that the Second International said very little, nor did it do anything to prepare something in practice. The best elements of the Second International were satisfied with polemicizing against the opportunist wing, which, on the basis of an incorrect reading of the statistical data, claimed in general that there was no question of the socialization of landed property, and over and above that, that the social revolution could not take root in the countryside. On the basis of German statistics, the revisionists tried to prove that Marxist theories did not apply to the countryside, and on the basis of these theories they rejected the social struggle and rejected the social revolution. Those who did oppose these reformists did so like Koski, essentially for the purpose simply of proving that Marxist theory did apply after all in this field. Further practical conclusions were not however drawn from this. The attitude of the Communist International to this question is a different one. For us it is a question of really revolutionizing the countryside. For there can be no doubt about this, that without the active participation of broad layers of the rural population, it is impossible to secure and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. For us, for the Communist International, the securing of the revolution comes first, and all the questions connected with the agrarian question can only be considered and answered from this angle. The task of the Communist International with relation to the agrarian question can be briefly summarized in the question, how do we take the class struggle, the revolutionary struggle, out into the countryside? The revolutionizing of the rural population, whose needs can only be satisfied by the revolution, stands on the agenda of history. Even the few experiences that it was possible to make here in Russia, the experiences that were made with agrarian reforms in Central Europe, confirm the thesis that forms the guiding star of the discussions of the whole Congress: bourgeois democracy is incapable of solving this question, and a satisfactory solution can only be achieved by the revolution and by the dictatorship of the proletariat. The parties that allegedly represent the interests of the rural population, like for example the socialist revolutionaries in Russia and the peasant bourgeois parties in Europe, betrayed their own programs when they had power in their hands and were able to turn their program into deeds. Bourgeois democracy is incapable of solving this question. It is not only the practical activity of the socialist revolutionaries in the Russian border states that proves this. In the other countries too, all attempts at agrarian reform amount to destroying and dividing up a portion of large landed property, in order thus to create a new proletarian or semi-proletarian element that is to provide a cheap object of exploitation for existing large landed property. Whatever small holding laws have been passed in Germany have remained on paper, or consist of creating elements of exploitation for large landed property. The single exception of a somewhat more serious-looking agrarian reform has perhaps been created in Bohemia, but that too is only because the national differences between the Czech, Jewish, and German elements have been emphasized, so that the Czech peasants have in part been satisfied by the expropriation of the other elements. The Communist International must go beyond what bourgeois democracy has done and must especially strive to cancel the opposition between town and country, to forge together the urban and rural proletarian population for the common struggle, for the proletarian revolution. That happens, among other things, by making sure that the rural workers share all the advantages that are available to the urban workers, and further by raising the urban workers' consciousness of the necessity of rural work. The question of how the proletarian revolution can be taken out into the countryside, into the village, can only be solved if a detailed and precise analysis of the various layers of the rural population is drawn up. The theses before you make the attempt to classify the rural population into various layers: first the agricultural proletarians, the wage workers; secondly the semi-proletarians and smallholders; thirdly the small peasants; fourthly the middle peasants; fifthly the large peasants; and sixthly the large landowners. Of course, this way of formulating the theses only gives a general scheme. Given the variegated character of the composition of the rural population in the various countries, the conditions in every country must be studied accurately in order to be able to determine in detail where the revolutionizing of the rural population can start. Here at the Congress only general outlines for judging the situation of the rural population and for working over by the communist parties can be given. The group that comes into question for the proletarian revolution in the first place and completely is the rural workers, the forestry workers, and further the workers who are active in industrial enterprises that are connected with agriculture, such as dairies, distilleries, etc. The big market gardening concerns, which employ a large number of wage laborers, also come into question. The social position of this layer of the rural population is very difficult and bad, but also so well known that we do not need to talk about it in greater detail. Their bad economic position, low wages, and bad housing conditions, are connected with the political and social pressure exerted by the Junkers, so that this proletarian element will join the revolution without any further ado. This layer is among the most active elements within the proletarian revolution and, despite all the bad experiences of the past, its organizational ability is at the moment very great. I only need to remind you that the Agricultural Workers' Union in Germany is today one of the biggest free trades unions and counts 500,000 members. In so small a country as Italy, the Agricultural Workers' Union has over 800,000 members. That proves what importance this layer has for the social revolution and at the same time how relatively easy it will be to incorporate these layers in our ranks. This organization must not be limited to the trade union field, but equally and even more these layers must be embraced by our political organs, by the communist parties. Over and above that, everything must be done in every other respect to win these layers, through educational work, etc. I should like to add here something about activity among women in the countryside. That applies not only to women servants but also to the wives of small peasants who are forced to go to work by the war and by today's social conditions. The fact that they do these jobs promises us success and can by no means be neglected. The questions that have already been settled by the Congress, work in the trades unions and in Parliament, take on a special importance seen from this angle. When it is said by the opponents of activity in the trades unions that one has opportunity enough to organize the proletariat and carry out agitation, then this objection could perhaps apply to the industrial proletariat. Getting a grip on the rural proletariat, on the other hand, can be done most easily through the work of communists in the agricultural workers' unions and through participation in election campaigns. Big layers of the rural population can be brought into the sphere of revolutionary activity comparatively easily in both ways. The success of systematic agitation is very great. Take the experiences in Russia and in Germany. In the March action, in replying to the Kapp Putsch, Germany's rural population behaved well and boldly. The landowners were chased out or locked up, agricultural concerns were maintained. The agricultural workers delivered the surplus of food to the towns without any further ado. Over and above that, the rural workers got together and provided revolutionary fighting cotters for the proletariat in the towns. Not only during this struggle before the seizure of power, but also after the seizure of power, the rural proletariat will be one of the strongest supports of Soviet power. The question is to give an organizational form to this mainly, or provisionally, elemental movement of the rural proletariat. The formation of estate councils is the best way to bring the turbulent, elemental forces together. The second layer of the rural population, the semi-proletarians and smallholders, can also be won for the proletarian revolution in a similar way, if not so easily as the agricultural workers. This layer too is dependent upon the big landowners. They suffer the same difficulties as the agricultural workers. Indeed, their position is perhaps even more difficult, for the smallholders have in addition their own personal worries about their little piece of land. In most countries it would be to the point to enroll these semi-proletarian elements in the organizations of the actual agricultural laborers. The question is more difficult in the case of the small peasants and tenant farmers who are able to earn their keep by working their land, but do not employ any outside labor. Among them are also the small fruit and vegetable farmers and market gardeners. They are not revolutionary-minded, but nevertheless they come partially under consideration for our fighting ranks. The question is to educate them about the necessity of the social revolution and about their own interests. In reality, these small peasants are suffering greatly under present conditions. They too, even if usually indirectly, are dependent on the big landowners and on capital. They too perform unpaid labor in the way that they meet the interest payments on mortgages, pay inflated prices for agricultural machinery, and so on. The living standard of this layer is often purely proletarian. The pressure of taxes, deposit money, and so forth, the general price increase under which this layer suffers, these are all questions that we must bring home to them through systematic agitation. It is not excluded that a professional organization can be created within this layer also. Only last year an association of rural laborers and small peasants was set up in this way in Germany. It then emerged that there was no purpose in forming such an association outside the trades unions, and the association was dissolved. Nevertheless, the small peasants in South Germany asked us to maintain it and to continue to publish our paper for it, saying that they had a special interest in our ideas. And so we have reached the point in Germany of forming an organization for the peasants which, however loose, nevertheless has its importance. In just the same way we encourage the small peasants in Germany to form themselves together in councils of small peasants in order not only to pursue economic interests, but also to take up the political and social struggle. I must add that this work has not as yet had any success. We have had estate councils in very many villages. The participation of small peasants has not yet been obtained. Nevertheless, we are not backing down in this agitation. We have partially succeeded in convincing small peasants that a division of the land would bring no special advantages to them, and that it would be more to the point to form themselves together in councils of small peasants and cooperatives to run in common the large landed estates that are to be expropriated. Admittedly, it must be emphasized that in many countries, particularly in the small Western democracies, the small peasants are very reactionary, and in general therefore it must be assumed that during the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat a vacillation will make itself manifest in this layer, now to the side of private property, now to the side of communism. These small proprietors are demoralized by views of a private capitalist kind. In order to remove these vacillations and win support for ourselves, we must bring them to an understanding that they too are suffering under the present system, and tell them what advantages they will enjoy in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat and after the establishment of the proletarian state power. We must assure them that they will be able to keep their little landed property, as there would be no sense in expropriating this little landed property, since at the time of the struggle neither the political nor the technical possibility would exist of farming this little property in common against the will of its proprietor. We must not only assure them that they will be able to keep their property, but we must also do everything to remove the usury under which these small peasants suffer. Liberation from the pressure of taxes, from rents, from the mortgage burden and from deposit money are advantages that must be granted to the small peasants by the proletariat without any further ado. Furthermore, their rights to common grazing land and woods must be freed from dependence upon the big landowners. What is more, they must be promised help through being given buildings, machines, equipment, and seeds which will be taken from the big landowners. Finally, they must be told that the cooperatives, which today in almost every country stand at the disposal of the rich peasants, must be transformed into organizations that exclusively serve the interests of the small peasants. In countries where there are certain limitations to free trade, and the obligation to make deliveries in kind, they must also be told that these forced deliveries of food must be maintained, but that the organizational apparatus necessary to carry them out will be taken from the bureaucracy and placed in the hands of the small peasants themselves. The small peasants must be made aware that they will obtain advantages from the socialization of big firms and the cheapening of agricultural machinery. For that reason, systematic educational work must be carried out among the small peasants. They must be enlightened about their social position. If agitation is carried out in this way, it is to be expected that the peasants will in part go with the proletariat, or at least will not become opponents of the proletarian dictatorship. Taken together, the groups of agricultural workers, semi-proletarians, and smallholders form a splendid field for Communist Party work, and after the conquest of power by the proletariat, all three layers will become clear that affiliation to the proletarian state is the best means to satisfy their own interests. The question is even more difficult in the case of the middle peasants than it is in that of the small peasants. In part they use outside labor power and have large enough holdings to be able to produce a surplus of food. This layer is by no means small. It is pointed out in the theses that this middle layer, with holdings of from 5 to 10 hectares, includes over 500,000 people in Germany. It is clear that it is impossible to drive this layer from its land holdings, as that would mean a cut in food production. What comes into question therefore is treating this layer differently. The attempt must be made to neutralize them. Koskai pointed out that it is necessary to treat the peasantry in such a way that they do not give the bourgeoisie any active help. With these middle peasants too there is no question of the immediate abolition of private property. It will even be possible to give the middle peasants even more land, insofar as it is a question of land already rented by them, and in the process the middle peasants will also have the further advantage that for them too rents will be abolished. Of course, all these advantages can only be granted to the middle peasants on condition they recognize Soviet power, make food deliveries and offer no resistance. Here too experience in Russia shows that with such treatment it is possible to bring the middle peasants to a loyal attitude towards Soviet power. This treatment of the middle peasants, maintaining private property, is necessary for the attitude of this layer of peasants amounts more or less to what one of the Russian peasants expressed in the bad joke, "We are for Soviet power but against communism." The Russian example shows that these peasants will adapt and come to terms with proletarian state power if they are treated properly. In the Red Army a great number of middle peasants are doing their duty against external enemies. The peasants on the other hand, who as a rule employ outside labor power, are among the most numerous and determined opponents of Soviet power, and it is to be expected that not only now, but also later, after the setting up of Soviet power, they will carry out all sorts of sabotage and even offer military resistance. This danger must be clearly faced, and all preparations must be made to thwart this resistance and beat it down wherever it shows itself. The disarming of the large peasants must be carried out. But even with these large peasants there is no question of expropriation as an immediate task of the revolution. The rented land that is needed for small and middle peasants must be taken from them, and they will be completely expropriated without any further ado if they offer obstinate resistance. But should this condition not be present, we will let the big peasants keep their land. It is important to eliminate the political and military resistance of this layer. And here too, experience in Russia shows that it is possible to call forth such a halfway loyal attitude in this layer. As soon as the victory of the proletarian revolution has been assured, it will emerge that the large peasants too will come to terms with the new conditions. The big landowners, who in part even during the war undertook big land purchases, must immediately be expropriated without exception and without compensation. There can be no question of their being paid compensation for the expropriation, as Koskai and other independents propose. What happens with the land that has been expropriated? The simplest and most appropriate thing to do is to hand it over in common to the agricultural workers who previously worked on it. Soviet farms must be set up which run these estates on behalf of and as organs of proletarian state power, maintain themselves, and deliver the surplus to the Soviet power. Under certain circumstances it will be possible to create collective enterprises that work the land cooperatively. These two solutions are the best not only for the agricultural workers and the semi-proletarians, but also for the urban population, which will thus become partially independent of the peasantry in the question of supplies. It is a precondition for this solution that the rural proletariat has collected a certain wealth of technical experience. Since this precondition is not everywhere present, one must reckon with the fact that in special cases exceptions must be made. Such exceptions have been made in Russia, where big landed properties have in part been divided up. This exception is not the infringement of the principles of communism that Koskai tried to make out, for the main task of proletarian power consists in securing itself and the proletarian revolution, creating the foundations for communism. All other questions must take second place to this main historical consideration. Even cuts in production, which can indeed have a painful effect even today, must take second place to this question. When is it permissible to divide up big landed property? A division can only come into question when it is leased to small peasants, that is to say when this big landed property is not farmed as a unit. In this case the division does not at all mean relinquishing large-scale operation. Further, This division is possible when the big property is scattered in small peasant settlements. Here land hunger is so great that under certain conditions it has to be satisfied for the security of the revolution. In southern Germany it is conceivable that the few big estates that exist will be divided up. And finally a division among the experienced peasants comes into question where the rural proletariat is too backward. The most important thing in any case is that the landowners should not be left on their estates, that they must be driven out, and if large-scale enterprise cannot be maintained without them, then the peasants must be won to working this land. After the establishment of proletarian power it will become possible to win bourgeois experts for this work under the control of Soviet power. The precondition for the winning of the rural proletariat is a determined struggle by the urban proletariat for the social revolution, without flinching at sacrifice, and in this the communist parties must be in the forefront as a vanguard. In order to win the layers that are still vacillating or are accessible to communist ideas, they must be granted economic advantages immediately after the victory of the proletarian revolution. The semi-proletarians, and the small and middle peasants must feel that they themselves gain advantages in the new order, and moreover these advantages must be granted at the expense of the exploiters. In order to encourage the movement in the countryside it is necessary to establish relations with the economic struggle on the land, in the first place with the strike movement. Big strike movements have started on the land in almost every country, and these must be utilized by the communist parties in order to convince the rural proletariat that a real improvement of its position cannot be achieved by the granting of higher wages, but only by the victory of the proletarian revolution. In connection with these economic struggles the communist parties must also win the rural proletariat for themselves, and must create their own organizations. The rural proletariat must be convinced that they themselves must organize for the liberation struggle in the form of estates councils. A particular role falls to the industrial workers in the countryside, who mainly originate from the urban proletariat, in strengthening this movement. The communist parties must turn to them to carry the movement out into the countryside and strengthen it with their help. Special agitation among the small peasants is also necessary. It must be carried out by every available means. In the theses further suggestions are made about how, through agitation, meetings, through the collaboration of the trades unions and the treatment of the agrarian question in Parliament, the countryside can be revolutionized. These, then, are briefly the tasks put before the Congress by the theses. The Commission occupied itself, in several sessions, with the theses, and undertook a large number of amendments, particularly a large number of stylistic amendments in the German edition. These theses are intended only as a general framework for the activity of the communist parties in the countryside. It would be appropriate for the communists of every country to create their own agrarian program, containing particular proposals. I should like to point out that in Germany, for example, such an agrarian program of the KPD already exists. As far as material amendments are concerned, in paragraph 2, on page 33, add, the industrial rural workers, the forestry workers after wage labor in the capitalist. On page 34 add, that a common organization of agricultural workers. On page 38.4, several sentences have been deleted in which the interests of the middle peasants are opposed to those of the wage laborers. Where it says, for the world outlook, 2, the victorious proletariat, on page 39, add, that there is no question of an immediate abolition of private property in the case of the middle peasants, on the contrary. The biggest amendments have been undertaken in paragraph 6. In the original version there is too much emphasis on the exception to the rule that the land cannot be divided up. The Commission deleted the sentence in the paragraph which says that it would be a mistake not to undertake the division of the land, and inserted a new sentence, the principle that large-scale production must be maintained. The amendments are so numerous that I shall not read out the whole of the new version. The amendment corresponds almost word for word with a proposal from Comrade Marchlowski. In the German version on page 43, everything is deleted from the place where the section starts. It would however be a great mistake, to the section on page 45, the inventory of the large-scale concerns, and replaced by a new version. From then on the old text has been retained with few amendments. And then on page 46, a polemic against the Second International, against the German and English independence, and against the French Longuists has been deleted because the same thought has been expressed in another place. Those are the essential amendments. In concluding, I should like to point out how important it is for the communist parties to take the social revolution out into the countryside. It is impossible to secure the victory of the revolution, particularly in Central and Western Europe, without lining the rural proletariat up in the ranks of the urban proletariat. The particularly favorable conditions that existed in Russia through the fact that the peasantry has an interest in proletarian power through the question of peace and land, are in part missing in Central and Western Europe. That makes it all the more necessary for the communist parties to base themselves in the countryside on those parts of the rural proletariat that suffer in the same way as the urban proletariat, and in part even worse under present conditions. And the Commission hopes that the initiatives taken here will also bear fruit in the practice of the various communist parties in the various countries. Grazie a Dio, comrades, I shall speak for myself, personally. First of all, I should like to state that in general I accept the theses that have been proposed to us by Comrade Lenin, particularly after the very interesting amendments that the Commission introduced, especially in Thesis 6. There exists a very striking similarity between Comrade Lenin's theses on the national and colonial question and the theses on the agrarian question, even if the subject is a very different one. It is the same method, which is applied in different questions, and which consists in assessing the opponents and making concessions according to the requirements of the moment, or to what the people to whom one is making the concessions demand. That is a method that one can define as the method of the minimum of effort, a method that aims at structuring the conquest of power more easily and quickly and creating conditions for the maintenance of power after its conquest. I shall content myself with pointing out that this tendency reveals a danger that one could characterize as the danger of an opportunism from the left. But the fact that these theses and their application are entrusted to such comrades as Comrade Lenin and other Russian comrades can give us the certainty that this danger remains theoretical. However, I assure you that there are other countries and other situations where I would not be able to evince such confidence. In order to facilitate the conquest of political power by the proletariat, Comrade Lenin's theses have a look at the peasant masses, divide them, analyzing them all quite correctly, into various groups, and say, we can take part of them with us, another part can be neutralized. But there is a further section among them that will always remain hostile to us, and we must fight indefatigably against it. The second part of Comrade Lenin's theses deals with the question of what is to be done after the conquest of power. With the corrections proposed, these theses can be adopted. I must, however, make some practical comments. In the thesis on the petty and middle proprietors, Comrade Lenin shows himself to be very original. He tries to avoid two opposite errors which socialists have up till now made. Many socialists believed that they could get round the great question of the petty and middle proprietors by saying, in reality their fate is to disappear in bourgeois society, consequently we do not need to interest ourselves in them. That is a completely erroneous conception, since above all it is by no means true that the law of the concentration of capital is everywhere carried out as Marx described it. In any case, the form in which the attempt was made to apply the law of the concentration of capital to the petty proprietors, was simply nonsensical. Furthermore, we recognize that, if we declare that the small peasants are condemned to disappear, we open ourselves to two dangers. Our attention is directed away from the small peasants and they are driven into the arms of our opponents. Then it is obvious that, if we tell the small peasants that they have to disappear and that we want to abolish them artificially, we will turn millions of people into our opponents through such policies. The other mistake, the opposite of the first, which our socialists committed was their belief that, since the small peasants were not fated to disappear, they would have to be organized, and that the revolution could not be carried out until this was done. That would mean a postponement of the revolution until the Greek calends. That is not possible. Between these two errors, which are diametrically opposed, Comrade Lenin proposes an attitude which I find pretty exact and acceptable. He says that we must show the small peasants that if they go with us they have everything to gain. That is good. But I have some reservations about the part that deals with the forms of organization and struggle that have to be applied during the period preceding the conquest of political power. In the thesis before last, i.e. thesis 8, there is talk about the strike of agricultural workers in which, in certain cases, the small peasants could also join. I am far from denying the importance of the revolutionary factor in these rural strikes. In Italy we had considerable rural strikes, and these broad movements had deep effects. But I must nevertheless make two objections. I do not understand why it is said that in certain cases the small peasants could participate in the strikes. I do not believe that they can. On the other hand, it is also an error to think that the strike is the main weapon in every country, for there are countries where the organizations of the agricultural wage laborers have achieved such strength that they can prepare the revolution and even start a policy of realizing the proletarian dictatorship in bourgeois society itself. In Italy we have workers' organizations that directly take on public works. Similarly, there are cooperatives which buy or rent land in order to cultivate it in common. Here lies a force of struggle and construction that has great significance and which we cannot ignore. That is why I wanted to propose to add the following at the end of thesis 8. Only at an advanced level of organization, under certain conditions and in certain countries, can the exploited rural masses organize themselves in cooperatives, to carry out public works, to cultivate bought or rented land in a completely or partially collective way, etc. The communists must take an interest in these organizations and try to lead them, with the goal, among others, that these organizations should not become involved in political compromises. I shall also turn to the question of the small peasants. In many countries the petty proprietors are already organized in cooperatives for purchasing and marketing and for the processing of their products, cooperative societies. It also often happens that they are organized by our opponents. The main aim of the socialists is not to organize the small peasants, but if they have a tendency to organize themselves we must intervene in these organizations, for one must go into every organization where there are workers. I therefore propose to add the following at the end of thesis 8. As far as the small peasants are concerned, the communists must enter their cooperative organizations for purchasing and marketing, cooperative societies, with the aim of awakening opposed tendencies here and giving them a character as little as possible limited to private property. I must make a further remark. I accept the conception, with the Commission's amendments, on what the proletarian government must do as soon as it is in a position to deal with the agrarian question. But to fill it out I would make a small insertion in the sixth thesis at the end of the second paragraph. It is very correct not to permit compensation to be paid to the former big landowners. I think it is very good to remind socialists and communists that that would be an anti-socialist and anti-communist action. And I think it is strange that the proposal to give compensation was supported by the comrades from Italy, Austria, and Germany. That would mean burdening the rural masses with an enormous weight. But since one should always facilitate the revolution within the bounds of possibility, one should try after the first period of the struggle, to make use of the abilities of certain proprietors. This situation must be taken into account. I therefore propose the following insertion at the end of the second paragraph of thesis 6. If the question of compensation money absolutely must be touched on, then it must be pointed out in this question that the former big landowners must be granted a personal pension if their age no longer permits them to work and to get used to the new conditions of life quickly. Of course this will depend on their personal attitude, for it would be ridiculous to grant anything to counter-revolutionaries. But if they submit to the new order, one must bring about some alleviation of their fate. Finally, I am of the opinion that in the third thesis, line 2, one should not say in every capitalist country, but that one should say in almost every capitalist country, for it is not quite right to say, in every capitalist country the rural masses form the majority of the population. In Britain, for example, the rural masses form the minority. Chablin, comrades, in the towns of Bulgaria there are important industries. In the villages the predominant form of ownership is that of petty landed property. The workers are concentrated in the towns, and it is from there that the Communist Party draws its main forces. But thanks to the fact that the process of the proletarianization of the small peasants is proceeding very quickly, and that the position of the small peasants who are able to hang on to a bit of land has become very poor because of the consequences of the war, the influence of the Communist Party is beginning to spread to the countryside too. The predominant form of ownership in the countryside in Bulgaria is petty landed property. In Bulgaria there are 495,000 landowners and the average area of each property is 0.9 hectares. But these holdings are shared out in the following way. 1 less than 5 hectares 225,000. 2 less than 10 hectares 175,000. 3 less than 100 hectares 95,000. 4 more than 100 hectares 936. The first category, which is also the most numerous, consists of semi-proletarians, whose land is not even enough to satisfy their own needs. For a good part of the year they are obliged to work for the rich peasants or in mines, factories, and towns. This category forms the largest part of our cadre in the countryside. The second category is the petty proprietors, whose land is scarcely sufficient to satisfy their families' needs. They do not exploit the labor of others, and cultivate their land themselves. The Communist Party works among this layer, where it has marked up some remarkable results. As a consequence of the significant reduction of the productivity of agriculture, which was a result of the destruction of the stock of farm animals during the war, the economic position of this category has in fact become very insecure. These two semi-proletarian and small peasant categories embrace approximately 4/5 of the whole peasant population of Bulgaria. All they can expect from the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state is an increase in their financial burdens in order to cover the cost of the war and as a result an increase of their poverty. The Communist Party is carrying out strong agitation and intensive propaganda among them. Our party does not hide its maximum program, that is to say the nationalization of the land, from the semi-proletarians and small peasants. The profitability of small land holdings is so small in our country, the poverty of the semi-proletarians and the small landowners is so great, that the idea of increasing agricultural productivity through the common ownership of the land is gaining ground every day. But at the same time we explain to them that when the proletariat takes power it will carry out the expropriation of the big landowners, and not that of the small peasants and semi-proletarians, and that even the middle peasants will be left the right of free possession of their land. The semi-proletarians and the small landowners will come to the idea of the collective possession and cultivation of the land by themselves if by its actions the proletarian state shows them the advantages of the new socialist government. They themselves will come to the idea that the use of advanced agricultural machinery, the electrical cultivation of the land and the development of agricultural knowledge will make the collective possession and the collective cultivation of the land economically possible. That is the direction that our agitation essentially follows, which takes into account the true position of the semi-proletarians and the petty landowners. We also make efforts to tear the toiling mass of the peasant population free from the influence of the bourgeoisie in the towns and in the countryside, from the influence of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties, and to win them for the cause of the proletarian revolution. I must particularly stress here that in this respect we have already marked up significant successes. The Communist Party has established a communist newspaper for the peasants. It has in the countryside almost 1,000 communist organizations and groups which embrace 25,000 agricultural workers, semi-proletarians and small landowners whom it is preparing for the revolution. The slogan of the Workers' and Peasants' Councils is greeted with enthusiasm by these masses, who have lost their confidence in the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois state and the bourgeois parliament. We are working to have the majority of these masses with us at the moment of the revolution and with their help to paralyze the attempts of the bourgeoisie through the peasantry to drown the revolutionary proletariat in the towns in blood, the proletariat which, I must note here, is already completely won over to communist ideas. The middle peasants, that is to say those who sell their agricultural products on the market, have piled up not a few banknotes during the war, and many among them have become rich. They represent the reactionary class in the countryside, but in our country they form a numerically weak and unimportant layer. Even fewer in number are the big landowners who, together with the middle peasants, form the peasant reaction on which the power of the bourgeoisie rests today. In our country, just as in the other capitalist states, the peasant bourgeoisie, the middle and big landowners has quite a large influence and, because of its overwhelming role in the market for agricultural products, whose prices have undergone an enormous increase, plays a significant political role. This peasant bourgeoisie stands in the camp of reaction and of counter-revolution. Today they are in league with the bourgeoisie in the towns for the purpose of speculation and for the exploitation of the masses, not only through the banks and the limited liability companies, but also through their bloodthirsty policy of stifling the proletarian revolution through the cruelest means that the bourgeois dictatorship uses. But it must be repeated, in our country the peasant bourgeoisie only forms a very weak layer of the rural population, and if we succeed in winning the majority of the semi-proletarians and small peasants to us, we will be able to break the resistance of the peasant bourgeoisie at the moment of the revolution. For that reason we are making the greatest efforts as far as the organization of agricultural workers, who are united in a trade union, is concerned, but what we want above all is to attract to us the semi-proletarians and small peasants in the countryside, who form the overwhelming majority of the rural population, and win them for communism. We also recognize clearly the necessity of working towards neutralizing the middle peasants for the revolution. We do not terrify them with the idea of expropriating their land, for in fact, with the technical means at our disposal at the moment, we cannot immediately organize collective agricultural production in the place of private agricultural production. Our aim is the expropriation of the big landowners. If we succeed in neutralizing the middle peasants, then we shall have split the force of the reactionary bloc into two parts, and then it will be much easier to defeat it. As far as the question of the creation of peasants' councils is concerned, we think that it is closely connected with the creation of workers' councils in the towns. When the revolutionary struggle has reached its climax and the working class and the class of the poor decides during the growth of the movement to proceed to the creation of Soviets and the armed uprising, for in order for the workers' and peasants' councils to exist as revolutionary organs for the conquest and exercise of proletarian power, they must be defended by the workers and peasants with arms in hand. Only then will it be possible and permissible to proceed to the creation of peasants' councils which will be formed by the poor, the proletarians and semi-proletarians in the countryside. Therefore the Bulgarian delegation accepts the theses presented by the Executive Committee with the Commission's amendments and submitted to the Congress by the reporter, Comrade Meyer, and supports them. Saradi, I have asked for the floor in order to do Comrade Wijnkoop a favor and not be forced to make a statement in the last second before the vote. In my opinion this question does not interest the Congress. This is a Congress of comrades who come from industrial countries and do not know how interesting this question is. As far as I am concerned, I am merely making a statement. I think that it will not be possible to discuss this question thoroughly until the next Congress, when more experience will have been collected. I shall abstain from voting. Personally I am against the theses, which do not seem to correspond sufficiently to the necessities of the revolution in the Western countries. Our party has not yet finally decided on this very serious question, and I do not think that I have the right to place my own personal will in the place of that of the comrades who delegated me to the Congress. In general it seems to me that the necessities of the post-revolutionary period, during which the proletarian state will necessarily have to adapt to certain necessities, are being confused with the pre-revolutionary period, during which the communists must adopt an exact and definite attitude towards all bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties. These theses, just like the theses on the colonial and national question, take no account of the fact that the concessions made to various social layers in order to influence them in our favor or to neutralize them can be very dangerous for the proletarian layers in the moment of the revolutionary fray, and can lead them into a more and more opportunist path of concessions. In general, the small peasants of Western Europe are very greedy for profit, and know very well what their political attitude must be to defend their interests. It is not sufficient to make them declarations of sympathy, they want something practical. They are in favor of protective tariffs, against the industrialization of the land, for autonomy in the administration. And the parties in which they are organized have promised them that. Will they believe us? Furthermore, it is necessary to remember that in the advanced countries the peasants, small and medium proprietors already have their parties, and they are reactionary parties. The small and medium proprietors and the tenant farmers in those countries are in struggle against the agricultural workers, who already want to expropriate them. In Italy the struggle has already been going on for 20 years, and from time to time it has had bloody consequences. Can we go to them and say, we were mistaken? Petty proprietorship is an economic form whose existence is justified in certain places, particularly in the mountains. The communists must not do any harm to the small peasants. During and after the revolution they must find certain inevitable solutions. They must understand and make understood the fact that, after the overthrow of the bourgeois regime, agreement must be possible even with the middle peasants, but before the revolution the communists have the particular duty of not making concessions to the rural petty bourgeoisie, in order not to harm the interests of the proletarian masses. For these reasons, and because I am not sufficiently acquainted with the views of my party on this subject, I shall abstain from voting. Sokhonikov, Comrade Graziadei tells us that he considers Marxist theory in its application to the agrarian question to be a piece of childishness. Graziadei, I did not say that. I said that the law of the concentration of capital has not worked out in practice everywhere in the way Marx dealt with it in Capital. I said that it is childishness on the part of some comrades to start from the law of the concentration of capital and to try to reach the conclusion that all petty proprietors would have to disappear in the bourgeois world. Sokhonikov, the word is not of great importance. Comrade Graziadei says that Marxist theories are erroneous as far as the concentration of capital in the area of agriculture is concerned. Comrade Graziadei is, if I am not mistaken, an excellent professor of political economy. But in the present case, which touches on Marxist theory, I really think that it is he that is wrong, and that he is following the example of the professors of political economy who have often declared that Marxist theory in general is of no value when it is applied to a specific point. If it really were true that Marxist theory does not work out in practice, in the field of agriculture, then one would have to draw the necessary conclusions. One would then have to admit that the whole of socialist and communist construction would have to collapse, if one admits that Marxist theory cannot stand up in the field of agriculture. If it is impossible to organize socialist production in agriculture on the basis given by capitalist development, that obviously means the collapse of the socialist regime in industry. Moreover, I believe that Comrade Graziadei has spoken against the application of Marxist theories in agriculture without establishing that the centers of agricultural production have shifted. Central Europe has ceased to be the granary of Europe. Large-scale agricultural production is now sited on the other side of the Atlantic. It is North America, and in recent years South America, which feed European industry and make possible the provisioning of the masses of European workers. That forces us to talk about the changes that have taken place in Europe and America in the course of the war and of the last few years. I should also like to comment about Comrade Saradi's remark that the war did not proletarianize, but on the contrary enriched the peasant. He quoted the example of the Italian peasants, who have their woolen sock full of gold. I believe that there is an error here. Certainly part of the peasants, those who were able to sell their corn, the products of their little holdings, enriched themselves, but in a completely conventional way. I shall return to this point, but I should like to remark straight away that on the contrary a large part of the peasants were ruined by the war. The war tore hundreds of thousands from the mass of the peasants, and that means a terrible blow, a death blow for all small proprietors. They are condemned to black poverty. Countless peasants want to emigrate or work in factories. There is no doubt that the war delivered a terrible blow to the small proprietors and peasants by ruining them. If one now considers the mass of those who were able to sell their agricultural products, one can be sure that they put a lot of money by in woolen socks. But I doubt very much whether it is gold. It is banknotes, paper. And that is a form of the expropriation of peasant property by the imperialist war. In reality they became propertyless, and their holdings were expropriated. For their real commodities they received paper, which is only worth a little, and whose devaluation is increasing. You quoted the example of Switzerland, which did not take part in the war, and is a little country. It is undeniable that in France, Germany, and Russia the war was a form of the expropriation of the small peasants. If Comrade Sarity tells us that he does not believe in the true worth of the general change in our tactics in relation to the small peasants, then I must establish that there is nevertheless a change in our tactics. There is no change in the policy of the Communist Party, but there is a change in the position of the small peasant. You cannot compare the position of a small peasant in Europe at the time of Napoleon's coup d'état in 1801 with the present position of a small peasant in Europe. A great task has been achieved during the development of capitalism. The small peasant has been proletarianist in quite specific forms, and has fallen into great dependency upon capitalism. The big banks, the export companies, the capitalist organizations, have in different ways brought the small peasant, the petty proprietor, into a position which is not far removed from that of a proletarian. And on the basis of this change in the position of the small peasant the latter has become the slave and enemy of capitalism. For these reasons the Communist Party turns today to these petty proprietors, these small peasants, with great prospects of success. The position of the small peasant has been changed by the development of capitalism in the last few years. The war transformed it yet more profoundly. Hence the proletarianization of the peasants that we are now establishing. The war was the cause of the expropriation of the small peasant. Therefore the Communist Party can today count on the fact that the small peasants, the semi-proletarians, will enter its ranks and, together with the workers in the towns, will fight against capitalism for the social revolution. Lefebvre, comrades, I have asked for the floor to speak about some statements by Sarity, who has supplied proof of his irreconcilable position on opportunist considerations and has claimed that the tactics of the communists are based purely and simply on an alliance with the agricultural workers against the small peasants, since, if the communists immediately after the seizure of power tell the peasants, you will retain your privileges and even gain new ones, they will not believe us. It seems to me, please excuse me for the expression, to be careless demagoguery only to defend and support a thing in so far as we hope that it is of momentary propaganda value. We did not, however, only come here to prepare momentary propaganda for the purpose of seizing power, but also in order to clarify under what conditions we can organize communist society back home. Moreover, Sarity spoke in the name of Western Europe. He seemed to be saying that the situation in Western Europe was such that the tactics proposed in the theses were not sufficient for the requirements of propaganda there. I do not share this view. I believe on the contrary that they meet the situation in France in a satisfactory way. I can only speak of France, as I know France relatively well. On the one hand it seems almost impossible to start anything if we have the whole mass of French peasants against us. On the other hand, without going so far as Sokhonikov, and without sharing his optimism, I believe that nonetheless something can soon be done in France. What I mean by that is that, even if the war did not proletarianize the petty proprietors in France, it nevertheless did have a great effect. Apparently, the small French peasants were enriched by the war. But in a society that is victim to decay, fortunes disappear as quickly as they have arisen, and we can already say in advance for what reasons and as the result of what process of development petty proprietorship has suffered since the war. The bourgeoisie in France, for electoral reasons, appeared to support the interests of the small peasants. Now however, since this law was debated about a month and a half ago, the big bourgeoisie has dropped the interests of the small peasants in the corn question in such a way that the position of the small peasants in our country will in a short time be extremely serious. Sokhonikov is right when he claims that the wealth of the peasants is only paper wealth. We must add that the petty bourgeoisie benefited previously from the war in the sense that they freed themselves from their mortgage debts by means of this paper. The settlement of mortgages has been completed in our country, and the paper is in the land banks. The French peasants know now exactly how much this paper is worth, for they cannot get rid of it. Our peasants, and I believe it is the same all over the world, despise all those who get into debt. Thus the peasant is led to despise the capitalist state, since the only policies in France are the policies of continual indebtedness. For this reason communist propaganda too is failing on fruitful ground in our country. Where previously it encountered no sympathy, it is met nowadays in a completely different way. Policies on the other hand that would lead to making this class into one's enemy can only bring disaster. Moreover, it would be impossible to organize agricultural production after the conquest of power without the cooperation of the small peasants. I am not protesting against the standpoint of Comrade Graziadei, who wants to insert an addendum favoring big landowners in the theses. It goes without saying that those who submit to the Soviet government must be involved in common work. But it is not necessary to insert an addendum referring to it in the theses, since that could easily be interpreted as something they receive by right. Meyer, comrades, I can be brief. I am glad that the Italian comrades have taken part in the discussion and have told us something about the agrarian question in Italy. Unfortunately, they were not represented in the Commission for factional reasons. I hope that they will make further information available to the Agrarian Commission. I propose to refer Comrade Graziadei's proposals to the Commission for consideration. I take the same point of view as Comrade Lefebvre that the compensation of the former big landowners does not need to be mentioned. The Agrarian Commission will be glad to adopt the other additions on the cooperatives in some form or another, since the Commission itself has already discussed this question. Now, as far as the role of the small peasants is concerned, I agree with what Comrade Sokhonikov has said. It is correct that during the war, not only in the belligerent states, but also in the neutral ones, a section of the small peasants not only covered their own needs out of their production, but also converted a surplus into capital. That happened, and is continuing to happen partially even today. Meanwhile, however, the prices for all articles of consumption, particularly for clothing and agricultural equipment, have risen so sharply, and furthermore the burden of taxation has become so much heavier for the less prosperous layers, that the previous advantages have been wiped out for the small peasants too. If that has not shown itself in every country, it will and must emerge to a much sharper degree in the coming period. I am of the same opinion as Comrade Sokhonikov that we must make the small peasants aware now of the sharpening of their own living conditions that must be expected. There is no breach with the socialist program in the theses. Comrade Sarady is against the theses because he thinks that the Communist International has given up the idea that the big enterprises are to be nationalist. That is by no means correct. It has merely been pointed out that at this time it is practically impossible to socialize small landed property. That is because the rural proletariat in general is not sufficiently prepared for common enterprise and the technical resources are also lacking. That is why we are making the concession that for the time being private property will be retained for the small and middle peasants and a section of the big peasants. Provision is made for meeting all the preparations to overcome this transitional stage, to influence the small and middle peasants mentally in the sense of cooperative enterprise, and to show them the advantages of collective enterprise. Secondly, the technical preparations for the extension of large-scale enterprise must take place, even if that involves concessions to individual layers of the rural population. The proletarian state power must establish itself so firmly that it dominates large-scale industry entirely, so that it is in a position to produce more agricultural machinery. As soon as these technical prerequisites are present, it will be possible to weld together the small and middle peasants. There is therefore no breach with our earlier program, but we are being shown in detail the ways in which we will attain the socialization of agriculture. That is the sense of the theses. In this way I think I have answered the questions that have been raised here in the discussion. I propose the adoption in principle of the theses and the reference of the proposals Comrade Graziadei has made to the Commission. No further essential changes will then be made. Zinoviev, we come now to the vote on the theses. The theses are adopted with one abstention. The session is closed at 4 o'clock. Evening session of August 4th. Zinoviev, on behalf of the Bureau I propose to take a vote on the proposals of those comrades who are to edit the final version of all the theses. Vote. We will now move on to the question of the statutes. Comrade Kabachev has the floor as reporter. Kabachev, comrades, before I go over the main considerations that speak in favor of the statutes proposed by the Executive Committee of the Communist International, I shall spend some time on the most important objections that were raised in the Commission. The downfall of the Second International took place when the bourgeoisie succeeded in destroying the international solidarity of the proletariat. One of the first tasks of the Communist International, therefore, is to restore proletarian solidarity. But it will only be possible to realize this solidarity in the revolutionary action of the proletariat of the various countries. Only the revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of capitalism will make it possible to create the necessary preconditions for the solidarity and unity of the proletariat of the various countries. The necessity for unanimity in the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat of every country is also determined by the fact that there is an international association of the counter-revolution. This is today organized and led by the Entente, by the Supreme Council of the governments of the big capitalist countries and by their creature and agent, the League of Nations. The unification and centralization of proletarian forces is the main condition for the success of the revolution of the proletariat against the united front of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. The Communist International is the central organ which can realize the unification of the proletarian forces of the whole world. There is another cause of the downfall of the Second International. The Second International accepted all parties on the basis of their oral or written statements, but it did not at all concern itself with getting to know the real tactics followed by the affiliated parties. It tolerated in its midst parties whose tactics and practice were in obvious contradiction to the tactics of the revolutionary proletariat. Furthermore, it accepted petty bourgeois parties which had nothing in common with socialism. The experience of the Second International teaches us that the Communist International, in order to fulfill its task and achieve its goal, must become a strictly disciplined and rigidly centralist organization, and that it must supervise, guide and harness the revolutionary activity of the proletariat of every country. The victory of the revolutionary proletariat in Russia has clearly shown us the necessity of the strict centralization of the organization of every communist party, and consequently of the Communist International itself. The Communist Party of Russia can serve as an example and a pattern for imitation, not only for the clarity of the aims of its policies and its strictly Marxist activity, but also for its iron discipline and its strict organization. The principle of the centralization and the discipline of the Communist Party of Russia, which dominated the whole revolutionary activity of the Russian proletariat, was strengthened even further after the conquest of power, was extended even to the Soviet organizations of the Republic, and served to establish the revolutionary victory in an unshakable manner. The Russian proletariat would never have triumphed without a centralist and disciplined organization. Without a centralist and disciplined organization, the international proletariat will never break the domination of capitalism. It is impossible to conceive of the working class overthrowing the domination of the bourgeoisie and defeating the capitalist state, that instrument of class rule with mighty and centralist means of coercion at its disposal, without centralization. We are all agreed that the victory of the proletarian revolution is impossible without the dictatorship of the proletariat. But he who says dictatorship must presuppose in the class that exercises the dictatorship, and the party that leads that class, the existence of a centralist and strictly disciplined organization. Without this iron discipline and this centralist organization, the Communist International cannot count on the opening of the proletarian dictatorship. The task of the Communist International consists in fusing together and unifying the proletarian parties and other revolutionary proletarian organizations in every country into a fighting bloc. The economic crisis, the consequences of the imperialist war, have created a revolutionary situation in most capitalist countries, which once more assures the rapid growth of the Communist International. The latter has the duty of attracting to itself the mass organizations of the proletariat. The most effective, if not the only means of defending the Communist International from the danger that the purity of its revolutionary tactics are threatened by its rapid growth, is once more none other than organizing it on the basis of strict centralization. To adopt the theses proposed at the Congress provides no guarantee that the parties that have affiliated to the Communist International will also remain true to their principles and their tactics. On the contrary, only the adoption of centralization in organization, and voluntary and honest subordination to the statutes of the Communist International, will form the common basis for all those parties that have already joined the Communist International or will join it in the future. The statutes proposed establish the foundations of the organization of the Communist International. But the organization of the Communist International will unfold, particularly in the future, according to the measure of the extension of the revolutionary movement of the international proletariat. One of the main objections in principle to the draft statutes is directed against the paragraph following the introduction, which says, "The Communist International sets itself the aim of fighting with all means, also with arms in hand, for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie and for the creation of an international Soviet Republic as a transition to the complete abolition of the state." The objections that comrades have made about the question under discussion are: 1. One should not openly declare and admit that the Communist International should use armed force to achieve its aims. 2. On the other hand, the statutes should not speak only about armed struggle. One could conclude from that other means of struggle are abandoned and that the Communist International knows no other means of struggle than the rifle and the machine gun. The first objection requires no detailed criticism. 70 years have already passed since the founders of modern socialism, Marx and Engels, closed the famous Communist Manifesto with the following declaration: "The Communists scorn to hide their views and intentions. They openly declare that their aims can only be achieved by the forcible overthrow of all previous social orders." Today we have before our eyes the example of the Russian proletarian revolution, a revolution which conquered by force of arms. The great victorious Red Army strikes deadly blows at the imperialism of the Entente and clears the way for the world proletarian revolution. Today we claim that we are going through a revolutionary epoch. The bourgeoisie openly organizes white guards against us and civil war is raging in a series of countries. Is it possible after all that to propose to remain silent, to silence the Communist International about the necessity of applying the mightiest and most effective means of struggle, the means of struggle on which above all the real ultimate success of the proletarian revolution depends? No, comrades. In its theses, the Communist International must point out the necessity of the application of the armed struggle with all clarity. Hypocrisy about the use of this means will not save us from persecution by the ruling bourgeoisie, and it must be said loud and clear that the bourgeoisie knows our true revolutionary aims and our means of struggle very well, and for the very good reason that it knows exactly what this is all about and organizes a white guard to coerce the other institutions into its service. The Communist International must state openly in front of the entire world that the marching orders of the revolution can only be, determined struggle with arms in hand against capitalism and for communism. We can answer in the same way the comrades in the Commission who thought it dangerous to speak out about the necessity of forming illegal organizations besides the legal ones. Cf. paragraph 12 of the statutes. If the bourgeoisie in certain countries find it to be in their interests to outlaw the Communist Party, then they will do it. If they want to do it, they will do it, as they already have in several countries. Is it therefore sensible for the Communist Party to hide its aims and not to spread the idea of the necessity of the armed struggle? Not at all. To remain silent about the necessity of forming illegal organizations too under such circumstances is excessive caution, and gives rise to confusion. And what is more, comrades, We say that this diplomatic caution is dangerous, for today the illegal organization is as important as the legal one. And it is not only important, but also indispensable, necessary. It is a crying necessity. For as you know, the Congress has already adopted the theses that decide the question and make the formation of illegal organizations obligatory. Comrades who have already voted for these theses, the Congress that has already adopted them, contradict themselves if they reject the paragraph in question in the statutes. We will not parry the blows of the bourgeoisie by dropping the article in the statutes on illegal organizations, but by learning, by getting used to the formation of illegal organizations, which frustrate the inquiries and vigilance of the bourgeois organs. That is what we need, that is revolutionary experience and revolutionary law. The question concerning the composition of the executive aroused very sharp discussion in the commission itself. I shall relate the most important objections that were made. Some comrades thought, as a result of the present weakness of their country's Communist Party, that it was impossible to release a member to send him permanently to the executive committee. Others said that the communist parties of the various countries could not keep up a regular correspondence with their delegates to the executive committee, and that as a result these delegates will not be well informed about the position of their country and the state of the revolutionary movement. This consideration does not seem to me to hold water in comparison with the role that the Communist International and its executive committee plays and must play. If it is true that we live in a revolutionary epoch in which the Communist International every day has important and immediate tasks to fulfill, in which questions of world importance continually arise, and will arise, which absolutely require an answer, if it is true that the Communist International must be a mighty centralist fighting organization, then it must be led by a center where it is represented and where the biggest communist parties must be represented. The tasks of the Communist International are so important that every communist party must select from its ranks a comrade of merit who is up to the size of the task, in order to be represented on the executive committee and in this way to maintain close contact with the Communist International. The executive committee will not be able to base itself in making its decisions on the actual international situation if it does not have in it representatives of the largest communist parties of the various countries. On the contrary, it is to be feared that the communist parties that do not have a representative on the executive committee will refuse to recognize the decisions of the executive committee as binding, in certain cases, with the excuse that the executive committee does not know the true situation in their countries and is taking decisions without prior discussion with them. Some comrades have demanded that the executive committee should be composed of the representatives of all the parties belonging to the Communist International, and that all representatives, moreover, should have a full vote. The comrades express the fear if that should not be the case, the smaller countries and parties will be without representatives on the executive committee. I represent a small country, but the Communist Party is rigidly organized there and even unites workers and peasants. I am convinced that, in determining the members of the executive committee, the Congress will take into account not the territorial size of the countries but much rather the real strength of the communist parties. If the right of every party that belongs to the Communist International to have representatives with a full vote on the executive committee is recognized, then it will become a top-heavy apparatus, exposed to the danger of being dominated by the small and weak parties and never having a distinctly delineated composition. The strength of the executive committee must finally be determined by the Congress, which should however rather name the parties and not the individuals who are to be represented on the executive committee. The statutes give every party the right to be represented with an advisory vote on the executive committee. That is enough. The question was raised in the Commission whether the Executive Committee should be given the right to expel from the Communist International individuals, groups, or even parties that do not carry out the decisions of the World Congress. Paragraph 9 of the statutes. But this right is merely the necessary material sanction for all the other rights that we will grant to the Executive Committee in the statutes. How can the decisions of the Executive Committee have the necessary authority and obligatory force if it does not have the right of expulsion? Not to give this right to the Executive Committee would be to return to the old practice of the Second International. Finally, the statutes give the Executive Committee the right to draw in organizations and parties that sympathize with communism by giving their representatives an advisory vote. The question was also raised whether the Executive Committee has the right to accept two parties from the same country with a full vote. The Commission did not take a decision on this question. It has remained open in the statutes. I believe that there can only be one Communist Party from each country in the Communist International. That is absolutely necessary in order to maintain the uniformity of the communist movement in each country. If the Communist International begins to follow the example of the Second International, that is to say it admits into its ranks two or more parties from the same country, then this will hold up the development of the communist movement in those countries in which competing communist organizations exist that are created by unprincipled elements and are maintained often under the influence of the bourgeoisie itself. The experiences that the Executive Committee has made with the auxiliary bureaus in Amsterdam and Berlin show us the necessity that all organs and bureaus created by the Executive Committee should be subordinated directly to it, and should only act within the guidelines laid down by it. Only in this way will we create a disciplined and centralist international communist organization. Bameter, the Commission on the Statutes has entrusted the Editorial Commission with the wording of the editorial changes and amendments in the statutes. That was no easy task for us, for all we had as a basis were the 3 drafts that had been translated from the Russian, none of which however was a correct translation. We cannot therefore submit a cleaned-up version of the statutes, but I shall only read out the amendments and the principal stylistic changes that the Editorial Commission has undertaken. The statutes must go back once more to the Commission. In the German version a sentence is missing in the second paragraph on page 1 which must be added to the quotation. In the French statutes the sentence is present. Then a few small stylistic changes were undertaken about which there was a big argument in the Commission. It is a question of the lines that say, "It is the aim of the Communist International," etc. That has been changed to read as follows: "It is the aim of the Communist International to fight by all available means, including armed struggle, etc." A further amendment was also undertaken in the last sentence of the first paragraph of page 3, which now reads, "The Communist International undertakes to support every Soviet republic wherever it may be formed." Paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 were adopted unanimously without alteration. The following alteration has been made in the second sentence of paragraph 4, instead of "the World Congress will as a rule," it now reads, "The World Congress meets regularly once a year." The third sentence in paragraph 4 has been deleted, as has the last sentence. Paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 were adopted without any essential changes. Some stylistic changes were made in paragraph 8. For example, the first sentence used to read, "The main work and responsibility," etc. It now reads, "The chief work of the Executive Committee falls on the party," etc. And then, further on, the penultimate sentence of paragraph 8, instead of "the 10 biggest parties," now reads, "The 10 to 13 most important communist parties." The following amendment was added at the end of the 9th paragraph: "The representatives of the Executive Committee shall carry out their political tasks in the closest contact with the party center of the country concerned." The last sentence of paragraph 10 now reads, "Which, while not belonging to the Communist International, sympathize with it and stand near to it." Paragraph 11 has been adopted unchanged. In paragraph 12 the following has been added to the end of the sentence: "The general situation all over Europe and America compels communists throughout the world to create a legal communist organization side by side with the legal organization." The first sentence of paragraph 13 now reads, instead of "as a rule all important political communications," etc., "as a rule political communication between the individual parties affiliated to the Communist International is carried out through the Executive Committee of the Communist International." In paragraph 14 the first sentence now reads, "under the guidance of the Communist International," instead of "under the control," etc. The second sentence now reads, "these trade union delegates," instead of "the Communist Trade Union Delegate." In paragraph 15, the following has been changed, as a member of the Communist International is, like any other, subordinated to it and its executive committee. The last sentence of paragraph 15 has been crossed out. Paragraph 16 and 17 were adopted without alteration. It will not be possible to submit a cleaned-up version of the statutes until later. Villain, our organizational statutes are one of the most important questions upon which we have to decide. The discipline in the Communist Party of Russia has contributed to the fact that the party was able to play such an important role. For that reason we must check over the statutes in detail and, if we accept them, we must be prepared to carry them out in full measure and not regard the statutes simply as a piece of paper. In some paragraphs these statutes read differently in different languages, and for that reason it was impossible for the members of the Commission to reach agreement on some questions. In relation to the question of the armed struggle, the previous speaker said it was necessary to change the wording. In his opinion, the concept of the aim was confused with that of the means in the wording of that paragraph. These concepts must not be confused. We do not wish to present the armed struggle as the aim of the revolutionary movement, but as a means forced upon us. We must also clarify under what conditions such an armed struggle becomes a necessity. Otherwise, if we call for it in general, we could find what has already often happened, that is to say that people with anarchist tendencies go around conspicuously waving hand grenades, which is then interpreted as armed struggle in the sense of the Communist International. If we pose each and every armed struggle as a general rule without taking into account the conditions in each individual country, that is to say without regard for whether conditions are mature enough, and whether such an armed struggle is really necessary and practical, then it can happen that in some countries where the possibility of this struggle does not exist, the call for the armed struggle could act as a kind of provocation. I refer to the example of the KAPD, where the concept of the armed struggle is not grasped in a mature, serious sense, and where it only leads to damaging results. In the Commission I proposed amendments to some of the paragraphs of the draft statutes, but they were not adopted by the Commission. I will now submit them to the full session. I propose that the following sentences should be added: the aim of the Communist International is the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie for the purpose of liberating mankind from the fetters of slavery and exploitation. It is determined to use the armed struggle against the international bourgeoisie as the chief means of achieving this goal. Paragraph 12 of the statutes read, the general situation, etc. There are countries where the possibility of legal agitation and work in the interests of communist ideas still exists. If we retain the paragraph with its present wording, we thus give the governments the chance to point out that the parties in the countries in question belong to the Communist International, which is calling for illegal organizations. That could be an excuse for the governments to persecute the comrades there too sharply, whereas otherwise they probably would still have had the chance to fight legally. Therefore I propose to undertake a small amendment in this sentence, that is to say to delete from this paragraph those words whose sense is that it is obligatory for parties belonging to the Communist International to create illegal organizations. I did not vote on this point in the Commission, and I am of the opinion that it cannot be done, and that the question must first of all be handed over for discussion to the parties in the various countries. I think that statutes are something very important, and that the people in the various countries must know exactly what has been agreed upon in this matter. This can only happen if a discussion on it takes place in the parties in the individual countries. The discussion that we have had tonight and the discussion in the Commission is not enough. I have therefore not voted and shall also abstain in the full session. I say that statutes are something very important because I am of the opinion that they must also be carried out and become a reality. In this case the statutes must contain what the various parties in the different countries, after a thorough discussion, declare to be their will. The main point for me is paragraph 8, and there it says, the chief work of the Executive Committee falls upon the party of that country where, by the decision of the World Congress, the Executive Committee has its seat, etc. I say that it seems as if an international executive committee were being formed, but in reality that is not the case. An extended Russian executive is being formed here. Now do not misunderstand me. I have no objection to a Russian executive committee if that is necessary, and perhaps it is necessary. If we really cannot have an international executive committee, then we must have a Russian one, because the Russian party is the most revolutionary and the strongest. I have nothing against it, but then one should also say so. One should not pretend that we are to have an international executive committee. One should say that at this time we cannot have any other than a Russian executive, and that this Congress places the executive power in the hands of the Russian Executive Committee. I would be in favor of that without any further ado. But why do I think that it is a question here only of an extended Russian Executive Committee, and that at this time there is no other executive that one could have? Because I am not so optimistic about the boycott as some comrades. It exists for Russia, and it will perhaps not let up quite so quickly, although many think that it has already let up. Should that be the case, then of course my argument would no longer be in place. At present, however, it is not the case. I shall give just one example. If people are here, that is to say, if the delegates of the biggest parties are sent here, then these delegates cannot keep a check on the international situation, for they will receive no reports on world politics. They will not hear enough about the organizations in the different countries. They will only have reports about what is happening here. Should it be possible to send 10 of the best men in the international movement here, then they will lose contact with their own countries, they will only have information about Russia, and however great or small their character and intelligence is, they will be guided by Russian information and thus by the Russian executive. It cannot be otherwise, and it cannot be conceived in any other way, because they will lose contact with their own countries. I say, therefore, that the people who come here will lose contact with their own countries, and if decisions are taken by this executive, people will perhaps say in those countries, this or that leader of ours is staying over there. He was present after all, and still they took this or that decision that is bad because he does not take into account the real situation in the countries of Europe and America. The workers in these countries would separate themselves even more from their leaders who come here, after all, to maintain communications between Moscow and the world, for they would become convinced that their leaders have lost their firm grasp of the international situation. I do not think that the thing can be done in this way. I have made the proposal to base the executive outside Russia. I believe that the question should be discussed here. I have proposed Italy or Norway as the residents of the executive committee, because I think that the labor movement in those countries is now strong enough to bring about the assembly of an international executive there. Comrade Levi has proposed Germany as the seat of the executive. Germany would be as agreeable to me as Norway or Italy, on the one hand because a sufficiently strong labor movement is present in these countries, and on the other hand because these countries are well informed about the international situation. The Russian delegation can, after all, come to Norway or Italy. Comrade Levi thinks that one could also come to Germany. I have proposed this question for discussion. If the Congress does not think that it is possible to change the seat of the executive, then no really international executive committee can at the moment exist, and we must make do with the Russian one. This question is very important, because we are giving this executive committee very great power, which goes so far as the executive being able to expel even entire parties, groups, and individuals. But it can only do that if it knows the situation in the various countries quite exactly. That is why I am of the opinion that the statutes cannot be adopted in their present form without any further ado. Zinoviev, it is proposed to close the list of speakers. Are there any objections? The proposal is adopted. Levi, the questions that are being discussed here are so important that it is a pity that they are being discussed under conditions where the delegates are too exhausted to follow the matter properly. First of all, I propose in paragraph 8 to cross out the words no less than. The sentence that I am concerned with would read the party of the country in question sends 5 of its representatives, etc. Misunderstandings could arise from the addition of the words no less than, and it might be possible, although it was not the intention of those who proposed it, to assume from that the right of the country in which the executive committee has its seat to delegate as many representatives as they like to the executive committee. It should be 5 representatives, no more and no less. Furthermore, there are in my opinion some correct things in Comrade Wijnkoop's remarks, and one of them is that every representative who is delegated here from abroad will, after a short time, lose living contact with the individual parties of the individual countries. I do not mean this in the same way as Comrade Wijnkoop, that the delegates who are sent here will after some time have to make do only with Russian information. I mean that from the moment that he arrives on Russian soil he will only have the same sources of information as the Russian comrades. If Radek interjects that it is no different in any other country, then that is true in principle, but it is different in practice. They do not have conditions there where, for example, letters or newspapers take 10 days to arrive even from Germany. And I tell you that without a doubt big difficulties will arise from this. For if the executive committee has to decide things, then there is no doubt the lack of sources of information will under certain conditions influence the decision, and yesterday in the commission I quoted a case of how true that is. The Russian comrades have given the Dutch comrades a mandate. When we in Germany saw the decision, we immediately said that it was a mistake. And when the comrades in Holland saw the mandate, they immediately said the same thing. My conclusion from all this is not that the executive committee should not stay here, for there are other reasons which argue much too much in favor of it. On the contrary, I am in favor of it staying here. But I say that we must somehow make it possible to take important decisions which brook no delay in such a way that the representatives who came here for this purpose really can decide. The aim of my further proposals therefore is to say that a full session of the executive committee must take place every 3 months. In my opinion, that says everything that has to be said in order to make sure that in particularly important decisions the party representatives who are precisely the best informed in such cases and who stand in the closest contact with their parties can decide. I further propose to change paragraph 12 of the statutes in the following way. To cross out everything following the words "the executive committee" and to put the following in its place: "the executive committee has the obligation," etc. In my opinion, it is not necessary to give these illegal organizations that are anticipated here a special place in the statutes. Whatever we have to say about illegal organizations has anyway been said in one or another of our theses. The general statement that the executive committee has to see to the carrying out of the decisions of the Congress is therefore absolutely sufficient. That says everything, and I believe that many of the parties that are affiliated to the Communist International can only draw advantages from this silence about the illegal organizations. Gallagher, on the question of the formation of a united Communist Party in Britain, I must say, precisely in relation to the program that has been read out here, that in fact the Communists in Britain who now march under the banner of the Communist Party stretch out one hand to the Communist International and another to the Second International. They have not taken a decisive stand on the position of the Communist International. The British Socialist Party, BSP, also counts as a communist party and at the same time belongs to the Labour Party. The Labour Party is a conglomerate of the most varied parties but which adopt the most opposed standpoints. I see here a contradiction and a reason to pose the question whether the BSP can be regarded as a really communist party. Comrade Radek has asked me whether I myself, as a trade union official, am not in the Labour Party. I replied that I am not an official but I am a member of the Labour Party. There is a difference between a man who is forced to enter a workers' organization and one who voluntarily enters a non-communist organization. In order really to win power, our first concern must be to stir up the masses to fight energetically the capitalists and the industrialists. That is the first important step. Our second concern must be to create an organization for the armed struggle. The British Socialist Party, which is accepted here as a communist party, is actually not at all in favor of armed or physical struggle. Its outlook is pacifist, even if Comrade Quelch denies having said that he himself is against any use of force in this struggle. The trade union movement in Britain can never be one for communism. On the contrary, this whole organization must be considered as the most powerful bulwark for the defense of capitalism against the social revolution. Some delegates, representatives of the trade union movement, who have been here and have been received with open arms, appeared, when they returned to Britain, in big meetings and showed the medals they had been given here. When it is a question of really fighting for the cause of the workers, they go to arbitration. Thus they endanger the revolutionary fight. Read, I disagree with those who do not want to adopt the point in the theses on the armed struggle. I base myself particularly on experiences in America. Workers will not be able to understand how one can remain silent on something of that kind, and, if they knew it, their interpretation of it would be that the party was afraid of the consequences. Experience has shown that however legally one expresses oneself, every time the government needs to create laws against communists or revolutionaries, it finds ways of turning the most legal thing in the world into the most illegal. For this reason I am against silence. Moreover, I do not wish paragraph 14, which talks about the Red Trade Union International, to be taken into the statutes, or at least I do not want it to be voted on until the whole trade union question has been discussed by the Commission and debated here. It was clearly said here yesterday that all the questions connected with the trades unions would be dealt with first in the Commission and then submitted to the Congress. Moreover, I would like to point out that in general what was discussed was that the Trade Union International would have to stand in a loose relationship to the Communist International. According to what is said here in paragraph 14, however, it appears that the Trade Union International is to become a section of the Communist International. According to the new statutes, even the Youth International will have greater autonomy than the Trade Union International. For these reasons I would like to ask that no vote be taken now on this point. Frena, first of all I should like to emphasize what Reed has said about the Trade Union International. This is a life and death question. Just as we smashed the Second Socialist International, so too we must now smash the Amsterdam Trade Union International. That is an indispensable condition for our fight against world imperialism. But in our view this question must be dealt with separately and not as a part of the statutes, since it requires serious consideration. We would like to move some amendments to it. As far as the statutes are concerned, I find myself in complete opposition to the proposal of comrades Wichkoop and Levi that the executive of the International could be based in a different country from Russia. Many comrades feared before the Congress that because of the blockade, of the lack of sufficient information about the world movement, because of the requirements of practical politics, it might be necessary to have the executive in some other country. But now it must be stated that all these fears were groundless. The Russian comrades know exactly what is going on. Nobody at this Congress has shown a better international spirit than the comrades of the Russian party. The argument was also advanced that the executive would have to be based in a country that represented for the moment the center of the world revolution. We have gone beyond the stage of mere agitation. We are now in the stage of real action. The world revolution is a fact, and the strategy and the tactics of the Communist International must be based on this fact. All the international forces of imperialism and of the revolution come to bear on the country which is at present the center of the world revolution, in this case Russia, and force the communist movement in this country to hold fast absolutely to an international point of view, for otherwise it would collapse. Everything that happens in the world affects the Russian comrades directly, not as a matter of theory or of tendency but as a question of life or death. What happens in England today affects Russia directly much more than the United States. What happens in the United States affects Russia much more than England, and so on with every country. International politics are concentrated around Soviet Russia. The Russian comrades are often better informed than we are about the most intimate details of the policies of our own imperialist governments. If nothing else, then objective conditions force the Russian comrades to this international standpoint. If they have control of the executive committee, then there is a guarantee that problems will be tackled in an international spirit. It is senseless to propose transferring the executive committee to Berlin. We had the Western European Secretariat in Berlin, and it was limited, narrow, to a certain degree nationalist and not international. It is amazing that delegates at this Congress are opposed to including the sentence about illegal work in the statutes. The combination of illegal and legal work is not only absolutely necessary, but it must be openly proclaimed and made obligatory. If a party is legal, then a tendency develops that is opposed to illegal work. And if a party is illegal, a tendency develops against the exploitation of legal opportunities. We must insist on the combination of both. We cannot indulge in any illusions. Today our party may be legal. Tomorrow it could already be illegal. We suffered a great deal from this in America when we recognized the fact that we absolutely had to become illegal, but did not work sufficiently towards this in practice. The result was that we were partially unprepared when the big oppression came. And even if a party is completely legal, there is work, for example, agitation amongst soldiers and sailors, which demands an illegal organization. I am firmly convinced that centralization is our fundamental problem. The great difference between the Second International and the Communist International lies precisely in the question of centralization. One can reply that centralization is solely an organizational and not a fundamental problem. But this argument is purely Menshevik. Centralization is a revolutionary necessity. The Communist International is a rigidly centralist organization for this very reason, that it is revolutionary, while the Second International was decentralist and autonomous, because it represented a loose federation of reformist and not revolutionary organizations. World imperialism is centralizing itself, albeit only partially, since the rivalries of different interests predominate. But the centralization of imperialism is a fact insofar as opposition against the world revolution is concerned. The proletariat and the communist parties of the world have completely identical interests and can create a form of centralization that is impossible for imperialism, a fact that means an enormous advantage for us. The world revolution is a problem which requires mobility, adaptation to every particular development in the international situation in strategy and tactics. Until the international is firm, centralist and flexible in various directions according to the events at any given time, we will never win. A concentration of forces must exist, a unity in the leadership, so that the international and the organizations affiliated to it can act in unison and can concentrate on every specific phase of the world revolution. The international must have the right to issue orders to the local, national organizations. It must have the authority to say whether something shall be done or not done on the basis of events. Only in this way will we conquer. Zinoviev, comrades, 3 objections in principle have been made against our draft. First of all, on the side of the American comrades who propose to cross out paragraph 14 and in general not to deal with the trade union question. The comrades have claimed that we promised them we would wait until the Trade Union Commission has finished its task. Comrades, I do not think that is right. Paragraph 14 says, trades unions adhering to the Communist platform and organized internationally, under the leadership of the Communist International, shall form a trade union section of the Communist International. These trades unions shall send their representatives to the World Congresses of the Communist International through the communist parties of the countries concerned. The trade union section of the Communist International shall have 1 representative with full voting powers on the Executive Committee of the Communist International. We do not really need to wait until the Trade Union Commission has finished its work to state what should be clear for every communist. We do not want the Communist International only to organize political parties but also to embrace all the mass organizations of the proletariat that adopt the standpoint of communism. That is the first principle of the Communist International. Or do comrades Freyna and Reed want to deny that? As we have said many times, we are building on the same basis as the First International, we want to continue the traditions of the First International. Now, one of the most important traditions of the First International was that it wanted to organize not only the political parties but all mass proletarian organizations that adopted the standpoint of communism. That is what we are saying here. No more, but also no less. If we are to doubt that, then we cannot build the Communist International. We must not only include political parties but also revolutionary proletarian trades unions. And it is clear, that should the trades unions come to us, then we must organize them in some way as a section of the Communist International, as a part of the Communist International. Can that be denied? In no way. All these questions, whether one should remain in the American trades unions, whether one should immediately split the British trades unions or not, all these questions that are thrown up here have nothing to do with it. These questions are points at issue which must be discussed once more in the Commission. All that is being said here is that we do not only wish to have political organizations in the Communist International, but all proletarian organizations, in the first place the trades unions. That is the ABC of the Communist International. Our first principle is that the trades unions must be represented at the World Congress, must organize themselves as a section of the Communist International, and that there must be a mutual exchange of representatives in the two executives. That is undeniable, and every serious communist must accept that, otherwise we will have the practice of the Second International. But we want to reconstruct the practice of the First International under new historical conditions, to carry out the traditions of Marx. These consist in this, that communism and the party are not only leading in politics but that the Communist Party is leading in all spheres of the labor movement, and that we must organize within the Communist International all branches of the movement throughout the world. Then we come to the second question on the executive in paragraph 8. Comrade Wigenkoop has proposed here that the executive should be transferred, say, to Norway. Various plans can be proposed. All kinds of exotic republics could be found. I must however state that here see in paragraph 8, as generally in the statutes, there is not a single word about Russia. That is a question on its own which we must discuss and decide separately. The statutes say, the seat of the Executive Committee of the Communist International shall be determined on each occasion by the World Congress of the Communist International. Should it be that the proletarian revolution is victorious in France or England, then of course we will agree to the executive being transferred to one of these countries. There is no talk about Russia at all. That is a question on its own. That is why we anticipate nothing. Here the principle is posed that the Congress must decide where the executive is to have its seat. Then we come to the composition of the executive. The statutes read, the executive consists of 5 comrades from the country in which the executive has its seat and of 1 comrade each from the 10 largest parties. I agree to Comrade Levi's proposal that the words not less than 5 comrades should be crossed out. We must say, 5 comrades. Comrade Wigenkoop says the executive will be an extended Russian committee, but I say perhaps it will be an extended Dutch committee. The only point at issue here is that the executive committee is to have 15 members, 5 from one country and 10 from the other parties of the different countries which belong to the Communist International. That will be an international committee. So how can it be claimed it will simply be an extended Russian committee? This will be an international committee if all these 10 parties send their delegates, and they should do that. It was said here that it was impossible for all parties to send 1 comrade each. I deny that. It seems that people think it is a luxury to have an able comrade here, for he is needed in Germany or elsewhere. That is no good. If we consider the executive to be the chief instrument of the workers' movement, then every important party must find an important comrade who can take part in the executive. It is the most important organization of the international movement. It also has great significance for every communist movement. We are only asking for 1 comrade from each country, and if the parties regularly relieve their delegates, then I think it will always be possible to maintain the numbers anticipated in the statutes. We should, and must, make this sacrifice for the Communist International. I also deny that it is correct to say that the comrade who remains here will lose contact with his organization. Nobody loses contact in 2 or 3 months, particularly an old fighter. We were banned for many years and did not lose contact. The movement is now much more extensive. We imagine that the delegate in question should become the secretary for his country on the executive. The German comrade should be secretary for Germany, and so on. Of course it would be good if the comrade was not changed too often, but it is also possible that the comrade in question remains secretary although he has been exchanged for somebody else. He can have a technical assistant. But the leadership should be left to the representative of the party in question. Only in this way will we have a real executive. In many cases the executive is more important than the Congress. We have discussed a number of questions. We cannot anticipate everything. In 2 weeks' time, perhaps, the most important questions could be thrown up again under completely new conditions. We have just emphasized that we are working in an epoch of revolutionary struggle. The executive must help and give answers. So its composition must be such that it has the formal and moral right to speak in the name of the Communist International. Therefore we must insist that it is composed of 15 members and that the 10 most important parties also really send their comrades to the executive. If that is not the case, then half the significance of our work is lost. The significance of our Congress consists precisely in the fact that we want to build up a firm organization, an international general staff of the fighting proletariat. If, afterwards, we are not in a position to create an executive, then we will have destroyed at least half of our work. For the first year we were a propaganda society. The executive could not work as a centralist organ. It was a Russian institution. Now we want to change that. We have said that openly. We now want to have a centralist international organization which can always give guidance. We have provided the executive with wide-reaching rights, including that of expelling entire parties, so the parties must also make sure that they have a representative here. Otherwise we have worked in vain. We cannot tell the international proletariat that we now have no centralist international. Therefore I am against the proposal that Comrade Levi made that a full session of the executive take place every 3 months. I hesitated somewhat yesterday in the commission. I was of the opinion that we should make concessions to our German friends. But if you consider what Comrade Levi proposes, that is to say that the representative of the party should only be delegated in special cases, or only once in 3 months, it is clear that what will happen is that all the parties will act in that way. Every 3 months then a full dress session will take place, but in the meantime we will not have an active executive. For that reason we must tell our friends that although it is difficult for you always to keep a comrade here, you must undertake this sacrifice because it is a sacrifice in the interests of your own party. Communists will not pose this question, as did for example the independents, who play a double game by separating the struggle and the Communist International. It must be said that they are the same thing. We are an international party which has branches in different countries. The work in the international is as important for Germany as it is for Russia. Therefore we must insist that the wording remains absolutely as it is, that we have an executive which embraces 5 members from one country and 10 members from various other countries, who are secretaries for their countries and work together. Now we come to the final point at issue in paragraph 12 on the illegal organization. This paragraph 12 reads, "The general situation all over Europe and America compels communists throughout the world to create illegal communist organizations side by side with the legal organization. The Executive Committee is obliged to see that this is put into effect. In the Commission, too, we thought about whether it should perhaps be put somewhat more cautiously. But I am of the opinion, after having heard everything, that we will leave it as it is. There are perhaps some negative considerations, but the positive is overwhelming. In countries like England and America, in the so-called countries of classical bourgeois freedom, there has been no thought of creating illegal organizations. It has perhaps been taken up theoretically, but never carried out practically. Only now, when 5,000 communists have been arrested in America, are people there beginning to understand that it is impossible without illegal organization. The German experience, too, confirms that. The party there is legal today and illegal tomorrow, and from that the international proletariat draws the experience that at any event they must have an illegal organization. That is important for every country. That is the experience of the 15 months of the existence of the Communist International. It is important to say that and to put it into effect. We must say it in the most compelling way possible so that we know it and carry it out. And now the practical considerations that have been advanced. Wait and see, perhaps we can make do with a legal organization. That is not the case. Comrade Levi has stated about Germany that he thinks that in Germany the bourgeoisie has already become so used to legal work that it will not dare to do anything against it. So the German comrades are saying that, whether or not we mention it in the statutes, the bourgeoisie cannot rob us of our legal existence. In Italy the party is so strong the bourgeoisie cannot rob it of its legal existence. The experience of Bulgaria is that we have an old party which is legal, which has 40 or more members of parliament who were subjected to many persecutions. We are in favor of speaking out clearly and openly. The experience in the Balkans, Germany, Austria, and Italy should be decisive for us. Perhaps the paragraph will create problems for one party or another, but the positive is much more important for us. And experience tells us we must make it binding in the statutes, since for the bourgeoisie it is not decisive whether we hang them legally or illegally. What is decisive for them is whether they are really hanged, whether we are going to fight for communism. Our organizational form is not the most important thing. We have already experienced that with arms in hand. So comrades, the public prosecutor will in any case quote from these theses. It will all boil down to the same in the end, except that we will lose what we have not clearly expressed, what every worker must and should know. That is why we insist on the wording remaining as it is. We must tell the international proletariat, you must understand that now that you have entered the epoch of decisive struggles, you must everywhere systematically build up an illegal organization, for when the decisive hour comes the bourgeoisie will trample on your legality and you will stand there with empty hands and not have an organization. Therefore we must express that very clearly. I do not think that the Congress need worry about voting for what the great majority of the Commission has decided. The Commission adopted the statutes by and large unanimously with one abstention. I propose that the Congress adopts the statutes unanimously. It is important that we adopt the constitution of our international party as unanimously as possible and show the whole world that we are no longer a loose propaganda association. We are one united international party which has statutes, which knows what it wants and what sort of international obligations it has, whose members give mutual guarantees and have bound themselves in comradely discipline in order from this hour on really to fight together for communism. I shall first take the vote on the various amendments, first of all those on paragraph 8. Are unanimously adopted in the original form. Now we shall take a vote on the statutes as a whole, which read as follows. The Statutes of the Communist International. In London, in 1864, was established the First International Association of Workers, later known as the First International. The Statutes of the International Association of Workers read as follows. That the emancipation of the working class must be carried out by the working class itself. That the struggle for the emancipation of the working class does not imply a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and equal obligations and the abolition of all class domination. That the economic subjection of the workers to the monopolists of the means of production, the sources of life, is the cause of servitude in all its forms, the cause of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. That, consequently, the economic emancipation of the working class is the great aim to which every political movement must be subordinated. That all endeavors directed to this great aim have hitherto failed because of the lack of solidarity between the various branches of industry in each country and because of the absence of a fraternal bond of unity between the working classes of the different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national problem, but one of a social character embracing every civilized country, and the solution of which depends on the theoretical and practical cooperation of the most progressive countries. That the present revival of the workers' movement in the industrial countries of Europe, while awakening new hopes, contains a solemn warning against a relapse into old errors, and calls for an immediate union of the hitherto disconnected movement. The Second International, which was established in Paris in 1889, undertook to continue the work of the First International. At the outbreak of the world slaughter in 1914, the Second International perished, undermined by opportunism and betrayed by its leaders who rallied to the side of the bourgeoisie. The Third, Communist, International, established in March, 1919, in Moscow, the capital city of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, solemnly proclaims to the whole world that it takes upon itself the task of continuing and completing the great cause begun by the First International Association of Workers. The Third, Communist, International was formed at a moment when the imperialist slaughter of 1914 to 1918, in which the imperialist bourgeoisie of the various countries sacrificed 20 million men, had come to an end. Remember the imperialist war. This is the first appeal of the Communist International to every toiler wherever he may live and whatever language he may speak. Remember that owing to the existence of the capitalist system, a small group of imperialists had the opportunity during 4 long years of compelling the workers of various countries to cut each other's throats. Remember that this imperialist war had reduced Europe and the whole world to a state of extreme destitution and starvation. Remember that unless the capitalist system is overthrown, a repetition of this criminal war is not only possible but is inevitable. The Communist International sets itself the aim of fighting with all means, also with arms in hand, for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie and the creation of an international Soviet Republic as a transition to the complete abolition of the state. The Communist International considers the dictatorship of the proletariat an essential means for the liberation of humanity from the horrors of capitalism, and regards the Soviet form of government as the historically necessary form of this dictatorship. The imperialist war linked the fate of the workers of each country particularly closely with the fate of the workers of every other country. It emphasized once again what was pointed out in the statutes of the First International, that the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national problem, but one of a social and international character. The Communist International breaks once and for all with the traditions of the Second International, which, in reality, only recognized the white race. The task of the Communist International is to emancipate the workers of the whole world. In its ranks are fraternally united men of all colors, white, yellow, and black, the toilers of the entire world. The Communist International fully and unreservedly upholds the gains of the great proletarian revolution in Russia, the first victorious socialist revolution in the world's history, and calls upon all workers to follow the same road. The Communist International makes it its duty to support, by all the power at its disposal, every Soviet republic wherever it may be formed. The Communist International is aware that for the purpose of the speedy achievement of victory, the International Association of the Workers, which is struggling for the abolition of capitalism and the establishment of communism, must possess a firm and centralized organization. To all intents and purposes, the Communist International should represent a single universal communist party, of which the parties operating in the different countries form individual sections. The organization of the Communist International is directed towards securing for the workers of every country the possibility, at any given moment, of obtaining the maximum of aid from the organized workers of the other countries. For this purpose, the Communist International confirms the following statutes. 1. The new International Association of Workers is established for the purpose of organizing common action between the workers of various countries who are striving towards a single aim, the overthrow of capitalism, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the International Soviet Republic, the complete abolition of classes and the realization of socialism, as the first step to communist society. 2. The new International Association of Workers has been given the name of the Communist International. 3. All the parties and organizations comprising the Communist International bear the name of the Communist Party of the particular country, section of the Communist International. 4. The World Congress of all parties and organizations forming part of the Communist International is the supreme authority of this international. The World Congress meets regularly once a year. The World Congress alone is empowered to change the program of the Communist International. It discusses and decides the more important questions of program and tactics connected with the activity of the Communist International. The allocation of full votes at the World Congress between the constituent parties and organizations is decided by a special regulation of the Congress. It is necessary to strive for the speedy establishment of a standard of representation based on the actual membership and real influence of the party in question. 5. The World Congress elects an executive committee of the Communist International which serves as the principal authority of the Communist International in the interim between the World Congresses. The executive committee is responsible only to the World Congress. 6. The place of residence of the executive committee of the Communist International is determined at each World Congress. 7. A special World Congress of the Communist International may be convened either by decision of the executive committee, or on the demand of one half of the parties affiliated to the Communist International at the time of the previous World Congress. 8. The greater part of the work and principal responsibility in regard to the Executive Committee of the Communist International devolves upon the party in the particular country where, in keeping with the decision of the World Congress, the Executive Committee has its residence for the time being. The party of the country in question sends to the Executive Committee not less than 5 members with a full vote. In addition, each of the 10 to 13 largest communist parties is entitled to send one representative with a full vote to the Executive Committee. The list of these representatives has to be ratified by the World Congress. The remaining parties and organizations forming part of the Communist International each enjoy the right of sending to the Executive Committee one representative with a consultative vote. 9. The Executive Committee directs the whole work of the Communist International between Congresses. The Executive Committee publishes, in not less than 4 languages, the central organ of the Communist International, the periodical, Communist International. The Executive Committee makes the necessary appeals on behalf of the Communist International and issues instructions binding on all parties and organizations forming part of the Communist International. The Executive Committee has the right to demand from affiliated parties the exclusion of members and groups guilty of the infringement of international proletarian discipline, and also to exclude from the Communist International any parties that infringe the regulations of the World Congress, such parties having the right of appeal to the World Congress. Where necessary, the Executive Committee organizes in different countries its technical and auxiliary bureaus, which are entirely under the control of the Executive Committee. The representatives of the Executive Committee shall carry out their political tasks in the closest contact with the party center of the country concerned. 10. The Executive Committee of the International has the right to include in its ranks representatives, with a consultative vote only, from parties and organizations which, while not belonging to the Communist International, sympathize with it and stand near to it. 11. The organs of all the parties and organizations forming part of the Communist International, as well as those who consider themselves sympathizers of the Communist International, are obliged to publish all official decisions of the Communist International and of its Executive Committee. 12. The general conditions prevailing in Europe and America compel communists throughout the world to form illegal communist organizations side by side with the legal organizations. The Executive Committee has charge of the universal application of this rule. 13. As a rule, political communication between individual parties affiliated to the Communist International is carried out through the Executive Committee of the Communist International. In cases of urgent need, however, direct relations are permissible, provided that the Executive Committee is informed thereof at the same time. 14. Trades unions that have accepted the Communist platform and are united internationally under the guidance of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, form trade union sections of the Communist International. These trades unions send their representatives to the World Congresses of the Communist International through the medium of the Communist parties of their respective countries. The trade union section of the Communist International delegates a representative with a full vote to the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The Executive Committee of the Communist International has the right to send a representative with a full vote to the trade union section of the Communist International. 15. The International League of Young Communists is as a member of the Communist International subordinated to it and its Executive Committee. One representative of the Executive Committee of the International League of Young Communists with a full vote is delegated to the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The Executive Committee of the Communist International, on the other hand, has the right of sending a representative with a full vote to the Executive Committee of the International League of Young Communists. 16. The Executive Committee of the Communist International confirms the appointment of the International Secretary of the Communist Women's Movement and organizes a women's section of the Communist International. 17. A member of the Communist International journeying to another country has a right to the fraternal support of the local members of the Third International. The statutes are unanimously adopted. Zinoviev, comrades, we now have statutes for the Communist International. We have finally organized ourselves as a party. I congratulate the Congress on this. I believe that this is one of the most important conquests of the international proletariat. We have at last formally organized ourselves. Long live the Communist International. End of the session. 11th session. August 5, 1920. Saradi, the session is open. Comrade Radek has the floor on behalf of the Credentials Commission. Radek, the Credentials Commission had to decide the question of the credentials of the American delegations. Both American parties, the Communist Party and the Communist Workers' Party, are represented here. Meanwhile, a delegate from America, Comrade Flynn, arrived with the news that both parties had united into one party. But in the course of this unification, part of the Communists declared they would not accept it and have placed themselves outside of the United Communist Party. The representatives of the Communist Party wanted therefore to retain their old credentials. Comrade Flynn moved the annulment of two credentials, that is to say those of Comrades Freyna and Stocklitsky. We decided to continue to recognize these comrades as delegates for the following reasons: the situation with which we have to deal in America at the moment is rapidly changing. In the concrete case we only have in front of us the reports of the now United Communist Party. We are not in a position to judge here how far there were compelling reasons which forced the minority of the Communist Party to remain outside the unified party. To refuse to recognize their credentials would mean declaring ourselves in solidarity in advance with the United Communist Party as the only communist party. Perhaps that will be necessary when we have received more detailed reports. But we cannot disqualify a communist organization on the basis of insufficient information. We have therefore decided to recognize the credentials of both parties, and since Comrade Freyna by no means denies that, according to his knowledge of the situation, the majority of the organized communists are to be found in the ranks of the United Communist Party, we have divided the credentials in such a way that the representatives of the United Communist Party received 6 and the representatives of the Communist Party received 4 votes. Comrade Freyna attempted, moreover, to prove that he and Comrade Stocklitsky by no means supported the position of the split, but that they could not simply join the United Communist Party without any further ado. On behalf of the Credentials Commission I ask the Congress to agree to this decision. I have to make a further report on which the Ukrainian comrades insist. That is to say that the Credentials Commission has not recognized the credentials of the Ukrainian Communist Party. As comrades may know, a small group has formed which numbers between 100 and 500 members. It is clear that this is a very small group which has nothing to do with concrete communist work. Flynn, I protest against the acceptance of the recognition of the credentials of the Communist Party of America and against the adoption of Comrade Radek's proposal. As a result of various efforts, a United Communist Party was finally formed in America of 30,000 members of the Communist Party and 20,000 members of the Communist Labor Party. This party went over to illegal work, and a kind of separation arose in the party itself because only one part wanted illegal work. For this reason a part of the Communist Party has split from the United Party. Now, one could understand the credentials of the Communist Party being recognized here if the unification of the party had taken place on the initiative of the American comrades. But this was not the case. A delegate from the Communist International was sent to America to bring about this fusion. Since this fusion has already taken place, we cannot understand that the Communist International sanctions splitting by the recognition of the part that has split. Freyna, I greatly regret that this point at issue between the two factions in the American communist movement has come before the full session here. Besides, the Credentials Commission has already settled this question. I came to Russia about a month ago on behalf of my party and have had, together with Comrade Stocklitsky, the other delegate, 2 discussions with the delegates of the Communist Labor Party. Even before Comrade Flynn arrived here in Moscow as the delegate of the United Communist Party, I myself proposed that the representatives of both parties of the American movement should reach an agreement here, first of all to recognize that a united party of communists is absolutely necessary, secondly to appear here at this Congress as a united group, thirdly to call on the Executive Committee to carry on working to complete the unification of the communists in America, fourthly to take on the obligation to submit to the decisions of the executive. Things are not as Flynn has tried to picture them here, that is to say that if the Congress continued to recognize the two comrades from the Communist Party it would be sanctioning the split. On the contrary, if these two comrades are expelled from the Congress, this will serve to sharpen the bitterness. I think that I have the right to take part in the Congress as a delegate because my party can, and must, and will, contribute a great deal for the common cause of the communist revolution. If Comrade Flynn's point of view is adopted, that will only be damaging. But if Stocklitsky and myself remain as delegates, that will have a calming effect on the dispute in America. The question of how small or how large the portion of the former Communist Party is which refuses to join the United Communist Party is immaterial. It may be that the larger part has united with the Communist Labour Party, but up to now, until official reports are available, I must insist that Stocklitsky and I remain here. The question of removing us could only arise either if the Communist Party itself decides to withdraw its representatives, or if the executive, having investigated the matter thoroughly, decides that the Communist Party must be removed from the International. But otherwise the representatives have the right to demand that they should remain here as delegates. A proposal is made to take a vote on closing the discussion. Read, I am against closing the discussion because I should like to give a few reasons why Comrade Radek's proposal should not be accepted. The motion to close the discussion is accepted. The proposal of the Credentials Commission is then accepted by 19 votes to 9. Zinoviev, comrades, I hope that the conditions under which workers' and soldiers' councils can be created are known to you all, and I permit myself to express the hope that, by way of an exception, we may be even able to accept these theses without discussion, since we have been able to establish from discussions with various delegates that unanimity exists on this question. The point about these theses is that we must tell all our comrades that Soviets can and should only be created when the historical conditions for them are present. Artificial creations which compromise the idea of Soviets should not be created. We all know that the idea of Soviets has won the support of the whole working class of Europe and perhaps of the whole world. The working class has grasped that in the next historical period political life will run its course in the form of Soviets. It is very fortunate for the Communist International that these ideas have laid hold of the masses, for since these ideas have become the ideas of the masses of workers they have contained enormous strength. Now, however, we see that in various countries impotent groups are forming Soviets, precisely in places where all the historical conditions for them are lacking. That was the case in France and also in other countries. We want now, on behalf of the whole Congress, to point out to the working class throughout the world that one must always carry out propaganda for Soviets, that the time is always ripe for this propaganda. The historical conditions, however, for the formation of Soviets are unfortunately not present everywhere and at every time. In my theses I briefly trace the history of this new idea. The idea of workers' councils was born, as you all know very well, in the year 1905, so it is only 15 years old. In 1905, during the First Russian Revolution, the Petrograd Soviet was created as the first temporary structure, and its history shows us that special historical conditions are necessary for Soviets. The Soviets of 1905 were immediately destroyed. They died after Tsarism had won the victory over the revolution. When it became apparent that the revolutionary flood had given way to an ebb, it was clear that the Soviets could no longer survive. Even then the clever idea was expressed, which nowadays is defended by the Mensheviks and the right-wing independents, that the Soviets are merely class organizations but cannot form state organizations. Soviets should operate as a class organization of the proletariat, but not as a state organization, That is what Koski and many of his supporters spread during the German Revolution. The history of the last 15 years has shown that the Soviets only have significance when they are not simply everyday class organizations like the trade unions, but when they become state organizations, a form of the proletarian dictatorship. This is shown by our first Russian Revolution, the first period of our new revolution, the first 8 historic months of the Kerensky government, and also the history of the German and Austrian revolutions, but particularly the German Revolution. When, in November 1918, the working class in Germany won a victory, the workers' and soldiers' councils arose spontaneously. But when the social democracy betrayed the cause of the working class and the bourgeoisie together with counter-revolutionary social democracy defeated the workers, the Soviets immediately began to die out. The Soviets showed their last spark of life during the days of the Kapp Putsch. That is only a very short historical episode, but the fate of the Soviets is reflected here as in a tiny drop of water. When the workers were on the road to victory, the Soviets, once more, showed a tendency to revive. But when the booted foot of reaction was victorious, the Soviets immediately died out. This latest episode shows us that the Soviets only have significance when they are really sustained by a big mass movement which is on the road to transforming the Soviets into state power. In the beginning of 1917, when we were still in exile, when the revolutionary movement in Russia was already at a high point and our comrades had already begun to form councils of workers' deputies, we told our comrades from abroad that this idea could not survive. We should carry out propaganda for the idea of Soviets, but the slogan of the formation of Soviets should only be issued when we are convinced that the preconditions are there, that the masses themselves are in favor and that they will fight for this cause. Therefore we are against those attempts that our comrades are now making in France, where they are forming small groups and giving out a paper where they emerge as a Soviet in name of some 100 members and pretend that this is a Soviet movement. I have read many of our Swiss comrades' leaflets in the election campaign in Switzerland. While everybody is going to the elections, our party comes along with the slogan, "We demand Soviets." Here therefore Soviets are being demanded of the bourgeoisie, of the government. But one does not demand Soviets, one forms them where the working class is ready to carry out a revolution. Is it communist to raise such a demand? One must organize the working class, stir it up, prepare it, and then when the moment has come, one does not need to demand. That is why I think that now the moment has come when the question of the struggle for power and the revolution becomes acute, and when the idea of Soviets has won over the working class in the various countries, it can no longer be a question for the Communist International as it still was for the First and Second Internationals, of popularizing this idea. That has already been done. The idea is popular enough. The question now is something much bigger. The question now is to hammer home to the working class throughout the world what conditions are necessary in order to form Soviets. That is the second step that we must take. The theses have the purpose of forming a basis for that. We should tell the working class clearly under what conditions we can, and must, form such Soviets, for if we form artificial Soviets we will serve only the opponents of this idea. We will be laughed to scorn as has already happened in many countries. In this case we could compromise this great idea. We should not play with words. We should clearly show the working class the way and explain to it under what conditions Soviets can be formed. We have tried in these theses to analyze the experiences of various parties. The position in Austria is somewhat peculiar, more or less as it was here during the first period of Kerensky's government. There is quite a strong workers' council there. The Social Patriots and the Center have the majority in it. The Communists are in the minority but are growing daily. The Soviets represent a certain force, their rivals of the legitimate government of Messrs. Renner and Company. The Soviets are a sort of rival government in a different historical situation. We had the same thing in this country during the first 8 months of the revolution. Such a movement is serious and our comrades must participate in it. They must fight for power within the Soviets and attempt to make their influence felt there. There is another example in Germany where there are Soviets. A number of good and bad books about the Soviet system have been written there. Our German comrades are always going on about the system. Well, they have one but they haven't got any Soviets. We could wish that they had a worse system but better Soviets. All plans to adapt the Soviet system to the bourgeois, social democratic, counter-revolutionary republic are artificial and therefore they often act, taken objectively, in a counter-revolutionary way for the working class are not told under what conditions alone it is possible to set up Soviets. In the theses we have tried to take up the experiences in Germany and of course above all experiences in Russia where the idea of Soviets was born. On the basis of these examples of the Russian Revolution of 1917, of the two revolutions of 1918 in Germany and in Austria we want to show the working class under what conditions we can build Soviets. I am convinced that the Second Congress of the Communist International will be the precursor of an international Congress of Soviet republics. Those of us who are not yet too old will live to see the day where we have such an international Congress of Soviet republics. But in order to bring this about faster we must clearly see the way, keep the idea pure and pose concretely to the working class by what paths we can really arrive at an international Soviet republic. The vote on the theses. The theses are adopted. Radek, comrades, the Commission on the Trade Union question, in accordance with the decision of the full session, took the Executive Committee's theses as a basis and filled them out with a number of amendments. Before I proceed with these I should like to point out that the Commission failed to reach a common decision in one decisive point and that therefore a representative of the minority of the Commission will have the floor here. What is at stake is that the American comrades proposed in fact to cancel the main content of the theses in the form of an amendment. The attitude of the Congress as expressed in the vote consists first of all in this, that we make work within the trade unions a duty for all comrades and for all communist parties. The minority on the Commission, above all the American comrades, have in form accepted this decision. It is not that they have put forward a motion which, in words, cancels out this decision. They have, however, proposed amendments that, in fact, do cancel out this decision of the Congress. In my speech I have already pointed out that the theses we have proposed are, in a certain sense, too narrowly conceived. They do not take into account the fact that in America 80% of the workers are not organized, that the American Federation of Labor not only does nothing to organize these unskilled workers but that through its very high subscriptions it makes entry into the trades unions impossible for them. For this reason we propose that, besides those cases where we give the suppression of revolutionary agitation in the trades unions as a reason for leaving the old trades unions and forming new trades unions, we also mention a second case, that is, the necessity of forming new trades unions in those cases where the old craft organizations, for aristocratic reasons, do not organize unskilled workers. The American comrades propose another wording which amounts to enabling the American communists to sabotage the decisions of the Congress. I do not want to read out here the whole amendment that is to replace 3 points in our resolution, but only the point in question. It reads as follows, reads out from the new trades unions up to represent. Any case in which one should leave the old trades unions and form new trades unions can be included under these 3 headings. Communists who do not want to work in the trades unions, who think it is much more communist to cover a lot of paper with articles about the shortcomings of the trade union bureaucracy and remain outside the trades unions, can always pretend either that the structure of the trades unions makes it impossible to change them or that such strong, revolutionary feelings have accumulated in the proletariat that there is no longer any room for them in the trades unions. The fact that we are not seeing things here, but that what we are dealing with here is an outright call for a boycott on principle of the great American trades unions, is proved best of all by the resolution of the United Communist Party of America. We have just received the issue of the Communist Party's newspaper with its resolution on the trades unions. This resolution reads as follows. Craft unionism is read out. Now comes the decisive point. The section from Tactics 2 will be carried out is read out. We have therefore in this resolution the outright negation of the resolution that we have adopted which obliges communists to fight for the conquest of the trades unions from inside. What we are dealing with here, therefore, is not simply the question of whether one should go into the trades unions in order to destroy them. The boring away from inside, the struggle inside the trade unions in general is rejected. This standpoint stands in contradiction to the standpoint of our theses, and what the comrades of the United Communist Party represent here signifies nothing other than a manifest negation of our standpoint. In order to save their position, the comrades try to go over from the defensive to the offensive. They point out that the standpoint which the United Communist Party has now adopted was only a few months ago the standpoint of the executive. They refer to a letter from the executive to the American Party which said, "The letter is read out." I make no bones about saying openly that this letter from the executive, which was by no means adopted by the whole of the executive, was wrong, and that although the comrades can refer formally to this standpoint, it is not at all identical with their own, for what was established in this appeal was precisely that the target was the Federation of Labor. But it is not a question here of whether the executive defended a false standpoint in a letter in the past. What we are dealing with at the moment is whether or not the representatives of the United Communist Party are openly defending their party's position here. They had the opportunity to defend their party's position here and they did not do so. They claimed that they were against splits on principle. They are trying to smuggle a Trojan horse into our resolution. I believe that it will be in the interests of the Congress, not only to reject this amendment but to emphasize in a special resolution that the standpoint of the American comrades is in contradiction to the standpoint of the Communist International. The Congress must deal with this question with all possible sharpness, because it is not a question of whether we concede to the American comrades the right to destroy this counter-revolutionary organization if they can do so, but it is a question of whether they will destroy themselves or not. We must say a few words more about this point since it was echoed to a certain extent by Comrade Bombassi too. Comrade Bombassi's standpoint is distinguished from the standpoint of the American comrades by the fact that it is just frivolous and not revolutionary. On the one hand, the Americans say, "Down with the Federation of Labor," on the other hand they cry, "Long live the IWW. We want to form new trades unions." But not Comrade Bombassi. He nonchalantly declares, "I don't give two hoots for the trades unions. They are condemned always to be counter-revolutionary." But if he starts from the fact that the trades unions in Italy are in the hands of reformists with very respectable beards or in the hands of syndicalists, then we tell him openly he is playing games with us and this is not communist politics. If Bombassi stands up for the Marxist point of view, then he should fight for it in the Italian party and not come here to say that the trades unions have no significance and that they will always be counter-revolutionary. We object to such a treatment of the most serious asterisk question in the workers' movement, and we think it particularly important that the Congress should make its position completely clear on this question. I said earlier that I would be prepared to accept further amendments, but in the present situation, after this resolution from the United Communist Party, any compromise or retreat is impossible. We must bring communism to the point where communist work starts and where the intrigues and games of communist sects come to an end. The further questions up for debate are as follows. There is the question of our attitude towards the factory committees. We propose an amendment that says the following: the passage from "as the communists to support," and then we say the passage from only to the extent to support. This last passage means that in those countries where the trade union bureaucracy has control, the communists have the duty to support the struggle of the factory committees and all similar organizations for their own independent existence. The communists will only be able to succeed in gaining control of the trades unions if they turn these factory organizations in the plant into the germs of the new trades unions and of their communist factory organizations. I would like to make two remarks to complete these amendments. First of all, where it says the passage from "in the framework to support," the question is posed: if you are opposed to the formation of small, revolutionary trades unions in opposition to the big ones, the necessity for whose separate existence does not exist, how can you then demand support for all these factory organizations? I should like to draw your attention to the fact that we say here, which are formed within the framework of the trades unions or outside them but not against them. The factory committees in Germany are by no means organizations intended to take the wind out of the sails of the trades unions. They are organizations which in part have independent functions, in part, however, are intended to drive the trade union bureaucracy forward. They are not aimed against the existence of the trades unions as far as the organization is concerned. We do not support organizations which are against the trades unions, since we have said in the theses in what cases we think the formation of special trades unions is expedient. Now the second question. We say that we will only support the efforts of the trades unions to dominate the factory committees to the extent that the trades unions are revolutionary organizations. Reference was then made to the situation in Germany, to the fact that in Germany, in the first place, legal factory committees exist in which the communists have the task of extending their functions beyond the framework of the law, but that these factory committees are already subordinated to the trades unions. On the basis of the material available, I claim that that is not the case. The struggle of the trade union bureaucracy to dominate these factory committees and to bring them into line has only started. We say that it is the duty of the communists, even if it emerges later that we do not have enough strength to carry on the fight against Legion's efforts to gain control of these committees, nevertheless to support the fight for the predominance of the factory committees. I think it would be wrong to relinquish this fight from the very start, since it decides not simply a formal question but the whole future attitude of the communists in the factory committees. Even if the great majority of the factory committees voluntarily subordinate themselves to the trades unions and it is inexpedient to tie the revolutionary factory committees to the others, it is clear that our present struggle, in which we warn the masses against Legion and his aims, will have its results in strengthening our position in future in the factory committees dominated by the trades unions. Whether or not, if the struggle turns out to be hopeless, we should obstinately cling to the isolation of small groups is a different question. If the struggle does not lead immediately to victory, would we then fight on the basis of the factory committees dominated by the trade unions? But the question is not at the moment posed in that way. The struggle is raging in great areas of central Germany and in Berlin, and if the German communists say that the great fight against the legions should not be transformed into a fight about the form, then we say it is your business to make sure that this struggle is fought out as a principled struggle and not as a struggle on the question of who should dominate the factory committees. The matter at issue here is principles, the strengthening of the spirit of resistance against the trade union bureaucracy. Finally, we proposed an amendment which brings together the various remarks on the future role of the trades unions previously scattered throughout the resolution into a special paragraph. This reads, the passage from "as the communists to carry out" is read out. I should only like to say a few words to point out what a difference exists between this conception of the functions of the trades unions after the conquest of political power, by the proletariat, and the syndicalist conception. The syndicalists have conceived the development of socialism in this way, that after the proletariat has overthrown the bourgeoisie through general strikes, it organizes itself in the great trades unions into a federation of trades unions, and that this federation would lead economic fight by free agreement with the communists, without a proletarian state. We think this conception is wrong. First of all, the proletariat cannot take power without setting up the proletarian state as an organ with whose help the proletariat is to break the resistance of the bourgeoisie. And secondly, the running of economic life is neither a thing that every trade union can sort out for itself, nor is it a thing that can be regulated by free agreement between the trades unions. Individual sections of the working class play a predominant role in the industrial process, and these sections of workers create an aristocratic privileged position in the whole economic process for their members, and are able, by exploiting this situation, to impose privileges for themselves against the more weakly developed, less important groups in the working class. The working class must run the economy in such a way in the proletarian state that besides the organizations which bring together the workers from individual branches of industry, the workers in these branches of industry also have a further great task. Besides the organizations that consider their tasks from the standpoint of one branch of industry, the working class must defend the interests of the whole of the proletariat in the form of its proletarian state. The economic plan and its execution must be forcibly subjected to the pressure of the interests of the whole of the proletariat. For this reason we see here how, besides the predominant, decisive role of the trades unions, the regulative side of the state organizations has taken the form predominantly of Soviets, that is to say that the trades unions participate in running the economy through the general organs of the state. Those, then, are the main amendments to be added to the theses. We have to take into account, much more than we did in the first draft, the fact that in many countries the trades unions follow aristocratic policies. We have made it obligatory for communists to take independent steps in these cases for the organization of the masses into trades unions. Secondly, we made it obligatory for communists to support the new economic formations of the proletariat, the factory committees, which are now arising spontaneously. The communists must defend the independence of the factory committees against the trade union bureaucracy, but must regard them as a part of the trades unions, in which the trades unions are revolutionist. The Third Amendment defines the tasks of the trades unions after the conquest of political power. The fourth question is the question of the International Association of Trades Unions. We were content for the moment, in the Commission, to accept point 3 as already printed in our theses. But this did not talk about the concrete current situation on the formation of the International Revolutionary Council of Trades Unions, which was formed here in Moscow by the representatives of the Italian, of a part of the British, of the Russian and of the Bulgarian trades unions. On the one hand, we have the standpoint that was put forward here by the American and English comrades, who think that this formation in its present form is wrong and premature. On the other hand, we have the standpoint of the Russian party comrades who have presented a resolution. Since such a resolution has been rejected by individual members of the executive, and since this took place at 4 o'clock yesterday morning, I refuse to take up any position on this. Comrade Zinoviev will defend his standpoint here. There are deep-going differences of opinion on the trade union question. They did not at the Congress take on the character of conflicts on principle, but we should not close our eyes to the fact that the ferment in which the working class finds itself has led in every country to attempts to form new trades unions, and that many members of every communist party adopt this standpoint. We should be under no illusions about the dangers that lie in this. The Congress must look these dangers squarely in the eye and give the communist parties a clear line of march. The second question that can claim the attention of the Congress, and in future that of the International to a much greater degree, is the question of factory committees, all the new organizations, shop stewards committees and so forth. We are not saying that the question has not been sufficiently clarified, but that it is in the course of development. We must keep an eye on the possibility that the development of the revolution will create something completely new, and that communists should not adopt an attitude of rigidly rejecting these new phenomena. We have tried to set down in the theses whatever can be said so far, but each one of us has the feeling that this cannot be the last word, that these organizations are developing, and will face us with completely new questions, and that when we approach these questions we must be prepared to take new facts into account. The Communist International was founded in a period of revolutionary ferment, where many things which give the impression of chaos later become firm and valuable structures. I quite intentionally underline the formative character of these phenomena, so that the Communist International is ready for these phenomena, so that we do not fall into the role of old trade union pedants and reject everything that is new. We do not yet know what will become of the British shop stewards. They are as yet only in the process of formation. We do not know what will become of the German factory committees. They are at the moment still the product of the receding revolutionary wave. They were formed when the workers firmly supported the idea of councils without forming political councils. We do not yet know how much new life the new revolutionary wave that is undoubtedly being prepared will breathe into these organizations. We do not even know whether these organizations will emerge in the trades unions as completely revolutionist elements. But one thing we must say, as things are today, the task of the communists is to explain to the workers that they cannot drop the trades unions, that they are the biggest mass organizations of the proletariat. The second thing that we can say is that we are approaching the task of the factory committees in an exploratory way, and we are trying to establish what their tasks are and what the tasks of the trades unions are, that we are trying to clarify ourselves as to the mutual relations of the two organizations. But that is not our last word. If the revolution in Western Europe hangs back, if the disruption of capitalism proceeds, and the proletariat does not seize power with swift blows, then a new field of work can lie before the masses whom we have prepared in this area. We do not approach these things with rigid formulae but with critical understanding and the will to shape the new phenomena. I shall not now speak at length about the tasks of communists in the trades unions. What is essential is the unerring consciousness that what we can have in the mass movement of the proletariat and its organizations is indeed communist propaganda but not a fighting communist party. If we give the communists this line of march, then we are acting on the basis of the simple consideration that organizations which bring together millions of workers are not crystals that have to be smashed. The comparison between the bourgeois state and the trades unions is lame in both feet. Whatever scum the trade union bureaucracy are, however much they are the lackeys of the bourgeoisie, they can only determine the character of the trades unions as long as there is no strong flux of development. Should this happen, then it is the working class that will determine the character of its trades unions. Gorder, who is now the theoretician of left-wing communism, says in his pamphlet that the strength of the trade union bureaucracy consists in the lack of independence of the masses. And at the same time he claims that we cannot win the trades unions. That means that this comrade, who sees the world revolution coming in 24 hours, for whom nothing is radical enough, is convinced that he can carry out the revolution despite the present servility and lack of independence of the masses. For if he counts on this lack of independence being overcome, he cannot formulate the proposition that the trades unions are condemned to be and to remain germ cells of capitalist society. We anticipate developments with the healthy revolutionary optimism on which a revolutionary movement must be built. We are convinced that the masses will come into motion, that they will cast off their slave-like servility. If we call in this conviction for a fight against the trade union bureaucracy, then that only happens because we know that history does not take place outside of our will, but that we ourselves must be factors in that development. In this sense we are firmly convinced that the great field of action for the communist parties lies in the trades unions, where they must win the main masses of workers for communism, not only by means of propaganda, not by handing out leaflets, but by participating in the struggle. In this sense we ask the Congress not only to adopt these theses, but to turn them into the guidelines for their activities in the trades unions. Read, I protest against the claim that we tried here to sabotage the proposals of the Commission. It is not a question of sabotage but of an inner difference and contradiction. It is not that the British and American comrades think that the trades unions as such should be abandoned. It is a question of wanting to change their spirit and structure as much as possible. Radek does not go to the roots of these proposals for change. What he proposes means that we continue to cultivate the old reactionary spirit in the trades unions. The difference consists in this, that the amendments seek to transform the old spirit in the trades unions, whereas Comrade Radek does not bother about destroying this old spirit. On the one hand it is a question of a change in principle, on the other hand, however, only of a formal change. The emphasis of the whole discussion must be placed upon this difference. I pointed out, on the basis of a series of documents, that Radek contradicts himself in the various theses. Above all there is a contradiction to the theses in those letters that were sent by the Communist International to the IWW and American workers in general. I do not think that Comrade Radek's theses contain the communist conception of this whole matter. There is nothing in them to say that the trades unions, as such must be transformed in spirit. I refer here to point 2 of the amendments before you and should like to see points 4, 5, 6, and 7 excluded completely from the theses, because some are not clear enough, some are not precise, and still others do not go far enough. The only comrade who really reflected the opinion of the Western European labor movement on this question was Comrade Bombassi. He openly took up a position. Some were silent, and others have adopted the wrong position. I shall leave it to other speakers who may wish to express the opinion of the minority on this question, to speak about the Red Trade Union International. Finally, Do not forget that we are dealing with a difference in principle between Radek's position and that of the minority. I shall read out the amendments that have been presented, and particularly those that say under what conditions individual communists can be conceded the right to leave the old trades unions. It is a series of conditions. Radek has said that they can be applied to all situations and that it is too easy for any communist, on the basis of these conditions, to find himself an excuse to leave the trades unions. I deny that it is so. Precisely those that are intended to make it possible to put our point of view into practice in a principled way prove the contrary. Finally, I think that the question, which I think is a question of principle, must be discussed here. I should like to point out that there are many contradictions in Comrade Radek's theses and in his position and in the position of the Communist International, so that it can rightly be asked what their attitude towards the parliamentary struggle and the labor movement in general is. No clear picture of this position emerges from these theses. The Communist International must express itself with absolute clarity on this question. What was decisive on the part of the Anglo-American minority was not the wish to indulge in a dispute, but the wish to get its point of view adopted, and moreover through amendments that should not be new to Comrade Radek. All that the Anglo-American delegation is worried about is putting a new spirit into the old trades unions. There can be no question of that under the conditions created by adopting the theses. But communists must start on this transformation. If they do not do so, the communists will remain alone, will shrink to merely a small party, and will be an officer corps without soldiers, for the soldiers will be outside their influence. Gallagher, when I came to Russia and was given, in Petrograd, Comrade Lenin's pamphlet Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder to read, I found my name and my activities also portrayed in the pamphlet. I accepted this criticism as a child accepts the criticism of its father. Now Comrade Radek comes along and also tries to educate us. But he will not succeed. If he insists on the standpoint that he has adopted here, he will see that the task will not be so easy to solve. It is simply nonsense and ridiculous to talk of conquering the old trades unions with their ossified bureaucracy. One can bring the masses into motion through agitation under the flag of a left-wing trade union organization not only inside but also outside these trades unions. We have been active in the British trades unions for 25 years without ever having succeeded in revolutionizing the trades unions from inside. Every time we succeeded in making one of our own comrades an official of the trades unions, it turned out that then, instead of a change of tactics taking place, the trades unions corrupted our own comrades too. We have often made our comrades into big trade union officials, but we have seen that nothing can be achieved for communism and the revolution through such work. There are not really any masses in the trades unions. For example, in a trade union with 500 members, there are normally only 30 members at the trade union meeting, and the latter is under the control of the bureaucracy. But one can approach the masses in the workshops and the factories. I have been active in the trades unions for many years, and I was myself a trade union official. The conclusions that I have drawn are therefore the result of my own experience. I would like to quote the following case as an example. When Lloyd George was supposed to come to Glasgow, the officials wanted to prepare him a splendid reception. One, who was at that time one of the officials, fought against it. And it emerged that while we succeeded in the official committee in preventing any reception from being prepared for Lloyd George, an unofficial committee still got on with the work of carrying out the reception. We then agitated and fought in the workshops and factories, and now Glasgow is a town which Lloyd George does not dare to visit. For the workers are in a revolutionary mood as a result of the agitation in the workshops. If Comrade Radek's theses are adopted, and accordingly the masses are told they must remain loyal to the old trades unions and their officials, then we will be laughed to shame. It is nonsensical to talk of winning the trades unions as it is to talk of winning the capitalist state. The revolutionaries from Britain and America must be given the opportunity of fighting for communist ideas outside of the trades unions. Zinoviev, we propose to take one speaker for the theses and one against alternately. The proposal is adopted. Zinoviev, comrades, We absolutely must clarify this question. And I start from the fact that we will not make a single concession to the British comrades here. For what they want is the destruction of the Communist International. If we adopt their standpoint, the result will be, not that we destroy the trades unions, but that we destroy communism. The British and American comrades are on the one hand very optimistic. The social revolution will take place at the drop of a hat, we have the victory of the social revolution in our pockets, and so forth. Now, however, when it is a question of the trades unions, we suddenly see an unheard of pessimism in relation to the working class. They say, we will abolish the Morgans and the Rockefellers, we will abolish capitalism, but we will never be able to abolish the bureaucracy in the trades unions. We will always have reactionary rules. But that will not help them. The working class will take them by the scruff of the neck, just as it will the bourgeoisie. It appears to the British and American comrades that the trade union bureaucracy is the worst thing that there is. This is not the case. There are much worse animals than gompers, whose teeth are already rotten, and whose last teeth we can knock out without the benefit of surgical instruments. Of course the rules are reactionary, that is true, and the contributions are high. But what do you think? Day by day the working class is revolutionized. It wants to destroy the whole of capitalism, and it will also do with union rules what it has to do. It will throw them out of the window. You cannot talk out of existence the fact that the trades unions have millions of workers organized in them. Our slogan is, to the masses. And this slogan is truest of all for our British and American parties. They must go to the masses, because they are not yet in the masses. Comrades, when you hear the speeches of the British and American comrades, you can draw up a law of inverse proportion. The fewer organized workers one has, the more radical one is. One says, we do not need the old trades unions, we will set up new ones. In Britain and America you have a giant working class counting millions, and strongly developed large-scale capitalism that oppresses the workers. You have a working class there that is becoming more and more revolutionary with each day. But the masses we have organized up to now almost do not count. The United Communist Party of America has around 12,000 members. That is simply ridiculous. Our comrades have not even started. They ought to be in these trades unions in which millions of workers are organized. And what do we have in Britain? In Britain we have a couple of communist parties, each of which has a couple of hundred members. We have an enormous working class there which is becoming more and more revolutionary. Our task is to be with the masses, to go in front of them, to show them the way, wherever they are in movement and development. Should we not participate in the trades unions when millions of workers are organized in them? I have read the resolution of the Unification Congress of the American Comrades. I cannot imagine any greater confusion than the passage which speaks of the necessity of destroying America's trades unions. Comrade Gallagher has stated that we should proceed against the trades unions in exactly the same way that we proceed against the bourgeois state. That is ridiculous. The trades unions are made up of workers. The state is made up of the bourgeoisie. And now you come along and tell us that they are the same. Where will this actually lead us? Are you trying to make a laughing stock out of the International? We do not need to destroy trades unions in which millions of workers are organized. But we must revolutionize them and lead them onto our path. We will not make a proletarian revolution if the millions organized in trades unions are against us. Comrade Gallagher says we will be laughed to shame if we continue to work in the old trades unions. I reply, you should make the trades unions revolutionary. You did well not to want Lloyd George to have a reception. You should form illegal groups inside the trades unions, in order to fight not only with words but also with weapons. In Germany they are already fighting with weapons in their hands. Our comrades in the Communist Party have on many occasions fought against the yellow trades unions with arms in hand. But if we want to leave the trades unions, that would be the nicest present we could make to Legion and Company. They would say, the communists are stupid, they have abandoned the workers to us. That is precisely what the Gompers and the Legions need. But we will never do that. We are not a sect. We want to be a real communist international which will be victorious, and in order to be victorious we need the millions of the working class. There are difficulties enough. It is easy to say, we will go forward, we will have nothing to do with these people. We want to build a pure workers' union. Perhaps there will be 20,000 workers in this union, and in Legions 8 million. That is what the KAPD did. It formed a workers' union against Legions 8 million supporters. That is childish. With what masses will we carry out the proletarian revolution in Germany? With this workers' union which is not at all centralist or organized. We must go into the trades unions. We often see you doing homage to the experience of the Russian Revolution, but we also ask you to study it. We also had trades unions here that were treacherous. But after a few months, after the victory of the Bolshevik Revolution, we were in the majority. We fought for it for decades and we won the trades unions. But if we had run away the Mensheviks would have had what they wanted. The British and American comrades say, we will not go into the trades unions. We are pure and good communists. But the masses of the workers are following the traitors. Now, comrades, does that not mean being an instrument of the opportunists? What Comrade Reed proposes is money in the bank for Gompers. He does not need more than that. If we had done that, then the Huysmans and the Vanderveldes would have rubbed their hands and said, these people have done the job for us. Our slogan is, always with the masses. But that does not mean that we always praise the masses. We tell them, you are wrong, but we are not going away. We are staying here in order to be with you, in order to lead you step by step. The Communist International must not commit the mistake of walking away. If it does that, we are lost. Socialism, it is true, will conquer even then, but perhaps only after 10 years, and our task consists precisely in accelerating the victory. Therefore we must tell the British and American comrades, if you want to belong to the Communist International, then you cannot abandon the trades unions. You must go into the trades unions, fight there, revolutionize the masses, show them the way and build a strong communist party which revolutionizes the trades unions and will lead the proletarian masses on to revolution. Frana, I am surprised that comrades Radek and Zinoviev are so excited. They insist on the fact that work in the trades unions is necessary, but that is only an argument against the representative of the United Communist Party of America, who spoke out against work in the old trades unions. The attitude of the United Communist Party is by no means that of those comrades who criticized Comrade Radek's theses. In my opening speech I emphasized that we are in favor of work inside the old trades unions, not only because of the arguments that have been advanced here, but because the entire experience of the American movement imposes this policy on us. The shop stewards, are they against work in the old trades unions? It would be stupid to tell us that. The shop stewards and similar organizations are part of the old trades unions, the most appropriate expression of the policies of Radek and Zinoviev of working in the old trades unions. I have said that, as far as the United States are concerned, approximately 80% of the workers are not organized. But nevertheless, it is impossible to abandon the old reactionary trades unions, and if there are no other reasons for this, there is one particular reason: the majority of the unorganized workers are foreigners and the majority of the organized workers are American. We must make contact with these American workers, since they will, necessarily, form the leadership in the revolution, not in theory, but in revolutionary action. But how will you work in the old trades unions? That is the decisive question, the question of methods and of means. If you say, work in the old trades unions, you tell us a great deal, and nothing. It is necessary to have communist groups in the old trades unions. But what must these groups do? Must they simply preach abstract communism? Radek answers, no. They must become the leaders in the economic struggles of the workers. Very good, but that requires means. And we claim that the means do not consist in the peaceful penetration of the trades unions, in the attempt to elect new officials in place of the old, making a fetish out of the old trades unions and trade union forms. The means consist in an aggressive struggle in the trades unions, mobilizing the masses against the bureaucracy and liberating them from it, in agitation for special organizations and industrial unions, and building them. Comrade Radek recognizes and accepts this. But he does not make it a living and real part of his theses. Radek has been led so far astray by the problems in Germany, where certain people have issued the slogan of leaving the trades unions, that he has exaggerated the opposite policy. And again, because of his concentration on Germany, Radek deals very gently with the question of organizing new and separate trades unions. Under certain conditions a split is necessary. It must not be forced, but at the same time we must not let it be forced on us. We must not be like lambs. We must have a policy of new trades unions that puts the initiative into our hands in this matter, and not into the hands of our enemies. A split is, after all, to a certain extent a revolutionary act. It can drive the masses further forward than months and years of normal agitation. Often it can even be necessary to force a split. It is action that we are demanding. Splits must take place on the basis of action, and not of theoretical deviations. We further demand the recognition of the new forms that are developing in the trades unions. This development is of extreme importance, particularly in Britain and America. We must study this development objectively, learn from it, and adapt our theories to the specific diversities and the countless forms of life itself. That is revolutionary practice. That is what is particularly necessary in the problems of the trades unions. We must liberate the masses in the trades unions for action. Through their economic struggle, through our understanding of and adaptation to the diverse developments within the forms of their organizations, we mobilize the masses for the revolution. We must not be abstract or doctrinaire. We must always be conscious that it is the action of the masses that shapes the means and the forms of the final revolutionary struggle. I repeat once more, our differences with Comrade Radek are not differences of principle but of emphasis. But our Russian comrades must recognize the new, diverse trade union forms that are developing. They must recognize that in our countries the trades unions form a much livelier factor in the revolution than they did in their revolution. I feel that, at the next Congress, we will be in agreement. A motion to dose the discussion is adopted. Reed moves that a vote should be taken on the minority's proposal as well, starting with the amendments. Vote on Radek's theses, which are adopted. There follow personal declarations. Bombassi, I am surprised that it has been said of me that I am playing games with the trades unions. On the contrary, it is Comrade Radek who is playing games with the trade union question. Lenin declares that he has neither heard nor read my speech. I emphasize that I have been in the trade union movement for 15 years, that I have been secretary of a workers' trade union for 10 years, and that I have a clear position towards the trades unions. It never occurred to me to say that the communists should not interest themselves in the trade union question. I remind you that the Italian communists have made efforts since 1914 to tear the trade union federation away from the reformists and to bring it into the hands of the communists. I have defended a clear fine in this direction in Italy, and also frequently said that the trades unions represent a mine from which gold can be mined for the revolution, and that Parliament represents a small platform compared with the trades unions. But trades unions are not revolutionary and will not be revolutionary. Radek, the last thing that Comrade Bombassi uttered confirms what I have already said of him. He declares that the trades unions were never, are not, and will never be revolutionary organizations. So Comrade Bombassi has confirmed what I said. Our relationship with the trades unions must be the same as it is to Parliament. We must utilize the trades unions in order to carry out communist propaganda there, but they will never be revolutionary organizations for the purpose of winning the dictatorship. Comrade Bombassi says the same thing according to a detailed report in Izvestia. The contradiction is all the more incomprehensible to me for the fact that it is not only his opponents who have understood his speech in this way. All the Italian delegates whom I have asked about Bombassi's speech confirmed the contents of the speech. If Comrade Bombassi has worked in the trades unions for 15 years, then what were his motives? If he considers the trades unions to be counter-revolutionary institutions, without at the same time working with the party for their destruction, then he represents a point of view which, in a revolutionary, cannot be taken seriously. Reed proposes a vote on the amendments to the theses. Vote. Zinoviev. In his speech, Comrade Radek dealt with the question of the Red Trade Union International. I propose to add, it is the task. The passage is read out. 2 words of explanation. You know that here in Moscow on July 15 an international association of those trades unions that adopt the standpoint of the Communist International was set up, and that a number of trades unions joined, Comrade Rosmer for the minority of the French trades unions, all the Russian and the Italian trades unions, and so forth. A statement was written which is not satisfactory as a platform, but which, as a first step, deserves our support and the quickest possible organization of the International Congress of Red Trades Unions. I propose to take that as an independent motion. We will continue this work so that we can bring the trades unions together. Secondly, I propose to leave it to the executive to address an appeal to all the trades unions in the world in which we explain the significance of the Yellow Amsterdam International and call on them to enter the new Trade Union International. Tanner asks for the floor in order to explain the relations between the Yellow and the Red Trade Union Internationals. Zinoviev. Comrades, the Red Trade Union International, which is being organized, embraces 5 million members of the Russian trades unions, 2 million revolutionary Italians, although D'Aragona is a reformist, the minority of the French syndicates, represented here by Rosmer, who are revolutionary and number several million members, the Bulgarian trades unions, which have several 100,000 members, and a few more, altogether some 8 million workers organized in trades unions. We now want to unite these 8 million organized workers as a trade union international. Comrades, I ask you, is that bad? D'Aragona signed because the Italian workers support us, or for the Soviets and for the dictatorship of the proletariat. And we hope that if, finally, after a 7-year break, a Congress of the Italian trades unions is convened, then not a reformist but a revolutionary Marxist will stand at its head. We have almost 10 million workers here who stand on the basis of the Communist International, and then people say that we should not organize them. Tanner says, we have contact with the masses. How many members does the shop stewards organization have? 250,000. We also invited them in, for we said it is a mass organization which we must support. But if they say that they have sufficient contact with the masses in a country like Britain, then that is really very modest. We should not be satisfied with that, but we should emerge as an international organization. The main enemy is Amsterdam, and not Brussels. People are always talking about the trade union bureaucracy. D'Aragona is a bureaucrat. Should we therefore not build an international? Amsterdam is a force. Many millions of workers are represented there who are, however, led by Messrs the Social Democrats, and are therefore reactionary. We must split them and bring them over to us. That is the main task, and our first step is a big step forwards. We can now tell every trades union, you should leave the Amsterdam International. You have an international of red trades unions, and you should join it. Perhaps this is only a Zimmerwald, but from there you must march to Kienthal and Moscow. Nevertheless, it is still a step forwards. We have invited the shop stewards, but they did not want to sign the manifesto, because it talked about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Now they have accepted what we said. But you should not come to us and say, why did you not build it up on a free basis? We have built it up on this basis because we have 10 million members, and every trade union will come to this international. Tanner says there is a contradiction. On a national scale we have to stay inside the trades unions, on an international scale we want an independent organ. We want to stay inside the national trades unions so that we can attract people to us, and not leave the trades unions in the Amsterdam International, but organize them together and place them under the leadership of the Communist International. We want to win the trades unions by all possible ways and means, on the national scale if necessary. One would have to be doctrinaire from head to foot to stand aside now, when we have on the one side the Yellow International and on the other side the Moscow Association. Some people do want to stand aside. Should I not reach an agreement with Robert Williams against Henderson? Of course. But he stands at the head of the Triple Alliance. Why then do not the comrades in the shop stewards movement stand at the head of this million-strong trade union? In this way they show that they are sectarians and not revolutionaries. A revolutionary must throw Williams out and place himself at the head. People form little groups, and when movements of millions grow up, they stand aside. But that is not the way to fight, by standing aside. You fight by taking the leadership, by going with the masses. I believe that it is a great step forward that we have the nucleus of a trade union international. That is the most important blow that we have struck against the bourgeoisie. Even if D'Aragona is an opportunist, it does not matter. He will go, but the Italian workers will remain. We win, push the trade union bureaucracy aside, and millions will march with us against capitalism and against the Yellow Trade Union International. Rudniansky proposes the closure of the discussion. The proposal is adopted. A vote is taken on the motion of comrades Tanner and Reed to refer this question back to the Commission for consideration. 13 votes are in favor of this motion, but the majority, with one abstention, are in favor of Zinoviev's proposal. End of the session. 13th session. August 6. Zinoviev, the Bureau proposes to end the Congress with today's session. Munzenberg, I propose on behalf of the members of the youth organizations present the motion that the Congress should not be closed without having discussed the question of the youth movement. On the one hand, the representatives of the youth movements have every interest in discussing the question of the communist youth movement and its relationship to the Communist International in a full session. On the other hand, the significance of the youth movement is so great in the Communist Party that the discussion of the question in front of the whole Congress should take place. Perhaps it is possible to so today, in which case we have got nothing against the Bureau's motion. If not, then the question of the youth movement should be discussed. Sylvia Pankhurst, we have been sitting so long already we could continue meeting for some time more. The question that is being dealt with now has not yet been discussed enough. I am against finishing the work of the Congress. Goldenberg, I repeat what Munzenberg has said. The youth question must be discussed before the Congress is over. Zinoviev, I should like to defend the Presidium's proposal. Those comrades who were unfortunately greatly delayed in coming, like Sylvia Pankhurst, know that we have been discussing the question here for the last 2 weeks and that we discussed it previously 2 or 3 months ago on the executive. I therefore propose that we close today, for we cannot deal with the youth question thoroughly today. It would have been very useful for dealing with the youth question if the representatives of the youth movements had been present for the whole discussion. Perhaps it would be advisable for the youth movement and for the whole international if we have a discussion and the comrades who have already been away from home for 2 weeks should go back. Therefore we want to finish today and solve the question quickly and without debates. The proposal is adopted. Zinoviev, comrades, we have decided to close the Congress today. Therefore we must use our time economically. Moreover, we already have 12 speakers registered for every question. I propose the following. New amendments which have not been dealt with in the Commission will only be published and not discussed. Secondly, on the question of entry into the Labour Party, only 2 speakers for and 2 against will be allowed. Wijnkoop, comrades, I am against this proposal, for the question of the Labour Party and the BSP is of the utmost importance. Because this is so, and not for Britain but for the whole world, it seems to me to be necessary to be able to discuss the question really freely. If only 2 speakers for the one standpoint and 2 for the other are allowed here, then in fact only the British delegation will be able to have anything to say about this matter. 2 perhaps against, 1 for, and perhaps another party apart from the British will have the opportunity to say something. That is no good. The workers of the whole world have the right to know why we take one side or the other. This is of the very greatest importance, and I would therefore be in favor of free discussion on this question. But even if we do not decide to have a free discussion, I think that 2 speakers for and 2 against are too few. We should in any case give a few more parties the opportunity to express their standpoint. I propose against the Presidium to have a free discussion on this matter. Vote. Zinoviev's proposal is adopted. Sylvia Pankhurst. Pankhurst, it is quite impossible to tell workers what difference there is between the Communist Party, the BSP, and the Labour Party. It is very characteristic of Britain in general that no clear demarcation lines exist in politics there which would give the workers in particular the opportunity to distinguish one party from another. Therefore it is difficult to explain to workers how the supporters of the Communist Party are distinguished from those to whose party they themselves belong. Think of the example of Comrade Williams, of whom it was thought that he adopted the standpoint of Soviets. We had to discover that he was in favor of English workers loading munitions for Poland. I say this in order to show how easy it is to be wrong. On the one hand one claims to belong to a tendency, and on the other hand one is forced by membership of the Labour Party to carry out such policies. If we think of the position at any phase in the election campaign, a fine of demarcation must exist between the candidates. That is to say that one would like to know who the candidates are and what programs they represent. I deny that it is possible because of the structure of the Labour Party, which is dominated by old traditions. There is also the question of paid officials there. Moreover, all members of the parties which belong to the Labour Party are subjected to the strictest discipline, and when it is a question of making a showing in Parliament on this or that question, then they are officially subordinated to party discipline. In the elections, too, a local organisation can choose its candidates, but when it is a question of being put up as a candidate, one must be confirmed by the Labour Party headquarters. It is the same with the individual speeches and votes. This way of doing things has also forced the members of the Independent Labour Party to understand that it is very difficult to be a member of the Independent Labour Party and at the same time belong to another party, because one is tied down too much by the discipline. I refer to an expression of Comrade Lenin's, who said, "One should not be too extreme." I think, however, one should be even more extreme than one is. Particularly in England there is a lack of courageous people. Although I am a socialist, I have fought for a long time in the suffragette movement, and I have seen how important it is to be extreme and to have the courage to defend one's ideas. A candidate of the Independent Labour Party who was also very radical was put up as a candidate and read his manifesto, his programme, to his electors before he was proposed to the Labour Party. When he read his manifesto once more to his electors after it had been checked by the Labour Party, there was great excitement, for the Labour Party had changed its members' manifesto. I emphasize once more the great degree of dependency and discipline within the Labour Party. If you speak of the Labour Party, then you must also speak of its extremely ossified structure and of the structure of the trades unions which belong to it, which are also bureaucratic, ossified organizations. Thus you find quite a different structure from what you thought. It is impossible to remain inside the party and change this organization in any way. In the parliamentary arena one is in a very difficult situation in Britain. We are dealing with a country with a parliamentary tradition that goes back many years and with really democratic traditions. These traditions are rooted in the workers too, and if you propose to them to participate in the elections in order to do damage to the Labour Party, then the English workers would not understand such advice. That will not get through to them because they have been worked on by the bourgeois press. You cannot compare these experiences with experiences in Russia. In England every worker reads the bourgeois press. I myself have seen, and I was one of those speakers who came out most often on the question of the Russian Revolution, that the most difficult thing to teach the workers was the attitude towards parliamentarism. They asked why the Constituent Assembly had been convened and then afterwards dispersed. I believe that the democratic prejudices which one will have to take into account are deeply rooted in the English workers. There is another reason why I am against the point of view taken here by the International. If one were to say to the parties that they should join the Labour Party and allow themselves to be tied by a common discipline and action, one would thus give the fate of the English proletarian revolution into the hands of the old trades unions. All the arguments that have been advanced here are against that, and one can see daily how difficult it is to breathe a new spirit into the old trades unions. If the English communists are required to affiliate to the Labour Party, the fate of the trades unions and the Soviets would thus be given into the hands of the old ossified trades unions. The special conditions must be taken into account under which people in Britain live. The most extreme points of view must be defended in politics. That was proved in the question of support for the Soviet power in Britain and everywhere, that it was a question of coming out boldly. I stand by my point of view and therefore ask you not to adopt the motion on entry into the Labour Party. MacLean, what has been said here is nothing new because Comrade Pankhurst's attitude towards parliamentarism in general is known. The decision proposed here to the Congress by the Commission is only a logical development of those decisions that have already been taken on other questions. It is no mere coincidence that precisely those who have come out most of all in favor of affiliation of the Communist Party to the Labour Party are the representatives of a country in which the dictatorship of the proletariat already exists. They were mainly Russian comrades. What is this Labour Party really? The Labour Party is nothing other than the political expression of the trade union organized workers. The workers in the Labour Party defend the economic standpoint in one question or another. 9/10 of those who belong to the Labour Party simultaneously belong to the trades unions. Comrade Pankhurst's example is childish. She has chosen the most reactionary of all trades unions. By and large, there can be nobody who does not see that the workers, organized in the trades unions, are developing to the left. One can see the trade union movement change under the pressure of time and of events. One cannot regard the trades unions and their members as something eternally fixed. I remember the great strike of engineers in Manchester in 1917. Various comrades took part in it. The communists emerged there and represented the standpoint of the strikers in the light of the communist movement. We obtained the best possible results. In the beginning it was moved that the Labour Party itself should affiliate to the Communist International, but the motion did not come to a vote. Nevertheless, the fact that the question was raised aroused great political interest, for this question was discussed everywhere in England, in all the sections of the Labour Party who otherwise never heard anything. A tremendous agitation was developed this way. In contradiction to what has been said here, and despite the fact that the BSP has become a member of the Labour Party, it still retains complete freedom of criticism. I myself and my party comrades have repeatedly criticized the press, and on other occasions at various congresses, the leaders of the Labour Party without that leading to any consequences at all. I insist on 2 points. First of all, that the Labour Party is the political expression of the workers organized in the trades unions and must be conceived of as a political organization, and secondly, that within the Labour Party the supporters of another party retain their complete freedom of movement and of criticism. Gallagher, I regret that this Congress has to concern itself with the same threadbare phrases that have been discussed for 20 years inside the British workers' movement. And, moreover, on the part of the British Socialist Party that defended the same point of view that is defended here today. It is said that the particular reason that this affiliation to the Labour Party is encouraged is that it is thought possible thus to get into contact with the masses. We are in contact with the masses. One must distinguish between those who really want to get into contact with the masses and those who do not want to do so. It was we who organized big demonstrations in Glasgow in Scotland. The greatest orators in England came to Scotland and tried to make social patriotic speeches there. They had brought their clique with them, the worst section of the population. They had support. And although the representatives of the ILP suggested we should keep quiet, the comrades there managed to prevent the speakers in question from getting a hearing. The biggest popular meetings were organized although we didn't want the speakers to get a hearing. I emphasize this kind of direct contact with the masses. I refer to the experiences during the war, when the Scottish workers, despite the prevalent chauvinism, took good care that the wives and children of German internees were given the opportunity to live in a humane way, while the other workers' parties, whose freedom of action was limited by their bending to the bourgeoisie, could not participate in this. I should also like to point to the various internationally famous social patriots like Thomas and Henderson who have betrayed the working class in a variety of ways. How would it look if we were to come out in the name of the same party whose representative Henderson is? I have clarified my views in my article against chauvinism. The paper which at the time was not prepared to publish this article was The Call. It was very strange to me to hear Comrade Lenin and others adopting the standpoint of Comrade MacLean here. The responsibility that Comrade MacLean has taken on himself is probably very weighty, since he has converted the other communists to this point of view which does not correspond to their interests. What matters is to bring the masses to an understanding of the present moment through agitation and through action. One should call forth the indignation of the proletariat, bring the masses to action by all ways and means, and not choose such diversions, such means that could divert them from their revolutionary struggle. I shall close my speech with the appeal that the motion that is put here, and which would cause the Communist Party to distort its character, should not be accepted. I ask the comrades who represent the various parties here not to be too hasty in this question. We should be given the opportunity to found a true communist party on a true communist basis and to find the ways and means of speaking to the masses. Then they will be given the opportunity to decide this question too. It cannot be demanded of us that we should deny and work against everything for which we have been fighting for years. That is the decision between the revolutionary and the communist elements. The position of the Scottish comrades should not be made difficult and intolerable by a decision being forced upon them which they cannot defend in their position, because it contradicts everything that they have defended previously in their lives and everything that they grew up with. Lenin, comrades. Comrade Gallagher began his speech by expressing regret at our having been compelled to listen here for the 100th and the 1000th time to sentences that Comrade MacLean and other British comrades have reiterated 1,000 times in speeches, newspapers, and magazines. I think there is no need for regret. The old International used the method of referring such questions for decision to the individual parties in the countries concerned. That was a grave error. We may not be fully familiar with the conditions in one party or another, but in this case we are dealing with the principles underlying a communist party's tactics. That is very important, and, in the name of the Third International, we must herewith clearly state the communist point of view. First of all, I should like to mention a slight inaccuracy on the part of Comrade MacLean, which cannot be agreed to. He called the Labour Party the political organization of the trade union movement, and later repeated the statement when he said that the Labour Party is the political expression of the workers organised in trades unions. I have met the same view several times in the paper of the British Socialist Party. It is erroneous, and is partly the cause of the opposition, fully justified in some measure, coming from the British revolutionary workers. Indeed, the concepts political department of the trades unions or political expression of the trade union movement are erroneous. Of course, most of the Labour Party's members are working men. However, whether or not a party is really a political party of the workers does not depend solely upon a membership of workers but also upon the men that lead it, and the content of its actions and its political tactics. Only that determines whether we really have before us a political party of the proletariat. Regarded from this, the only correct point of view, the Labour Party is a thoroughly bourgeois party, because, although made up of workers, it is led by reactionaries, and the worst kind of reactionaries at that, who act quite in the spirit of the bourgeoisie. It is an organization of the bourgeoisie, which exists to systematically dupe the workers with the aid of the British noses and chez demons. We have also heard another point of view, defended by Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst and Comrade Gallagher, who have voiced their opinion in the matter. What was the substance of the speeches delivered by Gallagher and many of his friends? They have told us that they are insufficiently linked with the masses. But take the instance of the British Socialist Party. they went on. It is still less linked with the masses and it is a very weak party. Comrade Gallagher has told us here how he and his comrades have organized, and done so really splendidly, the revolutionary movement in Glasgow, in Scotland, how in their wartime tactics they maneuvered skillfully, how they gave able support to the petty bourgeois pacifists Ramsay MacDonald and Snowden when they come to Glasgow, and used this support to organize a mass movement against the war. It is our aim to integrate this new and excellent revolutionary movement, represented here by Comrade Gallagher and his friends, into a communist party with genuinely communist, i.e., Marxist tactics. That is our task today. On the one hand, the British Socialist Party is too weak and incapable of properly carrying on agitation among the masses. On the other hand, we have the younger revolutionary elements so well represented here by Comrade Gallagher, who, although in touch with the masses, are not a political party, and in this sense are even weaker than the British Socialist Party and are totally unable to organize their political work. Under these circumstances, we must express our frank opinion on the correct tactics. When, in speaking of the British Socialist Party, Comrade Gallagher said that it is hopelessly reformist, he was undoubtedly exaggerating. But the general tenor and content of all the resolutions we have adopted here show with absolute clarity that we demand a change. In this spirit, in the tactics of the British Socialist Party, the only correct tactics of Gallagher's friends will consist in their joining the Communist Party without delay, so as to modify its tactics in the spirit of the resolutions adopted here. If you have so many supporters that you are able to organize mass meetings in Glasgow, it will not be difficult for you to bring more than 10,000 new members into the party. The latest conference of the British Socialist Party, held in London 3 or 4 days ago, decided to assume the name of the Communist Party and introduced into its programme a clause providing for participation in parliamentary elections and affiliation to the Labour Party. 10,000 organised members were represented at the conference. It will therefore not be at all difficult for the Scottish comrades to bring into this Communist Party of Great Britain more than 10,000 revolutionary workers who are better versed in the art of working among the masses, and thus to modify the old tactics of the British Socialist Party in the sense of better agitation and more revolutionary action.